On Double 12, Suma purchased a domestic smartphone online, only to discover that it never required charging and its battery remained perpetually full. Not only that, a polite entity known as the Sword God System requested to add him on WeChat. Thus, Suma became a candidate host for the Sword God System, a temporary worker. To secure a permanent position, his first task was to assist Jing Ke in assassinating Qin. Chapter 1. The smartphone with an ever-full battery. What kind of black technology is this? After a lengthy month of anticipation, the Xiaomi NTE3 Suma had ordered during the Double 12 Heavenly Mouse Grand Sale finally arrived. Although the logistics were maddeningly slow, and he had contemplated leaving a scathing review for the seller multiple times during the wait, all thoughts of negative feedback vanished upon the long-awaited arrival of the phone. This phone deserves nothing but praise. With its artful four-curved surfaces, it embodies both technology and artistry, the remaining two sides gleaming and exuding an air of cool sophistication. Particularly notable is the expansive full-screen display, which is almost entirely screen on the front, feeling as if one is holding a sheet of transparent glass. No need for further words. This domestic device is truly remarkable. Suma felt immense satisfaction, and the frustration caused by the sluggish logistics dissipated entirely. His old phone, which had been with him since he entered university and had endured various falls and even high dives, could finally retire honorably. The moment he received the phone, Suma joyfully began to explore it. He had heard that a game called Nonyao was all the rage lately, and he had long wanted to try it. However, his previous phone was far too antiquated to handle the latest games, rendering it useless. His memories of mobile gaming were still rooted in the stealing vegetables phase that had been popular 4 years prior. How revealing of his age. Reflecting on those youthful days in university when he would wait for his friends' virtual gardens to mature, sneaking in late at night to steal vegetables, Suma couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He quickly downloaded the game, Nonyao, directly from the phone's built-in app store. To his delight, it even came with its own app store. This discovery made Suma, who had been using an outdated phone, exclaim in excitement. However, after struggling through over an hour of gameplay, Suma emerged from the game, feeling dejected. He sighed deeply, rubbing his chest. It stung. He had long heard that players in this game harbored a certain malice towards newcomers, and while he always approached the world with a pessimistic view, he had not anticipated being so thoroughly overwhelmed. Was Suma the legendary pig teammate? Not at all. As a fresh university graduate, he possessed a strong capacity for learning, and after just a couple of matches, he was already adept, excelling in gameplay shortly thereafter. His gaming talent was evident, and he bore no resemblance to the infamous pig teammate. The reason for his dismay was that during one match, he encountered a group of elementary school students who uttered a phrase that would haunt him. His voice sounds different from ours. He must be an old-timer. Let's band together and kick him out. An old-timer. How painfully accurate, catching him off guard and leaving him feeling starry-eyed. If given the chance to choose again, he would certainly refrain from using voice chat. No, he would undoubtedly avoid gaming altogether. How disheartening. His age was clearly no longer suitable for gaming. Nevertheless, the allure of the new phone remained potent for Suma. Since it was the weekend and he had no work obligations, he settled in a bed and immersed himself in various activities. Browsing forums was entertaining. Scrolling through Weibo was delightful. Watching videos was engaging. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Young man, you won't be able to attract a girlfriend like this. A barely audible sigh echoed in Suma's ear, startling him as he was engrossed in his phone. He quickly looked around. There was no one. Could it be a hallucination? He had been under considerable work pressure lately, and perhaps he needed to take some time to relax. With no further sounds, Suma resumed his entertaining activities. However, as he spent more time on his phone, an unsettling feeling slowly began to rise within him. Something is definitely off with this phone. The delivery person from Shunlei Express brought it to me early this morning, and I have been playing ever since. I've spent at least 10 hours engaged in games, reading news, and watching videos, and now it is dark outside. Although I truly enjoy this phone, how could it exert such a powerful pull on me? Moreover, after so many hours, why do I feel no hunger? On this weekend, a rare day of rest, Suma had skipped breakfast and remained indoors. Around 8 o'clock, the delivery person brought the phone, and Suma had not paused in his activities since then. Now, looking out the window, he noted that the stars had filled the night sky. Incredible! I am not hungry at all. I distinctly felt some hunger this morning. Furthermore, not only did he not feel hunger, but Suma also sensed a surge of energy coursing through him. Were it not for the late hour, he might have ventured to the park below to demonstrate his strength. Could it be that playing on this phone was somehow a form of exercise? That would indeed be a dream come true for a homebody. Moreover, The battery life of this phone is also peculiar. After all this time, the battery remains fully charged, not budging an inch. What kind of black technology is this? Having been powered on for over 10 hours while maintaining a high consumption state, the battery status remained unchanged. This was no longer black technology. It was simply unscientific. The pinnacle of battery technology usually involves 5 minutes of charging for 2 hours of talk time. But this phone clearly operates on a different level, functioning perpetually without the need for charging. A smartphone with an eternally full battery. Suma was utterly astonished by his discovery. Could it be that the phones sold on Tianshu were all this remarkable? That seemed unlikely. If that were the case, the comment section would surely be flooded with praises. Yet, Suma found not a single similar comment. Perhaps this mobile phone of mine is custom-made for a certain powerful individual. Yet, that cannot be right. Even a specially crafted phone must be based on existing technology. How could it possibly operate without ever needing a charge, with its battery perpetually full? Our elementary school teachers have informed us that perpetual motion machines do not exist. Thus, this defies scientific principles. Suemo picked up the phone and meticulously examined it for quite some time, confirming that the battery remained steadfast at a full 100. I refuse to believe that a mere phone could overturn my worldview cultivated over 22 years. It must be that my method of using the phone is incorrect. Let me indulge in 2 more hours of idle chatter. Since playing games, browsing news, and watching videos have not diminished the battery in the slightest, perhaps I shall try making a call. After several hours of conversation, the battery cannot possibly remain unaffected, can it? Thus, Su Imo dialed a number that he had long since contemplated. At this late hour, she is likely the only one still awake. Chapter 2 Young One. Do you aspire to become a sword master and ascend to the pinnacle of life? Apologies, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. 30 seconds later, the call connected. Sister Chi Chi, when will you change that dreadful ringtone? Each time, I find myself wanting to hang up. Rolling my eyes at you, it's none of your concern. Li Shiqi, the senior sister of Su Mo at Jiangxing University. It is said that during her freshman year, she was the epitome of beauty in her department, attracting the attention of countless upperclassmen, all eager to seize their chance. Yet in the end, none succeeded in winning her affection. The reasons are manifold. It is known that those who dared to act upon their desires met with dismal fates. Gradually, no one dared to pursue her any longer, content to admire her from afar. After graduating, Li Shiqi became even more unconventional. Despite having the opportunity to join a Fortune 500 company, she opted for a position as a night radio host. She never attended class reunions, becoming increasingly enigmatic, as if shrouded in a veil of night, rarely engaging with others. However, for reasons unknown, Su Mo managed to maintain contact with Li Shiqi. The two often engage in conversations over WeChat, and occasionally they would share a phone call. Due to Li Shiqi's night shifts, Su Mo thought of her when he wished to indulge in a lengthy chat, eager to test his phone's battery life. Upon connecting, their conversation meandered aimlessly across various topics. Unbeknownst to them, 2.5 hours slipped by before they finally ended the call. Inexplicable, truly surreal. The battery level remained utterly unchanged. Su Mo was finally convinced that this was indeed a phone that perpetually brimmed with power. Buzz. Just then, a sudden buzzing sound erupted from his phone. Glancing at the screen, Su Mo discovered a WeChat message awaiting him. Who but the night owl Shiqi would reach out to him at such a late hour? Curious, he opened WeChat. WeChat Swordmaster system requests to add you as a friend. Additional message. Young one. Do you aspire to become a sword master and ascend to the pinnacle of life? The WeChat Swordmaster system? Suemo couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed to be the creation of someone deeply entrenched in a fantasy obsession. The individual behind this name had clearly overindulged in fantasy novels, donning such an embarrassingly ostentatious persona to add people indiscriminately, attempting to mimic the tropes of fantasy literature, posing as an elder. The long night stretches on, and sleep eludes me. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well entertain this curious encounter. With a grin, Su Mo clicked to accept the friend request on WeChat. You have added WeChat's Swordmaster system. You may now begin chatting. Su Mo opened the chat interface with the WeChat Sword God system, where a message awaited him. Hello, welcome to the WeChat Sword God system. This system is currently selecting a host. Young man, I perceive remarkable potential in your physique and an extraordinary appearance. Do you wish to become a candidate host for this system? Such a familiar opening line, replete with cliches, left Su Mo at a loss for where to begin his retort. If I say yes, will you teach me some divine palm technique? He couldn't help but unleash his sarcasm. Divine palm technique? No, that belongs to the Buddhist sect. This system is the supreme sword god system, aimed at cultivating the unparalleled sword god of all realms, wielding a 3-foot sword to dominate the world. The Buddhist palm techniques are not included in this system's teachings, but there are several formidable Buddhist sword techniques available. Once the host level rises and meets the requisite permissions, selections can be made from a list for cultivation. WeChat promptly replied to Su Mo with no noticeable delay, as if this response had been preordained. Impressive. You certainly have a flair for dramatics. Indeed. The world of fantasy has expanded your imagination. Su Mo found himself momentarily at a loss for words, primarily due to the refreshing and unconventional nature of the system's discourse, which left him struggling to keep pace. So, do you wish to become a candidate host for this system? The WeChat Sword God system sent another message. Why a candidate host? Are you not yet certain of my suitability, requiring additional criteria? Su Mo decided to follow the whimsical thoughts of the unknown. Eccentric youth on the other end, engaging him in this playful banter. Indeed, should you agree to become a candidate host, this system will conduct an evaluation. Only those candidates who fulfill all necessary conditions may become the actual host and inherit the supreme legacy of the WeChat Sword God system. Young man, what's there to hesitate about? Once you choose to agree, this system can immediately commence the evaluation for your candidacy. Upon successful assessment, you will be the true master of the supreme Sword God system. At that point, becoming a sword god and reaching the pinnacle of life will no longer be a mere dream. WeChat sent a flurry of enticing characters accompanied by a highly alluring smiley face. It became evident that synchronizing one's thoughts with an eccentric youth was a perilous endeavor, as it could diminish one's intellect to match his level, only to be outmaneuvered by his wealth of experience. Su Mo could only continue with his inquiry. What are the conditions to become a host? As expected, after Su Mo posed his question, the WeChat Sword God system responded instantaneously, without any delay. If this system was indeed typing its responses, it must have at least one assistant aiding in the rapidity of its replies. Please make your choice first. Do you agree to become a candidate host for this system? Agreed. Su Mo swiftly replied, eager to witness the antics of this eccentric youth afflicted with a touch of fantastical delusion. Upon receipt, the binding of the alternative host commenced, culminating in completion. The aptitude detection for the swordsmanship began. Once the assessment reached its conclusion, Su Mo, having typed the word agree in WeChat, was met with an instant response from the Sword God system. Simultaneously, he felt as though a luminous essence swept across his entire being, even penetrating the very marrow of his bones with a chilling sensation. This feeling was fleeting, so ephemeral that Su Mo scarcely had time to ascertain whether it was reality or mere illusion before it vanished entirely. A buzzing sound ensued. The WeChat Sword God system inundated him with a flurry of messages. Alternative host, Su Mo gender, male, age, 22, race, human, physical attributes, dual affinity for thunder and fire. Swordsmanship attribute, swiftness. Sword God level, level 0. System authority, intern. Comprehensive evaluation, qualified. The swordsmanship aptitude detection concluded, revealing a satisfactory result and initiating the ultimate assessment program for the alternative host. The ultimate assessment program commenced. Task selection was in progress and soon concluded. Task: enter the temporal fragment of Qin and assist the assassin Jing Ke in his attempt to assassinate the Qin ruler. Upon reading this, Su Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Impressive, my deluded youth. You truly possess a unique flair for boasting, daring to propose a task to aid Jing Ke in his assassination of the Qin emperor? Pray, how shall I assist Jing Ke in this endeavor? Shall I merely roam the streets in search of an individual named Jing Ke, and then encourage him to carry out the deed? Chapter 3. Assisting Jing Ke in his assassination of the Qin emperor. WeChat continued to send messages, and Su Mo pressed on. Task requirements: successfully aid the assassin Jing Ke in his attempt on the Qin ruler's life. Basic completion reward: promotion to full status. Additional completion reward: 1 random foundational skill from the system. Failure penalty: promotion failure, revocation of alternative host qualifications, erasure of memories, and retrieval of the Sword God mobile device. The ultimate assessment task for the alternative host commenced. The temporal fragment of Qin was set for traversal with a countdown of 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. At that moment, WeChat abruptly displayed a countdown page, startling Su Mo, who had no recollection of such a feature in WeChat chats. Was this a newly developed mini-program? Or had his device been compromised by hackers and implanted with malware? However, compared to the countdown page, the final message from the WeChat sword god system intrigued him far more. Oh, deluded youth, your thoughts are indeed wildly imaginative. Let us see how you intend to transport me back to the Qin era. Su Mo gazed at his phone, contemplating that one day, when time permitted, he would arrange to meet the system that engaged him in this peculiar dialogue. Engage in a meaningful conversation with him and discern if there remains a glimmer of hope for salvation. The act of saving a life is of utmost importance. For I am indeed a good person, Brother Weiyang. You are undoubtedly a man of virtue, as Jing Ke is well aware. However, our mission here is to take a life. I wonder what prompts you to speak of salvation? Just as the countdown program on the WeChat page concluded, Su Mo had yet to divert his gaze from the screen when an unexpected voice pierced his ears. Who are you? When did you sneak into my home? Su Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Living alone, the notion that someone could enter his abode without his knowledge was utterly terrifying. He immediately raised his head, scanning his surroundings for the source of the voice. Upon lifting his gaze, Su Mo was utterly bewildered. This was no longer his home. As he looked around, he was surrounded by a billowing sea of clouds. Peering down, he could discern the undulating green mountains and the great river winding through the landscape. Good heavens! Was this the heavens themselves? Indeed it was. Su Mo realized he was atop a magnificent black steed. This horse possessed a pair of wings, and with a gentle flap, it soared hundreds of meters, stirring the surrounding clouds into a frenzy. Was I hallucinating, or was this merely a dream? I had warned myself against prolonged engagement with my phone, and now I find myself in such a predicament. Tears welled in Su Mo's eyes. This was too much. Who could possibly tell me how to awaken from this bizarre experience? I am in a state of urgency and await guidance. Brother Weiyang, why do you display such a look of terror? Is your heart unsettled with the impending mission? The voice that had initially resonated in Su Mo's ears returned once more. Overwhelmed by the astonishing sights before him, he had forgotten to seek the individual who had spoken to him moments ago. Yet, there was no need to search diligently. That person stood out remarkably. In a vast expanse of the cloud sea, it was just Su Mo and that individual. Oh, and two steeds, if one could indeed call these winged creatures horses. The person was also mounted on a white steed with wings, galloping swiftly about 20 meters ahead of Su Mo. While soaring through the air, he glanced back at Su Mo, concern etched upon his features. Brother Weiyang, why do you remain silent? Do you harbor some burdensome thoughts? Regardless, we have now entered the territory of Qin. Let us first descend upon a mountain peak below to rest momentarily. The matter of our mission cannot be rushed. We must proceed with caution and deliberate our strategy thoroughly. With that, the individual gently tapped the head of the white steed, known as the light feather horse, which then flapped its wings and soared toward a verdant mountain beneath the clouds. Meanwhile, Su Mo's black steed, without any command from him, followed closely behind the white horse as they descended. It appears that a subtle hierarchy exists between the two steeds, with the white horse at least holding the position of an elder sibling. The pair of winged horses soared with astonishing speed, swiftly traversing the clouds and descending to the mountainside. A crystal-clear river meandered around the hill, where Su Mo and the rider of the white horse halted at the riverbank. Are you Jing Ke? Su Mo ventured, articulating his inner suspicion. The response was a gaze filled with surprise and affirmation, as if to say, indeed, I am Jing Ke. Just yesterday we were frolicking in the mud in our split trousers, and now you fail to recognize me? The expressive eyes of ancient people were indeed rich with meaning. Were they all such dramatists? Su Mo felt a wave of despair wash over him, though reluctant to accept it. The enigmatic system might indeed be authentic. This was Jing Ke. His worldview was collapsing entirely, leaving no fragments behind. He was helpless, having just been chatting on WeChat a moment ago, and now suddenly finding himself in another realm. What else more? The transition was devoid of any sensation, no feelings of weightlessness akin to falling off a cliff, nor the disorientation of time travel, nor the near-death experience of being struck by a vehicle. None of those familiar tropes were present. He had inexplicably crossed over, following the emergence of a countdown on his phone's WeChat interface. Yet, didn't the WeChat system claim it would transport him to the Qin dimension? Genius. Pray tell, does this fog-laden place truly belong to the Warring States period of Qin? What are these horses? Did your Warring States era indeed boast winged steeds? Were there perhaps air forces involved in your battles at that time? Su Mo could not help but harbor such thoughts in his mind. Brother Weiyang, why this peculiar inquiry today? We have indeed arrived in the territory of Qin. While we are still distant from the grand city of Qin, this land is undoubtedly Qin. However, the term Warring States is one I have yet to hear before. Remarkable. Brother Weiyang, you are truly talented. At this juncture, with myriad heroes rising and nations embroiled in conflict. To call it the Warring States period is indeed most fitting. Brother Weiyang, your wisdom surpasses mine. Your sister is indeed gifted. Could it be that I was not merely pondering these thoughts internally, but rather uttered them unconsciously? When shall I rectify this tendency of speaking my mind so candidly? It must be addressed. Of course, Su Mo took note of his final observation, certain it was simply a thought unvoiced. If his conjectures were correct, this was indeed the Warring States, and specifically Qin. Yet, this version of the Warring States diverged entirely from the one he had learned in history books. Parallèles dimensions, multiverses, time travel, wormholes, black holes. By the heavens, I fear I may be driven to madness. Even the esteemed Hawking could not salvage my worldview. Brother Weiyang seems to be in an unusual state. At this moment, unless one were a fool, it should be clear to all that Su Mo's mind was in disarray. As a renowned assassin, Jing Ke, who had etched his name into the annals of history, was surely astute enough to recognize that something was amiss with Su Mo's condition. Please refrain from looking at me as if I am a fool. I assure you, I am perfectly well and devoid of any mental afflictions. Thank you. Su Mo was abruptly thrust into a new world, completely unprepared, and the mental shock he experienced was entirely normal. However, that was the extent of it. Though still somewhat astonished, Su Mo gradually began to accept the reality of his situation and adjusted accordingly. It is worth noting that while Su Mo often issued himself commendations for being a good person, those who know him well are aware that he is, in fact, quite the cunning individual. During his university days, he earned a notorious reputation as a manipulative figure. The notion of being transported to another realm was indeed shocking. Yet for Su Mo, once it had transpired, he had to contemplate how to navigate this new reality. At the very least, he needed to ascertain the nature of his current circumstances. For instance, Jing Ke, why do you persist in addressing me as Weiyang? Chapter 4. Details? None at all. My dear Weiyang, do not jest with Jing Ke. You are the scion of a prestigious family in Yin, the grandson of the esteemed General Qin Kai. At the tender age of 13, you committed murder in broad daylight, earning the fear and respect of all. Your name is indeed Weiyang, is it not? Qin Weiyang? As anticipated, upon hearing the name Weiyang, Su Mo already had his suspicions. Yet, even after Jing Ke's confirmation, he remained somewhat taken aback. Not only had he traversed realms, but he had also become Qin Weiyang. What a peculiar turn of events. Historical records indicate that Qin Weiyang, at the age of 13, was a valiant warrior from Yin, later sought by Prince Dan to assist Jing Ke in his assassination attempt on the Qin Emperor. Upon encountering the Emperor, Qin Weiyang was stricken with fear, causing the court officials to question his valor. Jing Ke explained that he was merely a barbarian from the north who had never before laid eyes on the Emperor, hence his terror. This illustrates that Qin Weiyang was not a true warrior. Upon arriving in the Grand Hall of the Qin, he lost his composure out of fear, thus jeopardizing Jing Ke's meticulously crafted plan. He was merely a faux hero, scarcely better than a common ruffian. In history class, Su Mo had often pondered the whereabouts of Qin Weiyang during Jing Ke's assassination attempt. It is known that after Jing Ke revealed his dagger, he engaged in a protracted exchange with the King of Qin, during which the palace guards failed to intervene, leaving it to be a duel between the two. Had Qin Weiyang joined Jing Ke in confronting the king, perhaps the assassination could have succeeded. However, history is devoid of hypotheticals. Ultimately, Jing Ke was grievously wounded and met a gruesome end at the hands of the tardy guards. Where, then, is Qin Weiyang? Wherefore art thou, brother? Why did you vanish at the critical moment when you, as part of the assassination duo destined for eternal renown, should have been present? This presents a historical anomaly. I must not allow my prior knowledge of history to constrain my thinking. The history in which I now find myself may not align with the narratives presented in my junior high textbooks. The manner in which this has unfolded is rather peculiar. I have now encountered a winged horse, and I cannot fathom what other bizarre sights await me. This cannot possibly be the Warring States period I am familiar with. And the individual before me cannot be the Jing Ke I know. The Jing Ke before me is clad in a robe of azure silk, exuding an air of elegance, with a benign smile gracing his face. He resembles more of a scholar than the renowned assassin of history, making it exceedingly difficult to reconcile him with the legendary figure of the past. Surely, this must be an imposter. The current situation and the events transpiring have vastly surpassed my comprehension. Therefore, I must maintain my composure, avoiding panic, and adapt to the circumstances at hand. Who knows what consequences may arise otherwise? Speaking of which, what would happen if I were to perish here? Surely, it cannot lead to my demise. Su Mo vowed that this was the day his inner thoughts were most vividly animated, as a myriad of ideas flitted through his mind, almost transforming him into a thespian. Suppressing the tumult of thoughts within, Su Mo lifted his gaze to confront Jing Ke for the first time. After the light-winged horse descended upon this mountaintop, both dismounted, allowing the horse to venture to the river for a drink. Following Jing Ke's utterance of "You are Qin Wuyong," Su Mo slipped into a state of inner turmoil, akin to a dramatist. As a modern individual transported through time, he possessed no knowledge of Qin Wuyong's identity. Thus he had deliberately avoided direct eye contact with Jing Ke, fearing that the latter might discern something amiss. But now, Su Mo felt emboldened. If the assassination of the Qin were not meticulously planned before encountering the King of Qin, Jing Ke might indeed proceed as history dictates, leading to a catastrophic failure, resulting in a gruesome fate. Reflecting on this, Su Mo could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Jing Ke. Yet what folly! Su Mo himself was now an integral player in this assassination plot. If Jing Ke were to fail, what fate would await Qin Wuyong? While Sima Qian, the grand historian, did not elucidate this in his writings, one could surmise that the outcome for Qin Wuyong would undoubtedly be grim, perhaps even more dire than that of Jing Ke. Could he be dismembered into 16 pieces? A shiver ran down Su Mo's spine at the thought. If Jing Ke were to uncover anything, so be it. The most pressing matter now was to align with Jing Ke on the assassination script. Brother Jing, could you elaborate on the plan to assassinate the Qin? It was imperative to clarify the original strategy. Sumo's journey through time was anything but conventional. While others might gain decades of memories, he found his mind utterly blank. Apart from a scant knowledge gleaned from history lessons, he was wholly ignorant of the specifics of the assassination plan devised by Qin Wuyong and Jing Ke. He hoped fervently that Jing Ke's scheme diverged from the historical narrative, for if they were to adhere to the annals of history, the outcome would surely be predetermined. Please be informed, Brother Wuyong, that once we enter the Qin Palace, presenting the severed head of General Fan Ichi along with a map of Duca, the King of Qin will surely be pleased and lower his guard towards us. At that moment, when the plot unfolds, Jing Ke will engage the king, while you, Brother Wuyong, shall wield the Su Fu sword with swiftness, seizing the precious opportunity before the skilled defenders of the Qin Palace arrive, thereby claiming the king's life. Jing Ke's face was aflame with indignation. His words resonated with conviction, though his voice remained measured yet commanding. Su Mo, on the other hand, wore an expression of admiration as he awaited further elaboration. However, after a brief pause, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Brother Jing Ke, what comes next? What follows? Brother Wuyong, is this not the entirety of our predetermined plan? Where is there to go from here? The sun. Sumo's heart sank. The inexorable march of history had inevitably returned to its original course. This was not a plan. It was merely the content of a middle school history textbook. The text concluded with the tragic failure of the assassination, Jing Ke falling to a flurry of swords. Brother Jing Ke, surely there are finer details to this plan? Might you share those with me? Pray, do not tell me there are none. Do you dare challenge me if I express my discontent? As it turned out, Brother Wuyong's understanding of the details was as vague as the rest of the plan. Indeed, the specifics were non-existent. Jing Ke was merely tasked with a dramatic entrance into the grand hall of the Qin Palace, brandishing his dagger with flair. This momentum was utterly disheartening. Brother Jing Ke, I believe we could afford to delay the assassination of the king. Perhaps we should return to Yen and deliberate further? If you have no objections, then let us settle upon this course. I shall fetch our winged steeds immediately, so we may hasten back while daylight remains, lest we miss the evening meal. In his heart, Su Mo's retreat was clamoring loudly, yearning to retrieve the two leisurely horses sipping from the mountain spring. Yet, he hesitated at the sight of Jing Ke's suddenly fierce gaze. Alas, the intensity in Jing Ke's eyes was palpable, with an aura of lethal determination. Brother Wuyong speaks truly. The realm is in chaos, with neither celestial nor demonic forces emerging. All manner of chaos reigns as the populace suffers in wretchedness. A panorama of hellish despair unfolds before our eyes. The root of this turmoil lies in the King of Qin's relentless militarism. Our endeavor to assassinate the king is not merely born of Prince Dan's gratitude, but rather a quest to secure peace for the countless souls. How can we abandon our mission simply due to the arduous path ahead? This unexpectedly stirring rhetoric overwhelmed Su Mo, who found himself compelled to participate. He accepted the call to arms, while the others were free to decide as they wished. Chapter 5. The Celestial and Demonic Qin. Jing Ke was resolute, his mind unwavering and straightforward. Any expectation of persuading him to abandon the assassination was entirely futile. In truth, Su Mo had no genuine expectation of persuading Jing Ke. He merely could not suppress the urge to express his disdain. Had it not been for the fear of inciting Jing Ke's wrath, he would have nearly unleashed his mocking prowess once more. The WeChat sword god system had assigned Su Mo the task of aiding Jing Ke in successfully assassinating the Qin emperor, thus compelling him to accompany Jing Ke in this endeavor. It is worth noting that the enigmatic system had warned him that failure would result in memory erasure and the confiscation of his sword god phone. As for the sword god phone, Su Mo was indifferent. However, the prospect of memory erasure was daunting. Erasing memories as one would scrub away pencil marks? What if a mistake were made, rendering him a fool? Su Mo was unwilling to allow anyone to tamper with his mind. Thus he found himself tied to Jing Ke in this perilous venture, determined to alter the course of history and ensure the assassination of Qin succeeded. Brother Jing, we cannot simply storm into the Qin palace. Knowing ourselves and our adversary is essential for victory, Su Mo advised, urging a more strategic approach. He had formulated a plan in his mind, recognizing that their greatest advantage lay in his role as a time traveler, having supplanted the original Qin Wuyang. Were Jing Ke's assistant still the original Qin Wuyang, their endeavor would surely falter. As a time traveler, Su Mo had a grasp of the overarching historical trajectory. Although the history here likely diverged from what he knew, there were bound to be commonalities. Furthermore, Su Mo possessed exceptional mental fortitude and was resolute in his commitment not to betray his allies, unlike Qin Wuyang, who had been paralyzed by fear in the Qin palace, turning the assassination into a solitary spectacle for Jing Ke. With this in mind, perhaps there was still hope for their mission? Brother Wuyang, it is not that Jing Ke is unwilling to devise a more comprehensive plan for the assassination of the Qin emperor. It is simply beyond the realm of possibility. Jing Ke lamented, his expression clouded with concern. The Qin emperor was a second-tier innate martial artist, a peerless master in an era devoid of third-tier golden core practitioners. Meanwhile, I am merely a first-tier, 9-star acquired martial artist, and you, Brother Wuyang, are only a first-tier, 8-star acquired martial artist. Our cultivation levels are woefully inadequate in comparison to the Qin emperor, and who knows how many formidable guards lurk within the palace. For us to succeed in the assassination, aside from our unwavering courage, we can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. What? Innate martial artists? Acquired martial artists? Golden core practitioners? 1-star? 9-star? First tier? Second tier? What manner of discourse is this? How did our conversation devolve into the realms of cultivation and fantasy? Can we not engage in a meaningful discussion of historical knowledge? Su Mo interjected, eager to clarify. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of confusion appeared in Jing Ke's eyes, but it swiftly vanished, returning to his usual demeanor. Why is it that one is referred to as a great assassin? Their curiosity can be so effectively suppressed. Otherwise, if Jing Ke were to delve into Su Mo's unusual behavior, Su Mo would indeed be at a loss for words. Would he dare to confess to Jing Ke, I am a promising youth from a future realm, who traversed into this world due to my obsession with mobile devices, utterly ignorant of your domain. Hence my seemingly foolish inquiries? As for your assistant, Qin Wuyang, I have no knowledge of his whereabouts. He likely perished soon after my successful traversal. That revelation would surely astonish the illustrious assassin. Pray inform Brother Wuyang, since the ancient battle when the deities shattered the heavens and the earth, the laws governing our realm have remained unstable, leading to a continuous decline in the concentration of spiritual energy. The overall cultivation of practitioners has diverged vastly from the ancient times. In those days, gods battled mortals, and celestial beings were visible. Powerful cultivators were countless. From first tier, 1-star postnatal warriors to 9th tier, 9-star practitioners, the realm flourished splendidly. However, since the celestial beings shattered the heavens and earth, the cultivation world has languished. Today, after countless years, the cultivation realm no longer sees the presence of deities. and practitioners above the third-tier golden core stage have retreated from the world, leaving even second-tier innate warriors as the pinnacle of combat strength. Among them is the King of Qin, a second-tier innate warrior, albeit merely at the initial stage of one-star innate. Yet, he is not someone you or I can compare ourselves to. Alas, our small Yin state suffers from a dearth of talented practitioners, thus placing the heavy burden upon our shoulders. Indeed, the situation grows ever more bizarre, with celestial beings emerging alongside the chaotic demons Jing Ke previously mentioned. It is truly a grand spectacle of celestial and demonic forces in Qin. Yet this time, Su Mo remained composed, revealing no signs of surprise. Since his arrival in this world, his worldview has been repeatedly challenged. It has already been rendered to shambles. So what harm is there in further shattering it? Can it be reduced to mere dust, becoming but a memory? There is no possibility of further undermining Su Mo's perspective. Henceforth, let it be known, Su Mo shall not be swayed in his worldview. Su Mo's mind worked swiftly, and he addressed Jing Ke. Is it truly the case that in all of Yin state, no practitioner of higher cultivation than us can be found? Observe how quickly he learns. He now adeptly employs the terminology of cultivation, facilitating a smoother dialogue with Jing Ke. This sensation is akin to being a local, and Su Mo couldn't help but commend himself. In truth, there does exist an individual whose cultivation is that of a second-tier one-star innate warrior, comparable to the King of Qin, surpassing both of us by a significant margin. Oh, if such a person exists, why then does the ambitious endeavor to assassinate Qin rest upon our shoulders? Su Mo inquired. Is it that this second-tier innate warrior is unwilling to serve the state? It is imperative to understand that the rise and fall of a nation is a shared responsibility. How can one justify a life lived in cowardice and fear? Su, imbued with righteousness, skillfully employs idioms. Pray, dear brother Wuyong, be informed that the individual has already set forth with the two of us to assassinate Qin. Jing Ke proclaimed. Oh, Su Mo displayed a countenance of surprise, pondering who else could possibly accompany Jing Ke and himself in this endeavor. Su Mo soon adopted a look of enlightenment, casting a knowing glance at Jing Ke. Seeing that Su Mo grasped his meaning, Jing Ke felt a wave of contentment. The truth was singular. The individual, a second-tier innate master joining us in our quest to slay Qin, was none other than. Jing Ke elongated the final syllable deliberately. His eyes sparkled with joy, as he sensed the burgeoning rapport between him and Su Mo, a bond that would prove invaluable for their impending mission. He perked up, eager to witness the pinnacle of their unspoken understanding. That innate master is indeed one of those two horses, is it not? Sumo Lafhartedi, pleased with his own cleverness. Alas, Jing Ke's expression dimmed instantly. His countenance turned bitter, reminiscent of the heartache felt during their playful banter. The notion of mutual understanding was, for the moment, non-existent and required nurturing. What? Am I mistaken? Su Mo murmured to himself. That cannot be right. In this assassination duo, aside from Su Mo and Jing Ke, only those two horses remain. And considering this world is genuinely a realm of celestial beings and demons, the emergence of a horse spirit would still fit harmoniously within the narrative. As Su Mo contemplated, he turned to observe the two horses quenching their thirst by the stream. The more he gazed, the more they resembled horse spirits, their wings remarkably elongated, something he had never encountered before. Brother Wuyong, do not jest. Please, do not fixate on those two horses. They are merely ordinary light-feathered steeds, not horse spirits. In truth, due to the thinning of spiritual energy in the world, it has become increasingly rare to encounter beings capable of awakening intelligence. Jing Ke, unable to bear it any longer, forcefully redirected Su Mo's attention from the horses. Then, dear brother Jing Ke, what did your earlier words signify? Is a second-tier, one-star innate warrior truly among us? Indeed. A sorrowful expression suddenly flickered in Jing Ke's eyes. He retrieved a large package from behind him and handed it to Su Mo. The package was substantial, its concealment a mystery. Su Mo unwrapped it to reveal a square box and a scroll approximately 1 meter wide. The box, crafted from exquisite rosewood, exuded a rich, ancient aroma. Yet, perhaps due to the purity of the air in this realm, free from industrial pollution, Su Mo's senses had sharpened, and within that robust scent of wood, he detected an elusive hint of blood. Brother Wuyong, Jing Ke whispered, please open the wooden box. Su Mo complied, cautiously lifting the lid. His heart raced with anticipation. Though he had harbored suspicions prior to unveiling the contents, the sight that greeted him was nothing short of astonishing. Within the box lay a disheveled human head. It was the head of Fan Yiqi, once a general of the Qin state who had subsequently surrendered to Yan, willingly offering his life to assist Jing Ke in his mission to assassinate the Qin monarch. In this moment, Fan Yiqi's eyes remained wide open, as if he yearned to witness the success of Jing Ke's endeavor before he could find peace. Brother Wuyong, our Yan state's sole second-tier innate warrior, is none other than General Fan Yiqi. Out of profound loyalty, Fan sacrificed his noble head to repay the kindness shown by Prince Dan and to fulfill the mission of assassinating the Qin ruler. He chose to end his life right before my very eyes. Jing Ke had encountered countless righteous souls, yet none matched the unwavering dedication of General Fan. Each thought of this filled him with sorrow, igniting a fierce determination to complete the assassination and offer the Qin king's head as a tribute to General Fan. Jing Ke's expression grew fierce, his gaze burning with intensity, yet a profound sadness lingered in his eyes. It was astonishing to realize that the only second-tier innate cultivator of Yin was indeed Fan Yiqi. Historical records indicate that Fan Yiqi was originally a general of Qin, but after his clan was annihilated by the Qin king, he fled to Yin and was sheltered by Prince Dan, adopting the identity of a Yin citizen. With a deep-seated vendetta against the Qin king, Fan could never return to his homeland. Stepping foot in Qin territory would inevitably invite relentless pursuit and death. Thus, despite being a second-tier cultivator, Fan Yiqi could not undertake the assassination himself. Instead, he chose the drastic measure of self-execution to provide an unparalleled assist to his comrades. Su Mo sighed, finding it difficult to fully grasp, yet deeply admiring the ancient principles of loyalty and sacrifice. Closing the wooden box with solemnity, he placed it aside and turned his attention to the scroll that measured about a meter in width. It was hardly a surprise that it contained the map of the Duxiang region belonging to Yan. Yet, what held significance was that within this map lay coiled a legendary sword, the short sword known as Mistress Su. Chapter 6, Secondary Quest, Level 2. As Su Mo grasped the scroll depicting the Duxiang map, he noticed it was covered in dust. He brushed it off and blew gently upon it, only to realize something was amiss. During the Warring States period, paper had yet to be invented. Maps were typically drawn on animal hides. Remarkable. Today, he shall be known as Su Zhan, the one who dares to boast with leather ink. Brother Wuyong, why do you appear embarrassed? Yinkiskiviko inquired. The keen eyes of the great assassin were perceptive, yet Su Mo wished he would refrain from such scrutiny at this moment. Ignoring Yinkiskiviko, he was captivated by the scroll in his hands. He delicately untied the hemp string wrapped around it and slowly began to unfurl it. In the pages of a junior high history textbook, perhaps Jing Ke, much like Su Mo now, slowly unravels a scroll, leading to the moment where the hidden dagger is revealed. As the scroll unfurls, the map of Dukong is unveiled. Although Su Mo cannot decipher the specific locations depicted on the map, he perceives that it outlines a magnificent expanse of land. The terrain, alive with the essence of dragons soaring and unicorns prancing, is evidently a coveted battleground, which explains Jing Ke's choice to use this map as the key to infiltrate the Qin palace. Surely, the King of Qin has long coveted this map, and it is only reasonable that he would welcome Jing Ke, who has come bearing it. Moreover, Jing Ke also presents the head of Fan Yiqi. In this world, there is no love or hatred without cause. Both emotions are inherently reciprocal. The depth of Fan Yiqi's hatred for the King of Qin is matched by the king's disdain for Fan Yiqi. Thus, Jing Ke's arrival, carrying the head of Fan Yiqi along with the Dukong map, presents the King of Qin with his heart's desires, naturally elevating Jing Ke's favor in the king's eyes. The first step towards the assassination of Qin has thus seamlessly fallen into place. While the plan lacks intricate details, it at least offers a rough outline for the assassination, providing Su Mo with a measure of solace. A rough plan is still a plan. One cannot demand too much of the details. As Su Mo gradually unfolds the Dukong map, he discovers it extends a considerable length, crafted from two pieces of leather stitched together, measuring nearly 2 meters when fully spread. Upon its complete unveiling, a short sword, gleaming like the chill light of autumn waters, comes into view, the renowned Su Fu Ren sword. This is the very dagger that is historically known for its emergence at the climax of Revelation. Su Mo hastily rummages through his scant historical knowledge, only to realize, somewhat disheartened, that he remembers this short sword is called the Su Fu Ren sword. acquired by Prince Dan of Yin at great expense from a master swordsmith in the state of Zhao. Truly, a hefty price for a blade. The swordsmith, known as Su Fu Run, lent her name to this remarkable weapon. The short sword measures approximately 1 foot and 2 inches, or about 40 centimeters. With an ancient design that exudes a sharp yet restrained aura, subtly emanating an overwhelming presence. Su Mo is certain that this sword surpasses even the legendary weapons portrayed in films, capable of slicing through iron and severing hair with ease. Brother Jing Ke, what a magnificent sword! Su Mo cannot help but exclaim. Jing Ke responds, Brother Weiyang, how can one speak so? This short sword, crafted by the Zhao artisan Su Fu Run, embodies the pinnacle of her life spirit and is thus exceptionally sharp. Su Mo nods in agreement, marveling at the sword's beauty. He longs to witness the extraordinary woman, Su Fu Run, who could forge such an incredible blade. However, one cannot help but ponder that even if Lady Su is as beautiful as a flower, breathtakingly enchanting, she may possess a heart as sharp as a sword. It would perhaps be better not to encounter her. The sight of the sword instilled a sense of dread within him. Despite his profound curiosity about Lady Su, he silently wished not to meet her. Haha, my dear brother Weiyang, you are unaware of the truth. Lady Su, whose surname is Su and whose name is simply Lady, is a robust gentleman measuring 5 feet tall, far from being a stunning beauty. I am but a humble scholar, do not deceive me. A person with such an elegant name as Lady Su is indeed a strapping lad of 5 feet. Who conceived such a name? Can they be dragged out and punished? Shaking his head, Su Mo attempted to dismiss these chaotic thoughts from his mind. Since his arrival in this fantastical realm of the Great Qin, or more precisely, since he befriended the enigmatic WeChat sword god system, his mind had been plagued by whimsical notions that would occasionally escape like a wild stallion, utterly uncontrollable. As he reached for the hilt of Lady Su's short sword, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Even his ordinarily steady hands trembled slightly. The moment his fingertips made contact with the hilt, an extraordinarily chilling sensation coursed through him. It was cold, yet profoundly comforting, akin to savoring ice cream while playing in the mud during the frigid depths of winter. Suddenly, Su Mo felt a vibration emanate from his sleeve. Could it be? He contemplated a possibility. He extended his right hand in the left sleeve and retrieved a mobile phone. It is well known that ancient people often concealed items within their sleeves, as depicted in various television dramas. But when have you ever seen an ancient individual produce a mobile phone from their sleeve? Imagine the scene. A refined scholar, clad in a flowing robe, strolling down the street, suddenly feeling a vibration in his sleeve. He reaches in and pulls out a mobile phone, pressing the answer button and exclaiming, "Hello, shall we?" The absurdity of that image is overwhelming. Let us hope it does not manifest into reality. Yet, Su Mo was indeed dressed in traditional attire. After his transition, he had carefully examined his appearance and found no change. He still resembled his former self, seemingly untouched by death. However, his garments had transformed into an ancient, long robe reminiscent of Jing Ke's. He had secretly rejoiced at this, thinking how discordant it would be to traverse the warring states in sportswear, only to be addressed as Brother Weiyang by Jing Ke. But now, pulling a mobile phone from his sleeve rendered any semblance of coherence utterly impossible. As anticipated, what emerged from his sleeve was none other than his remarkable, domestically produced smartphone, boasting a stunning dual-curved, full-screen display. Brother Weiyang, what treasure is this? Jing Ke inquired with curiosity, leaning in closer. It was evident that Jing Ke had never encountered a mobile phone before. This is a cherished heirloom of our Su Qin family, Su Mo replied, urging Jing Ke to wait a moment as he intended to study the device thoroughly, believing it might aid them in their forthcoming mission against Qin. Oblivious to Jing Ke's burgeoning admiration for the phone, Su Mo focused intently on the device, deftly navigating to the WeChat interface. Meanwhile, Jing Ke patiently stood by, refraining from interrupting Su Mo's concentration. In Jing Ke's mind, the smartphone had become a remarkable artifact. After all, Qin Weiyang was of noble lineage, a descendant of the great General Qin Kai of the Yin state, and it was unlikely that the Qin family's heirloom was anything less than extraordinary. Unbeknownst to Su Mo, who was absorbed in the WeChat interface, a message materialized, causing his brow to furrow slightly. The familiar buzz was indeed a notification from the WeChat sword god system. Detection of potential host interaction with the temporal fragment, the sword of Lady Su. Initiating secondary side quest. Secondary side quest. Acquire the Sword of Lady Su and return it to the primary world. Completion reward. A random secondary reward from a system. Failure penalty. None. Note, the secondary side quest is non-mandatory. Hosts are rewarded for completion, but failure incurs no penalty. Nonetheless, completing side quests offers significant benefits to the host. To become an exceptional sword god, how could one neglect to accomplish a few side quests? Strive diligently, young one. The system believes in you. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Su Mo found himself bewildered by the system's closing remarks, pondering its peculiar tone. Were it not for the undeniable reality of his situation in the Warring States period and the authenticity of the system, he might have suspected it belonged to an overly dramatic youth. However, despite its veracity, it seemed far from a serious system. Caution was warranted, he mused, to avoid falling unwittingly into any traps set by the system. Amid Jing Ke's envious gaze, Su Mo discreetly returned the smartphone to his sleeve. As for the secondary side quest, he chose to let it fade into obscurity, for he had little regard for it. After all, the system had indicated there would be no penalties for failure, so why should he concern himself? What was this random, basic skill reward? Su Mo was utterly perplexed by its meaning and found himself indifferent to it. His foremost desire was to assist Jing Ke in their assassination of Qin and see if he could return to his own world. Remaining in this realm of celestial and demonic Qin was far too unsettling for his comfort. Brother Wuyong, have you gained any insights? Will your ancestral treasure prove useful in our impending assassination of Qin? Jing Ke could not help but inquire of Su Mo. Perhaps it may serve little purpose. Su Mo retorted. So be it. A palpable disappointment washed over Jing Ke's countenance, swiftly replaced by a steely resolve. Brother Jing, our respite has lingered long enough. Let us set forth without delay, he declared, turning towards the stream to retrieve their steed. As Su Mo observed Jing Ke's retreating figure, he noted that it was neither particularly imposing nor imbued with the legendary fierceness chronicled in history, yet it evoked a sense of desolation within him. Brother Jing, have you contemplated the potential consequences should our endeavor falter? The river winding through the mountains was surely not the Yi River. It would not echo with the melancholic winds of ancient verses, yet the man before him was undoubtedly the true Jing Ke. Once merely a name from the pages of history, he now stood as a living, breathing individual, one who inspired a certain admiration in Su Mo. Reflecting on the imminent dangers of their mission and the fate that befell the Jing Ke of lore, Su Mo felt compelled to voice his concerns. Hearing Su Mo's query, Jing Ke paused, turning to adjust the headdress atop his head. What consequence could possibly match the grandeur of this timeless undertaking, aside from presenting two fine heads? The mountain winds remained silent, while the steeds whinnied. Chapter 7. Stay here and do not move. Su Mo felt the rush of speed and exhilaration. The light feather horse galloped with astonishing swiftness. While it could not rival the aircraft of his previous life, it far surpassed any sports car, likely reaching speeds of 300. Most importantly, the light feather horse had no safety harness. Su Mo clutched the reins tightly, wishing he could lay flat against the horse's back. Even so, upon their arrival at the gates of the grand city of Qin, dismounting left Su Mo's legs trembling, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Oh no, I feel nauseous. Hold it together. I absolutely cannot embarrass myself before these ancient people. After an arduous effort, he finally managed to quell the tumult in his stomach, allowing him to straighten up. I've heard tales that Brother Wuyong is not adept at riding. As General Qin once remarked, he suffers from motion sickness. Today, I see it is indeed true, Jing Ke chuckled. Motion sickness? Su Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Such a contemporary term could not possibly have emerged from the lips of an ancient general. Could it be that the venerable elder of the Wuyong family was also a time traveler? He resolved to seek an audience with him if the opportunity arose. Brother Wuyong, this is the grand city of Qin. For us, it is both a treacherous threshold and a gateway to the netherworld. Once we cross this perilous divide, we shall have one foot in the realm of Yama. Are you afraid? If so, it is not too late to turn back now. Jing Ke pointed towards the Qin city gate, approximately 100 meters away, and spoke earnestly to Su Mo. This grand city stood magnificently, surpassing any ancient city Su Mo had ever encountered in the present world. Its towering walls, likely 10 meters high, and the imposing heavy black wooden gates embedded within them, all bore witness to its majesty and somber presence. Upon hearing Jing Ke's inquiry and gazing at the formidable city before him, Su Mo mused. Who does not fear the master of military strategy, Sun Wu? Yet, having been abducted by the system, what options do I possess? Nevertheless, he could only reply, Brother Jing Ke, do not continue to test my resolve. For the sake of enduring peace throughout the realm, let us hasten to assassinate Qin and not linger any longer. Jing Ke was quite pleased with Su Mo's response, nodding in approval as he remarked, Excellent. Brother Wu Yang, you are indeed a valiant hero whose name echoed across the world in your youth. Fearless in the face of danger, you possess the demeanor of a great general. We shall now enter the capital of Qin, but first, a minor inconvenience must be addressed. Stay here and do not wander. Sumo interjective. Shall I purchase some oranges then? Brother Jing Ke, you are being excessive. Unfortunately, Jing Ke did not notice the constipated expression on Su Mo's face. After uttering those words, he led the light-feathered horse towards the city gate of Qin. At the Qin city gate, a detachment of 12 soldiers stood guard, conducting rigorous inspections of every individual seeking entry. In a short span of time, Su Mo observed numerous would-be entrants being halted, with only 3 to 5 out of 10 successfully passing the guard scrutiny. This ratio was rather low, given that Su Mo and Jing Ke were carrying heads and weapons. Their chances of passing the inspection seemed even slimmer. If they could not even enter the city, what was the point of attempting an assassination? They might as well divide their belongings and return home. However, Su Mo was confident that Jing Ke had prepared for this eventuality. Such trivial obstacles were unlikely to thwart him. Indeed, as Jing Ke approached the line of soldiers, he began negotiating with a captain among them. The captain initially displayed some impatience, waving his hand as if to dismiss Jing Ke. However, upon Jing Ke producing several gleaming gold ingots from his sleeve, the captain's eyes widened, and his demeanor underwent an immediate transformation. It is true that wealth can move mountains, whether in the present day or in the Warring States period. After securing their passage into the city, Jing Ke waved to Su Mo, who quickly took the reins of the light-feathered horse and hurried to join him as they passed through the grand and imposing city gate, entering the magnificent realm of Qin. Within the city, a myriad of grand sights awaited. Contrary to historical accounts, the streets were devoid of bustling shops and taverns, replaced instead by ranks of heavily armored, disciplined soldiers marching through. The atmosphere was permeated with a chilling sense of foreboding. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, even Jing Ke could not help but marvel at the might of the Qin state, which could stir the winds and clouds of the entire realm, leaving the state of Yin in a state of turmoil. From the crown prince Dan to the common folk, all trembled in fear, and indeed, there was a reason for this. The military prowess displayed by the patrolling soldiers within the walls of Qin City was unparalleled by the other states. This only solidified Jing Ke's resolve to assassinate the Qin king. Brother Jing Ke, what shall our next step be? Should we directly enter the Qin palace to present ourselves to the king? It may not be prudent. If we rashly storm into the Qin palace, it would be exceedingly difficult to meet the king. Numerous obstacles could impede our progress, thwarting our plans. We must devise a foolproof strategy to ensure we can present General Fan's head and the map of Dokong to him. Jing Ke replied, Well, a foolproof plan may be too much to ask. A strategy will suffice. Jing Ke's response resonated with Su Mo, alleviating the heavy stone of worry that had settled in his heart. He feared that if Jing Ke acted impulsively and charged into the palace, he himself would surely meet a grim fate in this era of the Warring States. What do you intend to do, Brother Jing Ke? Sununtai mo early anticipated yin kiskivikus comprehensive strategy. Jing Ke replied, I'm still contemplating. Su Mo retorted, Shouldn't such matters have been resolved while we were still in Yin? What if we find ourselves here for 10 days or half a month without a plan, and our funds run dry? Jing Ke furrowed his brows, looking somewhat dashing. A wave of concern washed over Su Mo. After a long pause, Su Mo proposed, Brother Jing Ke, I have an idea. Perhaps we could leverage the connections of Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao. Jing Ke's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Brother Wu Yang, splendid. At this moment, Zhao Gao is undoubtedly the most favored individual before the Qin king. If we can indeed establish a connection with Zhao Gao, an introduction from him would guarantee our audience with the king. Your wisdom is unmatched, Brother Wu Yang. I am but a fool in comparison, Jing Ke acknowledged. Am I truly so wise? Zhao Gao's prominence is common knowledge, even to those with a modicum of historical awareness. One must wonder what the intelligence agencies and think tanks of your Yin state are occupied with. Time is of the essence. We must head to Zhao Gao's residence at once. Jing Ke and Su Mo casually approach a local and offer a piece of gold, prompting the local to cheerfully assume the role of their guide, leading them to Zhao Gao's abode. As they walked towards the Zhao residence, Su Mo scoured his memory for historical knowledge, suddenly realizing that in the tale of Jing Ke's assassination attempt on the Qin king, Zhao Gao had no significant involvement. Upon arriving in the Qin capital, Jing Ke had supposedly sought the path of a certain Meng Jia rather than Zhao Gao. However, Su Mo had not recalled Meng Jia earlier, and Jing Ke had not devised a plan in advance. Perhaps this was fate at play. This inevitably distinguishes that historical period from the events unfolding in the present. Chapter 8. Why don't you go and steal? Without a golden key, it is difficult to enter the Prime Minister's door. At this juncture, although Li Si serves as the Prime Minister of the Qin state, Zhao Gao wields considerable power. Standing at the pinnacle of authority, perhaps justifiably referred to as the Interior Prime Minister. Such a figure, in Su Mo's estimation, must have an exceedingly high threshold at home. Obtaining an audience with him would likely not be a simple endeavor. However, contrary to Su Mo's expectations, the process of meeting Zhao Gao proceeded remarkably smoothly. Jing Ke merely revealed his association with Su Mo and Qin Weiyang, and without even a few pieces of hoof gold to smooth the way, he was ushered into Zhao Gao's residence. Traversing a 100-meter-long corridor and passing through 6 courtyards, Su Mo and Jing Ke were finally led into the inner courtyard where Zhao Gao resided. Truly, the Prime Minister of the Qin state, this residence is magnificent. If it were in the present day, it would undoubtedly yield immense profit in real estate development. Ultimately, Jing Ke and Su Mo were brought into a grand hall adorned with azure tiles, where a figure stood clad in a long robe with black and gold trimmings. His face pale and beardless, without a doubt, the Interior Prime Minister of the Qin state, Zhao Gao. Jing Ke and Su Mo hurriedly paid their respects. Zhao Gao's gaze was as piercing as a scorpion's sting, sweeping over the two of them before settling on Jing Ke. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Jing Qin. Pray tell, what brings you to my Qin state on this occasion? Zhao Gao inquired, his voice predictably sharp and thin. Esteemed Interior Prime Minister, I come bearing significant gifts to pay homage to the Qin king. Jing Ke responded, neither servile nor arrogant. Oh, Jing Qin has come with gifts to meet our king. What is your intention? Zhao Gao's interest was evidently piqued. A good bird chooses the right tree, and a good minister chooses the right lord. Jing Ke had long admired the Qin king, and this time his aim was to serve by the king's side, to achieve unparalleled feats on his behalf. Su Mo's heart raced. Indeed, Jing Ke's words diverged yet again from the historical narrative. In that historical context, Jing Ke served as an envoy, representing the Yan state in surrender to Qin, with the head of Fan Yushi as a token of allegiance, and the map of Duxiang symbolizing the land to be ceded. Now, however, Jing Ke was to assume the role of a traitor. This sensation of 2 parallel lines of history and reality was unexpectedly exhilarating. Jing Ke maintained a composed demeanor, exuding sincerity. One must admit his earnest visage added considerable weight to his words, even persuading Su Mo to believe him. Zhao Gao, however, was evidently not fully convinced. He scoffed and continued to inquire, might I ask what this significant gift entails? There are 2 gifts. The first is the fertile land of the Yan state, represented by the map of Duxiang. Oh, Zhao Gao's eyes suddenly gleamed, clearly intrigued. And the second? It is the head of that audacious scoundrel, Fan Yushi, who dared to defy the Qin king. As the conversation unfolded, Jing Ke's eyes widened with fury, as if he were enraged by Fan Yushi's audacity to defy the king of Qin, an actor of unparalleled caliber. Su Mo could not help but applaud Jing Ke's extraordinary performance. To have procured such lavish gifts must have required considerable effort from Jing Qin. Given the weight of these offerings, why did Jing Qin not proceed directly to the palace to pay his respects to the king, but instead choose to seek out my residence, Zhao Gao? Zhao Gao's gaze narrowed, presenting himself as an ordinary affluent gentleman. Yet a chilling glimmer flashed momentarily in his seemingly mundane eyes. Please inform the Minister of the Central Chariot that Jing Ke's audacious interruption is fueled not only by admiration for the minister's noble presence, but also by an unwelcome request. He hopes to obtain an introduction to the King of Qin. You wish to meet our king, yet you have come to seek me, Jing Qin. How astute. Zhao Gao's demeanor shifted drastically, shedding the earlier air of subtle menace and the slightest hint of superiority. His words became animated, shedding the pretense of formality. It is not mere boasting for me to assert that within the city of Xianyang, there is nothing Zhao Gao cannot achieve. You wish to see our king? Quite simple. However, I wonder if Jing Qing has prepared any gifts for our king in return. Zhao Gao turned his gaze toward Jing Ke, his eyebrows raising slightly, revealing an expression that clearly conveyed his expectations. It was evident he sought a token of appreciation from Jing Ke. At that moment, Su Mo felt utterly overwhelmed. Indeed, were ancient people all such dramatists? Did they possess their craft innately, requiring no formal training in the arts? The rapidity of this change in demeanor was disconcerting for Su Mo, a modern individual transported to this era. Su Mo understood that Jing Ke, a person of extraordinary acumen, also grasped Zhao Gao's insinuations. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that Jing Ke had not prepared any token for Zhao Gao. This predicament placed the great assassin in a challenging position. Noticing Jing Ke's hesitation, Zhao Gao sensed a shift, and the previously jovial expression began to wane. Was this a performance worthy of the Sichuan opera? Sumo's mind was a tumult of thoughts, akin to 1,000 alpacas galloping across an endless prairie. Observing the change in Zhao Gao's countenance, Jing Ke recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily shook his sleeve. To his astonishment, a sizable bundle emerged, the means of its concealment a mystery. Jing Ke deftly unwrapped the package, revealing a trove of gleaming gold nuggets, all pure 24K hoof gold. Esteemed Zhao, I must confess that my hasty departure left me with little of value. These gold nuggets are indeed mere trifles. I wonder if they may please you, esteemed Zhao. Ha! Jing Qing, you yourself have deemed them trifles. Do you truly believe they would capture the attention of Zhao Gao? Zhao Gao wore a cold smirk, clearly dismissing the horseshoe gold presented by Jing Ke. How could one falter over such trivialities? Is gold of no significance? Su Mo couldn't help but mentally increase Zhao Gao's level of annoyance, pondering what treasure might truly impress this powerful minister. If Jing Qing had no further matters to discuss, he would not be escorted far. It seemed that a mere disagreement could lead to an immediate dismissal. A fine sheen of cold sweat began to form on Jing Ke's forehead, a clear sign of his anxiety. He quickly searched his mind for anything of value that could sway Zhao Gao, but after contemplating, despair washed over him. He truly possessed nothing that could navigate this predicament. May I inquire what treasures you hold in esteem, esteemed Zhao? Should you illuminate a path for us, my brother Jing Ke and I may devise a plan. Observing Jing Ke's complexion turning pale with urgency, Su Mo realized he must take action. The first step in assassinating Qin seemed on the verge of collapse. You must be the young scion of the Qin general from Yin, correct? You certainly possess some understanding, Zhao Gao scoffed. Whom do you mock? Su Mo retorted. Do you think I am unaware that your laughter implies foolishness? Who are you denigrating? Do not presume that just because you hail from antiquity, I shall not dare to confront you. Please, esteemed Zhao, offer your guidance. Despite a tempest of frustration raging within, Su Mo, under the roof of Zhao Gao, had no choice but to bow respectfully. It would not be difficult for me to introduce you two to the king. Merely 2 medium-grade spirit stones would suffice to persuade me, the minister of the central chariot, to take action. Oh, I forgot to mention. The spirit stones need not be of the highest quality. Medium grade will do. Zhao Gao smiled benignly, reverting to the guise of a harmless, wealthy gentleman. This time, it was Jing Ke's turn to change countenance. 2 medium-grade spirit stones? You. Jing Ke struggled to suppress the urge to shout. Why not just rob me of my last breath? Chapter 9. A clear price? No deception for young and old. Minister of the central chariot. Since the ancient gods shattered heaven and earth, the spirit energy has grown increasingly scarce, flowing away like rivers. In this era, large and high-quality spirit stone veins are no longer visible. Only small, mixed remnants remain, yielding mere inferior spirit stones. It is nearly impossible to find even 2 medium-grade spirit stones. Jing Ke lamented, his expression one of great distress. Zhao Gao's demands were outrageous, leaving Jing Ke both frustrated and infuriated. 2 medium-grade spirit stones were truly priceless in this age. He could not possibly procure such a sum. Oh, the illustrious Jing Qin, a renowned figure in the northern lands, cannot even produce 2 medium-grade spirit stones? It must be noted that the state of Zhao can indeed provide superior spirit stones. Zhao Gao remarked with an impassive face. In the state of Zhao, the esteemed lord of the Central Chariot Department spoke of the renowned He Sure Bai, a treasure of unparalleled value and a rarity in the world, existing as the sole piece throughout the realm. The people of Zhao acquired it by serendipity, while Jing Ke lacked such fortune and opportunity. Su Mo mused, Indeed, the narrative has taken a curious turn. Have I just encountered some remarkable secrets? The He Sure Bai is, astonishingly, superior spirit stone. Initially, when Su Mo heard Zhao Gao's demand for 2 medium-grade spirit stones, he felt little concern, even perceiving Zhao Gao's request as reasonable. In the novels he had perused in his past life, practitioners often utilized thousands upon thousands of spirit stones, making Zhao Gao's modest request for merely 2 stones almost commendable. However, upon reflection, if the illustrious He Sure Bai is merely a superior spirit stone, then the medium-grade stones must also be invaluable treasures, revealing Zhao Gao's audacity in his demands. If Jing Ke were truly at a loss, Zhao Gao could concede to some degree. The quantity could be halved to 1 medium-grade spirit stone, but it could not be less. If Jing Ke could not produce even a single medium-grade spirit stone, it would signify a severance of ties between him and our king. In such a case, there would be no need for Jing Ke to linger in Xianyang. This was a blatant threat and intimidation. Nevertheless, neither Jing Ke nor Su Mo could afford to show hostility, for their counterpart was none other than the Lord Zhao Gao. Jing Ke sought to negotiate further. Yet Su Mo preemptively interrupted, addressing Zhao Gao. "My lord, there remains room for discussion. Please grant me a moment. I may soon present the spirit stones." "Is that so?" Zhao Gao's eyes sparkled with delight, revealing his pleasure. Truly, as a scion of a distinguished family from Yin, this young man has surprised Zhao Gao. The latter regarded Su Mo with admiration, nodding in satisfaction. Jing Ke cautiously tugged at Su Mo's sleeve, whispering, "Brother Wuyong, do you possess spirit stones at this moment?" "Not at all," Su Mo replied quietly. "Then how can you make such a promise? This is dire. Let us depart swiftly and seek alternatives. I may not have them now, but that could change shortly. Brother Jing Ke, please wait here. I shall return momentarily." "Do not stray." Jing Ke pondered. Why does this sound so familiar? Hadn't he just uttered similar words not long ago? "My lord Zhao, I shall fetch the spirit stones for you. Please bear with me for a moment." Su Mo respectfully bowed to Zhao Gao, although Zhao Gao harbored doubts regarding Su Mo's necessity to retrieve the spirit stones. As the lord of the Central Chariot Department, he adeptly restrained his curiosity. As long as his demands were met, he was willing to wait for Su Mo's return. Upon receiving Zhao Gao's nod of assent, Su Mo promptly exited the Grand Hall. He recalled his observations of Zhao Gao's residence as he navigated into a secluded corridor, ensuring no one was monitoring him before retrieving his phone. It was time to contact the Sword God system. No, rather, to send a WeChat message. Su Mo deftly opened WeChat, accessed the chat interface with the Sword God system, and swiftly composed a message. "System, could you lend me a medium-grade spirit stone? This is an urgent matter." At this juncture, Su Mo found himself devoid of alternatives, compelled to place his hopes on the system. In his estimation, the system was extraordinarily capable. A medium-grade spirit stone was a treasure of great worth in this era, yet it should pose no challenge to the system. Of course, if the system could merely engage in verbal banter without delivering tangible assistance, Su Mo would have to resign himself to misfortune. Unexpectedly, the Sword God system did not respond immediately after Su Mo sent his message. After a brief interval of approximately 2 seconds, he received a reply from the system, indicating that it, too, was calculating or perhaps scheming. The request for assistance from the substitute host. Did it violate any regulations? Is it the word "no" bold and capitalized? Upon the system's assessment, it determined that assistance could indeed be provided to the substitute host. However, such aid was not without cost. The substitute host would need to pay a price. Do you agree to this? Do I have a choice? Su Mo could not help but scoff inwardly before hastily replying with an affirmation. The substitute host has agreed to pay the price. The cost assessment is now complete. This system is known for its transparency in transactions, ensuring fairness to all. The price for a medium-grade spirit stone requires merely a single first-grade sword. As the system detected that the substitute host was currently unable to meet this cost, it activated the host debt system. The system has recorded the substitute host debt, which will be deducted from the rewards upon the completion of the substitute host task. Warning: the substitute host is now in debt and must complete a secondary side quest to obtain the Madame Su sword. The Madame Su sword is a second-grade sword, valued at the equivalent of 10 ordinary first-grade swords. Upon task completion, 1/10 of the reward will be deducted. Upon reading the message from the WeChat Sword God system, a Qingthera, roughly the size of an egg, abruptly manifested on the phone screen. There are no prior indicators, flashes of light, or sounds. The stone simply appeared as if it had always belonged there. Su Mo hastily grasped the stone in his hand. The system, indeed, proved to be immensely powerful, conducting transactions with fairness and integrity, which was thoroughly reliable. Holding the medium-grade spirit stone, Su Mo couldn't help but commend the WeChat sword god system inwardly and reflect on his previous grievances towards it. Was he perhaps too biased? Unbeknownst to Su Mo, at that moment, the screen of his phone in his sleeve glimmered faintly as the WeChat sword god system began computing autonomously in the background. A series of codes flickered in the back end of the sword god system, and had Su Mo been able to decipher them, he would have grasped their underlying message. The host had acquired a first-grade sword, thereby completing a level 1 side quest, with a reward approximately valued at 10 medium-grade spirit stones. However, at this moment, the system had exchanged a single medium-grade spirit stone for a first-grade sword, marking a significant profit from the transaction. This transaction's rating was clear. It was evidently a nefarious system. Transparent pricing, honesty with both the young and the old, such notions were non-existent. Chapter 10. Do not hesitate, just act. Lord Zhao, do you find the stone to your liking? Su Mo inquired as he returned to the Grand Hall, presenting the spirit stone to Zhao Gao. As Zhao Gao beheld the stone's cool luminescence and inhaled the intoxicating aura of spiritual energy that filled the air, his eyes sparkled with delight. He was thoroughly pleased, his gaze betraying a gluttonous hunger as he stared at the spirit stone, akin to a famished wolf eyeing its prey. Brother Qin, you truly have surprised me, Zhao Gao exclaimed. In an era where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was becoming increasingly scarce, cultivation had grown exceedingly arduous. Relying solely on the absorption of ambient spiritual energy resulted in painfully slow progress. With this medium-grade spirit stone, Zhao Gao believed he could ascend to a minor realm in a short span. Noticing Zhao Gao's eagerness, Su Mo decided not to withhold further and gently tossed the spirit stone into the air. Zhao Gao, with a swift flick of his sleeve, caught the stone and began to inspect it with great care. Witnessing Zhao Gao's unabashed delight, Su Mo felt a twinge of confusion. Surely, while spirit stones were indeed precious in this age, Zhao Gao, as the Chancellor of the Central Carriage, a favored figure before the King of Qin, should not be so overtly affected by a single medium-grade spirit stone. At that moment, Jing Ke discreetly tugged at Su Mo's sleeve and cleared his throat softly. What is it? Su Mo inquired, perplexed. Brother Wu Yang, your thoughts are written plainly on your face, Jing Ke whispered as a gentle reminder. Su Mo, it seems you are unaware, Zhao Gao began, spirit stone mines are exceedingly rare. Most mines are monopolized by powerful sects, leaving the royal families with only a few lesser veins. The spirit stones unearthed are quickly claimed by the royal members, and what remains for us, their servants, is scarcely enough. To be frank, although I hold a modicum of favor in the eyes of the king, my monthly cultivation quota amounts to but 2 low-grade spirit stones, which are hardly sufficient. Having just received Su Mo's spirit stone, Zhao Gao found him exceedingly agreeable, viewing his earlier forthright expression not as an offense, but rather as an opportunity to elaborate patiently. The goodwill garnered through generous gifts proved to be remarkably robust. Lord Chancellor, might we cautiously probe your intentions? Jing Ke. Certainly. I shall escort you to meet our king at once. Zhao Gao was remarkably straightforward, carefully tucking the spirit stone into his sleeve before personally leading the way. Young Brother Qin, please. It was evident that, in Zhao Gao's esteem, Su Mo held far greater significance than Jing Ke at that moment. Zhao Gao treated Su Mo with utmost courtesy, even adopting a deeply respectful gesture. Yet Jing Ke was nearly overlooked. Jing Ke, inwardly resolving to endure for the sake of his mission to assassinate Qin, thought to himself, I shall bear this. Upon exiting Zhao's residence, a carriage had already been prepared by the servants, waiting at the entrance. Su Mo was taken aback, for it was an opulent canopy carriage drawn by 4 horses, a sight not to be underestimated. In the annals of history, Su Mo had studied. Emperors rode in carriages drawn by 6 horses, while feudal lords had 5. Zhao Gao's carriage, drawn by 4, was but a notch below that of the lords, a testament to his significant standing within Qin. It was no wonder that Zhao Gao, despite being a eunuch and serving as the director of the central carriage, could possess his own residence outside the palace, thus avoiding the trials of palace life when not on duty. Young Brother Qin, please board, Zhao Gao invited, extending the courtesy of sharing the carriage with Su Mo. The weight of the spirit stone indeed proved substantial. At this moment, Jing Ke found himself in an awkward position, as Zhao Gao had not invited him into the carriage, yet he could hardly follow behind the carriage on foot. After all, he could not outrun 4 horses. Such a feat was beyond him. "Brother Jing, after you," Su Mo gestured, opting not to board immediately. He then turned to Zhao Gao and inquired, "Would you mind if Brother Jing joins us in the carriage?" Given Zhao Gao's current politeness towards Su Mo, he felt at liberty to extend this invitation. Su Mo harbored no favorable impression of Zhao Gao from his history lessons, and his current view of the man was scarcely improved. In contrast, Jing Ke was certainly more to Su Mo's liking, so he was keen to avoid causing Jing Ke any embarrassment. "Not all. Haha. This carriage of mine is quite spacious," Zhao Gao chuckled, personally assisting both Su Mo and Jing Ke into the carriage before being the last to enter. Such humility was, undoubtedly, influenced by the spirit stone's significance. Though Zhao Gao was cunning, he was nonetheless a favorable business partner. However, his habitual laughter felt somewhat mocking to Su Mo, an irritation he could not tolerate. The carriage sped towards the Qin Palace, and Su Mo's thoughts galloped freely like the horses. The 4 horses drawing the carriage lacked wings and were no different from those he had seen in the present world, their speed significantly inferior to that of the winged light-feathered steeds. Fortunately, despite the vastness of Xianyang City, the distance between Zhao Gao's residence and the Qin Palace was not great, and Su Mo felt that within a mere 15 minutes, the carriage came to a halt outside the palace gates. As the Grand Chancellor of the state of Qin, Zhao Gao possessed the authority to enter and exit the palace at will without prior notification. However, due to the presence of Su Mo and Jing Ke, he had sent someone ahead to inform the Qin king before the trio arrived. Upon reaching the gates of the Qin Palace and disembarking from their carriage, they were greeted by attendants who announced the king's summons for Su Mo and Jing Ke. Zhao Gao bid farewell to the two, and thereafter, an inner-court official guided them to meet the king. Standing before the majestic Qin Palace, Su Mo marveled at its grandeur. It was a structure so magnificent that mere words could scarcely capture its essence, even from outside the gates. The mere glimpse of the hidden rooftops and angles behind the palace walls evoked an overwhelming visual impact. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, Su Mo felt that the sky within the palace walls bore a distinct quality from that outside, imbued with an indescribable sense of majesty that instilled an involuntary reverence. Unbeknownst to him, this oppressive aura was the legendary dragon Qi, a phenomenon that could only coalesce in lands blessed by dragon fortune. He pondered whether the infamous burning of the Apang Palace by the Western Shu overlord had also been as awe-inspiring. If so, it would indeed be a tragic loss. Su Mo's thoughts were quite erratic. "Gentlemen, His Majesty awaits you in the main hall. Please, follow me," announced a black-clad attendant as he emerged from the palace, bowing respectfully to Su Mo and Jing Ke before gesturing for them to proceed to the great hall of Xianyang Palace. The two exchanged a glance, each recognizing a shared resolve, and without uttering a word, they followed the attendant closely. Though he had been thrust into the role of Qin Wuyang, Su Mo vowed not to emulate the historical figure's cowardice. This time, he resolved to be audacious and decisive. As they made their way to the Qin Hall, he mentally steeled himself for what lay ahead. Chapter 11. My friend, this is heart-wrenching. To Su Mo's astonishment, the Qin king was a portly man, exuding a friendly demeanor and remarkable courtesy. Immediately, Su Mo's resolve to assassinate the king waned by a third. After all, who could bear to harm such an amiable figure? He had promised himself not to falter, yet compassion threatened to cloud his judgment. Reflecting on Jing Ke's grim fate of dismemberment, Su Mo steeled himself. He could not hesitate. Any opportunity must be seized to ensure the assassination's success. He silently pledged to himself, for the gravity of his impending actions weighed heavily on his heart. While the journey to the palace had not yet provoked significant psychological turmoil, entering the Qin Palace made the implications of his mission starkly clear. To assassinate the king meant to take a life. In the contemporary world, he has never even personally slaughtered a chicken. How could he possibly take a life? This endeavor is far beyond his expertise. Nevertheless, let us perceive this as a game orchestrated by the system. Whether it be Jing Ke or King Qin, they are merely non-player characters within this game. With this thought, Su Mo felt considerably relieved, shedding a portion of his psychological burden. Within a grand hall, King Qin, with a notably rotund belly, descended from his throne and approached Jing Ke. And Su Mo, regardless of his true intentions, he certainly portrayed the demeanor of a benevolent ruler. Without hesitation, Jing Ke knelt down, elevating a purple sandalwood box above his head, proclaiming loudly, "The treacherous minister Fan Yuqi has defied the great king, betraying his position as a general of Qin to defect to the enemy. Jing Ke has executed him and presents his severed head to your majesty." An attendant stepped forward, receiving the purple sandalwood box from Jing Ke and presenting it to King Qin. Upon opening the box, the king beheld the lifeless Fan Yuqi, his eyes forever open in defiance. A look of hatred and delight spread across his face, and he erupted into laughter. Splendid. Jing Qin has brought such a generous gift to our great Qin today. My heart is greatly comforted. Please rise. As King Qin spoke, he took a few steps forward and personally assisted the kneeling Jing Ke to his feet. It was then that King Qin noticed Su Mo, who was also performing a deep bow. And this one, he inquired, "Your Majesty, this is Qin Wuyang, the grandson of General Qin Kai of Yan, who has come to serve you alongside Jing Ke, drawn by admiration for your esteemed reputation." Jing Ke replied, I see. The grandson of that old warrior Qin Kai. Quickly, there is no need for such formalities. King Qin laughed heartily. Upon hearing the king's words, Su Mo straightened his posture. The moment he raised his gaze, he made fleeting eye contact with King Qin, and in that instant, he distinctly perceived the murderous intent lurking within the king's eyes. This King Qin harbors a desire to kill me. Sumo's heart raced in surprise. Why would this be? Could it be that King Qin has a grudge against his grandfather, Qin Kai? If the historically weak Qin Wuyang had encountered such a gaze from King Qin, it would likely have shattered his composure, leaving him in a state of panic within the Grand Hall, subsequently reprimanded by those present, thereby jeopardizing Jing Ke's assassination plan. However, the current incarnation of Qin Wuyang is Su Mo, who had previously resolved to regard King Qin and his entourage as mere non-player characters. Thus, he would not be intimidated by a mere glance from the king. Su Mo maintained his composure, exhibiting no signs of disrespect. This, too, reflects a subtle alteration in the course of history. Jing Ke then stated, "Your Majesty, in addition to the head of that scoundrel Fan Yuqi, Jing Ke has another offering to present to you." "Oh, what might that be?" King Qin inquired with curiosity. In the depths of Su Mo's heart, he harbored disdain. Before Zhao Gao ushered the two of them into the palace, he had already dispatched someone to inform the king of Qin. Surely, the king was well aware of the two significant gifts presented by Jing Ke and had chosen to feign ignorance. Indeed, it appeared that those of ancient times were masters of theatrics. Yet, the impression the king of Qin left on Su Mo suggested that his performance surpassed even that of Jing Ke and Zhao Gao, marking him as a seasoned thespian. "Your Majesty, aside from the head of Fan Yuqi, Jing Ke has braved countless dangers to acquire a treasure, namely the map of the fertile lands of Yan, specifically the region of Duxiang. I have come to present it to your Majesty." As Jing Ke spoke, he retrieved the scroll he had borne on his back and raised it high. At that moment, a court attendant approached, intending to take the scroll as he had done with the Zetenwood box. However, Jing Ke deftly evaded him. "Your Majesty, the map of Yan is riddled with intricacies that are often difficult for the untrained eye to comprehend. I beseech your grace to allow me to personally demonstrate it for you," Jing Ke proclaimed, holding the map with an air of both respect and confidence. "Jing Qin, your intentions are commendable. I grant you permission." The king of Qin laughed heartily, returning to his dragon throne. He gestured toward the table before him. "Then I shall trouble you, Jing Qin, to present this map of Yan here, so that I may behold its wonders." Upon hearing the king's response, Jing Ke maintained his composure, cradling the scroll as he approached the dragon table with impeccably measured steps, each stride carefully calculated. Su Mo pondered, what a Qin Wuyang. Shouldn't the script of history dictate that Qin Wuyang present the Duxiang map, while Jing Ke captivates the king with the most thrilling aspects of the map, only to then draw Mrs. Su's sword for a decisive strike? Was it not said that Qin Wuyang, in his timidity, faltered before the Qin court, scolded by the ministers, thus forcing Jing Ke to present the map solo? Why is it that, despite my decorum, Jing Ke has chosen to exclude me from this endeavor? Is it true that the relentless march of history must ultimately return to its original course? Su Mo felt utterly at a loss, yet for the moment, he could do naught but remain a quiet bystander, a silent substitute assassin. At that juncture, Jing Ke had arrived before the dragon table. His movements adhered to the rituals prescribed, each step meticulously measured at approximately 60 centimeters. Yet he took a full 99 steps before reaching the dragon table before the king of Qin. Su Mo marveled. The Qin palace truly is vast. "Your Majesty, Please observe. This is the map of Duxiang, the most fertile land of the Yan kingdom. Possessing this territory would enable one to dominate the central plains. Jing Ke laid the scroll upon the dragon table, gradually unfurling the map. The moment of utmost tension was imminent. As the map unfurled, the dagger would reveal itself, and history would inevitably align with its original course. What was destined to transpire was on the brink of occurrence. There exists an opportunity, yet it is imperative to strike decisively and effectively in a single blow. Otherwise, one may find oneself ensnared in a predicament. This was the conclusion drawn by Su Mo after meticulously observing the dynamics within the Grand Hall. Within the Qin Palace, dozens of ministers flanked the sides, closely monitoring every movement of Jing Ke before the dragon table. Should Jing Ke make a move to assassinate the Qin king, the surge of ministers alone would present a considerable complication. Moreover, a vast number of guards stood watch outside the hall. Su Mo felt a knot tightening in his throat. Although his countenance remained unchanged, his heart raced like a drum, pounding incessantly. Jing Ke unfurled the map at a deliberate pace. Yet Su Mo perceived each passing second as an eternity. At long last, as the map of Dukong neared its conclusion, the hilt of the venerable Su Fu Run sword began to reveal itself. In this moment of palpable tension, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Su Mo blurted out a phrase. "Old iron, that strikes deep." Chapter 12, Scoundrel, the Lu Sword. Su Mo's unexpected utterance successfully captured the attention of all present. Although the crowd was bewildered by the meaning of old iron, the audacity to create such a ruckus in the Grand Hall was astonishing. The ministers, who had been fixated on Jing Ke's every action, now turned their collective gaze towards Su Mo. This scoundrel must be punished, was a unanimous thought echoing in their minds. With a roar that resonated throughout the hall, far surpassing the volume of Su Mo's previous exclamation, a voice thundered, "This scoundrel must face justice." The ministers exchanged glances, pondering the audacity of Qin Wuyang's outburst, and yet they mused that the colleague who had just shouted was being rather excessive. The effect of this outburst seemed to eclipse even that of Qin Wuyang. "Wait, it was my king who declared it." The king proclaimed that Jing Ke, the scoundrel, must be punished. "Jing Ke has wounded our king. He is an assassin. Someone, apprehend the assassin." In that moment of divine serendipity, Su Mo's exclamation successfully diverted the attention of all, including King Qin. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was momentarily stunned, Jing Ke swiftly drew the Su Fu Rin sword from the Dukong map and lunged it towards the Qin king. The Qin king was a second-grade 1-star innate practitioner, while Jing Ke was a first-grade 9-star acquired martial artist. The disparity in cultivation between the first and second grades was monumental. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a chasm, akin to a vast gulf. Upon ascending to the second grade, one earns the title of practitioner, harboring innate, true energy within, capable of both offense and defense, with boundless applications. A second-grade practitioner could effortlessly vanquish a first-grade martial artist. In a fair duel, a first-grade martial artist would struggle to even graze the sleeve of a second-grade practitioner. The state of Yin dispatched the formidable warrior Jing Ke, a master of the 9th star, to assassinate the King of Qin, driven by the stark reality that they had no one else left. The only other second-tier cultivator, Fan Yiqi, had already sacrificed his head, thus compelling Jing Ke to embark on this perilous mission. Jing Ke had long resigned himself to death, willing to gamble his life for a fleeting chance to drag the King of Qin into the abyss alongside him. Initially, even if Jing Ke managed to draw his dagger from the map under the king's watchful eye, the likelihood of successfully striking was minimal. The reflexes of second-tier cultivator far surpassed Jing Ke's expectations. Had he adhered to his original plan, even with his life on the line, he would likely have only added another corpse to the Qin palace, along with Su Mo's lifeless body as an accompaniment. However, the unexpected shout from Su Mo drew the attention of everyone present in the Qin palace, including the king himself, who had never encountered such a situation. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Jing Ke, with his mind intensely focused on the assassination, thrust his sword towards the king's heart. The outcome of this strike was surprisingly effective. Although the king's innate true qi erupted to form a protective barrier before the dagger reached him, it was too late. The self-activated defense could not match the efficacy of a consciously summoned one. The razor-sharp sword of Lady Su penetrated the king's garments. Though it only pierced half an inch before the king evaded, it was nonetheless sufficient. That sword, the blade of Lady Sue, had been poisoned. The Crown Prince Dan was indeed ruthless to ensure the assassination of the King of Qin. He had coated that mere 40-centimeter dagger with no less than 100 types of deadly toxins, from the infamous breaking heart grass to the thunder vine. Known to seal the throat with a single drop, every notorious poisonous herb had been crushed and boiled down to infuse the blade. Even a rare flower of love, serendipitously acquired, was not spared and was similarly processed for the sword. Now, to declare the Sue sword as the most venomous in the world would be no exaggeration. For an ordinary person, a mere scratch from this blade would result in instantaneous demise. However, the king was no ordinary man. As a second-tier innate cultivator, he was a peerless master amidst the myriad of experts. The toxins that could swiftly eradicate a commoner did not claim his life immediately. Yet, he was far from unscathed. The multitude of toxins coursed through his body, wreaking havoc, constricting his blood vessels, and tormenting his organs, inflicting excruciating pain upon him. He was compelled to expend 70% of his innate true qi to suppress the venom within. "You vile scoundrel, you shall pay for this." The King of Qin seethed with rage, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. "Ha ha ha, tyrant, did you ever imagine this day would come? Prepare for your reckoning." As Jing Ke struck a successful blow, an overwhelming joy surged within him. Despite the exhilaration, he dared not let a moment of carelessness creep in. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he embodied the ferocity of a tiger emerging from the mountains. Filled with the hope of assassinating the Qin king, Jing Ke had reached the pinnacle of his existence, akin to the most resplendent firework ready to burst forth in glory. A misty sword aura emanated from Madame Sue's sword, and Jing Ke unleashed his utmost martial prowess. In that instant, he felt he was on the threshold of becoming a second-tier innate practitioner. If fortune favored him today and he survived, he was certain that this moment of enlightenment would propel him further, advancing him to the second-tier realm. Yet, the Qin king would not grant him the luxury of time. With Madame Sue's sword in hand, Jing Ke lunged at the Qin king like a ferocious tiger. However, the Qin king was akin to a dragon, albeit a venomous one, whose battle prowess was considerably diminished. Nonetheless, he remained a formidable beast, far beyond the comparison of a mere tiger. "Thief! Lu Luo sword!" The Qin king bellowed, summoning his treasured sword, which flew into his grasp. This sword, measuring 4 feet in length and gleaming like cold iron, had etched its name in history. It was the very blade with which the fearsome Bai Qi had met his demise. The Qin king, carrying the famed Lu Luo sword, pressed forward rather than retreating, charging toward Jing Ke. Although 70% of his innate energy was devoted to suppressing the toxins within him, the remaining 30% unleashed a terrifying force. Incomparable to that of a first-tier practitioner, Jing Ke poured forth all his strength, relying on the sword's sharpness to barely hold his ground against the Qin king. The two clashed violently, and in a flash of lightning, they separated. Both were left worse for wear from the collision. Jing Ke felt a surge of blood and energy within him, as the Qin king's strike, infused with innate energy, surged into his body, wreaking havoc upon his internal organs. The Qin king, too, found himself at a disadvantage. He had not anticipated the sheer strength of Jing Ke's full-force attack. Unable to easily crush Jing Ke due to his superior realm, he instead suffered significant injury from the impact. The collision caused the seals meant to contain the toxins within him to loosen, and he hastily summoned his innate energy to repress the toxins once more. In his frantic efforts, the Qin king coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. "Thief! You infuriate me to no end. Prepare to face your doom." Chapter 13. Observing the flying discs in 221 BC. The Qin king, in a furious rage, was a figure of legend, a one-of-a-kind hero, unrivaled across the land. He awaited the perfect moment to seize control of the central plains and unify the realm. Throughout his life, he had strategized and fought in countless battles, never once having suffered a setback as significant as this day. "Oh heavens, the venom pierces my heart, causing immense pain. What substance is capable of corroding my very insides? Could it be the infamous broken heart grass? And what are the toxins that disrupt the flow of my vital energy? Is it truly the legendary blood-sealing throat? It infuriates me to no end. The sensation of 100 poisons coursing through my body is indeed unbearable. All of this is the doing of the man before me. Jing Ke, a mere first-grade 9-star martial artist, as insignificant as an ant. And that wretched Qin Wuyong, how despicable he is! Had he not inexplicably shouted, would I, the king of Qin, have lost my composure and allowed this vile Jing Ke to seize the initiative? I am the king of Qin, destined to be the ruler of the world, a formidable second-grade cultivator. In this realm, where the myriad schools of thought remain indifferent to worldly disputes, I am the unequivocal powerhouse. Had I been prepared, no amount of Jing Ke's underhanded schemes could have possibly succeeded. Infuriating, truly infuriating. Both Jing Ke and Qin Wuyong, these scoundrels, deserve to be punished. As I strive to restore the chaotic energy within me and suppress the spread of the deadly poison, I remain vigilant against the lurking Jing Ke, casting a fierce glare at the distant Suemo. Suemo felt the weight of my gaze and was momentarily speechless. What is it? Is he truly afraid of my glare when he has come to kill me? Were it not for his own entanglements at present, his character would surely compel him to return my glare with equal ferocity. At this moment, Suemo finds himself ensnared in significant trouble. Within the Grand Hall, nearly 100 ministers have already raised their sleeves, hurling their fists toward him. The remaining ministers, in a cacophony, charge toward Jing Ke. Yet, the ministers rushing toward Jing Ke find it exceedingly challenging to intervene in the battle. After all, Jing Ke is a first-grade, 9-star martial artist, one of the few experts in the land, while these ministers are mostly powerless literary officials, charging into certain death. To put it kindly, they are sacrificing themselves to protect their lord. To put it less kindly, it is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly foolish. Thus, the ministers rushing toward Jing Ke are largely ineffective, serving only as spectators, occasionally shouting encouragement to the king of Qin. However, the ministers charging toward Suemo are a different matter altogether. Although Qin Wuyong is also a first-grade 8-star expert, Suemo is but a mere shadow of that title. First-grade 8-star? Nonsense. Aside from feeling slightly more spirited than in his past life, Suemo's physical prowess remains unchanged. As for any memories of extraordinary martial arts, he has long since confirmed there are none. With over 50 fists aimed at him, the pressure on Suemo is unimaginable. A chaotic flurry of fists could easily dispatch a seasoned master, let alone someone who barely qualifies as a novice. Although the 50 or so individuals were predominantly civil officials, many of whom were elderly men beyond their 50s, their physical strength was rather limited. The issue, however, was that Suemo's resilience to physical impact was also quite lacking. After half a year of idleness following graduation, his body had deteriorated significantly. In a desperate attempt to evade, Suemo found himself dodging around the columns of the Grand Hall, engaging in a game of hide-and-seek with these ministers. Was it not Sima Qian who documented such events accurately? The joyous frolicking around the columns of the Qin Hall was not between Qin Wuyong and the ministers, but rather between Jing Ke and the king of Qin. Meanwhile, under the relentless assault of the ministers, Suemo was in a dire predicament, relying solely on his youthful agility to outmaneuver these aging officials. Yet, he knew this strategy would not sustain him indefinitely. His peripheral vision caught sight of heavily armored guards outside the hall beginning to mobilize, and it was evident that they would soon storm into the Qin Hall. At that moment, it would be a mercy if both he and Jing Ke could emerge with their lives intact. Jing Ke, hurry! Suemo's heart raced with urgency. It was alarming how ferocious the king of Qin remained, even while afflicted by a deadly poison. Jing Ke, we are in grave trouble. Suemo observed the fierce clash on the dragon platform, where Jing Ke and the king of Qin were locked in a fierce struggle. The battle was intense, with the dragon table overturned amidst their turmoil, and a tempest of sword energy and bloodshed enveloped the air. The blood was Jing Ke's. Since the initial strike, where he had managed to wound the king, Jing Ke's blade had not touched him again. Instead, Jing Ke found himself on the receiving end of multiple strikes. Having been pierced by 4 or 5 swords during the king's counterattacks, blood flowed profusely from Jing Ke, and his condition appeared increasingly dire. Jing Ke, you must hold on. Suemo felt a sense of foreboding. If Jing Ke fell, he would be next. He was uncertain whether, should he meet his end here, he would be able to return to the present or be lost to the annals of history, buried beneath the earth. As he struggled to break free from the encirclement of the ministers, he endeavored to move closer to the dragon platform, where Jing Ke and the king of Qin were engaged in their duel. Suemo was unsure how he could assist Jing Ke, but he felt compelled to act as one of the duo tasked with assassinating the king. He could not afford to be a hindrance, nor could he be the inconsequential Qin Wuyong. Scoundrel, meet your end. At that moment, Su Mo heard the King of Qin's furious laughter echoing from the dragon platform, followed by a scene that left him utterly astounded. The King of Qin, with a single sword strike, severed Jing Ke's left thigh. This blow inflicted severe injury upon Jing Ke. The fact that he remained alive, not succumbing immediately to death, was nothing short of miraculous. Spitting blood, Jing Ke disregarded his life-threatening wounds and instead let out a defiant laugh towards the King of Qin. A torrent of archaic invective erupted from Jing Ke's lips, directed squarely at the Qin king. Even in the face of imminent death, he dared to indulge in his verbal bravado. Even should you reduce me to ashes, it would scarcely quell the enmity that festers within my heart. The Qin king, filled with rage, could only manage a derisive laugh at that moment. He found no urgency to terminate Jing Ke's life. After all, Jing Ke's fate was already sealed, and the outcome was inevitable. He reveled in the sensation of being the victor, savoring the despair of his adversary as he faced oblivion. Furthermore, his own condition was far from optimal. He required respite, a moment to contain the insidious toxins stirring within him. Tyrant! To seek my demise, you too must pay a price. You have summoned your innate energy repeatedly, and the poison within you is becoming increasingly uncontainable. Tell me, how does it feel to have poison seep into your very marrow? Showing no signs of despondency as his life force ebbed away, Su Mo hurried towards the dragon platform, and as he witnessed Jing Ke's almost frenzied state as life slipped away, a shadow of gloom settled in his heart. This mere toxin cannot claim my life just yet. Summon the illustrious descendant of Jing Ke at once to antidote my poison. The Qin king issued his command, and immediately someone was dispatched to relay the message. Jing Ke's gaze dimmed, not only due to the gradual extinguishing of his vitality, but also because he sensed that his assassination of Qin might indeed come to naught. Jing Ke, renowned as a divine healer, surely had an extraordinary descendant. With such a figure present, even the most potent poison within the Qin king would likely not threaten his life. Brother Weiyang, catch the sword. As death loomed, Jing Ke glimpsed Su Mo, who had maneuvered through the court officials to reach the dragon platform. And with his last ounce of strength, he hurled the Su Furin sword towards him. Su Mo, Brother Jing Ke, I see how venomous that sword is. How could I dare to catch it as you throw it my way? Not only did Su Mo hesitate, but the officials pursuing him also scattered in alarm upon seeing the Su Furin sword hurtling towards them. Alas, one unfortunate official, having pursued Su Mo the closest, collided directly with the incoming sword, leaving him with no chance to escape. With a sickening thud, the Su Furin sword seemed to possess a mind of its own, piercing precisely through the heart of that official. He immediately fell, frothing at the mouth and lifeless on the ground. Sumo, Reselot, grasped the sword's hilt and withdrew it from the fallen body. You wretched thief of the Qin Kai clan, how is it that you still draw breath? Let this king personally bring your story to a close, a fitting tribute to that old cur, Qin Kai. As the Qin king observed Su Mo standing at the forefront of the dragon platform, sword in hand, he leapt down, brandishing his own sword with lethal intent. The Lu sword emitted a menacing aura, radiating a cold, sharp brilliance. Su Mo, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, found himself at a loss. He had only encountered such formidable experts in novels, while he himself was merely a weakling with a combat power of 5. How could he dare to confront the king of Qin head-on? Even if Su Mo possessed 9 lives, it would likely be insufficient to withstand such a confrontation. Lu Buwei, what brings you here? Su Mo suddenly widened his eyes, staring in shock at the figure behind the King of Qin. Lu Buwei, the King of Qin, taken aback, instinctively turned to look. You. A pained scream escaped the lips of the King of Qin as he swiftly turned back. Blood gushed from his mouth, and the fierce anger that had filled his eyes rapidly dimmed, vitality draining from his being. In his final moments, the King of Qin could scarcely believe he was truly facing death. Su Mo found it equally unbelievable, and in a flash, he withdrew the sword of Lady Su from the king's heart only to plunge it back in once more. Look at the flying disc. This game, now overplayed in the modern world, had become a rarity for anyone to fall for. Yet, it was a jest. This was B.C. during the Warring States period. Su Mo was certain he was the first to play look at the flying disc in ancient times. He had indeed assisted Jing Ke in delivering a fatal blow to the Qin. Chapter 14. A congratulatory message from Lu Dongbin. Brother Weiyang, well done. With just a thread of consciousness tethering him to life, Jing Ke, witnessing Su Immo truly slay the King of Qin, erupted in wild joy, laughing heartily. His laughter was unrestrained, exuberant, a release of the pent-up frustration since the assassination of Qin. However, with the King of Qin vanquished, the last vestige of Jing Ke's consciousness dissipated, leaving him without reason to persist. On the dragon platform, the bloodied yet elegant figure of the great assassin Jing Ke, after casting one last glance at Su Immo, slowly closed his eyes. In his final moments, he beheld Su Immo with a gaze rich in complexity, imbued with gratitude, questions, and remorse, all intertwining. Ultimately, these emotions melded into a sense of relief and fulfillment. Moreover, Su Immo couldn't shake the feeling that in Jing Ke's eyes, he discerned a message of departing first as a brother, waiting for him on the road to the underworld. To suggest that ancient figures were merely actors would be disrespectful to the departed great assassin. Yet, Su Immo truly felt that a single glance could convey such profound meaning. There was indeed an abundance of drama in those eyes. Jing Ke, may you journey well. You accomplished 99 of this endeavor. I merely delivered the final blow. The success ultimately rests upon you. This journey through the warring states has been a stroke of fortune for me, Su Immo, to have met you. However, I shall not accompany you on the road to the underworld. Should we meet again by some miracle, I shall call you brother and cherish your friendship. With that, Su Immo cast one last solemn glance at Jing Ke's lifeless body on the dragon platform, bidding a silent farewell in his heart. Turning his head, he gazed at the furious ministers, who were eager to charge at him, yet hesitated to approach due to the Su Madam's sword in his hand. He then cast a glance at the heavily armored guards who had finally mobilized and stormed into the Qin Hall. With a sincere smile, he waved his hand. Farewell, everyone. Su Immo's form began to grow transparent, gradually transforming into a myriad of luminous particles from the bottom up. The onlookers in the Qin Hall were left dumbfounded, while Su Immo, with a beaming smile, internally remarked, "Your Qin Hall guards are far too sluggish. Your efficiency needs considerable improvement. Ha ha ha." After uttering these words, Su Immo's body was completely illuminated, vanishing from the Qin Hall. Unlike his unguarded arrival, devoid of any sensation, his return was marked by a vivid awareness. He felt as though he were being deconstructed into countless cells. Yet, strangely, there was no pain, and his consciousness remained remarkably clear. He could even perceive himself transformed into cellular particles, elongated, traversing a vibrant corridor. Beyond that corridor, he glimpsed the inky expanse of the cosmic night sky, a breathtaking sight that evoked thoughts of poetry and distant horizons. At that moment, it was indeed a time unfit for artistry. In any case, Su Immo found the sensation quite agreeable, albeit indescribable. Time passed, though he could not gauge how long, when the colorful corridor faded from his view, followed by cosmic upheaval and the reversal of the starry river, and he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in his own room, lying in bed. Clutching his phone, Su Immo sprang up from his bed in a sudden jolt. Was it a dream? A fleeting reverie? This was his immediate reaction. However, if it were a dream, it felt far too real. Moreover, it hurt. He recalled taking numerous blows while maneuvering amidst the ministers in the Qin palace. Would one still feel pain from a dream upon waking? It did not resemble a dream. Dreams could not be this vivid. His second instinct was to check the date and time. It was Monday, 7 in the morning. Scanning his call log, he noted that his last conversation with Li Shiqi had occurred at 23:35 on Sunday night. He remembered entering the world of Qin. Although much had transpired, it had only taken approximately 6 to 7 hours, at most not exceeding 8. The timing aligned perfectly. Finally, Su Immo's fingers hovered over the WeChat icon, trembling slightly from nervousness. The moment he opened WeChat, he could not help but doubt his own eyes. What on earth was happening? Upon opening WeChat, the entire phone interface was suddenly illuminated by a stunning display of fireworks. Not the kind that merely sparkled on the screen, but rather those that erupted directly from the device, soaring over a meter above the screen and bursting forth in a frenzy of color. Clusters upon clusters unfurled, truly reminiscent of a magnificent spectacle of fire and light. It must be said, the sight was undeniably beautiful. Never had Su Bei witnessed such exquisite and enchanting fireworks. Yet, the scene was undeniably surreal. Fireworks, erupting from a mobile phone. Which phone boasts such a feature? With the new year approaching, if every phone possessed such a capability, purchasing traditional fireworks would become obsolete, saving a considerable expense. Su Immo found himself at a loss for words. he had no means to halt the ceaseless display. Moreover, as the fireworks continued to burst forth, they grew increasingly captivating, ultimately forming characters with each explosion. Hot, intense, welcome, a fervent welcome? Was this a celebration of a grand opening? Suemo couldn't help but scoff. The fireworks persisted, this time at an accelerated pace, astonishingly releasing several at once. A breathtaking sight indeed. Once the fireworks had completed their display, they left behind a sentence. Together, they read, "A warm welcome to Suemo as the new host of the system. Congratulations on your successful appointment." Following this proclamation, the speed of the fireworks intensified, becoming ever more dense, with an increasing number of characters emerging. The old characters had yet to fade before new ones appeared, leaving Suemo momentarily dazed. He remained transfixed, striving not to miss a single phrase. But the more he read, the more incredulous he became, to the point of finding it almost unbearable to witness. The Taoist sword master sent his congratulations. The sword god system has successfully chosen its host. How delightful. The burning sky sword emperor sent his regards, congratulating the new system master. The opening Yuan sword immortal sent his greetings, offering heartfelt congratulations. These were names Suemo had never encountered, unknown to him. Yet there were many names he recognized from novels and television, such as Lu Dongbin, who sent his congratulations. Celebrating the selection of the sword god system, joyous tidings from the most esteemed and popular sword immortal among the 8 immortals. The Tai-Bai sword immortal sent his salutations. The system has a master, joy for the 6 realms. This name was familiar, yet it was uncertain whether it referred to the legendary Tai-Bai, Jing Ke, or the poetic immortal Li Tai-Bai. Lingbao Tianzuan sent his congratulations. Such a lofty message, but my goodness. This was none other than the Tong Tian Jiao master from the Investiture of the Gods, who had laid out the slaying, immortal sword array. Sumo silently observed the showers of fireworks erupting from his phone, transforming into a series of congratulatory messages. By the end, he felt utterly numbed. The heart feels weary. This must be a system devoid of shame and dignity. It is utterly incredulous that these congratulatory messages genuinely originate from those esteemed figures. Clearly, it is the system itself that concocts such content, shamelessly attributing it to illustrious names to enhance its own reputation. Suemo has begun to roll his eyes. Should the system continue to set off fireworks indefinitely, he would be unable to restrain his sarcastic inclinations once more. Chapter 15. The Dregs of the Longevity Elixir. The fireworks persisted for a full 5 minutes, and the congratulatory messages flooded in, exceeding 100. Only then did his phone finally fall silent. At last, tranquility prevailed. Suemo sighed. The WeChat interface now appeared far more refreshing, allowing him to read messages. Indeed, the sword god system had sent him a message. Congratulations, prospective host, on your successful transition to full status, becoming the 9th host of this sword god system. From this moment forth, the system shall wholeheartedly assist you in your swordsmanship, until you ascend to the pinnacle of swordplay across all realms. Oh, the 9th host? Let us not indulge in fanciful dreams. I am far more curious about the whereabouts of the previous 8. What became of them? Suemo hastily typed his inquiry. By examining the fates of the prior 8 hosts, perhaps one could glean insights into his own destiny? The system replied. The system states, the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Suemo, may I, with utmost indignation, express my sentiments towards you? Frustrated by the system's reticence, Suemo angrily typed 2 more words. System. The system responded, what is it? Did you not claim that there would be rewards for completing tasks? I have already aided Jing Ke in his assassination of the King of Qin. The task is complete. Where's the reward? Suemo typed rapidly, his heart racing with excitement. The system's authenticity assured him that the reward would indeed be genuine. Becoming a sword god. What might that signify in the present world? Although Suemo had yet to ponder this deeply, he was certain it would hold great significance. At the very least, it would be intriguing. The system paused for half a second before continuing to send messages. Initiating task status scanning program. Task status scan commencing scan complete. Task 1, transition task, enter the temporal fragment of Qin. Assist the assassin Jing Ke in his undertaking. Task 2, secondary mission, acquire the sword of Lady Su and return it to the primary world. Task 1 completion status. Complete. Evaluation of completion. 100. Perfect. Task 1 basic reward upon completion. Transition to full status. Upgrading system privileges to level X. Issuing a foundational sword god package. Task 1 additional reward. a randomly selected basic skill. The system is currently selecting a random basic skill selection complete. Randomly selected basic skill, 10 steps movement, basic agility technique. Task 2 completion status. Complete, evaluation of completion. 100. The host departed the temporal fragment while wielding the sword of Lady Su, which has now been returned to the primary world. Task 2 completion reward, a randomly selected secondary reward. The system's random secondary reward selection has concluded. The random secondary reward is the fragments of the Qin temporal realm and 10 remnants of the elixir of immortality crafted by the alchemist Su Fu. The settlement of the host's debts indicates that the host owes a first-grade sword, valued at 1/10 of the secondary side quest reward. After deducting 1/10 of the reward, the host ultimately receives 9 remnants of the elixir. Upon reading the final message from the system, Su Mo could not help but twitch his lips in frustration. Is there truly such a heartless system in this world? That sword brought back by Madame Su nearly cost me my life. And your reward is mere remnants of the elixir of immortality? Can remnants even be considered a reward? What use is the ash from the alchemical furnace? Most infuriating is the fact that, despite providing 10 remnants, you had the audacity to withhold one. Where's your conscience? Do you not feel any remorse? If the system could manifest as a person standing before him, Suemo could not guarantee he would refrain from striking it. However, the system promptly provided a response. Causing Su Moyes anger to dissipate entirely. The system stated if the host does not want it, it can be returned to the system. Well then, this system is arrogant and quite proud. If you dislike it so much, why return it to me? I wouldn't even want to give it to you. Sumo's lips twitched again, reminding himself to endure and not be angered. Once the remnants arrive, they will be used as fertilizer for his potted plants, ensuring the system does not benefit from them. I want it. Why should I refuse the remnants earned through my own efforts? Suemo quickly replied. With the comparison of this reward, Suemo grew increasingly concerned about the other rewards. Can this system be trusted? When will the rewards be distributed to me? He inquired eagerly, yearning to see the rewards before him. For no matter how enticing the system's promises, they must be tangible to truly satisfy hunger. Once the host is prepared, it can happen at any time. I am ready. The host will is paramount and shall be executed. The activation of the reward distribution program was successful. Summary of the host's Qin Temporal Realm Fragment Quest Reward. Upgrade system authority to level. Distribute level foundational sword god package. And 9 remnants of the elixir of immortality. Distribution begins. Have you ever experienced being struck by lightning? Clearly not. So let us change the question. When watching a horror film, upon witnessing a meticulously crafted shot accompanied by haunting background music, can you recall your feelings at that moment? Did you not feel a chill run down your spine, followed by an electrifying rush of energy? Suemo currently felt just that. When the system announced the commencement of reward distribution, a cool, electric sensation surged throughout his body, and his mind expanded with new knowledge. Level System Authority, Basic Operation Manual of the Sword God System. The Foundational Swordsmanship of the Sword God Package. 9 swords tempering the body. Basic Agility, 10 steps walk. Among these, the Sword God System Basic Operation Guide serves as a manual of sorts, granting Suemo access to system permissions and succinctly elucidating the operational methods of the system. Furthermore, this guide elucidates the various realms of cultivation within the Taoist world, detailing the demarcations of power and the characteristics of different systems, thus leading Suemo to realize that he was no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation. As for the classification of cultivation realms, which ranges from the 1st to the 9th rank, each rank further subdivided into 1 to 9 stars, along with categories such as demon cultivators, mages, and celestial beings. All of this information has been firmly lodged in Sumo's mind. However, he remains unhurried to digest it all at once. Such foundational knowledge can be perused at his leisure in the future. Presently, his complete focus is captivated by the 2 techniques in his mind: 9 swords tempering the body and 10 steps walk. These are 2 techniques, each emphasizing different aspects. 9 swords tempering the body is a foundational technique that enables Suemo to progress from the 1st rank of acquired realm to the 2nd rank of innate realm. Every previous host of the Sword God system has had to utilize 9 swords tempering the body to solidify their foundational cultivation. This technique is exceedingly formidable. While entry is not overly challenging, advancing beyond that initial step proves to be immensely arduous. The number 9, being the ultimate, signifies that one must practice countless sword strikes daily, continuously wielding the sword to temper the body, transforming the physique into a sword body, thereby embarking upon the path of sword cultivation. This technique is now etched in Sumo's mind, and he understands that his future endeavors will revolve around relentless practice, day in and day out. Surprisingly, this prospect fills Sumo with a sense of exhilaration. Conversely, the other technique, 10 steps walk, is a basic agility technique randomly selected by the system for Sumo, not a requirement for every host. In fact, the system possesses thousands of such foundational techniques, given its exceedingly long existence. To draw a comparison, 9 swords tempering the body resembles a compulsory course in university, one that Sumo must master, while 10 steps walk is akin to an elective course, currently designated to him by the system. 10 steps walk serves as a foundational agility technique for acquired realm warriors. Once mastered, each step equates to 10 ordinary steps, and a leap of 3 yards renders scaling walls a mere fantasy. Although it may not sound particularly impressive, lacking the exaggeration found in fantasy novels, it can be likened to martial arts. This is due to the inherent limitations of acquired realm warriors. An acquired realm warrior of the first rank possesses strength comparable to those renowned martial artists depicted in stories. Transitioning from the first rank of acquired realm to the second rank of innate realm marks a significant leap, akin to a fish soaring into the ocean, transforming amidst the tempest, entering the legendary and mysterious domain. However, a towering structure of 100 zhang must rest upon a solid foundation, and the first rank of acquired realm serves as that very foundation. 9 swords tempering the body serves as a solid foundation, akin to a stone pillar, where the relentless practice of swordplay is employed daily. This method, albeit somewhat clumsy, proves to be effective. 10 steps walking guarantees that Sumo, upon reaching the first stage of postnatal realm, possesses a set of movement techniques that align with his own strength, thereby enhancing his combat capabilities. These 2 techniques are exceptionally suitable for Sumo, who is embarking on his journey in the realm of cultivation. The system exhibits generosity in this regard, not leading him astray. Having organized the information regarding the 2 techniques in his mind, Sumo nodded with a subtle smile of satisfaction. However, his expression froze when his gaze fell upon his phone, which displayed several dark, ash-like objects on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Exactly 9 in number. The remnants of the longevity elixir. Indeed, resembling boiler ash. How is one to consume such a thing? Chapter 16. Flames in his eyes. Sumo rummaged through his belongings and finally unearthed an eyeglass case, carefully wrapping the 9 remnants of the longevity elixir in tissue paper before placing them inside. He casually tucked the eyeglass case into his backpack, which he habitually carried whenever he left home, whether for work, exercise, or travel, a habit cultivated since his university days. Thus, the 9 remnants of the longevity elixir were effectively kept on his person, though reason dictated that these so-called remnants were merely boiler ash, utterly devoid of any utility. The fact that he had earned them through considerable effort made it a shame to discard them. Thus, he opted to keep them. After all, he was Sumo, the frugal steward of household resources. Glimpsing at the time on his phone, he noted it was already 7:35 a.m. on Monday. The monotonous workweek had resumed, and it was time to rise and energize himself for the day ahead. With a heart heavy with reluctance, Sumo tossed his phone onto the bed and prepared to wash up. What is this? At the moment he set his phone down, Sumo suddenly noticed a significant change in the icon representing mobile signal strength in the upper left corner of his screen. Typically, a full signal would display 4 varying lengths of lines, yet now there was only 1 remaining. Was the signal weak? No. This solitary line had transformed into the unmistakable shape of short sword. Upon closer inspection, Sumo found the design increasingly familiar. It was a miniature version of the Su Madam sword. No wonder he had brought the Su Madam sword from Qin to the present world without discovering its whereabouts. It turned out that the system had cleverly converted it into a mobile signal icon. You mischievous little system. The system's antics are becoming increasingly unpredictable. Sumo pondered whether, in the future, if he were to acquire more swords, the system would transform them into signal short swords as well. In haste, he needed to procure 3 more swords to restore the signal short sword to its original 4 slots. Otherwise, Sumo's obsessive tendencies would lead him to perpetually feel the signal was weak, compelling him to constantly search for it. After internally lamenting the system a few times, Su Mo made 3 attempts and finally succeeded in rising from bed, dragging his weary body to the bathroom to freshen up. The apartment he resided in was a rental, comprising a living room, bedroom, and bathroom, where he lived alone without any housemates. Jiang City, a bustling metropolis where every inch of land is precious, boasted exorbitant rents. Logically, as a recent university graduate, Sumo's income was not particularly high, and sharing rent with others would have been the sensible choice. Initially, he had harbored a certain pretentiousness, yearning for a tranquil living space that was exclusively his own, which led him to rent a 1-bedroom apartment. However, he soon realized the harsh reality of his financial situation and decisively cast aside his pretensions. Currently, Su Mo was on the lookout for suitable housemates, though he had yet to find any. Once he completed his morning routine, Su Mo slung his backpack over his shoulder and hurried down the stairs. Residing on the 6th floor, he had access to an elevator, yet he rarely took it, opting instead to jog down the stairs. This was the only form of exercise he had maintained since graduation. Downstairs lay a park, and beyond it, the light rail station, where Su Mo typically needed to spend half an hour on the train to reach his workplace. Life was not easy for Su Mo. As he passed through the park on his way to the light rail station, the day seemed like any other, a monotonous and busy workday, yet it was destined to be anything but ordinary. In his mind, he began to repeatedly cycle through the techniques of 9 swords tempering body and 10 steps walking. These 2 methods were ingrained in his memory. Every word and phrase crystal clear, readily accessible at any moment. Initially stirred by the thought, he attempted to take a step according to the 10 steps walking technique, only to find it exceedingly difficult. Though he understood how each step should be executed, he was unable to manifest it. It must be due to the lack of true energy. My body cannot provide sufficient support for 10 steps walking, he contemplated. He tried to apply the 10 steps walking several more times, yet it remained a struggle, with most attempts failing. Only once did he manage to activate the technique, and suddenly he felt a spark of inspiration, propelling himself forward with a single stride. The distance he covered was an impressive 3 meters, over 4 times his normal step. However, after that singular leap, he felt as though his body had been completely drained. Any further attempts left him unable to even achieve his usual stride. The effort to walk even a single step felt taxing, as if the distance was too great, straining him. Gasping for breath, Su Mo stood still for several moments, gradually regaining some of his strength. "Oh dear, you foolish child. Watch where you're going. You nearly collided with the old man's sword." Su Mo felt a flicker of light before him and soon heard an elderly man's disgruntled complaint. It turned out that he had carelessly employed the technique of 10 steps just moments ago, leaving his body fatigued and his mind somewhat disoriented. As a result, he had been walking without paying attention and almost bumped into the sword of an elderly gentleman practicing swordplay in the park. Judging by the stance, the old man was practicing Tai Chi sword. The sword in the old man's hand gleamed brightly, undoubtedly forged from excellent steel, even without a sharpened edge. A collision would have been enough to put Su Mo in a world of hurt. "Ah, it's you, Grandpa Zhang. At your age, why not indulge in a bit more restorative sleep instead of coming out so early to practice your swordplay? Fortunately, you didn't strike me just now. Otherwise, you would be responsible for my medical bills today." Su Mo laughed heartily upon recognizing the man before him. The elderly swordsman was named Zhang Diqing, a neighbor of Su Mo's in the same community, and he was as sprightly as a child at heart. "Foolish child, if you speak to me like that, I might just collapse." Grandpa Zhang joked back. "What is the matter with you? Don't frighten me. I was merely teasing. I wouldn't lay down for anyone, least of all you. Why are you staring at me like that?" The old man suddenly grew a bit anxious as he noticed Su Mo was behaving oddly, staring intently at him. More precisely, he was fixated on the sword in the old man's grasp. There was a fire in those eyes. What was going on? The old man felt increasingly uneasy under Su Mo's unwavering gaze. Is this child perhaps daft? If he truly is, should I still introduce my granddaughter to him? Grandpa Zhang's momentary internal monologue was as rich as that of ancient sages. "Grandpa, may I borrow your sword?" Su Mo suddenly spoke, his eyes fixated on Zhang's sword without wavering since he had first glimpsed it. The sight of the sword made his heart feel as if ants were crawling within, an insatiable itch that compelled him to grasp the weapon and wield it with joy. "Child, what is this? I was merely joking. You wouldn't truly stab me with it, would you?" Grandpa Zhang instinctively hid the sword behind him. "Where are you going?" "I simply learned a bit of swordplay not long ago and wish to practice with your sword," Su Mo replied with a wry smile. You should have said so earlier. I thought you were going to poke me. Here, take it, Grandpa Zhang said, pursing his lips as he handed the sword to Suemo. An inexperienced boy wielding a sword? The old man was quite dismissive. Yet, just 2 minutes later, the elderly man's jaw dropped in astonishment. Chapter 17. I simply adore swordplay. Do not bid me to cease. Old Master Zhang's sword was an unsharpened Tai Chi sword, ordinary in appearance. Yet, the moment Suemo grasped it, his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. He felt as if a radiant beam of light had descended from the ethereal unknown, illuminating his mind. Instantly, the memories of the 9 swords refining the body technique began to flow effortlessly within him. Complex and obscure phrases that had once eluded his understanding suddenly became crystal clear as the sword graced his hand. With a heart unburdened, his mind unfurled, and all uncertainties dissolved. He moved with the sword, as if it were an extension of his very being, seamlessly practicing the foundational sword technique of the 9 swords refining the body. Old Master Zhang, unaware of the specific sword play Suemo was performing, certainly distinct from his own Tai Chi health sword, found the fluidity of Suemo's movements to be strikingly pleasing, evoking an inexplicable sense of beauty. Just from witnessing this sword play, Old Master Zhang was convinced that Suemo was a true connoisseur of health-oriented sword techniques. Why would a young lad, instead of pursuing wealth, engage in such swordplay? Yet, he performed it with such finesse that Old Master Zhang felt a pang of regret in lending his sword, fearing the young boy might eclipse his own reputation as Jiangxing's foremost swordsman. Thankfully, it was not yet the time for square dancing, and the park was relatively empty. As a seasoned aficionado of swordplay, Old Master Zhang typically practiced only health sword techniques. However, he found himself gradually captivated by the charm of Suemo's performance. Suemo, in that moment, felt an irresistible urge to continue. With each repetition of the 9 swords refining the body, he experienced a profound sense of relaxation, with each iteration deepening his comprehension of the technique. Though it was daytime, a subtle starlight seemed to fall from the heavens, alighting upon Suemo's sword and permeating his being, refining his blood, skin, and bones. While ordinary individuals could not perceive this ethereal light, Suemo's sensations were unmistakably vivid. Moreover, the morning dew in the park and the gentle, blinding rays of the dawn sun continuously infused his body with their essence. Every inch of his skin felt as if it were breathing, greedily absorbing the myriad energies of the universe. His mastery of the 9 swords refining the body grew increasingly adept with each movement. What was this? While engrossed in his swordplay, Suemo's eyes widened in astonishment. It was as though he had awakened a divine sight, allowing him to perceive an ethereal mist in the air, tiny, glistening droplets of spiritual energy, distinct from mere dew. Suemo's heart resonated with a definitive realization. It was indeed spiritual energy. This is the ethereal essence, the spiritual energy that wanders through the cosmos. It is the very foundation upon which cultivators hone their craft. Those endowed with the aptitude for cultivation can, like Suemo at this moment, perceive and behold the spiritual energy within the world, drawing it into their bodies through diligent practice, thereby ascending to the realm of cultivators. It is said that in ancient times, when the heavens and earth were unblemished, spiritual energy was abundant, and every individual could cultivate, akin to dragons soaring through the skies. Now, however, the spiritual energy in the world has dwindled significantly, necessitating an extraordinary sensitivity to perceive it. Thus, the number of cultivators in the present age has markedly decreased. Suemo's ability to sense this energy signifies his potential to become a cultivator in this world, marking his formal entry into the realm of cultivation. Upon perceiving the spiritual energy, Suemo found his practice of the 9 swords tempering body to flow more seamlessly. With each stroke of his sword, the ethereal essence visibly surged towards him, enveloping his form. The 9 swords tempering body is a foundational sword technique aimed at opening the body's meridians, awakening the vital energies within, and attracting the celestial bodies, stars, sun, moonlight, and even morning dew, to cleanse and invigorate his physique, rendering it lighter and more attuned to the natural world, thus facilitating his cultivation journey. Moreover, this foundational sword technique enables the practitioner to sense and absorb the wandering spiritual energy present in the cosmos. Only through this spiritual energy can a cultivator directly transform it into their own power. To elevate one as cultivation, It is essential to absorb this energy and convert it into personal strength. Mortal martial artists absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, transforming it into their innate true energy. Likewise, innate cultivators must also draw upon this energy, transmuting it into their fundamental true energy. For those of higher tiers, such as the third great golden core and beyond, the absorption of spiritual energy remains indispensable for advancement. In other words, as long as one has not transcended this realm, regardless of their tier, spiritual energy remains the essence of a cultivator's power. In this age of fractured heavens, where the concentration of spiritual energy has drastically altered, many individuals, despite possessing foundational cultivation techniques, find themselves unable to sense the energy of the world and thus cannot enter the realm of cultivators. This phenomenon can be likened to the adage, one breath of spiritual energy leads to the path of the great Tao. Without this breath of energy, even the most gifted and astute individuals remain estranged from the world of cultivation. Having now sensed the spiritual energy, Sumo's next endeavor is to attract it, drawing it into his body and transforming it into innate true energy. The method to attract and absorb this energy is straightforward. It lies in the relentless practice of swordsmanship. As long as Sumo continues to wield his sword, the nine swords tempering body will perpetually operate, and the meager spiritual energy in the air will be drawn towards him, entering his being and converting into true energy. The experience of spiritual energy entering his body is one Sumo has never before encountered, a sensation that defies description. Each passing moment imbues him with an increasing sense of strength, transcending the conventional limits of humanity. Initially, the spiritual energy attracted by the nine swords refinement was but a mere wisp. However, as time progressed, the influx of spiritual energy became increasingly abundant, culminating in a moment when Sumo could perceive the ethereal energies of the universe coalescing into a mist that surged towards him. Within his being, a dim star began to illuminate, signifying his status as a first-grade, one-star postnatal warrior. Unbeknownst to him, his phone, nestled in his pocket, autonomously initiated computations in the background, generating a series of codes that essentially evaluated Sumo's inaugural foundational establishment. Host, Sumo event. First foundation establishment. Result, foundation successfully established. Host performance rating, 8th among the initial foundation performances of 9 previous hosts. Follow-up measures. Given the host's rather mediocre talent, the host support program will be activated. Resources consumed for support will be left as a debt for the host. With his first use of a nine swords refinement, Sumo successfully established his foundation, adeptly sensing and absorbing spiritual energy, thereby igniting a postnatal star within him, thus becoming a first-grade, one-star postnatal warrior. Such an achievement, within the contemporary realm of cultivation, would surely evoke envy and admiration even from the elite disciples of the Grand Sex. Yet, in the eyes of the system, it merely warranted a performance rating. At that moment, as Sumo executed his sword techniques with increasing fluidity, his inner strength rapidly expanded, leading the system to classify his talent as merely average, triggering the host support program autonomously. Oblivious to the extensive computations undertaken by the system, Sumo would later learn of this incident by chance, and he would spontaneously sing a tune of gratitude for those who once underestimated him. No, not merely underestimated. Rather, he had always been undervalued, never held in high regard. Chapter 18. The initial experience of Pildregs. Child, cease your antics. Return the sword to the old man. As Sumo continued to wield the sword with fervor, Old Master Zhang began to grow displeased. In the park where individuals engaged in morning exercises, the sight of Sumo dancing with his sword, vigorous and powerful, captivated many onlookers who gathered to witness his practice. At the most impressive moments, they did not hesitate to applaud, offering enthusiastic cheers. What the predicament? Was he not overshadowing old Zhang's grandeur? It is well known that Old Master Zhang was reputed as the foremost swordsman of Jiang City, with his Tai Chi sword being a remarkable entry on the weapon roster. Although this roster was merely a creation of the local elders to occupy their time. Hearing Old Master Zhang's remark, Sumo chuckled ruefully and withdrew from the state of nine swords refinement. This old Zhang Duching was amiable and humorous, possessing many admirable traits. However, he harbored one flaw. He could not abide seeing others steal the spotlight. When others shone, it was an affront to his very nature. Only his own brilliance was deemed acceptable. Su Mo understood that if he continued to show off, old Zhang would surely lose his temper. Thus, he sheathed his sword and respectfully returned it to the elder Zhang. "Oh, old Zhang, you've fallen into your old habits again, being rather petty, I must say. Indeed, you seem to be quite jealous that the child merely borrowed your sword for a little fun. It appears you've overturned the vinegar jar." Many in the park, familiar with Zhang Diqing's quirks, began to chuckle at this moment. Go, go, go. Stay where it's cool. I'm merely concerned about tiring out the child. The little one has been practicing swordplay for nearly half an hour without even a sip of water. Even a beast would tire under such exertion. Look, I told you so. The child is nearly on the verge of collapse. Hang in there, little one, don't fall. Not good, my head is spinning. Zhang Diqing's attempts at justification were, at first, rather feeble. However, Su Mo, feigning faintness, inadvertently lent credibility to Zhang Diqing's claims, making them more persuasive. Su Mo felt the world spinning around him, on the brink of losing consciousness. This was not merely an act to support Zhang Diqing. Rather, after sheathing the sword, he suddenly felt as if his entire vitality had been drained in an instant. The sensation of being completely emptied was quite disconcerting, leading to dizziness, unsteady footing, and an impending faint. Fortunately, Zhang Diqing was quick to catch him. "Child, are you all right? I told you not to overexert yourself. Now look, you're exhausted." Though Zhang Diqing was displeased that Su Mo had stolen his spotlight, concern for him lingered nonetheless. "Uncle Zhang, I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. Please let go of me. We're in public, so there's no need to hold on to me like this." Su Mo urgently needed to assess his condition. After bidding farewell to Zhang Diqing, he smiled at the crowd that had gathered to watch him practice. He found a bench in the park and sat down. He began to carefully sense his current state. It was quite peculiar. He felt an immense power still dormant within him, far more potent than the version of himself from half an hour ago, before he had practiced 9 swords tempering the body and absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, paradoxically, he felt extremely weak, his vitality completely drained, leaving him devoid of strength. This conflicting sensation was utterly baffling to Su Mo. Thus, he took out his phone. At this moment, it seemed best to let the system clarify his doubts. "System," Su Mo sent a message. "Host need not worry. This system is already fully aware of your current state. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully establishing your foundation and entering the realm of cultivation. At this moment, you are a first-tier postnatal master. With a star count of 1 star, first-tier postnatal 1-star master. Truly a cause for celebration." The system replied. "Hold off on the flattery for a moment. Let us first discuss my current situation," Su Mo typed rapidly. "The host condition is quite straightforward to explain. At this moment, the host can consume a piece of the elixir residue to experience the changes within his body," the system responded. "Elixir residue? I thought this substance was of no use whatsoever. Could it truly be required so soon?" Su Mo pondered, yet he hesitated not in the least. He swiftly rummaged through his backpack, retrieved a glasses case, and extracted a piece of the elixir residue wrapped in tissue. Without delay, he tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. The taste was beyond description. After all, it was an artifact from millennia past, and one could not expect much in terms of flavor. However, the effects were immediate as the piece of elixir residue settled in his stomach. Su Mo felt an energy surge forth, radiating from the residue and coursing through every orifice of his body, replenishing the once depleted vitality within him. The energy contained within this residue was immense and remarkably pure, swiftly filling all the apertures in Sumo's body, with a surplus remaining. This excess energy coalesced in the area 3 inches below his navel, commonly referred to as the dantian in martial arts literature. The weakness that had enveloped him dissipated entirely. He radiated vitality, his gaze now revealing a formidable aura that set him apart from the ordinary. "System, can you now elucidate what has transpired?" Revitalized, Su Mo sent another message to the system. "Every application of the foundation establishment sword technique opens the body's orifices, consuming a significant amount of vitality, necessitating a replenishment of spiritual energy. The host practiced the technique for a full half hour, thereby exhausting considerable vitality upon completion, which resulted in the subsequent feeling of weakness." The system replied, "Then why did I not feel fatigued while practicing the technique, but rather invigorated? It was only after I ceased that I felt drained." Su Mo inquired further. While practicing, the host's orifices were wide open, facilitating a rapid absorption of the world's spiritual energy, which continuously replenished the vitality being expended. Thus, despite the deficit, The host remained unaware of any fatigue. However, upon halting the practice, the absorption rate of spiritual energy slowed considerably, rendering it difficult to compensate for the significant depletion experienced, resulting in the sensation of exhaustion, the system explained. Therefore, after each session of 9 swords tempering the body, I must promptly replenish a substantial amount of spiritual energy, correct? Su Mo surmised, feeling he had pinpointed the crux of the issue. A series of codes appeared in the system's backend, translating to an emoticon of overwhelming emotion. This host, though ranked among the lowest in aptitude across its 9 predecessors, displayed commendable comprehension. Correct. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a type of elixir known as the Foundation Establishment Pill, intended for practitioners at the first level of postnatal martial arts to utilize before ascending to the second level of innate mastery. The entirety of the first stage of postnatal cultivation is regarded as the foundational stage. Following each session of practicing the foundational techniques, one must consume the Foundation Establishment Pill to replenish spiritual energy and restore vitality. The synergistic use of the foundational techniques and the pill is essential to achieving the desired effects of foundation establishment. Chapter 19. Praise me, host. The remnants of the longevity elixir you just ingested are byproducts crafted by the alchemists of the Qin dynasty using abundant spiritual herbs. Although these remnants are considered scraps, they still contain a significant amount of spiritual energy, thus serving as a suitable substitute for the foundation establishment pill. Meeting the host's needs for spiritual energy after practicing the foundational sword techniques. Naturally, the efficacy of the longevity elixir remnants surpasses that of the foundation establishment pill, offering boundless wonders. While they may not grant immortality or resurrection, they possess the ability to rejuvenate life, invigorate the spirit, and even reverse aging, extending one's lifespan. For ordinary mortals with limited lifespans, these remnants are invaluable. Thus, if the host continues to harbor resentment towards the longevity elixir remnants, viewing them merely as useless boiler ash, they may return them to the system. This time, the system has sent multiple responses in one go. Su Mo glanced at the replies on his phone and couldn't help but chuckle. How naive. The system is indeed too innocent. Previously, I was unaware of the efficacy of the longevity elixir remnants and thought they were just a few pieces of boiler ash. Even then, I did not return them. Now that I understand their true value, would I even consider returning them? Su Mo certainly had no intention of returning anything to the system. The remaining 8 remnants were his precious treasures. After utilizing one, he realized how abundant the spiritual energy within the remnants was, sufficient for him to practice the 9 swords body refinement for several more hours without the fear of depleting his vitality as he did before. Moreover, after hearing the system's introduction to the remnants, Su Mo felt that treating them as mere foundation establishment pills would be a monumental waste. The prospect of the longevity elixir remnants, which can reignite life, reverse aging, and extend lifespan, is utterly tantalizing. As mortals bound by the constraints of life, who could resist the allure of true longevity? Su Mo resolved to reserve at least 2 remnants for his parents, ensuring that they would live long and healthy lives, free from ailments. The remaining remnants would also be kept for unforeseen circumstances. However, this plan posed a dilemma, without any foundation establishment pills available. Once the spiritual energy from the remaining elixir remnants was exhausted, practicing the foundational sword techniques would become troublesome. Would he need to feign each time? System. How can I acquire foundation establishment pills? Just the ordinary ones will suffice. Su Mo inquired further. System. Host, you must praise me first, otherwise the system shall refuse to answer your queries. Su Mo, what is happening? Why has the system suddenly become so playful? System, you're clever and wise, Su Mo replied. Complimenting someone is an easy task for him. It flows effortlessly from his lips. The system, lacking sincerity. System, you are generous, not resounding enough. System, you are wise and immensely capable, not heartfelt enough. Su Mo, system, a little teasing is acceptable, but excessive frivolity is intolerable. System, you are intelligent, wise, generous, and immensely capable. Like the bright moon in the sky, you bring light and color to my life. How is that? Is it sincere, resounding, and heartfelt enough? Su Mo typed a series of lines, feeling a profound admiration for the system's unabashed demeanor. The system, unsatisfactory. The tone shifted to a more aloof demeanor. However, the system continued. Although it may be lacking, I shall begrudgingly consider it acceptable. As a reward, the host need not worry about the foundational elixirs before advancing to the second tier of innate practitioners. Henceforth, all foundational elixirs will be supplied by the system, without limit. As many as you desire, provided the host possesses sufficient determination. Even practicing swordsmanship for 24 hours, the system can furnish an ample supply of foundational elixirs. The tone became extravagant once more. Sumo, system, why have you suddenly become so generous? This makes me uneasy. Do you have ulterior motives? No. Do you harbor some conspiracy against me? The more he pondered, the more he felt that there might be some reason behind the system's unexpected generosity. This time, it was the system that fell silent. After a 3-second pause, it replied, "Host, forget I said anything. This tone, this dialogue, is reminiscent of the familiar style. Oh no, with the new year approaching, how can rewards already given be retracted? Such actions are simply unheard of. Thank you, benevolent system, and may you have a prosperous new year." Wealth equates to a benefactor. In Sumo's eyes, the system, now providing unlimited foundational elixirs, appeared immensely radiant and grand. In the background, the system was inundated with garbled text, which translated to, "What a mischievous host I have found. Were it not for your exceptionally poor aptitude. Ranking among the lowest of the 9 hosts, would I need to specifically activate the host support program for you? Now that the host support program has been initiated, how could I possibly demand payment for the most basic foundational elixirs? It is worth noting that previous hosts had to complete tasks and pay a price to obtain foundational elixirs during the first tier of acquired stages. The system, exasperated with Sumo, decided to go offline for an upgrade. Otherwise, it would inevitably collapse. Sumo was in high spirits. At that moment, his internal energy surged, with the postnatal true chi flowing like a gentle stream between his meridians and acupoints. And the remnants of the longevity elixir in his dantian were stored as a potential supplement for true chi. He felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him. This sensation subtly transcended the realm of ordinary individuals, hinting at the prowess of a martial arts master. Achieving such results during his first practice of the foundational sword technique filled Sumo with immense satisfaction. He glanced at the time. It was already past 8. He needed to catch the light rail. Fortunately, the delay hadn't been too significant, and if he hurried, he might just make it to the office on time. Thus, Sumo rose from his chair, stretched his limbs, and then, with a clear focus on the direction of the light rail station, he dashed forward. Each stride covered 3 meters. This time, Sumo silently employed the technique known as 10 steps, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Each step flowed smoothly and effortlessly, and with every leap, he soared forward, akin to the legendary lightness of martial arts. Sumo felt as if he had shed the constraints of gravity. If Newton were to witness him at that moment, he might question the validity of his own law of universal gravitation. Like a gust of wind, he bypassed the usual park pathways, running in a straight line directly to the light rail station. What typically took about 15 minutes was accomplished in a mere 30 seconds. What exhilaration! At this pace, he could easily strike buying a car off his New Year's wish list. As for whether anyone had seen him sprinting at such speed, Sumo felt no concern. He believed that even if someone had caught a glimpse, they would be too late to take a photo, and any captured image would surely be a blurry phantom. Who would believe such a tale? Confident in his thoughts, he sprinted with abandon. Unbeknownst to him, not long after he had begun his swift dash, a cute girl in a pink running outfit with short hair raised her phone, quietly capturing evidence of his extraordinary speed. Where did this novice come from? Doesn't he know the rule against showcasing abilities in public? I've gathered proof now. I must confront him next time. Otherwise, I'll report him to the enforcement of the Unity Association of the Taoist community to have him apprehended. The short-haired girl feigned a fierce smile, attempting to appear menacing. Yet her 2 little canine teeth inadvertently made her look rather adorable. Chapter 20. The longest path I have walked. Arriving at Jiangxing Technology Park Station, the train opened the left side doors. Passengers disembarking at Jiangxing Technology Park Station, please take your belongings and exit in an orderly manner. Following the throng of commuters during the morning rush, Sumo alighted from the train. He glanced at the time, 8:55, with only 5 minutes remaining until the latest check-in time for work. Although he had traversed the park at remarkable speed to reach the light rail station, the time spent practicing swordplay that morning had caused a more considerable delay, and the train schedule was fixed. Thus, he arrived at the station for his office over 10 minutes later than usual. Upon exiting the station, he still had a 10-minute walk to the office building. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly be late today. Their company had adopted an advanced check-in method, facial recognition, with a strict cutoff at 9 o'clock. Not even a second late was permissible. Fortunately, today, Su Mo was not the same as yesterday. Today, he is Su Chuanxin, a more rapid, higher, and stronger version of Mo. He followed the bustling crowd out of the station and began to silently employ the 10 steps technique, making his way swiftly towards the corporate building. However, given that he was now in the city center amidst a vibrant area filled with people, he deliberately moderated the speed of his movements to avoid drawing undue attention. His pace resembled that of an ordinary sprinter, and though he still attracted some glances, it was no longer a cause for astonishment. After all, Jiang City is a first-tier metropolis, densely populated with significant life pressures and a fast-paced work rhythm. Countless individuals dash about for attendance bonuses and performance metrics. Even with his controlled pace, Su Mo arrived at the foot of the company building within 2 minutes. Jiang City Technology Park, Wealth Tower. Su Mo was employed by a substantial corporation known as Future Intelligence, which is rooted in electronic communication technology and spans numerous subsidiary businesses. Wealth Tower boasts a total of 32 stories, housing dozens of companies of various sizes. However, the upper 9 floors are exclusively occupied by Future Intelligence, a testament to the company's considerable scale, enabling them to secure such a prime location in the core of Jiang City's wealth. Sumo's domain lies within the product development department on the 30th floor. Ding! Upon entering the building, Su Mo did not wait long before the elevator arrived. As the doors opened, he stepped inside alongside several colleagues also working within the tower. Just then, in the fleeting moment before the doors were about to close, a plump, fair hand suddenly thrust itself into the gap, followed by a girl clad in an oversized down jacket who hurriedly squeezed into the elevator. Thank goodness I made it. Otherwise, I'd lose my attendance bonus this month. Once inside, the girl's presence compelled the others to instinctively shuffle aside and create ample space for her. How could one describe her formidable aura? Substantial. While attractive appearances may be ubiquitous, an intriguing soul weighs over 200 pounds. Hey, Su Mo, is that you? Why are you so late today? You're going to be late. The chubby girl spotted Su Mo in the elevator and greeted him enthusiastically, her voice resonating like thunder, causing the elevator to hum. The other occupants felt an urge to cover their ears simultaneously. Su Mo shook his head with a wry smile. He recognized this girl as a colleague from his department, named Dong Yingxiong. Yes, you read that right. Dong Yingxiong, a girl's name. Yingjia. I was delayed due to some matters today. What about you? Why are you late? Su Mo inquired softly, mindful of the confined space. However, Dong Yingxiong was quite the opposite. She was born with a loud voice and had never learned the art of speaking softly. Haha, don't even mention it. Did you not see the recent announcement from Guazili in the group? Everyone must be present this morning. Oomph. I had already taken leave to return home for a matchmaking event, but due to Guazili's commotion, I hurriedly crossed the river to come to work. And now my engagement has likely fallen through. Su Mo wisely refrained from delving into the topic of marriage proposals. Nevertheless, the first part of Dong Yingxiong's statement piqued his interest. Guazili was a person named Li Gua, the supervisor of their department. Li Gua was known for his sycophantic behavior toward superiors while exhibiting a tyrannical and exploitative attitude toward subordinates, which earned him the nickname Guazili in private. Having been employed for merely 6 months, Su Mo, as a newcomer, had not escaped Li Gua's petty grievances. Li Gua had incited widespread resentment within the department, and Su Mo had been a silent observer, curious to see how long such a character could continue his reign of tyranny. At critical moments, he would not hesitate to give Li Gua a nudge, reveling in the thought of seeing him fall from grace. After all, he was Su He, a heartless individual, though he always considered himself a good person. What kind of chaos was Guazili trying to create, demanding even those on leave to rush back to the company? Su Mo inquired. After leaving the park and boarding the light rail, he had not had the opportunity to check for updates and was unaware of the announcements made in the departmental group. He did not explicitly state this in the chat. However, I heard that Dong Yingxiong had remarkably lowered her voice, though it was still quite loud, and it had something to do with our chairman's daughter, Miss Lin Xinya. Related to Lin Xinya? Sumo question, Basiv. His time at the company had been brief, and he had never met Lin Xinya, only hearing colleagues speak of her often. Those colleagues, regardless of gender, seemed to light up with admiration and affection whenever Lin Xinya was mentioned. Guazili had been pursuing Lin Xinya. He was certainly like a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. Yet, One could not deny that Guazili was somewhat capable. He had invited one of the world's top medical experts from abroad. As you know, our chairman's father is gravely ill, and Miss Lin Qinya holds her grandfather in the highest regard. Dong Yingxiong continued. What a clever move. Though Su Mo held no fondness for Li Guo, he could not help but admire, in his heart, that this person indeed possessed some intellect. There are countless paths to pursue a woman. If one route fails, another can be taken. If the way is right, even the most unattainable goddess might be won over. After all, it's all just a game of strategy. The longest road traveled by everyone is the intricate path of human emotions. Su Mo could already envision that if the medical expert invited by Li Guo were to cure Lin Qinya's grandfather's ailment, or even alleviate his suffering, Li Guo would undoubtedly garner considerable goodwill from Lin Qinya. The civet cat summoned medical experts to attend to the chairman's father. But what relevance does that have to our obligation to return to the company? Shouldn't such medical consultations take place in a hospital? Su Mo inquired further. Are you not aware? Dong Yingxiong responded, displaying an incredulous expression. The chairman's father is currently on the top floor of our company, the 32nd level, for recuperation. The 32nd floor of our company is essentially the Lin family's private hospital, boasting medical facilities that far surpass those found elsewhere. It seemed that the civet cat intended to invite our entire department to the top floor to witness the medical experts he had engaged for the chairman's father, allowing him to gain favor in front of both the chairman and Lin Qinya, while also showcasing his influence among us. Is the 32nd floor truly the Lin family's private hospital? Su Mo expressed his astonishment. Not only he, but several others in the elevator shared the same disbelief. However, a few individuals remained unfazed, clearly already privy to this information, suggesting that the existence of the Lin family's private hospital on the top floor of the wealth building was not a well-kept secret. Su Fe, considering you've been with the company for half a year now, how come you remain so uninformed? No wonder, given that you seldom attend colleague gatherings. How could you possibly stay updated? How about treating me to a grand dinner after work tonight? I can share all the intriguing happenings within the company. You needn't think I'm boasting. I know all the gossip like the back of my hand. Dong Yingxiong's reference to Su Ge sent a shiver down Su Mo's spine. Fortunately, at that moment, the elevator reached the 30th floor, and as the doors opened, Su Mo promptly exited, almost in a frantic escape. Chapter 21. Speaking the truth is like drinking white liquor. There is no mistake in that. Dong Yingxiong. Su Mo, why have you two only just arrived? The entire department has been waiting for you. Do you think you are someone special? As Su Mo stepped out of the elevator, a low reprimanding voice met his ears. A man clad in a black suit, with a flamboyant pink shirt and meticulously tied bow tie, sporting slicked back hair, approached them with an air of feigned composure. It was none other than Li Guo. Though Li Guo was only in his early 30s, he always carried himself with an air of undue gravitas, his stern visage suggesting that he was all too eager for others to recognize him as a leader. Su Mo and Dong Yingxiong shrugged, choosing silence. They proceeded to the facial recognition system at the department's front desk to check in, ignoring Li Guo's imposing demeanor. Subsequently, they returned to their respective desks, powered on their computers, and officially commenced their work. What is this attitude? One should approach work with fervor and invest wholeheartedly in the company. How can you possibly generate value for the company if you arrive so late? Do you think the company sustains you for no reason? To support your ancestors? You too will be penalized by forfeiting the full attendance bonus for this month. Moreover, given your work ethic, your year-end bonuses will also be downgraded. Li Guo found himself landing a punch on cotton, receiving no response, which immediately ignited his fury. In this moment of silence from Su Mo, Dong Yingxiong could no longer contain himself. Why should this be? Supervisor Li, the company has its regulations, and it is not for you to unilaterally decide. You can check my clock-in time, which was 8:59 and 27 seconds. Can you do the math? 60 minus 27 means I arrived 33 seconds early. I was not late. So on what grounds do you deduct my perfect attendance? And to demote my year-end bonus. The bonus is calculated based on regular performance. What gives you the right to diminish it? Do you aspire to wield absolute power? Am I mistaken? Or is our company not named after the Lin family, but after the Li family? With a barrage of eloquent retorts, Dong Yingxiong launched an impressive counterattack, each word striking like a precision weapon. Hero. You truly are a hero. You did not flinch. The entire department stood in stunned silence, silently applauding Dong Yingxiong while casting disapproving glances at Li Guo. Li Guo's forehead throbbed with veins, his facial muscles twitching, yet he found himself unable to retaliate. What could he do when faced with the company's regulations? He was merely a department supervisor, indeed a manager, but his authority was confined within the boundaries set by the company's rules, and he could not overstep. The company belonged to the Lin family, and at best, he was a senior employee. Was he truly bold enough to assert that one day, this company, Future Intelligence, would bear the Li surname? Although he harbored such ambitions, he dare not voice them, unless someone were to lend him the courage. Suemo, allow me to lend you that courage. A piece of yellow paper, the size of a fingernail, appeared in Sumo's hand, which he flicked lightly, sending it soaring to stick to the hem of Li Guo's suit. A true word talisman, a fine treasure recently acquired from a system. Li Guo had just been aggressively confrontational, and while Dong Yingxiong opted for a direct counterattack, Suemo had no desire to endure. Though not as hot-tempered as Dong Yingxiong, he was far from devoid of anger. Li Guo had often made things difficult for him in the past. As a newcomer to the workforce, he had been forced to endure, telling himself that revenge is a dish best served cold. Yet, how could a gentleman wait a decade for vengeance when the thrill of retribution could be savored immediately? Now, with the system at his disposal and having successfully established his foundation as a first-tier, one-star postnatal warrior, akin to a martial arts master from a novel, he had no reason to fear a mere department supervisor. He had quietly reached out to the system and struck a deal, exchanging the cost of a first-tier sword for a true word talisman. The price was acceptable, merely a tenth of the cost of a medium-grade spirit stone from the system, and it would be recorded as a debt to the host, to be deducted from future task rewards. Unbeknownst to Suemo, who had naively believed that the system was a reputable and fair trading entity, the unscrupulous system had been continuously inflating prices. The application of the truth talisman was remarkably straightforward. Upon launching the talisman and affixing it to Li Guo, it began to exert its influence. Director Dong, I truly appreciate your kind words. I hereby declare that one day, this company, Future Intelligence, will bear my surname, Li. The moment the truth talisman adhered to Li Guo, he liberated his thoughts and spoke aloud what he would ordinarily only contemplate internally. The entire 30th floor, comprising nearly 20 colleagues, was left utterly astounded. Today, the civic cat seemed particularly audacious, speaking so brazenly without regard for the chairman's lineage. Furthermore, he boldly proclaimed, I am not afraid to tell you all that I will dismiss each and every one of you in due time. I have tolerated you for far too long. How could a bunch of mediocre talents possibly be worthy of working alongside me, Li Guo? Consequently, everyone was caught in the crossfire. Was the civic cat perhaps out his mind today? Had someone cast a spell upon him? Truly, he had unleashed his true self, and I cannot wait to record all of his statements for future reflection. In the chat group of Sumo's department, chaos erupted. Of course, Li Guo was not present in this group, which had been privately established by his colleagues. This group included everyone from the 30th floor S.R.D. department, aside from Li Guo and a select few of his confidants. While Li Guo was throwing a fit, the others appeared to bow their heads in silence, but in reality, they were all engaged in lively conversation on their phones. If you wish for the company to bear your surname, should you first inquire whether I, Lin, agree? Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a simple Tang suit appeared within the company. His demeanor was composed and restrained, yet he exuded an aura of authority that demanded respect. Haha, no need for my recording. Chairman Lin Jiang has arrived. Let us see how the civic cat handles this. Enough chatter, everyone. Let us return to work and enjoy a splendid performance, he declared. Upon noticing Lin Jiang's sudden entrance, Li Guo was startled. Yet the truth talisman continued to exert its effects. Li Guo, has the foreign medical expert, Dr. Griffin, you invited, not yet arrived? Lin Jiang did not seem inclined to prolong Li Guo's embarrassment. Perhaps it was of little concern to him. The braggadocio of a mere company supervisor was not worth his attention. His true concern lay solely with Dr. Griffin, the foreign medical expert Li Guo had mentioned. His father was gravely ill, exhibiting peculiar symptoms, and despite consulting numerous esteemed doctors both domestically and abroad, no effective treatment had been found. The doctor Li Guo had summoned, Dr. Griffin, was a legitimate medical luminary, a recipient of the Nobel Prize in Medicine and a leader in his field, renowned worldwide. Even on ordinary days, it is quite a challenge for Lin Jiang to engage such esteemed doctors, and it is beyond comprehension how Li Guo possesses the influence to summon such a revered figure. This prompted Lin Jiang to regard Li Guo with a modicum of respect, albeit briefly, until he heard the latter's boastful proclamations upon entering. I have dispatched someone to the airport to fetch Griffin. That fellow is perpetually sluggish. Haha. He should be arriving shortly. I have leveraged my connections, so I am not concerned about his appearance. Should he fail to show, I assure you, his fate will be dire, Li Guo exclaimed with a boisterous laugh. Su Mo had been quietly observing the efficacy of the truth talisman, which indeed proved remarkable. This seemingly innocuous piece of paper appeared to unlock the shackles of the heart, compelling individuals to vocalize thoughts typically buried deep within. Furthermore, it incited a sense of audacity, rendering one somewhat reckless and delirious. Li Guo's current demeanor resembled that of an individual who had consumed copious amounts of liquor, his actions devoid of any semblance of decorum. The truth-telling induced by the talisman was akin to the uninhibited revelations that accompany intoxication. There was no fallacy in that. Chapter 22. Sun Wukong, Demand Payment. When one succumbs to the revelry of inebriation, most would typically disregard their antics, provided they remain within the confines of their own abode, and not in the presence of superiors. However, Li Guo, under the influence of the truth talisman, found himself akin to a drunken fool before a superior. Observing Li Guo's complete abandonment of self-restraint, Lin Zhang's brow furrowed. Li Guo, the Lin family appreciates your summoning of Dr. Griffin. Should this endeavor yield improvement in the elder's condition, I, Lin Zhang, shall not forget this favor. I am a man of clear distinction between gratitude and grievance, and I shall ensure you receive due recompense. However, have you been drinking? Perhaps you should regain your composure, Lin Zhang stated, maintaining a degree of civility. Under normal circumstances, had he discovered anyone intoxicated during work hours, they would have been swiftly dismissed, regardless of Li Guo's intentions in bringing Dr. Griffin for the elder. It ultimately constituted a kindness towards the Lin family. Thus, Lin Zhang was inclined to extend him a measure of respect, as long as Li Guo did not overstep. Yet, while Lin Zhang was willing to offer this courtesy, Li Guo was in no position to accept it. With the truth talisman affixed to him, his tongue ran wild, unrestrained like a stallion freed from its reins. I have not been drinking. These words have lingered within me for far too long, and today I shall voice them all. Lin Zhang, there is no need for gratitude. My invitation to that old coot Griffin was never intended for your elder. What concern do I have for that old man? My motives lie with your daughter, Lin Qinya. Heh. At this juncture, Li Guo abruptly halted, his eyes widening in disbelief at the implications of his own words. What have I just said, Chairman Lin? The effects of the truth talisman are temporally bound. Just as Li Guo's words trailed off, the talisman's influence waned. Yet, Lin Zhang was already seething with anger, regardless of his usual composure. He could no longer contain the flames of indignation ignited by such outrageous statements. When Dr. Griffin arrives, please ask him to come to the 32nd floor. Li Guo, you're doing well. Lin Zhang, having left a simple remark, stepped into the elevator, heading towards the Lin family's private hospital on the top floor. Li Guo gazed at Lin Zhang's retreating figure, nearly brought to tears. I told you the civet cat was under a curse, didn't I? How about now? Do you believe me? Medium, this time I trust you. The civet cat's performance today is remarkable. I wonder if the civet cat is simply tired of working at the company and decided to let loose before leaving? Impossible. If that were the case, why would he summon someone like Griffin? It's clear he wishes to secure a prominent position, aiming for higher social standing. The chat group in Su Mo's department was filled with a buoyant atmosphere. At that moment, Li Guo's phone rang unexpectedly. As he answered, the look of dejection gradually faded from his face, replaced by a triumphant expression. Everyone, put down your work and accompany me to the 32nd floor to visit old Master Lin. Li Guo exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing his words, the crowd understood that Dr. Griffin had arrived, and he wanted everyone to join him in showcasing the occasion. Isn't that childish? Su Mo shook her head. With so many people leaving their work to indulge Li Guo's moment, not only would their tasks suffer, but old Master Lin was gravely ill. Wouldn't they risk alarming him? Nonetheless, despite her reservations, Su Mo joined the others in ascending to the 32nd floor. This was Su Mo's first visit to the top level of the Lin family's private hospital. One cannot help but marvel at the opulence of the wealthy, which far surpasses the imagination of ordinary individuals. Even hospitals can be constructed for the sole service of affluent families, with conditions that dwarf the disparity between a 7-star hotel and a modest roadside inn priced at $30 a night. It is no wonder that in this world, the wealthy often enjoy longevity, living well into their hundreds, while for the average person, reaching 80 is considered extraordinary. The Lin family's private hospital was vast, with comprehensive departments and many youthful, vibrant nurses bustling about. Li Guo accompanied a blonde Caucasian into a patient room, gesturing for the department members to follow. This blonde individual was none other than Griffin, a recipient of the Nobel Prize in Medicine and a world-renowned medical expert. The room they entered was remarkably spacious, covering at least 100 square meters, allowing the 20 or so members of Su Mo's department to enter without feeling cramped. Chairman Lin, this is Dr. Griffin. Li Gua introduced him to Lin Jiang. It is an honor, Dr. Griffin. I entrust my father's illness to your care, Lin Jiang said, shaking Griffin's hand, unable to conceal his excitement. Before them stood a distinguished expert, a recipient of the prestigious Nobel Prize in Medicine. The condition afflicting the elder Lin was peculiar. So much so that even domestic physicians were unable to ascertain its cause. If anyone could possibly remedy the elder's ailment, it was undoubtedly Griffin who now stood before them. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I shall exert my utmost efforts, he declared. To everyone's astonishment, the fair-skinned, golden-haired Griffin spoke fluent Mandarin. Noticing the surprised expressions on their faces, he added, there is no need for astonishment. My wife is a native of your esteemed country, and I have learned Mandarin from her. The crowd then understood. Thank you. Dr. Griffin, please proceed, Lin Jiang said, leading Griffin to the elder Lin's bedside. He then quietly stood by, awaiting the diagnosis. Meanwhile, Su Mo and the department colleagues, including Li Gua, remained at a distance from the elder's bed. They had initially been summoned by Li Gua to serve as cheerleaders, merely required to cheer once Griffin identified the illness and proposed a treatment plan. At that moment, Su Mo felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. He stepped away slightly from the group and opened his phone. Indeed, it was a message from the Sword God system. The message read, this doctor cannot discern the cause of the old man's illness, nor can he possibly cure him. How can you be so certain? Griffin has won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Do you comprehend what that entails? It signifies that he possesses some of the most advanced medical skills in the world. How could he fail to identify the cause? Su Mo quickly replied. The system paused for 3 seconds before responding. How could a doctor of the mortal realm understand the ailments of the netherworld? As Su Mo read the message, a chill ran down his spine. Why was the netherworld being mentioned? Did such a realm truly exist? Just as I began to accept the notion of cultivation, you inform me of the existence of the netherworld. This expansion of my worldview is rather sudden. What do you mean by the mortal realm and the netherworld? Is it possible that Elder Lin has already passed on and is now under the jurisdiction of the netherworld? But he is clearly still alive. He is indeed alive. However, his fate has been altered. The judge has inscribed a decree with his pen, severing his life and consigning him to the netherworld. His original lifespan was destined to be 97 years, but recently, 20 years were forcefully deducted, reducing it to 77. This is the reason for his sudden decline in health, with no discernible cause. If this continues, he shall soon be claimed by the specters of a netherworld. Upon reading the system's response, Su Mo was struck with profound shock. The fate inscribed on the ledger of life and death can be altered? Who has the power to do such a thing? Is it the Monkey King? I am Sun Wukong, causing chaos in the netherworld. Pay me $20, and I shall erase your name from the ledger of life and death. Those who deem me a fraud may disregard my offer. In the future, upon receiving such messages, should one truly consider sending $20? What if the claims made by the sender hold some truth? However, the esteemed Elder Lin has not merely been erased from existence. Rather, his lifespan has been cruelly curtailed. The entity responsible for this alteration of fate is a servant of the underworld. Yet the orchestrators are those of the mortal realm. What a splendid performance. A collaboration between the realms of the living and the dead. It is unexpected that after centuries of inactivity, the system now encounters a resurgence of ghostly cultivators in this world. Chapter 23. Would you like a fated marriage? Who could be so malevolent as to conspire with the underworld to alter another's destiny and sever their lifespan? Su Mo inquired. System, when the host poses a question, please adhere to the fundamental laws. How could the system possibly know who is harming this old gentleman? The realms of Yin and Yang have never intertwined. If they were to connect, it would surely be due to the mischief of ghostly cultivators. This elder is merely an ordinary man. How could he have drawn the ire of such beings? Quite the enigma indeed. Su Mo, a novice who had just embarked on the path of cultivation, had only recently established his foundation that morning, becoming a first-tier, one-star postnatal warrior. His understanding of the cultivation world was exceedingly limited, and he possessed no concept of ghostly cultivators. Yet, his instincts warned him that ghostly cultivators were not to be trifled with. It was best to avoid any association with them throughout his life. Host, The system presents you with a worldly marriage fate. Would you accept? The system sent another message. Marriage fate? What nonsense is this? Suemo was taken aback. Can one truly gift a marriage fate? Are you the sword god system or a matchmaker system? Ugh. It is an opportunity, a worldly opportunity. Would you accept? The system replied. Suemo, is the system prone to typographical errors? After observing for some time, Suemo had discerned that the system was not merely a cold computation. It possessed a rather human-like quality. While having a human aspect is advantageous, it can also be detrimental. One must exercise caution when interacting with such a system, lest one be exploited while still assisting others. What opportunity! It feels as though the system is attempting to lead me into a trap. Would you accept? Please make your choice. Countdown. 10 seconds, 0987. Here we go again. The system displayed a countdown interface. Yes. Suemo gritted his teeth and replied. Excellent. When the opportunity arises, one must not hesitate. This is the temperament befitting a sword god. Though it is merely a trivial worldly opportunity, it is still preferable to none. In a moment, host, you need only proceed as follows. After reading the message from the system, Suemo quietly put away his phone. Dr. Griffin, how is the old gentleman's condition? Have you discerned the cause of his ailment? Lin Zhang's expression was somewhat anxious. Griffin had concluded his examination, yet he wore a furrowed brow and remained silent for an extended period. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. I conducted a thorough examination, but I still cannot ascertain the cause of your father's illness. His body showed no signs of ailment. One could even assert he was in peak health. Yet, he remained utterly rigid, his limbs immobile, unable to partake in nourishment. Truly a perplexing circumstance, Griffin remarked. Upon hearing Griffin's words, Lin Zhang's gaze dimmed. He had placed immense hope in Griffin, yet with great hope came profound disappointment. If a world-renowned expert, celebrated for his prowess in the Nobel Prize for Medicine, could not discern the root of his father's affliction, who could possibly remedy it? Lin Zhang, deeply bonded with his father, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Griffin, how could you fail to identify the issue? Are you not a distinguished expert? Is your reputation merely an illusion, or have you not exerted sufficient effort? League was suddenly interjected, vehemently pointing an accusatory finger at Griffin. He perceived this opportunity to treat the esteemed elder as a means to elevate his own status within the Lin family. Griffin's inability to diagnose the ailment rendered Li Guo's efforts futile, squandering a magnificent opportunity. How could he endure such a fate? Suemo rubbed his temples, contemplating how he had refrained from bestowing Li Guo with a talisman this time. Yet the latter remained audaciously confrontational. Griffin, accustomed to the reverence of others as a medical expert, was momentarily taken aback by such an unprecedented confrontation, his beard trembling in indignation. I must warn you, Griffin, if you fail to cure the elder's ailment today, I will ensure you face dire consequences. How will you explain this to your wife? Li Wu presa rala Leslie. What is your relationship with my wife? I am aware you are classmates, but to what extent has your relationship progressed? Why does she heed your every word? Griffin now trembled not only in his beard but throughout his entire being. What business is it of yours? Li Wu raturta da fianli. Enough. A faint yet commanding voice echoed through the room, and silence fell abruptly. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound, discovering the elder Lin had awakened. Observing Li Guo's theatrical display with evident annoyance. I am not dead yet, though I may be close, the elder Lin weakly asserted, attempting humor to ease the tension. However, no one dared to laugh, intensifying the awkward atmosphere. Where's my Chinya girl? The elder Lin inquired, surveying the room before resting his gaze on Lin Jiang. Grandfather, I am here. Before Lin Jiang could elaborate, a melodious yet tearful voice emerged, followed by a short-haired girl, approximately 5 feet tall, stepping out from behind the curtain. The moment she appeared, a radiant light seemed to illuminate the room, and an uncontrollable wave of joy surged within everyone present, even Suemo. Ah, such innate talent! The essence of the Tao is evident in her presence, capable of influencing the emotions of ordinary folk. This young lady's gifts are indeed remarkable, far surpassing the foolish host I have selected. Host, are you pleased with the fate, nay, the opportunity this system has bestowed upon you? The sword god system in the background of the mobile device erupted into a flurry of garbled text, entering its self-indulgent mode. This young lady is none other than Lin Qinya. If Suemo were to recall, he would recognize her as the girl who captured his image with her phone while he was swiftly traversing the distance after successfully establishing his foundation using the 10 steps technique. At that moment, Lin Qinya was clad in a vibrant pink running outfit, exuding youthful charm, whereas now she dons a sky blue long dress, still radiating vitality, yet imbued with a celestial grace. Earlier that morning, Su Mo sprinted a route that typically took him 15 minutes in a mere 30 seconds, completely oblivious to Lin Qinya's presence. Meanwhile, she had been discreetly observing Dr. Griffin attend to her grandfather from behind the curtains, unaware of Su Mo among the gathered crowd. "Qinya, you've come to see Grandpa." She obediently approached the bed of the elderly Lin, grasping his hand. "Grandpa, you will surely recover, I believe it." Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. The grandfather, feeling a glimmer of hope despite his stiffened body that rendered him immobile and unable to eat, chuckled. "Isn't it peculiar? Ha ha, do not cry, dear girl," he reassured her. "I've come to terms with my fate. If Yama is to claim me, none can intervene. Even should I depart, you must find joy each day. Do not furrow your brow." Lin Qinya managed to stifle her tears and nodded obediently. Turning his gaze towards Lin Jiang, the old man admonished, "Why the long face? Come, give this old man a smile." Lin Jiang, with a tense expression, managed to muster a grimace that was arguably more painful than tears. He knew his father well. Though he appeared a playful old man, his heart was sensitive, particularly regarding the sorrow of his descendants, especially Qinya. "May I attempt to treat the old man as ailment?" A voice interjected, parting the crowd to reveal Su Mo, holding a case for spectacles. "Su Mo, what do you know about medicine? How can you even think of trying with Lin grandfather's esteemed health? If Dr. Griffin cannot discern the cause, what can you possibly do? You ought to leave." Before anyone else could speak, Ligua stepped forward, reprimanding Su Mo, ignoring Ligua. Su Mo focused on Lin Jiang and the ailing grandfather. "Little brother, have you discerned anything about my father's condition?" Lin Jiang inquired. "Some conjectures," Su Mo replied. "And what approach do you intend to take?" Lin Jiang pressed. "I possess a medicine that may alleviate Lin grandfather's illness," Su Mo stated confidently. "Where did you acquire this medicine?" "It is a family heirloom." Lin Jiang posed 3 questions before gently shaking his head. Although he yearned to cure his father's ailment, he understood that haste often leads to reckless measures. He dared not allow someone who was not even a doctor to administer unknown remedies to his father. After all, the old man was nearing his end. Perhaps allowing this young brother to attempt a solution could be worth considering. Conversely, the ailing Lin patriarch displayed an open-mindedness towards Su Mo's suggestion. Griffin regarded Su Mo and inquired, "You mentioned having some conjectures regarding the old man's condition. As a physician, I'm quite curious about your speculations." Su Mo replied, "It is rather difficult to explain the intricacies of Eastern sorcery. You might interpret it in such a manner." Upon hearing Su Mo's response, Griffin let out a sigh and shook his head. Lin Jiang's expression grew increasingly despondent. This was the most implausible answer he had encountered thus far, and he was even less inclined to let Su Mo make an attempt. Let him try. Amidst the skepticism surrounding Su Mo, a voice emerged in unwavering support, resonant and melodious. It was Lin Qinya. "Father, I believe in him. I am confident he possesses the means to heal grandfather." Lin Qinya addressed Lin Jiang, who appeared troubled. "But it is challenging for a father to permit someone of unknown background to treat your grandfather," he replied. "Lin Jiang, it seems you have grown bold. Are you disregarding Lin Qinya's words?" The old man's demeanor, typically frail, radiated vigor in the presence of his beloved granddaughter. He exuded an air that suggested if Lin Jiang dared to oppose him further, he would rise to confront his unfilial son. Lin Jiang immediately relented. "You there, young man? Come here." Lin Qinya smiled brightly at Su Mo, causing all the men present to feel a surge of sweetness akin to 1,000 honey blows. How they wished that the term young man was directed at themselves. With a smile, Su Mo approached the Lin patriarch's bedside. He opened his glasses case, unfolded a piece of tissue, and retrieved a dark, ashen pill resembling boiler ash. The remnants of the longevity elixir were indeed akin to boiler ash. And this was no exaggeration. The alchemists of the Qin kingdom had dedicated the nation's resources to concocting a longevity elixir for the Qin king, reputed to possess divine effects, capable of defying fate and granting immortality with merely a single dose. Although the remnants Su Mo held in his hand contained only a trace of the elixir's medicinal properties, their effects remained astonishing. He had previously consumed one as a foundational pill to replenish the spiritual energy depleted after refining the 9 swords body tempering technique. However, To utilize the remnants of a longevity elixir as a foundational pill was an utter waste. After discovering the remnants' efficacy through the system, he resolved to preserve them for a more significant purpose. The opportunity offered to Su Mo by the system, a mundane chance in the earthly realm, hinges upon the most crucial element he possesses, the remnants of an elixir of immortality. Although the effects of these remnants pale in comparison to the genuine elixir, which cannot grant eternal life, they possess the capacity to extend one's lifespan. In a certain sense, prolonging life can be perceived as defying fate itself. The medicinal properties penetrate the corporeal form, reaching the underworld, transforming into the scribe's quill that alters one's destiny. An unknown spectral cultivator, employing arcane methods, has communicated with the bureaucrats of the netherworld to modify the lifespan of old Master Lin. What Su Mo must now accomplish is to utilize the remnants of the elixir to restore the portion of old Master Lin's life that had been truncated. While the process may seem convoluted, in practice, it is remarkably straightforward. A single grain of the elixir's remnants is sufficient to resolve everything. Upon observing Su Mo's casually packaged remedy, nestled within a glass case and carelessly wrapped in tissue paper, Lin Zhang's eyes involuntarily twitched in dismay. The sight of the remedy, dark and resembling coal ash, sparked an immediate urge within him to intervene. However, at that moment, old Master Lin shot him a fierce glare. Lin Qinya, her face radiating warmth, gently tugged at her father's arm, signaling him not to fret. In truth, Lin Qinya herself was not as assured as she appeared. Her willingness to place her faith in Su Mo stemmed entirely from their brief acquaintance that morning. She was aware that Su Mo was a cultivator. In this era, any cultivator, regardless of their nascent status, is often an individual of profound opportunity, deserving of respect. A cultivator willing to assist in treating her grandfather's ailment was an offer she could not decline. The moment Su Mo extracted the remnants of the elixir from the glass's case, Lin Qinya realized she had made the right gamble. She sensed abundant spiritual energy emanating from the grain, and more importantly, a rich vitality. As a cultivator herself, she had contemplated employing her own abilities to save her grandfather. But the sudden onset of his peculiar affliction left her with merely a handful of foundational pills and spirit stones, all of which proved ineffective against his condition. Although she had a master of considerable renown who likely possessed the means to cure her grandfather's illness, he was elusive and notoriously irresponsible, making it impossible for her to locate him in the short term. Thus, she placed her hopes upon Su Mo, who had now revealed a grain of elixir brimming with life force. From her perspective, this elixir was exceptionally precious. In an age where celestial treasures are increasingly rare, any form of elixir is invaluable. She pondered what Su Mo might desire in exchange for such a rare offering, but for the moment, her focus remained on the urgent need to treat her grandfather. Lin Qinya subtly clenched her fist as Su Mo placed the remnants of the elixir into old Master Lin's mouth. There is no need to consume it with water. The elixir is a remarkable concoction crafted from rare and precious materials, dissolving instantly upon contact. Success. Once the elixir was ingested, Lord Lin felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his entire being, washing away all traces of age, decay, and lethargy. Unbeknownst to him, an unseen force traversed the realms of existence, restoring the years that had been deducted from his lifespan. Lord Lin sensed he had made a complete recovery. Not only had he regained his health, but he also felt even more youthful, surpassing the vigor he possessed a decade prior. Overwhelmed with emotion, he was on the verge of tears. "Father, how do you feel? Should we have Dr. Griffin examine you again?" Lin Jiang inquired anxiously, observing the changes in Lord Lin after taking the medicine. "Examine what? I feel splendid," Lord Lin exclaimed, springing up from the bed with a vigor that startled Lin Jiang. "Old man, you are nearly 80. Could you not behave like a child?" Lin Jiang remarked, though he noted that Lord Lin was indeed more agile and sprightly than before, confirming his recovery. This young man's medicine is miraculous, curing ailments with immediate effect. Lin Jiang turned to Su Mo and bowed deeply. "Young brother, your kindness is something I will never forget. From now on, whenever you require assistance from the Lin family, we shall go through fire and water for you." Beside them, Li was seethed with frustration upon hearing Lin Jiang's words. He believed that such gratitude should rightfully have been directed towards him, and that he should have been the one to earn the Lin family's profound appreciation. Lord Lin playfully slapped Lin Jiang on the forehead and scolded, "Stop making empty promises. Quickly ask the young man what he needs, and we will do our utmost to repay him." Then, turning to Su Mo with a cheerful demeanor, he said, "Young man, feel free to express any desires you may have. Aside from my precious granddaughter Qinya, whatever you wish for that the Lin family possesses will be yours." At this, Li Guan nearly choked on his own blood, overwhelmed by the unfolding scene. Chapter 25. Leave the matter of gratitude to me. What should I request in return? Su Mo had not yet contemplated this question. His act of saving someone had been a spontaneous decision, coupled with the desire to test the effects of the longevity elixir on an ordinary person. After all, he still possessed 7 more elixirs, with an abundance of such remedies. He felt he could afford to be generous. Now that the mundane opportunity the system had mentioned had been fulfilled, it was time to consider what rewards he should seek. But what should he ask for? Money? Before today, Su Mo, like most ordinary people, toiled daily merely to earn a meager sum. In this mundane existence, the so-called struggle for the majority is simply about making money. Now, having saved the father of a CEO from a publicly listed company, one might ponder the worth of such a favor. He believed that should he express his desire for monetary compensation for the energy expended in that moment, any sum would be readily offered. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Mo found himself disinterested in financial remuneration. The mere thought of money caused his enthusiasm to wane. Yesterday, Su Mo would undoubtedly have chided his present self, questioning the need for such pretense. He perceived this lack of desire for monetary reward as a profound flaw. However, what could the Lin family possibly offer him in return? Despite their immense wealth, their riches were merely a reflection of worldly possessions, and beyond that, the Lin family seemed devoid of anything substantial to repay Su Mo. It was as if they were impoverished, having only money left to their name. It was indeed a perplexing situation. Worldly opportunities often felt like a tasteless morsel, neither fulfilling nor easily dismissed. Noticing Su Mo's silence, Lin Jiang suddenly spoke up. "Young brother, since you are to be an employee of our future intelligence company, I shall transfer 5 of the company's equity to you, making you the largest shareholder. How does that sound?" Boom! Before Su Mo could process this proclamation, the product development team erupted in excitement. The highs and lows of life were exhilarating. In an instant, Su Mo transformed from an employee to a boss. Henceforth, he would be addressed as Director Su. How delightful. He resolved to treat Director Su to a meal with half of his year-end bonus, understanding that flattery should commence promptly and be resounded before the year concluded. The camaraderie among the team allowed for such jovial banter without restraint. Yet, one individual, Li Guo, wore a pained expression akin to one who had swallowed a fly. "Chairman Lin, perhaps this is not advisable. Transferring 5 of the shares is quite a bold move. Moreover, this would mean future intelligence would bear your surname, Su." "What then for you, Chairman Lin?" At that moment, Su Mo felt a sudden dryness in his throat. His previous resolve crumbled, revealing that his interest in worldly riches had not entirely dissipated. A 51 stake in a publicly listed company. This was the very rhythm of entering the ranks of the affluent. Old Master Lin laughed heartily and reassured him, "Young brother, fret not. Future intelligence represents but a minor fraction of my son's ventures. Even if I were to bestow it all upon you, what would change? The Lin family shall remain unchanged." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere brimmed with an aura of opulence. Su Mo was genuinely tempted now and chose not to feign reluctance any longer. Thus he declared, "Then I shall accept." Respecting the wishes of others is often preferable to mere compliance. Yet before the sentiment could fully escape his lips, Lin Xinye's voice rang out unexpectedly. "Grandfather." She addressed the elderly Lin. Individuals like this young man cannot be swayed by mere monetary incentives. Moreover, the act of restoring your health and rejuvenating your spirit is a profound kindness that cannot be quantified in terms of wealth. To offer shares in Future Intelligence 5 as a token of gratitude would be nothing short of an affront to him. Please do not insult him. I find the notion of equity rather appealing. Truly, Su Mo interjected, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. The unpredictable vicissitudes of life certainly provided their fair share of exhilaration. "What do you propose we do, Qinya?" Lin Laozi gazed at his beloved granddaughter with an unmistakable tenderness, always inclined to heed her counsel. "Rest assured, grandfather, father, I shall take it upon myself to express our gratitude to this young man. You need not worry." With that declaration, Lin Qinya bounded over to Su Mo, seizing his hand and dashing outside, leaving Lin Jiang, Lin Laozi, and an entire room full of bewildered colleagues in her wake. "Qinya, my dear, while this young man has indeed rendered us a great service, you mustn't act recklessly." Lin Laozi's voice echoed with concern, But by then, Lin Qinya had already pulled Su Mo far away. "Miss Lin, where are you taking me?" Su Mo asked, bemused as he was towed along at a brisk pace. The petite girl, despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, possessed surprising speed. They finally halted by the banks of the Grand River, traversing Jiangxing, with a gentle breeze mingled with the sparse presence of passers-by, creating an ambience of serenity. "Miss Lin, what brings us to the riverside?" Sumo Guayith. There is no time for explanations. "Quickly, remove your outer garments," Lin Qinya urged, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Undress? That seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? I believe we should cultivate our relationship a bit longer first," Su Mo replied, feeling quite flustered. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xinya's expression shifted to that of a fiercely protective little tiger. "What lewd thoughts are you entertaining? I merely meant for you to take off your outer coat and roll up your sleeves so I can see your sex insignia." Her gaze fixed firmly on him as she began to tug at his sleeves without further ado. Wait, Miss Lin, I believe there is some misunderstanding. What sect are you referring to? I don't comprehend." Su Mo stammered, trying to evade her grasp. Yet, he was ultimately compelled to shed his outer layer, allowing her to inspect his sleeves for whatever she sought. "Do not address me as Miss Lin. You should call me Taoist Lin Qinya. Is that not so?" "Sumo Taoist," she teased with a sly grin as she continued to roll up his sleeves. "Taoist? You are a practitioner." Sumo exclaimed, astonished. "Hush, speak softly. Are you trying to summon the enforcement officers of the Alliance of Cultivators?" Lin Qinya chided. Su Mo, utterly bewildered, inquired, "The Alliance of Cultivators? What department is that? You don't even know about the Alliance of Cultivators? Didn't your master tell you about it?" Lin Qinya exclaimed in astonishment. "I have no master," Su Mo replied candidly. "No master? Then surely you must have a guide." "Who's your guide?" Lin Qinya persisted. Su Mo was at a loss for words. What on earth was a guide? He could only continue to speak the truth. "I have no guide either." Throughout this exchange, Lin Qinya meticulously examined Su Mo's arms, as if searching for something. After several fruitless attempts, she finally relinquished her efforts. "You have no markings on your arms. Do you not belong to a sect? Are you a rogue cultivator?" Lin Qinya exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new continent. Chapter 26. Do you own a car? Do you have a house? Let me take a good look at you. Lin Qinya blinked her large eyes and leaned closer to Su Mo, even taking a vigorous sniff with her petite, adorable nose. "What are you doing?" Su Mo crossed his arms and took a step back, adopting a defensive posture. Today, he feared he had encountered a female rogue. "Ha! Do not be afraid, fellow cultivator Su. In today's world of cultivation, rogue cultivators are as rare as pandas, and they are creatures we must cherish and protect. Thus, upon discovering that you are a rogue cultivator, I was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement." Lin Qinya took a deep breath and reminded herself, "Restraint, restraint. Always remember you're a little fairy." Su Mo looked up at the sky, struggling to accept the fact that such a silly and endearing girl as Lin Qinya was indeed a cultivator. Perhaps the threshold for becoming a cultivator was not as high as he had imagined. "My apologies, fellow cultivator Su, for the embarrassment I caused. Let's return to the matter at hand and discuss how I might repay your kindness." Lin Qinya exerted considerable effort to suppress her laughter. She truly was a cheerful girl. "However, speaking of returning to the matter at hand, what did you mean by embarrassment? It feels rather insulting. Fellow cultivator Su, you saved my grandfather with a precious elixir. I knew you were a good person," Lin Qinya stated earnestly. "Sumo inwardly scoffed. Please, no. I prefer to issue my own good person cards. Receiving one from others feels rather gloomy, especially when it comes from a beautiful girl." Of course, Lin Qinya could not hear Su Mo's internal musings. She rubbed her head and continued, "Your elixir is far too valuable. I truly have nothing that could equal the worth of what you have given. Surely, I cannot repay you with mere worldly money? Alas, this is quite a conundrum. In truth, it need not be so complicated. If you truly find it difficult to think of a way to repay me, I could reluctantly accept worldly wealth," Su Mo said, his face unashamed. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Lin Qinya couldn't help but chuckle. A loose cultivator is indeed a cherished species, both adorable and endearing. You must have just recently embarked on your journey as a cultivator, for you do not understand that these worldly possessions hold no significance for us practitioners. To us, the passage of time is fleeting. A mere blink can encompass decades, and centuries can vanish in the midst of seclusion. What worth do worldly riches hold for us? Pursuing earthly pleasures only leads to the squandering of precious cultivation years, which is a deviation from the righteous path, Lin Qinya stated earnestly. At that moment, Lin Xinya stood with her hands clasped behind her back, embodying the demeanor of a venerable elder imparting wisdom to Su Mo. Your reasoning is quite profound. Where did you acquire such insights? My master imparted them to me, Lin Xinya replied casually. Huh, I had assumed you were speaking from personal experience, as if you had already traversed centuries in the blink of an eye. In my estimation, dear Lin Xinya, your true age must not exceed 17 years. Su Mo remarked with a smile. Lin Xinya's eyes widened in surprise, and she shot an indignant glare at Su Mo, exclaiming, Do not mock my youth. Since my master accepted me into the sect, I have cultivated for 3 years and have attained the rank of a second-grade 7-star innate cultivator. Before long, I shall condense my golden core and ascend to the status of a 3rd-grade golden core sovereign. 17 years, 3 years of cultivation, and a second-grade 7-star innate cultivator. Lin Xinya lifted her chin proudly, her expression one of triumph. She had every right to be proud, for she was a true genius of cultivation. Su Mo was astonished. He recalled that during his previous sojourn in the fragments of the Qin era, even the formidable King of Qin was merely a second-grade 1-star innate cultivator. No wonder he had been unable to evade Lin Xinya when she had playfully pulled his hand. The disparity in their realms was simply too vast. Should Lin Xinya wish to impose harm upon Su Mo, she could do so with a mere flick of her finger, a testament to the overwhelming strength that comes with a higher cultivation level. On the very first day of successfully establishing his foundation, Su Mo was profoundly challenged in his resolve by a 17-year-old girl. It was clear that he needed to accelerate his cultivation to elevate his prowess. A strong sense of urgency began to take root within him. Lin Xinya approached the riverbank, casually picking up a pebble and executing a flawless skip across the water surface. It truly puzzles me. How should I repay you? That spirit pill of yours is exceedingly precious. Speaking of which, how could you bear to use such a valuable spirit pill to save my grandfather, an ordinary man? Su Mo responded, You keep emphasizing the rarity of the pill. Is it truly that valuable? I have an abundance of pill remnants, more than I can consume, and I am somewhat indulgent. Is it acceptable if I do not seek any recompense? Dear Lin Xinya, if you truly cannot think of a suitable return, perhaps we should let it go. I am eager to return home and devote myself to cultivation, vowing not to step outside until I reach the second-grade realm. Su Mo spoke with a sense of helplessness, feeling somewhat disheartened by Lin Xinya's formidable cultivation. A home? Indeed. How could I have overlooked the fact that you are a lone cultivator, devoid of sect resources? I can certainly offer you such an item. Suddenly, Lin Xinya clapped her forehead and broke into a joyous smile. Do you have a house, Su Mo? Lin Xinya inquired mysteriously. A house? Su Mo was momentarily at a loss for words, perplexed by this unexpected question. Was this a prelude to matchmaking? He did possess a residence, but it was in his hometown, which was not in Jiangsheng. The apartment he currently rented in Jiangsheng was a modest 1-bedroom, costing over 2,000 coins monthly. Thus, the answer was clear. He had no property in Jiangsheng. Would this prospective union fall through? Bah! It wasn't as if they were genuinely courting. Could his inner thoughts be any more elaborate? I have no house, Su Mo declared with conviction. I may lack a home, but my voice is resounding. Who needs to shout so loudly about not having a house? You might scare the little fairy. Lin Xinya chuckled, patting her chest before mischievously asking, Do you have a car? Again? Is this truly necessary? Sumolamente. I don't have a car either. How splendid! Lin Xinya exclaimed, clapping her hands and jumping with glee. Su Mo was left speechless, inwardly grumbling. What is this little girl implying? You seem quite pleased with my lack of property and vehicle. Are you looking for a fight? Never mind, I wouldn't stand a chance. It's too disheartening. Sudaoist, please do not misunderstand. Since you have neither house nor car, I now know how to repay you. Behold this. Lin Xinya waved her small hand in the air, and in an instant, a dazzling light flashed. A Porsche Cayenne off-road vehicle materialized out of thin air, coming to a halt before Su Mo Sudaoist. This car is a gift for you, as one of my tokens of gratitude, Lin Xinya declared. Su Mo gazed at the vehicle before him, contemplating. After all this, is it not still merely worldly possessions? Where is the ethereal fairy who claimed to be above such matters? However, it was indeed a Porsche, quite impressive, and he found himself liking it. A piece of alchemical refuse exchanged for a Porsche Cayenne was not a bad deal after all. Noticing the expression on Su Mo's face, Lin Xinya discerned his thoughts and smiled as she clarified, Su Daoist, it is not as you imagine. This is no ordinary vehicle. Oh, is it not simply a Porsche? A luxury car, I am aware. What else makes it extraordinary? Su Mo inquired, puzzled. This vehicle has been modified by my master, inscribed with an acceleration formation. When driven at full speed, it can reach 800 kilometers per hour, faster than a typical commercial aircraft. It is perfect for transportation until one achieves the third-tier realm and can fly with their spirit vessel, Lin Qinya explained. Marvelous. Su Mo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yet he realized that such a vehicle could not be driven out at a speed of 800 kilometers per hour. He would surely be stopped by the police the moment he hit the road. You need not worry about that. My master has already anticipated this issue. She has inscribed an invisible array and a collision avoidance array onto this car, allowing it to become invisible and autonomously evade obstacles, ensuring it attracts no attention while guaranteeing safety at high speeds. Moreover, this vehicle can shrink down to the size of a model car, making it incredibly convenient to carry in a backpack when not in use, Lin Qinya explained. Perfect. Su Mo gazed at the Porsche before him, growing fonder by the moment. The sublime fusion of a cultivator's array techniques with modern technology, a dream car for any man. Su Daoist, this car is a gift for you. Merely a token of gratitude. The most significant gift I wish to bestow upon you is not merely a house, but a modernized cultivator's cave abode. Chapter 27. There's no time for explanations. Get in the car. A cave abode? Su Mo could hardly believe his ears. That sounds very much like something from the realm of cultivation, very ethereal. It's not the sort of cave you might imagine. In fact, true paradises are now exceedingly rare, largely occupied by major sections. The cave abode I intend to gift you has been modernized by my master. You shall understand once you see it. There is no time to explain. Get in the car, Lin Qinya exclaimed, yanking open the car door and ushering Su Mo into the passenger seat. Buckle up. I'm about to start the engine. As Lin Qinya settled into the driver's seat, Su Mo hurriedly fastened his seatbelt. After all, a car capable of 800 kilometers per hour was no laughing matter without proper safety measures. Lin Qinya ignited the engine and shifted into drive seamlessly, demonstrating the poise of an experienced driver. Su Mo took a moment to observe the luxurious Porsche that was soon to be his. Although it had been magically enhanced, it appeared quite similar to an ordinary vehicle, with no remarkable difference in driving mechanics. Finally, he could put his hard-earned driver's license to use. This car has always been driven by me and performs exceptionally well. Were it not for the immense favor you've done for my grandfather, I would have been reluctant to part with it, Lin Qinya boasted proudly. Feel how comfortable it is, how steady it drives. Indeed, it is quite comfortable and steady. Su Mo agreed. However, why do I feel that our speed isn't particularly impressive? Don't tell me that we are actually traveling at 800 kilometers per hour. Is that Volkswagen attempting to overtake us outside also reaching such speeds? The exhilarating sensation he had anticipated was yet to arrive, prompting him to voice his dissatisfaction. Foolish. Su Daoist, we haven't activated the enhancements on this vehicle yet. Without the magical modifications, this is merely an ordinary SUV. It cannot become invisible, cannot autonomously avoid obstacles, and certainly cannot achieve 800 kilometers per hour. Do you see that red button? With just a gentle press, the magical enhancement feature can be activated. Brace yourself. I'm about to speed. Lin Qinya extended her delicate finger and pressed the red button located on the central console. Instantly, the car transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. It was scarcely distinguishable from flight. The sudden shift in gravity left Su Mo's complexion pale. Merely 2 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt. We have arrived, Lin Qinya exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands. Su Mo, still in shock, felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon realizing the car had indeed stopped. What do you think? Isn't this car amazing? Lin Qinya beamed with satisfaction at her prized possession. Su Mo could only give a thumbs up, rendered speechless. As they exited the vehicle, Lin Qinya snapped her fingers, and the large Porsche SUV rapidly shrank to a size visible to the naked eye, ultimately transforming into a model measuring merely 10 centimeters in length. Lin Qinya picked up the miniaturized car, opened Su Mo's backpack, and placed it inside. Leaning closer, I shall teach you the secrets of controlling this vehicle. Following her instructions, Su Mo leaned in, firmly committing the knowledge imparted by Lin Qinya to memory. From this moment forth, the car officially belonged to Su Mo, and he would wield its control. This ride is incredibly cool. Su Mo felt quite pleased. Now that the transfer of ownership is complete, I shall take you to see the modern abode I intend to gift you, Lin Qinya declared. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Lin Qinya pointed behind her, exclaiming, "Look, your new dwelling is right here. What do you think? Isn't it splendid?" Following her gesture, Su Mo turned to behold an imposing and exquisitely elegant villa. Isn't this the renowned villa district of Jiang City? These villas are built alongside the river, surrounded by stunning scenery, and boast unique architectural designs. They are quite famous in Jiang City. I have seen advertisements for them on the light rail. Are you truly gifting me a villa? Yes, and yet not entirely. Follow me. I am presenting you with Building 17. Lin Qian led Su Mo into the villa district, where the community security guard evidently recognized her, greeting her with a formal salute before opening the security gate. Master Wang, from this day forth, that building will be transferred to this gentleman named Su Mo. Please familiarize yourself with him. Lin Qinya chuckled. Rest assured, Miss Lin. I have noted Mr. Su's appearance, the guard replied earnestly. He then turned to Su Mo, offering a formal bow, and said, Good day, Mr. Su. Welcome to our community. Should you require anything, simply place a call, and the property management and security will be at your service around the clock. With a soft exclamation, Su Mo couldn't help but admire the exceptional service of the upscale community. The guard salutes were so impeccably executed, a stark contrast to the property management of the modest neighborhood he resided in. Indeed, the lives of the affluent are often beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. As Lin Qinya guided Su Mo further inside, she remarked, You must make sure the security recognizes you. In our community, entry is facial recognition only, no key cards required. The concept of face recognition for entry was akin to the futuristic idea of signing in with one's visage, an innovative approach indeed. This is the one. Lin Qinya halted before a villa nestled deeper within the community. The villa, 3 stories high, was adorned with an elegant marble facade, its design remarkably distinctive, resembling a floating garden from a distance. Additionally, the property featured a quaint private courtyard, meticulously laid with a green lawn, at the center of which stood a European-style flower bed, bursting with a variety of blooms, both familiar and foreign to Su Mo. This is the abode I wish to gift you. Are you satisfied? Lin Qinya inquired with a beaming smile. Beautiful, Su Mo couldn't help but exclaim before asking, in a city like Jiangcheng, where every inch of land is a treasure. How much would such a villa cost? Lin Qinya tilted her head, raising a finger. 10 million? Su Mo gasped in disbelief. Is it really that expensive? Indeed, poverty has confined your imagination, Lin Qinya replied. It's 100 million, 100 million, my friend. However, these mundane figures hold little significance for us. The true value of this villa lies in the fact that it has been transformed by my master into a modernized sanctuary. Come, Su Daoist, let me show you around. Lin Qinya said cheerfully. Yet, Su Mo remained still. What is the matter? Su Daoist, why don't you come in? Lin Qinya asked. Su Mo shook his head, replying, Lin Daoist, I believe that the modified car you gifted me already offsets the value of that pill. This villa is simply too precious. I cannot accept it. Let us leave it at that. The villa is yours, and we are even. With a puzzled expression, Lin Qinya bounced in front of Su Mo and placed her hand on his forehead. You don't have a fever, so why speak such nonsense? Chapter 28. Should I take her in? She seems quite pitiable. Su Mo, both amused and exasperated, swatted Lin Qinya's hand from his forehead, asserting, I am quite serious. I cannot accept this villa. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qinya suddenly appeared enlightened. Su Mo, do you perhaps have a misunderstanding regarding the value of your pill? In today's cultivation world, rare materials are scarce. Ancient recipes have largely been lost, and the lineage of alchemists has been interrupted. Thus, any spiritual pill is exceedingly difficult to appraise. Moreover, your pill exudes a rich vitality. I can assure you its efficacy is remarkable, capable of reviving the deceased and prolonging life. I initially estimate its value to be at least 5 times that of this villa, if not more. Is that truly the case? Su Mo asked, astonished. He was aware of the preciousness of the remnants of the elixir of immortality, yet he never anticipated such extraordinary value. The current state of the cultivation world must be dire indeed to render the remnants concocted by the alchemists of the Qin kingdom into treasures of the realm. Indeed, thus, dear Su, do you still intend to decline this cave abode? If you persist in your refusal, I shall be consumed by unease, which in turn will destabilize my Tao heart. This disquietude could lead me astray during my cultivation, ultimately inviting a tribulation that could spell my demise. My grandfather would be heartbroken, leading to his own despondency, and your precious elixir would then be squandered. Therefore, my friend, I implore you to graciously accept this cave. In addition to the modified vehicle in this abode, I shall also offer you some spirit stones or foundation establishment pills. For only then shall I find peace of mind and my conscience be untroubled. Suemo, what sort of logic is this? What chaotic thoughts occupy this young girl's mind? Very well, I shall accept the cave, but I must decline the spirit stones and foundation establishment pills, for I lack nothing. The system has activated the host support program, providing an unlimited supply of foundation establishment pills. Thus, Suemo truly lacks for nothing. As for the spirit stones, he felt reluctant to further burden Lin Qinya. While the remnants of the elixir may indeed be exceedingly rare in this world, the process through which Suemo obtained them was far from arduous. Let us set aside the spirit stones and foundation establishment pills for now. Come, Su, allow me to show you your cave, Lin Qinya insisted, pulling Suemo into the villa. Indeed, the modified villa possessed a unique charm. Externally, it bore little distinction from other villas, yet upon entering, one would find the air imbued with the essence of array formations, transforming the structure into a haven suitable for cultivators. Behold, this is the training chamber, enhanced with a golden soup formation. The walls are as solid as gold soup, capable of withstanding the full force of a third-tier golden core cultivator strike. In here, you may practice your swordplay without fear of uprooting the house. This room serves as the alchemy chamber, equipped with a purple clay furnace, theoretically capable of refining third-tier elixirs. However, my master, being only a novice alchemist, has never succeeded in creating anything beyond foundation establishment pills. This is the retreat chamber, arranged with a calming array, conducive to gathering one's focus and fostering tranquility during meditation. This is the bedroom. Let us proceed to the next. This room also serves as a bedroom and can be utilized for guests. This is the study. This room is a karaoke room, featuring a set of audio equipment imported directly from America, delivering an astonishing sound experience. This is a dance studio where I typically practice dance and stretching. Look at those 8 grand mirrors, how splendid. Lin Qinya took Suemo through each room, initially showcasing a series of function rooms adorned with array formations, which left Suemo in awe. However, as the karaoke room and dance studio appeared successively, Suemo found himself increasingly at a loss for words. In the end, he could only sincerely exclaim that this villa, or perhaps one should say this dwelling, possessed an abundance of rooms. After thoroughly exploring each chamber, he found himself somewhat fatigued despite having successfully established his foundation. Ultimately, the two returned to the living room on the first floor and seated themselves upon the sofa. Lin Qinya glanced at the time and remarked, "It should be nearly time, yet they have not arrived." Suemo, puzzled, inquired, "Are there more guests coming?" "Not guests, but the individuals who will assist us in transferring the property title," Lin Qinya clarified. "Earlier in the car, I sent a message instructing someone to take our identification to handle the transfer of this villa. Considering the time elapsed, it should be nearly completed. Suemo, my friend, please bear with me for just a moment longer," Lin Qinya replied. "The comprehensive service for the title transfer is indeed impressive. How do you happen to possess my identification?" "Sumo question. Are you not an employee of my father's company? Therefore, your identification is undoubtedly included in your records, and I merely utilized the photocopy," Lin Qinya chuckled. "Ah, indeed," Suemo nodded, pondering whether he should place greater importance on such documents in the future. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, the sound of the doorbell echoed through the villa. Lin Qinya gestured for Suemo to remain seated while she hurried to open the door, as the villa had a separate courtyard gate. Shortly, she returned, exuberantly bouncing with a red booklet in hand, though she also carried a massive black box. The box was taller than Lin Qinya herself, yet she handled it effortlessly as if it were a mere toy. "Su Daoist, the property transfer has been completed. Here is your title deed. Although this is a dwelling, it is officially still classified as a villa, so it is prudent to have it transferred under your name," Lin Qinya stated, extending the red booklet towards Suemo. After glancing at it, Suemo placed the title deed into his backpack. A villa worth over 100 million in a renowned residential area of Jiangxing was now officially under his name. It felt surreal, akin to a dream. Moreover, the true value of this villa transcended the mere measurement of worldly currency. "Suemo, I recently reflected on my previous thoughts and realized I had made an error. While worldly wealth may hold no significance for you, it is indeed meaningful to your earthly relatives. For instance, my father and grandfather are not cultivators, and money can ensure they live the lives they desire. Therefore, since you mentioned earlier that you lack for spirit stones and foundation building pills, I shall compensate the remaining portion with worldly goods, Lin Qinya explained, simultaneously pushing the enormous black box towards Su Mo. With curiosity, Su Mo opened the box. The moment he did, he was momentarily dazzled, and his heart began to race. Fortunately, he did not suffer from a heart condition, otherwise, it would have been quite dire. The sky was adorned with the brilliance of dawn when a box filled with vibrant red 100 yuan bills caught my eye. Here lay 20 million, a sum gifted to me over the years as New Year's money from my elders. Although such worldly wealth holds little significance for me, I had set it aside casually, and now it amounted to precisely 20 million. I now present it all to you. This monetary value surely pales in comparison to spiritual stones or foundation building pills. Yet it represents the entirety of my liquid assets. I feel a tinge of embarrassment. Had I known that I would be using worldly currency for the final portion of my gratitude, I would have prepared more. However, I had already assured my grandfather and father that I would take full responsibility for repaying Daoist Su. So alas, this is all I have for now. As for the shortfall, I shall find a way to make amends later. Lin Qinya felt both guilty and exceedingly awkward. No, Daoist Lin, this is sufficient. The modernized cave dwelling and this 20 million in cash are more than enough. Please do not speak of further recompense. Otherwise, I might find myself plagued by inner demons. Su Mo replied, his heart racing at the sight of the mountain of red bills. The world is often in a flurry, merely chasing after a few silver coins. Just yesterday, he toiled away for a meager monthly salary. Now, with a pile of wealth before him, how could he not be astounded? Perhaps with the passage of time and cultivation, he would become indifferent to worldly riches, but that moment was not yet upon him. As a newly established cultivator, it was still difficult for him to dismiss material wealth as mere fleeting clouds. Daoist Su, Lin Yan suddenly spoke, hesitating momentarily. Is there something you wish to discuss? Su Mo finally tore his gaze away from the mountain of money to look at Lin Qinya, perceiving her as a benefactor whose presence he increasingly cherished. Daoist Su, this cave dwelling now belongs to you, but I must confess that it was initially my personal retreat for cultivation. Acquiring another building for my master to transform would be simple enough, yet I currently have no idea where she has wandered off to, making it impossible for me to locate her. Therefore, until I can find my master and have a new cave dwelling crafted, could you permit me to continue my cultivation here? I assure you, I will not be a burden. I only require a guest room, and I shall utilize the practice room and seclusion chamber only when you are not using them. Now, it was Su Mo's turn to feel conflicted about whether to accommodate Lin Qinya. The young girl appeared rather pitiable. Chapter 29. The world is vast, and I wish to explore it. Ultimately, Su Mo consented to Lin Qinya's request. Just 30 minutes ago, this villa had been her exclusive sanctuary, and to cast her out now would seem utterly unkind. In return, during my stay here, feel free to seek my guidance on any cultivation-related inquiries you may have. Although my time in the realm of cultivation has not been extensive, my level of mastery surpasses yours by a slight margin. Hence I believe I may be of some assistance, Lin Qinya remarked. The phrase a slight margin was expressed with great delicacy by Lin Qinya, leaving Su Mo feeling rather embarrassed. Su Mo nodded. He indeed found himself in urgent need of a friend within the contemporary world of cultivation, not for guidance in his own practice, but rather for an introduction to the current state of affairs in the cultivation community. Despite possessing a system, it had not emerged for several centuries, and upon re-emergence, it had chosen him as its host. This was akin to a venerable master who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, emerging only to take him as a disciple. While the master's guidance in the realm of cultivation was unquestionable, he too remained oblivious to all that had transpired during those intervening centuries. Lin, my friend, I seek to purchase a sword, one suitable for my current level of cultivation. Do you know where I might procure such a weapon? This morning, he had rehearsed the technique of 9 swords, tempering the body numerous times in his mind, yet had achieved no discernible results, finding it rather obscure and challenging. However, upon grasping Zhang Duqing's Tai Chi sword, a sudden clarity enveloped him, allowing the technique to flow effortlessly. Thus, it became evident that to enhance his cultivation, he required a sword. Zhang Duqing's Tai Chi sword was an ordinary health sword, and acquiring such a blade would be quite simple, typically found in any craft store. Yet now, Su Mo desired something far beyond that. He yearned for a cultivator's sword, which would also be his first weapon upon entering the realm of cultivation. His initial thought was to consult the system, hoping to request a sword. However, this seemed to provoke the system's ire. Once a sword entered its possession, it was unlikely to re-emerge, much like the sword of Lady Su, which Su Mo had acquired during his venture into the time fragments of Qin. Once it was bestowed upon the system, it had been transformed into a sword-shaped signal, firmly held within the system's grasp. Thus, the system only had an affinity for acquiring swords, and the prospect of parting with one was utterly impossible. Now, and for all eternity, Su Mo found himself at a loss. After much negotiation with the system, it finally acquiesced to allocate 8 low-grade spirit stones within the confines of the host support program, permitting him to procure a low-tier sword on his own. Yet, even with the spirit stones in hand, Su Mo remained unaware of where to purchase weapons for cultivators, which prompted his inquiry to Lin Qinya. A sword suitable for your current level of cultivation? A first-grade Dao sword would suffice. Dao artifacts are graded from 9 to 1, with the first grade being entry-level. They should be available in all supermarkets. Just prepare your spirit stones and purchase one, Lin Qinya explained. A supermarket? Somogwidi, perplexed. I have read little. You cannot be serious. Are there Dao swords for sale in supermarkets? Are we indeed referring to the same establishment? Observing Su Mo's expression, Lin Qinya clarified, surely you're not unaware of the Dao artifact supermarket? Just as ordinary people require shopping, we cultivators occasionally need to acquire certain items as well. Ordinary individuals have supermarkets, and naturally, we possess our own, namely the Daoqi supermarket. In our Jiang city, numerous Daoqi supermarkets exist. This evening at 6 o'clock, as the realms of heaven and earth converge, with the sun setting in the west and the moonlight illuminating the night, the Daoqi supermarket in Jiang city will commence its operations, and I shall escort you there. Su Mo nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, I appreciate your assistance, Daoist Lin. With time still on their side, the two began to engage in aimless conversation, primarily with Lin Qinya sharing his insights on cultivation and observations of the contemporary world of Taoism. For Su Mo, this was akin to a comprehensive lecture on the knowledge of the Taoist realm, providing him with invaluable benefits. The contemporary Taoist world, while broadly similar to what Su Mo had gleaned from the fragments of the Qin era, had undergone notable transformations. After a period of decline, marked by the ancient celestial beings shattering the fabric of heaven and earth, resulting in the degradation of cosmic laws and a diminishing of spiritual energy, the Taoist realm appears to show signs of revival. This resurgence is evidenced by the emergence of heirs to legacies that have been severed since ancient times, who have recently begun to traverse the world once more. Various sects and esteemed families of cultivators have witnessed the rise of a new generation of talents, gradually revealing their brilliance and causing quite a stir. Even more astonishing, certain venerable beings employed grand supernatural abilities to establish an immense gathering array near the moon, infusing spiritual energy into the moonlight, which radiated back to Earth, leading to the densest concentration of spiritual energy the planet has experienced in centuries. From any perspective, this marks the most prosperous era for the Taoist realm since the ancient decline. As Su Mo and Lin Qinya delved deeper into this discussion, the system on Su Mo's phone activated a garbled mode in the background, translating into a simple yet profound exclamation. This is the best of times. Yet is it not also the worst of times? Perhaps the facade of prosperity conceals the final revelry of the Taoist world. Of course, Su Mo remained unaware of the system's self-indulgence. Subsequently, their conversation shifted to their respective lineages. It turned out that Lin Qinya was a disciple of the Wujing Taoist master from the Nanhai Purple Bamboo Forest Tianyin sect, who had journeyed to Jiang City. 3 years ago, at the age of 14, Lin Qinya was in her 3rd year of middle school at Jiang City No. 1 High School, where the worldly Wujing Taoist master had assumed the role of an ordinary Chinese language teacher and served as her homeroom teacher. It was during this time that the Wujing Taoist master recognized Lin Qinya's talent for cultivation and took her under his wing, imparting the teachings of the Tianyin sect and guiding her onto the path of Taoism. Lin Qinya's aptitude was extraordinary. In merely 2 years, she transcended the threshold between the 1st and 2nd grades, becoming a 2nd grade innate cultivator. Even after achieving this status, Lin Qinya did not slow her pace in cultivation. She charged forward with unrelenting momentum and has now reached the level of a 2nd grade 7-star cultivator. The candid Wujing Taoist master, having guided Lin Qinya into the Tao, grew weary of the teaching profession just a year later, leaving behind a resignation letter expressing his desire to explore the vast world before returning to the mundane life. Before departing, the esteemed Taoist Wu Jing left Lin Qianye a substantial amount of spirit stones and foundational elixirs. Due to Lin Qianye's ongoing education, despite being accepted into the Nanhai Zizhu Lin Tianyin sect by Taoist Wu Jing, she had yet to witness the true visage of the sect. Following her master's departure, Lin Qianye's subsequent cultivation was solely reliant on her remarkable innate talent, as she diligently advanced step by step. After hearing Lin Qianye's introduction, Suemo couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration for her. However, when it was his turn to introduce himself, he found himself at a loss. He couldn't possibly divulge that his ascension to the ranks of cultivators stemmed from a whimsical purchase during a shopping spree, acquiring a domestic marvel of technology that housed an enigmatic system, leading to his bewildering transformation into a host and thereby stepping into the realm of cultivation. Could he? Fortunately, after an engaging conversation that traversed various topics, the sun began to dip below the horizon. As dusk descended and the moonlight emerged, the Taoist artifact supermarket was poised to open its doors. Suemo and Lin Qianye set off in their vehicle, heading towards the Taoist artifact supermarket. Chapter 30. The Boy with the Sword and the Dragon Slayer. This time, Suemo took the wheel while Lin Qianye served as the navigator from the passenger seat. They departed from the Binjiang Villa district, eschewing any modifications to their vehicle and maintaining a standard speed. Half an hour later, they arrived at a street named Tiansheng. This street was renowned for housing all the Taoist artifact supermarkets in Jiangxing. It had been quite some time since Lin Qianye had indulged in shopping, and she expressed her excitement upon disembarking. Meanwhile, Suemo was casting a spell with his hands, shrinking the vehicle to a model's size to stow it in his backpack. He looked up just in time to catch Lin Qianye's exuberant expression. Indeed, it appeared that all women across the globe shared a common trait of enjoying shopping, and female cultivators were no exception. Lin Qianye, please do not tell me that the shops lining the street are all Taoist artifact supermarkets. My worldview would shatter. Suemo exclaimed, taking in the various establishments. The street was filled with eateries and shops. Eternal Duck Neck Shop, Spicy Jianghu Grilled Wings, Thoughtful Red Bean Milk Tea Shop, Milk Tea Married Miss Pink, and Convenience Supermarket, among others. A glance at Tiansheng revealed it to be a veritable food street. Such streets and shops were familiar to him, as he frequented them nearly every day. If every establishment were indeed a Taoist artifact store, his already fragmented worldview would surely face another crushing blow. Fool! Lin Qianye giggled, skipping ahead. Stay close to me. Upon reaching the center of the street, Lin Qianye halted, standing before a magnificent stone lion. Why is a stone lion positioned in the heart of the street? Shouldn't it be at the entrance? Sumo Guander de Lauf, puzzled by the lion's placement. At that moment, Lin Qianye stood directly in front of the stone lion, ready to speak. The voice was reminiscent of a dramatic performance, delivered with a hint of flamboyance. Lin Qianye proclaimed, "The heavens are boundless. The universe is our domain. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" Suemo retorted, "What on earth is this nonsense? Have you taken leave of your senses? It is truly exhausting to endure." Moreover, amidst the bustling food street, such ostentatious theatrics seemed foolish. Did they not fear being perceived as jesters? Suemo hastily scanned the surroundings, only to find it peculiar that, despite the numerous pedestrians on the street, no one seemed to take notice of them. In fact, as passers-by approached, they instinctively veered away from the two. There was something enigmatic at play. The world of cultivators indeed defies conventional logic. Suemo speculated that an unknown formation must envelop the stone lion, rendering him, Lin Qianye, and the lion itself invisible to outsiders. After Lin Qianye concluded her exaggerated lines, she stood still, seemingly awaiting a response. Approximately 10 seconds later, a reply echoed forth. To Sumo's astonishment, the stone lion spoke. "Awakened from the brink of death, I joyfully inquire, from whence does the guest arrive?" The lion's voice boomed like thunder, reciting classical poetry. Lin Qianye responded, "If friends from Jiangxing inquire, gaze towards the purple bamboo grove in the southern sea." The stone lion replied, "Ah, so you are a fellow of the Tianyin sect. A pleasure to meet you both. Please step inside." However, as it invited them, the stone lion suddenly opened its gaping maw, swallowing towards them. "Do not panic, do not resist." Suemo instinctively attempted to flee, but was firmly grasped by Lin Qianye, rendering him immobile. The lion's massive mouth loomed larger in Sumo's vision, eventually expanding to the size of a city gate. Then, Suemo found himself and Lin Qinya standing upon a dim, ancient street. "Welcome to the true Tian Sheng Street," Lin Qinya said. "This street boasts 5 Dao instrument supermarkets, each with its own unique offerings. As long as you possess spirit stones, feel free to select whatever you desire." As Suemo surveyed the street, he noted its preservation of ancient aesthetics, with buildings adorned in emerald tiles and vermilion eaves, intricately carved and beautifully designed. The street was not lengthy, spanning perhaps 700 or 800 meters, yet shops were densely clustered, each displaying a myriad of splendid wares. "Lin, which shop sells Dao swords? Let us proceed directly to examine them. I have but a few spirit stones. I fear I can purchase nothing beyond sword. Once we acquire it, we shall return swiftly," Su Mo proposed. If one had the means, who would not wish to indulge freely? Yet, the frustrating system had allocated him merely 8 low-grade spirit stones, likely enough to procure only a single-grade Dao sword. Leaving no surplus for other purchases, an indulgence was simply out of reach. Patience is a virtue. After all, it is a rare occasion to stroll through the streets. How could one simply make a purchase and depart? Even if one does not buy anything, merely browsing brings joy, Lin Qinya remarked with dissatisfaction. Indeed, when it comes to shopping, men and women can never seem to find common ground. Yet, what does it matter if they disagree? Ultimately, it is the woman's wishes that prevail, and the man obediently carries the bags. Lin Qinya casually handed her black handbag to Su Mo, who accepted it without hesitation. This is the timeless dynamic of shopping between the sexes. I still have quite a few spirit stones in my bag. Should you, fellow Daoist Su, find something you fancy but lacks sufficient spirit stones, feel free to borrow some from me, Lin Qinya generously offered. As soon as she finished speaking, she skipped excitedly into the first artifact supermarket. Suemo could only shake his head and follow her. Before entering the shop, he glanced up at the plaque above the door, which read Dragon Spear Association. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please let us know if you need anything. Our store specializes in various long spears, offering all 5 elemental types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, from 1st to 4th grade. A young attendant dressed in a blue long robe greeted them warmly. "Spear, I like it. The spear master strikes, severing worlds and souls," Lin Qinya exclaimed, marveling at the weaponry, convinced that spear-wielding cultivators exude a particular charm. Unfortunately, she did not wield a spear herself and could only indulge her visual appetite. After a brief perusal, she exited and continued her shopping spree. Su Mo was at a loss regarding the purpose of such aimless wandering. Yet he felt compelled to accompany her, considering it an opportunity to broaden his horizons. However, this experience imparted a crucial lesson. He should never accompany a woman shopping again, whether in the mundane world or the realm of cultivation. "This store is splendid. It has swords," Su Mo observed as Lin Qinya entered the second artifact shop, aptly named the boy with the sword and the dragon slayer. The name was almost too cringeworthy to bear, overly artistic to the point of inducing goosebumps. Nevertheless, it contained the word sword, and Su Mo entered with anticipation. Chapter 31. The Dragon Deprived of Its Backbone. Upon entering, Su Mo was astonished to discover that the owner of the shop was a stunning blonde with striking blue eyes. "What a beautiful lady!" Lin Qinya openly admired the shopkeeper. "Mind your gender roles," Su Mo cautioned Lin Qinya. The sight of a lovely young woman fawning over another beauty was almost too much to behold. "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to appreciate a beautiful lady just because I'm a girl? Are you men the only ones permitted to sneak glances? Umph. I can only imagine the lewd thoughts swirling in your mind. You lecher." Lin Xinya's indignation grew with each word, her teeth grinding audibly, as if she were ready to bite at any moment. Su Mo interjected, "What have I done? Am I being attacked while merely lying here? Must one's imagination be so vividly exaggerated?" The blonde, blue-eyed proprietress of the establishment spoke up, her Mandarin somewhat awkward yet not unpleasant. "Welcome to our humble shop. We specialize in light-affiliated holy swords, along with various Western magical potions and items, many of which can be effectively utilized by cultivators. Please feel free to browse." The blonde's demeanor was exceedingly cordial. Once, in her youthful naivety, she had harbored a profound yearning for the mysterious East and opened a store in Jiangsheng, hoping to spread the radiance of her divine father. However, after 2 years, reality had relentlessly dealt her blows. Business was abysmal. The majority of Eastern cultivators belonged to a different power system, one starkly contrasting with a Western light-based approach. Moreover, their aesthetic appreciation for swords diverged significantly. The holy swords from the West were broad and emphasized sharp angles, resembling a muscular figure, while the flying swords favored by cultivators were typically slender and smooth, embodying the grace of a refined gentleman. With such differing aesthetics, it was no wonder that business at the Sword and the Dragon Slayer was lackluster. The rent in Tianjung Street was exorbitant, leading to financial strain. In fact, she planned to close her doors in a fortnight, and was currently in the process of liquidating her inventory. Life was comparatively easier in the West, where she could at least ensure her sustenance under the embrace of her divine father. Light-affiliated holy swords? Su Mo mused, glancing around. Indeed, the swords here were not of local design. The hilts resembled crosses. Lin, I believe we may have entered the wrong shop. The items here seem incompatible with our cultivation system, he cautioned Lin Qinya, hoping to deter her from aimless wandering. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, the blonde proprietress displayed a wry smile. It was a common refrain among her customers. 9 out of 10 echoed Su Mo's sentiments. How could her business thrive under such circumstances? Unfailingly, seconds later, the two would exit, leaving not a trace behind. But many of the items here are exquisite. I adore them. I must buy. Lin Qinya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. An esteemed customer. The blonde proprietress internally assessed, her enthusiasm intensifying. The outcome of the month, whether she would feast or merely subsist, hinged on today's sales. Excuse me, what is this item? Lin Qinya inquired, pointing to a uniquely shaped horned object. You're discerning, I serves you well, the proprietress replied. That is a sacred artifact made from the horn of a Western dragon. Though dragons are typically regarded as malevolent, this horn, having been sanctified by divine light, possesses remarkable protective qualities against malevolence. Customers can take it home as a decorative piece, ensuring protection from malevolent forces. The blonde proprietress enthusiastically promoted the item. Wonderful. I shall purchase it. How much does it cost? Lin Qinya inquired. Muy interjective. You have already declared your intent to buy before inquiring about the price. Does this not plainly indicate to the seller that I am a fool with abundant wealth, merely waiting to be taken advantage of? The Western dragon is a rare species, and thus its horn, a sacred artifact, is equally scarce and consequently commands a high price. However, treasures seek their destined owners. I believe you are indeed the rightful possessor of this dragon horn, so I shall offer you a discount. For others, I would not part with it for less than 100 inferior spirit stones, but for you, just 50 inferior spirit stones will secure this dragon horn artifact. The blonde proprietress spoke with fervor. Indeed, it was all a familiar ruse. Every marketplace employs such tactics. This blonde seller has likely been heavily influenced by the profound traditions of Eastern culture. Splendid. You're truly kind, miss. This dragon horn shall be mine. Lin Qinya exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Su Mo, urging him to make the payment. Su Mo replied, Why should I pay? Ah yes. Lin Xinya's black handbag is with me, so it is indeed my turn to settle the bill. With a resigned sigh, Su Mo opened the handbag and retrieved 50 inferior spirit stones to hand over to the blonde proprietress. With the transaction completed, the blonde seller was naturally delighted, carefully wrapping the dragon horn artifact and presenting it to Su Mo. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mo placed the dragon horn into the handbag. Remarkably, although the dragon horn was considerably larger than the black handbag, it slipped inside effortlessly. Upon withdrawing the spirit stones, Su Mo discovered that the quantity within the handbag far exceeded his expectations. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how such a compact bag could hold so many spirit stones. Now that the dragon horn artifact had also been easily stored, Su Mo felt increasingly convinced of his suspicions. This black handbag was no ordinary item. It must be a Dao tool, possessing similar capabilities to contain vast quantities within a seemingly small space. Yet, its grade remained a mystery. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. That familiar tremor indicated that the Sword God system was messaging him again. Su Mo adeptly opened WeChat and accessed the chat interface with the Sword God system. System. Host. Purchase the black giant sword on the second shelf to your left. Do it swiftly. Su Mo glanced leftward, spotting a striking black giant sword on the shelf. It stood out vividly, unmistakable among the other gleaming silver swords, as it was the only one of its kind in black. However, he could discern no further special attributes about the sword, leaving him puzzled as to why the system was so insistent. Su Mo replied succinctly, I have no money. I cannot afford it. System, do not worry, host. Please inquire about the price. The system will cover the required spirit stones. Su Mo approached the second shelf on his left, pointing at the black holy sword, and inquired, "How much for this sword, proprietor?" "Huh? There's still business to be had. Thank the Father God, today truly is my fortunate day." The blonde female shopkeeper felt a surge of joy within her heart, and then feigned calmness as she replied, "Esteemed customer, this sword is forged from the spine of a Western evil dragon, making it exceptionally unique. We have but this one in our store, and its price is set at 300 inferior spirit stones. If you're genuinely interested in purchasing, we can negotiate the price." Su Mo nodded and then responded to the system, 500 inferior spirit stones. The system retorted, "Host, you cannot possibly think of me as a fool. I am listening, you know." Chapter 32. I have never encountered such shamelessness. The system remarked, "Honesty is a commendable virtue. I hope the host possesses it as well. Generosity is also a commendable virtue. I hope you have it too, system." The system continued, "Throughout the long years, I have witnessed 8 previous hosts. Yet I have never seen one as brazen as you." Su Mo chuckled at the message from the system. There is potential here. He intended to test the system, and to his surprise, it did not outright refuse him. It seemed the system was indeed quite taken with the black holy sword and was eager to obtain it. Su Mo sent another message to the system. "The intermediary deserves to earn some profit. Offering you 500 spirit stones is not excessive. Hurry and transfer the spirit stones, lest that black sword be purchased by another." The system paused for 3 seconds before replying, though it sent multiple messages at once. Temporary system task issued. Task name: purchase the black holy sword from a store of the dragon-slaying youth. Task activation cost: 300 inferior spirit stones. Task completion reward: 200 inferior spirit stones. Task failure penalty: termination of host support program. The system had transformed the purchase of the black holy sword into a temporary task assigned to Su Mo, complete with a penalty for failure. Upon reading the task notification from the system, Su Mo could not help but silently marvel. Although the system had slumbered for centuries, its schemes remained quite profound. "Host, the system has already granted you the greatest advantage within its authority. Please do not haggle further. Quickly acquire the black holy sword. The 300 inferior spirit stones have already been deposited into your backpack. The remaining 200 will be immediately awarded upon task completion. Additionally, due to the limited space in your backpack, the system has upgraded it to a low-grade Jing Ke bag, providing a cubic meter of space. This shall be an additional reward for this task." The system sent yet another message. Su Mo gazed at the message from the system, nearly moved to tears. "Oh, system, you are truly benevolent. I feel guilty for harboring such thoughts." Su Mo put away his phone and addressed the blonde female shopkeeper, stating, "I will take that black sword for 300 low-grade spirit stones. There is no need to lower the price further, as it is quite reasonable." After speaking, he opened his backpack, which had transformed into a space of approximately 1 cubic meter. Inside, a small pile of spirit stones was neatly arranged, along with his model of the Qin vehicle resting quietly within. He extracted the spirit stones, and without counting, handed over exactly 300 pieces to the blonde shopkeeper. Having already made a significant profit from the system, he saw no need to haggle over a few spirit stones with her. Su Mo felt quite pleased and unexpectedly generous. The blonde shopkeeper was overwhelmed with gratitude. She had not sold a single item in half a month, and today she had managed to complete 2 transactions. Truly a blessing from the divine. She carefully wrapped the black holy sword and gratefully handed it to Su Mo. After receiving the sword, he casually placed it into his backpack, while it appeared to be stored away. The sword had actually been absorbed by the system into his phone before entering the backpack space. He glanced at his phone, and indeed, in the upper left corner, indicating signal strength, there was now an additional short sword-shaped symbol. Unlike the first, this new one was black. Who would have thought your backpack was also a spatial pouch? I never noticed it before, Lin Xinye remarked as she touched Su Mo's backpack in admiration. Su Mo smiled in response. The two continued to browse the store, confirming there was nothing else they wished to purchase before leaving the establishment known as the Boy Who Slays Dragons. Before they departed, the blonde shopkeeper enthusiastically handed each of them a business card, promising a 20% discount on all items during their next visit. Provided her shop had not closed down and she had not returned to the embrace of the Western divine. Su Mo examined the card, noting it was made of an unfamiliar material, neither jade nor ordinary stone. Yet it felt warm to the touch and exuded a certain quality that suggested it was not commonplace. He carefully stowed it away. The card bore the name of the blonde shopkeeper, Ayamiya, and although they might never meet again, Su Mo made a mental note of the name. After leaving the boy who slays dragons, Lin Qinya seemed to have finally satisfied her shopping desires and led Su Mo into a store called Thousand Swords Hall, a supermarket specializing in Taoist weapons. This establishment offered swords not of the Western divine variety, but authentic Dao swords used by Eastern cultivators. Su Mo purchased a standard first-grade Dao sword for 6 low-grade spirit stones. Although it was the lowest tier of Taoist artifact, it was still a Dao sword, sharper and more resilient than an ordinary iron sword, embodying a fundamental difference in quality. The Dao sword was crafted from a metal refined from meteorites, skillfully forged by artifact masters using true fire. Even the most rudimentary Dao sword, a first-grade weapon, can slice through iron like mud and sever hair with ease, far surpassing any ordinary mortal sword. With this Dao sword in hand, Su Mo is convinced that his future practice of the 9-sword body refinement will yield remarkable results. When Su Mo and Lin Qinya departed from Tiansheng Street, the moon hung high and the stars twinkled faintly, enveloping the night in profound darkness. Why does the cultivator's artifact supermarket operate at night, instead of during the day? Su Mo inquired while driving back, curiosity having finally compelled him to voice the question that had lingered in his mind. It was originally open during the day, Lin Qinya explained. However, due to an unknown elder's extraordinary capabilities, a vast spirit-gathering array was established on the moon, drawing forth the spiritual energy from the cosmic expanse and infusing it into the moonlight, which then radiated down to Earth. This phenomenon resulted in the concentration of spiritual energy at night being far superior to that of the day, making it more conducive for cultivation. Consequently, cultivators gradually adopted a routine of resting during the day and practicing at night, thus reversing their natural diurnal rhythms. This led to the supermarket's transition to evening hours. Upon hearing this, Su Mo nodded, his heart filled with awe for the elder's grand design. In the days that followed, life was tranquil and comfortable. Su Mo had intended to resign from his job at Future Intelligence to devote himself entirely to his cultivation, but Chairman Lin Jiang vehemently opposed this. Ultimately, they reached a compromise. Su Mo would hold the honorary title of director while temporarily stepping away from his duties, with the freedom to return to work at his discretion. Since he no longer needed to report to the office, the distinction between resignation and retention became inconsequential, and Su Mo acquiesced to Lin Jiang's proposal. He deposited the 20 million given by Lin Qinya into his account, transferring a portion to his parents, mindful not to send too much at once to avoid raising their suspicions. The remainder he kept in his account, sufficient for his mundane expenses for a considerable time. For the rest of his days, he largely sequestered himself in the villa's training room, diligently practicing the 9 swords body refinement to enhance his cultivation. The training room, the largest in the villa, spanned over 100 square meters, providing ample space for him to execute his movements, as long as they were not too vigorous. Su Mo possessed around 200 low-grade spirit stones, acquired from the system. With Lin Qinya's assistance, he arranged a small spirit-gathering array in the training room, requiring only 3 spirit stones daily to ensure the air remained rich with spiritual energy throughout the day, thus amplifying the efficiency of his practice. Moreover, he had no concerns regarding foundation-building pills, as the system supplied them in abundance each day. Under such favorable conditions, Su Mo's progress in cultivation was swift. In a mere fortnight, he illuminated one of the acquired innate stars within his body, including the first star he ignited on the day of his successful foundation establishment. He had now ascended to the status of a second-grade, 2-star innate warrior. After igniting the second star, he sensed a remarkable increase in his strength, enabling him to perform feats that were once only the stuff of martial arts novels. Next came the 3rd star. In less than a month, Su Mo successfully ignited the 3 innate stars within his body. Within this brief period, he progressed from the foundational stage to a first-grade 3-star practitioner, a remarkable speed that left Lin Qinya astounded. Each day, as he diligently cultivated, he felt his strength steadily augmenting, and life passed swiftly and serenely. However, one day, over a month later, the system sent forth a new message. The conditions for entering the fragmented space of a Chinese ghost story had been met, prompting Su Mo to embark on a new journey of transcendence. Chapter 33, A Man with a System, Are You Afraid? The system detected that the conditions for entering the Chinese ghost story space fragment were mature and ready for activation. Su Mo had just concluded over 2 hours of 9 swords body refinement and decided to indulge in a brief game of chicken dinner during his break when the system's message arrived. As he read the notification, a sense of hesitation began to creep into his heart. In recent days, aside from practicing foundational sword techniques to enhance his cultivation, he had spent the remainder of his time conversing with Lin Qinya in the system. Through Lin Qinya, he gained profound insights into the current state of the cultivation world. The influence of the spirit-gathering array on the moon had transformed the long-thin supply of spiritual energy on Earth, resulting in an increase in the number of contemporary practitioners. According to the statistics from the Cultivation World United Federation census conducted a year ago, there were 585 Eastern cultivators for 982 Western light mages, 875 divine clergy members, and 928 awakened demon practitioners on Earth. However, the true number of demon practitioners was likely far greater, as regions like the Amazon rainforest were excluded from the census, undoubtedly housing a vast multitude of such beings. Other practitioners, such as those from the demonic and celestial realms, operated shrouded in mystery and had not joined the Cultivation World United Federation, thus eluding population counts. In summary, although the number of contemporary practitioners had increased, the total was approximately around 200,000, perhaps a little more, but certainly not by much. 200,000, in the grand scheme of Earth's population exceeding 7 billion, is but a mere drop in the ocean. Moreover, at least half of these 200,000 are not even human. For these practitioners to integrate into the mundane world, adherence to certain regulations is imperative. The foremost rule of the modern cultivation world is that practitioners must not exploit their extraordinary powers to engage in any illegal activities. Indeed, cultivators are generally law-abiding citizens. The second rule prohibits the use of practitioners' supernatural abilities in densely populated areas, defined as any location with more than 0 individuals present. Thus, Sumo's previous exhibition of 10 steps walking at the park, where he surged at incredible speed, constituted a breach of this second rule. Fortunately, it did not attract any attention from the Cultivation World United Federation, where he would have faced dire consequences. In the event of an urgent and unforeseen circumstance, it is imperative to employ the methods of the monks in the presence of ordinary individuals, ensuring that no electronic devices are recording the incident. Subsequently, a report detailing the situation must be submitted to the Alliance of the Monastic Order, which will dispatch a minister to handle the aftermath. Furthermore, there are regulations outlined in Article 3, Article 4, and Article 99. The Alliance of the Monastic Order has compiled a substantial tome titled The Code of Monks, which is distributed free of charge to various sects of monks. In essence, the monastic community has diligently endeavored to integrate into the secular world without disrupting the normal functioning of society. Contemporary monastics may choose to retreat into the seclusion of mountains and forests, akin to certain sects of cultivation that employ secretive methods to conceal their entrances, with members primarily engaging in cultivation within celestial realms, emerging only occasionally to interact with the mundane world. Alternatively, some may be deeply embedded in urban life, such as ancient cultivation families that maintain intricate ties with the secular realm. Many among them relish the experience of ordinary human existence, potentially being your classmates, colleagues, or friends. In summary, the world brimming with spiritual energy has entered a relatively prosperous phase after millennia, witnessing the emergence of numerous talented individuals and a flourishing landscape. This information has been gleaned by Su Mo from Lin Qinya over the past few days. Besides Lin Qinya, Su Mo occasionally engages in discussions with the system, harboring numerous inquiries regarding its origins, whether it is a life form or a machine akin to a computer. He wonders why it sometimes exhibits a cold, mechanical demeanor, while at other times it reveals a surprisingly human-like quality. However, due to Sumo's current limited system privileges, his inquiries yield scant information. Nevertheless, he has managed to extract some valuable insights by posing questions intermittently. For instance, he has finally grasped the concept of time-space fragments and their nature. When the ancient celestial beings shattered the heavens and the earth, the fabric of reality fractured, resulting in instability that produced numerous fragments scattered around the primary world. The realm of Qin, which Su Mo previously traversed, is one such time-space fragment that has detached from the main world. Everything within these fragments is difficult to elucidate. Entangled with complex cosmic laws, they once existed within the history of the primary world, but have since become independent time-spaces, rife with countless variables. From a certain perspective, time-space fragments can be deemed illusory, as they represent a detached history. Even if Su Mo alters historical events within those fragments, it will not impact the true timeline of the present world. Yet, Time-space fragments are also undeniably real, for they harbor secret realms, opportunities, and treasures. These secret realms can be harnessed to enhance one's cultivation, and treasures may even be extracted from the fragments and returned to the present world. Rare herbs, mystical companions, and even people can be brought back from these time-space fragments into the realm of reality. Imagine, in the present world of the monastic realm, where resources are scarce, how wondrous it would be to traverse the fragments of time and space, seizing extraordinary treasures and resources from ancient times to bring back to the contemporary world. Upon returning from the fragment of time during the Qin dynasty, Su Mo officially became the host of the system and acquired elevated permissions. The system then bestowed upon him an extraordinary capability. Henceforth, whenever Su Mo embarked on another journey through the time-space fragments, regardless of the duration he spent within, the system could manipulate time itself, altering the flow of time between the fragments and the present world. Even if Su Mo lingered in those fragments for a year, a decade, or even a century, upon his return to the contemporary realm, only 24 hours would have elapsed. Should he encounter an adversary in the present, unable to triumph due to insufficient cultivation, he need only traverse into the time-space fragments, train for several decades, and upon surpassing his foe's prowess, emerge once more from the fragments. By then, merely 24 hours would have passed in the present, allowing him to confront his enemy with newfound strength and assert his dominance. What a remarkable maneuver this is! In the contemporary world, practitioners of the mystical arts, unless blessed with great fortune, can only occasionally enter a time-space fragment by sheer happenstance. The vast majority of cultivators will, throughout their lives, never have the opportunity to step into these fragments. Moreover, those fortunate enough to enter are unlikely to possess the ability to alter the flow of time. Thus, the rarity and extraordinary nature of the system become evident. A man endowed with such a system, one must ponder, would you not be in awe? Each entry into a time-space fragment is akin to a moment of creation. At this very moment, the system is informing Su Mo that the fragment of a Chinese ghost story has been activated, inquiring whether he wishes to embark on the journey immediately. His reluctance to traverse without delay stems from the understanding that entering a time-space fragment is not merely a serendipitous windfall. Injuries sustained within will return to the present, and death therein is irrevocable. Thus, before embarking on the journey into a Chinese ghost story, Su Mo requires time to prepare adequately. Chapter 34. A Glimpse of Youth. The Age of 18. System. What identity shall I assume upon entering a Chinese ghost story? Youth. Unknown. Your identity will be assigned once the host enters the time-space fragment. It cannot be predicted in advance, the system replied. Then, after I enter, could you provide me with the memories of the person whose identity I will assume? Su Mo continued to message. During his entry into the Qin time-space fragment, he assumed the identity of Qin Wuyong, but it was only through his conversation with Jing Ke that he realized he had taken on that identity. If future journeys proceed similarly, there's a high likelihood of complications. The system paused for 3 seconds before responding. Typically, the system replies instantaneously to Su Mo's inquiries. A delay indicates contemplation. Should the memories of the person whose identity is to be assumed be directly infused into the host, it would inevitably affect the host's own soul, proving detrimental to the subsequent cultivation process. Thus, it is not advisable. A more moderate approach can be adopted, wherein the identity information and a brief biography of the individual to be assumed are conveyed to the host. After pondering this, Su Mo found the system's reasoning quite compelling. If he were to absorb a new set of memories with each traversal, the accumulation of such disparate recollections would surely lead to a chaotic mental state. Would he still remain his true self? The thought sent a chill down his spine. The compromise suggested by the system seemed most prudent. System, I am about to embark on the journey of a Chinese ghost story. Do you have any advice? What preparations should I undertake beforehand? In the realm of a Chinese ghost story, where spectral entities abound, the host should prepare some talismans and magical artifacts for exorcism. And it would also be beneficial to learn 1 or 2 secret techniques to counteract demons, the system replied. That is splendid. Please prepare them for me. And do not hesitate to impart the secret techniques. The system remarked throughout the long passage of time. This truly is the most audacious host I have ever encountered. The system continued. The host should be cognizant that any rewards obtained from the system should be contingent upon the completion of tasks. Consider this in advance on my rewards. Do you not have a host at system? Just log on my account and deduct it from my rewards, Su Mo insisted. It was imperative to secure useful items beforehand. Otherwise, to recklessly enter the ominous and demon-infested world of a Chinese ghost story would likely lead to peril. If his life were lost, the system's rewards would be rendered meaningless. The system stated, assessment of the host's integrity has concluded. Evaluation result. Integrity level B, indicating poor integrity. Irritativ, sumoritortiv. I have no mortgage, no car loan, I pay my credit card bills on time, and I have never defaulted on my Huawei. How can my integrity be deemed poor? You must provide evidence for your claims. Otherwise, you are merely slandering me. The system responded, in light of the host's poor integrity, the host debt system, from a risk-averse perspective, can only advance the following rewards. 5 second-grade exorcism talismans, effective against demons of second grade and below, with the capability to eliminate first-grade specters in a single strike. Attack technique, an ultimate weakened version of the Divine Sword Thunder True formula, Sword Heart Thunder. Additional reward, modification of the host's backpack's appearance, reducing its size and upgrading its material to facilitate its transportation into the temporal fragments. Upon receiving the system's message, Su Mo noticed his backpack rapidly shrink until it transformed into a wallet the size of his palm. Excellent. As a backpack enthusiast, my favorite bag has now been reduced to a mere wallet, he lamented. System, come forth and witness my wrath. He opened the wallet, and aside from his original possessions, a modified racing car, a first-grade Dao sword, 7 elixirs of longevity, and approximately 100 remaining spirit stones, he discovered 5 sheets of yellow paper, which were presumably the second-grade exorcism talismans. Meanwhile, a chilling sensation coursed through him, causing the hairs on his body to bristle. In his mind, a new secret technique emerged, the ultimate weakened version of the Divine Sword Thunder control, known as Sword Heart Thunder. Su Mo drew forth a first-grade Taoist sword and quietly began to channel the incantation of Sword Heart Thunder within his heart. He connected his inner true energy with the forces of nature, attempting to resonate with the thunderous power that permeated the cosmos. With a decisive swing of his sword, a thunderball the size of a fingernail materialized at its tip. What use could this minuscule thunderball serve? Could it possibly confront demons or monsters? It seemed it would only suffice to scare away a few birds. The system responded, a secret technique accessible to first-grade postnatal warriors. Its power is inherently limited. However, with diligent practice, there remains considerable room for improvement. Now, do you have any further inquiries? Are you prepared to initiate the time-space fragment traversal into the enchanting realm of a Chinese ghost story? After a moment's contemplation, Su Mo felt he had made all necessary preparations. He left a note for Lin Qinya, informing her that he would be away for the day, and then replied to the system, commence. Acknowledged. The traversal into the time-space fragment of a Chinese ghost story begins with a countdown of 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Su Mo found himself in a guest room of an inn. A grand sandalwood bed rested in one corner, adorned with an exquisite octagonal mosquito net. In the center of the room stood a table and a chair, upon which lay an ancient scholar's travel case. The evening had set in, and an oil lamp flickered on the table. As the lamp cast its glow, Su Mo sat before the table engrossed in a book. The tome was hardly a masterpiece. Rather, it resembled a risque art album depicting vividly intimate scenes between men and women. It appeared that he had assumed the identity of a scholar. Surely not Ning Kai-chen? That would be a perilous fate, if he were indeed Ning Kai-chen. It would entail not only confronting the 1,000-year-old tree demon, but also challenging the fearsome Black Mountain Old Demon, an endeavor fraught with danger. Quickly, Su Mo retrieved his phone, as the system had already dispatched his assumed identity information. It turned out he was merely an ordinary scholar from the north, born into a prosperous family, who had traveled southward for his studies. The scholar's profile was rather simplistic, essentially a mere passerby. Su Mo sent a thumbs-up emoji to the system. The simpler the identity, the lesser the chance of being discovered. The system then relayed several more messages. Mission requirements. The host must collect 1 sword each from the Taoist, demon, and ghost categories within the time-space fragment of a Chinese ghost story, with a minimum grade requirement of 2. Mission rewards. Upon completion of the task, rewards will be issued based on the host performance evaluation. Friendly reminder. The system has completed its upgrade, and the scanning function is now activated. By directing your device at an object and scanning, you can discern the target's race, cultivation level, and other information. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. The scanning function is immensely powerful, Please explore its usage at your discretion. Su Mo gazed at the message sent by the system, filled with astonishment. A new feature has emerged. Splendid. I shall give it a try. With that, he tapped on the scan function located in the upper right corner of WeChat, which revealed the scanning frame. Beep. A response was received. Before him appeared a ghostly figure, a young woman of 18, who in life was sentimental and fond of composing poetry and songs, her graceful dance captivating. Alas, her tragic demise had marred her beauty, rendering it a lamentable sight. Her combat prowess was estimated at a first-grade 2-star level, yet due to an extended absence from absorbing yang energy, she was currently in a manic state, potentially elevating her power significantly. Unexpectedly, as the scanning frame opened, Su Mo merely raised it and pointed it towards the door, and the results manifested instantaneously. What on earth? Su Mo stared at the message that appeared, momentarily speechless. It was a beautiful ghost. A delicate voice echoed, and soon Su Mo beheld a white shadow, inching its way through the crack of the door. It truly managed to squeeze through. Within mere seconds, the white shadow finally entered, resembling a thin sheet of paper. Yet, as the paper met the wind, it swiftly transformed into the shape of a person, a woman. Chapter 35. The Scholar and His Ghostly Tale. The female ghost entered the room and halted half a meter before Su Mo's desk. She began to twist her head and limbs, producing a series of creaking sounds, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film, akin to The Ring. Sumoriman Saident, placing his sketchbook aside and watching the ghost's every movement intently. Please, commence your performance. If you excel, the trophy of the Imperial Flower Exhibition shall be awarded to you. Su Mo remained still, but after a while, the ghost, finding the moment dull, ceased her contortions and lacked further actions. The atmosphere was momentarily imbued with an ethereal charm. If only the ghost before him were not a water spirit. From the earlier scan, he had already discerned that this ghost was a mere 18 years of age, tragically marred by her untimely death. Observing her wet hair, it seemed she had perished by drowning. What a pity. Yet, since when did water spirits venture ashore to seek a livelihood? It appeared that business had been poor lately, forcing them to traverse districts for work. Seeing Su Mo's prolonged silence, the ghost finally grew irate. With a flick of her damp hair, she sent droplets of water cascading through the air. Su Mo could not help but laugh. He actually laughed. My apologies, I simply could not contain myself. Your hair remains just that. Hair, merely not dried. Next time I visit, I shall bring you a hairdryer. The ghost, feeling her dignity was insulted, suddenly raised her head and glared at Su Mo, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. Su Mo remarked, "Your eyes are still just eyes, only afflicted with conjunctivitis. This condition is medically known as acute hemorrhagic conjunctivitis. It requires treatment." Before their encounter, the scholar remained utterly unperturbed. Suddenly, the female ghost thrust her hand into her mouth and extracted her tongue. Not a delicate little tongue, but a long, crimson appendage that extended to over a meter in length, nearly dragging on the floor. Su Mo continued to chuckle. "Are you not a water ghost? How is it that you possess the skills of a hanged ghost as well?" He then shook his head, adding, "A tongue is still a tongue, albeit excessively long. It detracts from aesthetics, a dismal review indeed." The female ghost, teetering on the brink of despair, steeled herself, clutched her head with both hands, and twisted forcefully. With a startling crack, her head was wrenched off. She hurled her head onto the desk before Su Mo with a vengeful fling. Su Mo sighed and remarked, "I am not afraid of a head. Without one, I am even less intimidated." What's the point of this? The ghost, now devoid of any further tricks, emitted a series of pitiful whimpers, appearing truly aggrieved. Then, instead of attacking Su Mo, she clutched her own head and, in a panic, leapt out of the window. After a considerable distance, her sobs could still be heard, interspersed with her mutterings of disappointing. Disappointing? Su Mo mused. This ghost's psychological resilience is rather lacking. Could it be that the spirits in a Chinese ghost story are all so ineffectual? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a commotion echoed from outside the door. Another visitor? Su Mo chuckled as he gazed at the creaking wooden door. He raised his phone and activated the scanning feature. With a loud crack, the locked bolt snapped, and the door swung open, revealing a violent ghost. Upon entering, a man clad in gray linen and sporting a goatee stepped forward. The scan processed his presence, and a beep signaled the results. He was an 82-year-old spirit, seasoned and adept at manipulating human emotions. In his youth, he had been a ghost catcher named Song Dinghua, who delighted in capturing spirits and transforming them into goats for sale. However, due to his extensive ghost hunting, he had drawn the ire of wandering spirits, who banded together to retaliate, ultimately transforming him into a ghost himself. His combat prowess was rated as a first-grade 4 stars, and he possessed considerable battle experience, making him a formidable adversary. After reviewing the scan's findings, Su Mo tucked his phone back into his bag, which now resembled a wallet. To his surprise, this was an old acquaintance, Song Dingbua. Song Dingbua captures ghosts, a familiar text from his middle school days, evoked a sense of nostalgia. How unpredictable life can be, turning the ghost hunter into a ghost himself. Young man, allow me to perform a trick for you, Song Dingbua declared, lacking the bashfulness of the previous female ghost as he addressed Su Mo directly. Su Mo, very well, please commence your performance. I knew it. Every time I traverse through realms, I invariably encounter a troupe of dramatic souls. Song Dingbua produced a length of hemp rope, bent it, and tied a knot, fashioning it into a noose. With palpable excitement, he addressed Su Mo. Young man, you must peer inside. Within lies a magnificent palace, accompanied by a host of graceful and enchanting songstresses. Do you fancy it? Su Mo leaned into the noose. In a flash, he swiftly withdrew his head. Song Dingbua, still grasping the noose, had yet to make any move. He gazed at Su Mo with a look of lament, as if to say, young man, please adhere to the script. Do not deviate from the expected course. Indeed, he glimpsed a palace, yet inside, it was not the songstresses, but the king of hell. Su Mo enigmatically remarked to the elder. Song Dingbua was taken aback, inquiring, how could this be? Su Mo replied, doubt it not. See for yourself. With a furrowed brow, Song Dingbua peered into the noose and exclaimed, it is indeed the enchanting songstresses performing the ethereal dance of the rainbow robes. However, Su Mo dismissed Song Dingbua's attempts at deception. Seizing both ends of the noose, he pulled forcefully, causing it to tighten around Song Dingbua's neck. An eminent spirit of considerable prowess and battle experience would undoubtedly be formidable. It was imperative to strike first. Black smoke erupted from the point where the rope constricted around Song Dingbua's neck. He struggled vehemently, flailing his arms towards Su Mo. A specter of such antiquity was indeed a formidable adversary. His immense strength overwhelmed Su Mo, who momentarily faltered, allowing the elder to break free. Embark alive. Song Dingbua frantically yanked at the noose, encircling his neck while vociferously lamenting. Young man, is this how you treat your guests? Song Dingbua seethed at Su Mo. Have you ever encountered a guest who forcefully barges in, breaking down the door? Su Mo retorted with a cold laugh. You were once a ghost catcher yourself. Who would have thought you'd become a specter, engaging in the very acts of soul harvesting you once pursued? And you have quite the repertoire of tricks. Song Dingbua paused, bewildered as to how Su Mo was privy to his past, and angrily asserted, it is only natural that in life I captured ghosts, and in death I consume souls. Young man, if blame is to be assigned, let it be on your audacity. In a world rife with demons and spirits, you dare to lodge alone? Even if you are the god of longevity, it seems you have a death wish. Enough of this prattle. Surrender your life to me. Transformed into a malevolent spirit, Song Dingbua became fiercely aggressive, roaring as he swung the rope in his hand and lunged at Su Mo. Chapter 36. Song Dingbua the Ghost Hunter. The rope in Song Dingbua's grasp was a treasured artifact. In his living days, he relished hunting spirits. Each time he captured a ghost, he would transform them into goats, tethering them with a length of hemp rope to sell at the market for coin. Before succumbing to his own ghostly transformation, Song Dingbua had bound countless spirits with this very rope, no fewer than 800, if not 1,000. The fury, resentment, fear, and curses of so many ghosts coalesced within this seemingly ordinary hemp rope, transforming it into an extraordinary artifact. Yet, due to its inherent material, even as this rope ascended to the status of an artifact, its grade remained modest, akin to the low-grade sword purchased with an inferior spirit stone by Su Mo. However, in confronting spectral entities, this rope wielded a potency far exceeding that of a mere first-grade artifact. Upon contact with a ghost's corporeal form, it would inflict a damage buff, causing black smoke to billow from the bodies of lower-tier spirits, instantly diminishing their vitality. To be struck repeatedly by this rope would likely spell the end for a ghost, as death for a mortal may allow for transformation into a ghost, but for a ghost, it would mean utter obliteration of the soul. As the master of this rope, Song Dingbua felt a profound trepidation towards it after his own transformation. A moment's carelessness could lead even him, the rope's master, to suffer its backlash. Just moments ago, ensnared by Su Mo's technique, the rope had tightened around his neck, leaving him feeling unstable, as if his ghostly essence was on the verge of dispersing. Had he not been the rope's master, able to mitigate its harm through the residual markings within, that encounter might have led to his demise, or worse, his very essence extinguished. When Su Mo perceived Song Dinghua's fierce advance, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. There was tension, yet no fear. The tension arose from the fact that this was his first confrontation as a cultivator, facing a formidable opponent who was not only a ghost, but also a renowned figure from his past. Nevertheless, Su Mo harbored confidence in his abilities. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had diligently practiced, and prior to entering the fragmented realm of a Chinese ghost story, he had successfully ignited 3 stars within himself, achieving the status of a first-grade, 3-star postnatal cultivator. The 4th star had begun to shimmer, tantalizingly close to illumination. Now Su Mo stood at the pinnacle of first-grade, 3 stars. Although his cultivation progressed rapidly, his foundation was not superficial, it was remarkably solid. This was due to the exceptional foundational technique he employed, 9 swords body refinement. Even Lin Qinya had expressed admiration, noting that the foundational techniques from their South Sea bamboo grove were considered top tier in the current world. Yet they paled in comparison to 9 swords body refinement. This method had fortified Su Mo's cultivation base, enabling him to face the first-grade, 4-star ghost, Song Dinghua, without a shred of fear. It has been a long time since I last tasted the flesh and blood of a scholar, each of you delicate and tender, a delectable treat that makes my mouth water at the mere thought. Song Dinghua's sinister laughter sent shivers down Su Mo's spine. He halted at a distance from Su Mo, wielding the hemp rope in his hand to launch long-range assaults. However, Su Mo immediately executed a divine evasive maneuver, employing the 10 steps movement technique. Moving with the agility of a white ape, weaving through the confined space of a room, such that the hemp rope could scarcely touch his shadow. Frustrated, Song Dinghua lunged forward, his ghostly claws aiming directly for Su Mo's forehead. In response, Su Mo drew a first-grade Taoist sword from his cosmic pouch, striking fiercely at the ghastly claws. With a resounding clash, the sword met the claws, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. Realizing he could not gain the upper hand, Song Dinghua retreated, continuing to entangle Su Mo with the hemp rope. Little did he anticipate encountering such a formidable adversary. "Are you a Taoist? Why disguise yourself as a scholar?" he inquired while whipping the rope. "Who says a scholar cannot practice martial arts? A scholarly warrior can certainly withstand you. Come forth, malevolent spirit, and surrender." Su Mo felt an inexplicable thrill at his first confrontation of magical prowess, reciting lines learned from novels and films, exhilarated by the unexpected excitement. Song Dinghua's anger flared. Once a renowned ghost catcher in life, and now a notorious malevolent spirit in death, he had built quite a reputation. Yet today, he found himself unable to subdue a mere scholar. Moreover, in a moment of carelessness, he had fallen victim to the scholar's trick, ensnared by his own artifact. This humiliation was intolerable. Malevolent spirits are inherently infused with an aura of wrath, and upon entering a frenzied state, their combat prowess multiplies. In this moment, Song Dinghua transformed from an ordinary elder into a fearsome visage, bearing his gaping maw, exuding a foul stench of blood, filling the room with a chilling wind that sent shivers down one's spine. For others, facing such a frenzied and grotesque spirit might diminish their resolve. However, Su Mo remained unafraid, his spirit not only intact but invigorated. Fear breeds negative energy, while righteousness acts as a counterbalance to the malevolent, naturally opposing such entities. Thus, Su Mo embodied an unwavering righteousness that defied the dark. Indeed, Song Dinghua's combat capabilities surged in his frenzied state. One hand wielding the hemp rope while the other clawed wildly, his gaping mouth capable of swallowing a human head whole. He roared ferociously, closing in on Su Mo for a relentless assault. Although Su Mo's 10 steps movement technique was exquisite, lacking a solid foundation in martial arts left him relying solely on his cultivation and the Taoist sword, resulting in a precarious position where he found himself at a disadvantage. "Behold, foul spirit, unleash upon me the divine sword's thunderous technique." Sumove Jovith. His voice startled the frenzied Song Dinghua. For spirits harbor a profound fear of thunder and lightning, and the divine sword's thunderous technique is a supreme secret art of thunderous assault, known to all spirits. How dare you frighten me? Song Dingbo retorted, feeling mocked. The casting of the divine sword's thunderous technique demands rigorous cultivation. Only those of the third-tier golden core can wield it. You, a mere martial artist of the first tier, what do you possess to conjure such thunder? With disdain, he swiped at Su Mo's sword with his claw. Yet, as his ghostly claw approached the sword, a fist-sized thunderball erupted from the sword's tip. The ghostly claw met its misfortune, colliding directly with the thunderball. Boom! The thunderball detonated, obliterating Song Dingbo's claw into nothingness. He howled in anguish, retreating hastily. You truly possess thunderous secret arts. What is this if not the divine sword's thunderous technique? He cried in terror. Who says otherwise? What I wield is merely a severely diminished version of the divine sword's thunderous technique. Sword Heart Thunder. With this iteration of Sword Heart Thunder, Su Mo was greatly satisfied. The thunderball had transformed from the size of a fingernail to that of a fist, exhibiting considerable power. You wield thunderous arts. I am no match for you. Boy, consider yourself fortunate this time. Your flesh shall remain for now, but I shall return to feast upon it. Song Dingbo, nursing the pain of his severed claw, begrudgingly uttered a bitter threat before attempting to flee. But Su Mo would not let him escape. Not so fast, he shouted, forcefully pulling back, effectively reeling in Song Dingbo, who had already leaped out the window. Unbeknownst to him, Su Mo had grasped one end of the rope tied to Song Dingbo. With his pull, he indeed drew Song Dingbo back. Upon being pulled back, Song Dingbo was filled with dread, yet Su Mo afforded him no chance to retaliate. Grasping the rope, Su Mo executed the 10 steps technique, swiftly wrapping Song Dingbo in several loops, binding him securely. Cackling, a distant rooster crowed. Su Mo looked out the window, witnessing the first rays of dawn piercing the horizon. Turning back, he beheld Song Dingbo, now thoroughly ensnared by the rope, transformed from a ghost into a goat. Su Mo chuckled softly. Song Dingbo, known for capturing spirits and selling them as goats, had ultimately become a victim of his own design. Hunted by the very spirits he once captured, and now cursed to exist as a goat. In the depths of fate, the celestial laws turn, and causality is firmly established. Chapter 37. Myth. Su Mo gazed at the goat transformed by Song Dingbo, suddenly feeling a rumble in his stomach, indicating a pang of hunger. Mutton soup, lamb spine, human lamb, whole roasted lamb, lamb skewers, and lamb scorpion hot pot. Within a span of half a second, dozens of mutton dishes danced through Su Mo's mind. He even recalled a lyric often sung by a college roommate from Chang'an. We, the people of Chang'an, must savor Palma wherever we go. Though not from Chang'an himself, the sight of Song Dingbo's transformed goat stirred within him a genuine craving. Mutton Palma would indeed be a splendid choice. Why would a ghost transform into a goat? What principle governs this? It contradicts the theory of evolution. The ghosts captured by Song Dingbo turn into goats, and upon becoming a ghost himself, he also metamorphosed into one. Yet, Su Mo had never encountered tales of ghosts transforming into goats elsewhere. Perhaps it is connected to this rope. Su Mo grasped one end of the hemp rope. Scrutinizing it meticulously, he could sense a wave of resentment emanating from it, imbued with a formidable ghostly power, possibly a remarkable artifact capable of restraining spectral entities. Beyond that, however, he could discern no other peculiarities. The rope appeared quite ordinary, lacking any extraordinary ritualistic refinement. Prior to becoming an artifact, it was simply a common piece of hemp, transformed into a tool of the Tao due to the accumulation of numerous vengeful spirits' energies. Let us give the scanning feature a try. The scan had already confirmed its ability to identify ghosts. Other living entities should also be recognizable, though it remained uncertain if it would yield results with an item like the hemp rope. Su Mo retrieved his phone, activated the scanning function, and directed it towards the rope. Beep. It worked. This was an intriguing piece of hemp, having transformed into an artifact due to the binding of numerous ghosts. Approximately of first-grade quality, yet possessing a damage enhancement against spectral beings, thereby exhibiting the efficacy of a second-grade artifact in dealing with them. Moreover, the rope concealed a hidden function. Once ensnaring a ghostly entity, it could alter its form. Presently, 2 forms were available for selection, a goat and a ghostly elixir. The ghostly elixir, transformed from the specter, could be absorbed and refined to strengthen the spirit of the practitioner, enhancing their mental prowess. Meanwhile, the goat, morphed from the ghost, offered a singular benefit, exquisite flavor, an unparalleled delicacy. Su Mo marveled at the scanning results, filled with delight. What a fortune! He had vanquished a malevolent spirit and, in return, acquired an artifact with unique capabilities, one that could transmute spirits into either goats or ghostly elixirs. Yet it seemed that for now, it could only transform into a goat. How might he operate it to achieve the ghostly elixir? For practitioners, the elixir was clearly more enticing than the goat, though the delectable goat was certainly appealing as well. Oh well, the rope's functions could be explored further a later time. The pressing question at hand is how to deal with this goat. The mischievous goat, transformed from Song Dingbua, gazes at Su Mo with its round, innocent eyes, attempting to charm him. At that moment, a knock reverberates through the room. Once again, the dawn has broken. Could it be that a ghost still lingers? This time, it is not a ghost, for the sound is that of a polite knock, one that a specter would hardly possess the courtesy to make. "Young master, are you awake?" A voice calls from beyond the door. I heard some commotion and came to check. It is the innkeeper, likely drawn by the ruckus created by Su Mo and Song Dingbua. The reason for his visit at this hour is surely a matter of experience. One can only imagine what frightful things he has encountered in this remote establishment. "Come in," Su Mo replies, the door unlatched, having been broken by the force of Song Dingbua's antics. The innkeeper enters cautiously, a man in his 40s, yet in such tumultuous times, he appears aged beyond his years. "Young master, are you all right? This rope is... Well, what about the goat?" The innkeeper stammers, his words betraying his apprehension. "Mit? Sumokwidis?" Bewildered by the seemingly random mention of a prestigious institution. Could it be that the innkeeper is also a traveler from another world? Yet, he does not seem to fit that mold. If he were indeed a sojourner, his fate would be rather dismal. How did this goat come to be? The innkeeper finally completes his thought. Su Mo suppresses a laugh. It is all too easy to misinterpret laughter in the midst of stuttering. "This goat? A friend of mine passed by last night and handed it over to me." Su Mo fabricates, indifferent to whether the innkeeper believes him. Surprisingly, the innkeeper seems to accept this explanation, though it is unclear if he genuinely believes it or is merely feigning ignorance. "Young master, would you consider selling this goat to me? It could cover your lodging expenses." The innkeeper proposes, his voice strained. "Certainly. Take it away," Su Mo responds, relieved to find a solution for the goat's fate. Thank you, young master," the innkeeper exclaims, reaching for the rope that Su Mo holds. "The goat can be yours, but the rope stays with me." Su Mo chuckles, untying the rope from the goat's neck and giving its rear a gentle pat. Surprisingly pleased by the sensation. "Take it away," Su Mo instructs the innkeeper. The innkeeper casts a complex glance at Su Mo, as if to say, without a rope, "How shall I let it?" After a moment's contemplation, he grasps one of the goat's horns and, amidst its bleating protests, manages to lead it outside. Fortunately, it is merely a male goat, equipped with horns. If it were a female, it would indeed pose a greater challenge. "Young master, please wait a moment while I procure some money for you," the innkeeper said as he led the goat halfway down the path. Then turned back to call out to Su Mo, casually tossing the handful of copper coins the innkeeper had found for him, exited the inn. Before departing, he inquired about the direction to Lanrua Temple. He would not forget the innkeeper's astonished expression upon hearing the name of Lanrua Temple. "Young master, that place is haunted. You must not go there, especially not someone as refined as yourself," the innkeeper exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his usual stutter. However, after Su Mo's persistent insistence, the innkeeper ultimately had no choice but to provide him with directions. He indicated the way toward Guobei County, where Lanrua Temple is situated on the outskirts. This secluded and was not far from the county seat. A person of average ability could traverse the distance in a day's journey, and it would take merely a little over an hour on horseback. Lacking a horse, Su Mo could utilize his 10 steps walking technique to travel much faster than riding. Yet why expend such effort? He possessed an off-road vehicle. In this desolate wilderness, with few travelers and no traffic lights, the thrill of speeding was unparalleled. Su Mo retrieved a model of the Cayenne off-road vehicle from his spatial bag, placing it on the ground where it transformed into its full size. He then settled into the driver's seat, ignited the engine, shifted into gear, and pressed the accelerator. Without activating any modifications, the vehicle surged forward at a speed of 20 miles per hour. Half an hour later, he could already glimpse the city gate of Guobei County. Exiting the vehicle, he gazed at the solitary little town that appeared particularly desolate amidst the vast expanse of land. He pondered whether to first meet Ning Kaiqian or to encounter Nie Shaoqian. Chapter 38. Drink without meditating, meditate without drinking. After storing the off-road vehicle, Su Mo walked toward Guobei City. He was less than a mile from the city gate. If he were to drive directly into the city, he would likely be mistaken for a monster, causing quite a stir. Nevertheless, one must admit that the sensation of speeding across the ancient, sprawling landscape was unexpectedly exhilarating. Approaching Guobei City, Su Mo proceeded at a leisurely pace. The land outside the city, once fertile and arable, now lay in desolation, overgrown with weeds towering to knee height. Among the weeds, faintly visible were scattered white bones. With the scene so grim just a mile from the county seat, one could only imagine the horrific sights that awaited in the true wilderness. The human realm was in decline, and malevolent spirits roamed freely. It was a chaotic era beyond imagination. Su Mo paid 5 copper coins to enter the city. Upon entering the city, Su Mo finally felt a semblance of life amidst the bustling streets, the shouts of street vendors, the diverse throng of pedestrians, and even the ostentatious display of a wealthy young man parading with his dog. These elements enveloped him in a comforting aura of worldly existence. As he wandered through the streets, a flamboyantly adorned woman, her visage painted with cheap cosmetics, suddenly approached him, enthusiastically inviting him into a flower house. Had Su Mo been discerning, such a woman would hardly have dared to approach him. Yet, after sensing the ambience within the establishment, he found himself following her inside. In the flower house, one would typically indulge in the warm chambers with fine wines, but he had no intention of engaging in any further expenditures. This was not due to a lack of funds, but rather because this place was far from being a haven for romantic pursuits. It was unsuitable for such endeavors. Su Mo dismissed the persistent courtesan who sought to accompany him, choosing instead to sit alone in the cozy room, savoring a modest array of unremarkable dishes alongside a pot of ancient, pure grain liquor. The wine was delightful, rich and aromatic, with a potency that far surpassed the heavy brews he had tasted during his previous travels across the vast grasslands. Bolstered by the effects of the liquor, Su Mo began to meditate. There exists a saying in the cultivation community: do not drink while meditating, nor meditate while drinking. Cherish life, and steer clear of the folly of combining the two. Yet, Su Mo, in defiance of this wisdom, sought to harness the intoxication to invigorate himself, aiming to shatter the barriers of his current realm and illuminate the 4th acquired star within his body. He aspired to break through to the realm of a first-grade 4-star postnatal warrior. Not only did he wish to succeed, but he also felt a pressing urgency, for the enhancement of his abilities might soon prove invaluable. Clutching 2 low-grade spirit stones, he felt the spiritual energy within them surge forth, akin to a mud cow plunging into the sea, merging into his being. In mere moments, the 2 azure-hued spirit stones transformed into a dull gray, their energies entirely absorbed. Yet it was insufficient. Swiftly, he retrieved another pair of spirit stones from his pocket, continuing to draw in their essence. Again, he consumed 2 more stones, which yielded their energies completely, becoming mere waste as he carelessly discarded them onto the table. After absorbing the essence of a total of 8 spirit stones, Su Mo produced a foundational pill, provided an infinite supply by his system, and swallowed it for refinement. After a short interval, he opened his eyes, a flicker of starlight dancing within them. Success. Within him, the acquired stars had now been successfully ignited to 4, radiating brilliantly and illuminating the nascent universe forming within his being. The human body possesses great secrets, akin to a microcosm, capable of manifesting stars, sun, and moon. The universally acknowledged realms of cultivation revolve around evolving the human universe, igniting the stars within, transcending mortal limitations, and ultimately achieving unparalleled divine abilities, surpassing the cycle of life and death. Su Mo ignited 4 innate stars, a feat that, while not remarkable in the elite realm of cultivation, marked a small yet commendable step forward on his long journey. As a 4-star innate martial artist, his capabilities were already astonishing in the eyes of ordinary people. In a world of martial arts, he would be akin to a peerless master, solitary as an avalanche. However, in this chaotic realm of immortal heroes, discretion was paramount. Having just broken through, Su Mo was acclimating to the surge of innate energy within him when the atmosphere outside the warm chamber erupted with the heart-wrenching cries of alarm. Zombies are rising. Run. Pushing open the door, Su Mo disregarded the frantic scuffle of courtesans and patrons in the flower hall. his gaze settling on a towering figure clad in red within the main hall. A transformation had occurred. A zombie emerged in broad daylight, attacking the living. The imposing figure, with a pallid complexion and lifeless gray eyes, moved with surprising agility, having successfully undergone the transformation into a zombie. Step aside. Do not allow the zombie to inflict harm. A zombie becomes impervious upon tasting blood. You mortals may risk your own lives, but do not empower the undead further. Not far from the zombie, a diminutive Taoist in an ochre robe brandished a peachwood sword, engaging in a desperate struggle against the creature. Upon hearing the Taoist's warning, a drunken patron, emboldened by liquid courage, retorted while fleeing, "Bah, if it weren't for your meddling, old priest, the corpse wouldn't have come in here to disrupt our revelry." It transpired that the Taoist had been pursuing a corpse when his human desires led him to the flower hall for a brief indulgence. Unbeknownst to him, the lingering Yin energy within the hall had caused the corpse to mutate, sprouting red hair and transforming into a zombie. The flower hall, a nexus of accumulated Yin energy, allowed the undead to emerge and wreak havoc even in daylight. Su Mo had been drawn into the flower hall by the palpable aura of Yin and corpse energy, intending to enjoy a drink while ensuring that he could respond promptly should any unforeseen events arise. Finding such a lofty justification for indulging in the pleasures of the flower hall, Su Mo was indeed a paragon of virtue. With the zombie now fully transformed, further discussion was futile. All irrelevant parties must flee. "Allow me to deal with this red-haired zombie," the Taoist bellowed once more, even without his urging. The moment the zombie appeared, the patrons of the flower hall surged toward the exit. However, much like in a marketplace during a fire, chaos ensued as the narrow doorway became a bottleneck. With so many people clamoring to escape, those at the front were unable to move, while those behind continued to push forward, resulting in many being trampled in the frenzy. Sumo bellowed, Come. Please form an orderly line and exit in an organized manner." Yet his words fell on deaf ears. No one heeded his call. The zombies rampaged through the hall. And who would listen to a mere scholar spouting nonsense in such chaos? Su Mo inwardly chastised himself for attempting to display cleverness at such a moment. With resolve, he leaped out of the warm chamber, his sword already grasped firmly in hand. While still airborne, he swung his blade towards the head of the red-haired zombie. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your assistance." The Taoist from Maoshan, already exasperated by the relentless assault of the zombie, felt an overwhelming urge to weep at the unexpected arrival of Su Mo. Chapter 39. How can one be ensnared by mortal desires, yearning for flowers and wine? Seeing someone join the fray invigorated the Maoshan Taoist. He had been on the verge of collapse under the frenzied attacks of the red-haired zombie, and the prospect of failing to contain it was dire. Should the zombie breach the crowd and feast upon the fresh blood of the living, the consequences would be unimaginable, utterly catastrophic. A zombie, once it encounters blood, becomes indestructible. At present, it was merely a common zombie, having undergone transformation due to the Yin energy within the Red Mansion. However, if it were to consume human blood, it would gain the power of blood malice. The reason the zombie could appear in the flower house during the day was due to the concentration of Yin energy there, rendering the Yang energy weak, which meant it could not be harmed even in daylight. One might wonder why, despite the presence of so many men in the flower house, the Yang energy remained feeble. Su Mo too found himself perplexed by this mystery. Nevertheless, the zombie dared not venture outside. Should it do so, it would dissolve into a pool of blood under the sun. Yet, once it acquired the power of blood malice, emboldened by such strength, the zombie would no longer fear the daylight, daring to feast upon the living in broad daylight. The ramifications would be unimaginable. How many days could this small town of Guobei withstand such relentless consumption by the zombies? After all, in this vast world, ferocious beasts and sinister entities have indeed plagued and devastated towns before. The expression on the Maoshan Taoist's face suggested deep regret. He lamented his mortal desires for flowers and wine. Should this escalate into an irreparable disaster, he would be too ashamed to face his ancestors, even if he were to take his own life with his sword. In that critical moment, Su Mo's intervention was a stroke of unexpected fortune for the Taoist. "Fellow cultivator, united, we shall surely vanquish this red-haired fiend. Once we succeed, I shall be most grateful." The Maoshan Taoist called out to Su Mo. Su Mo did not respond. Now was not the time for idle chatter while facing such peril. He swung his sword at the red-haired zombie, which, possessing its own agility, swiftly evaded what Su Mo believed would be a decisive strike. However, this sword strike was not entirely without effect. The red-haired zombie managed to evade the blow to its head, but its body was not quick enough to escape, resulting in Su Mo's sword cleaving into its shoulder. How resilient! Though it was flesh and blood, it felt as though the blade had struck solid steel. This was a zombie that had not yet consumed human blood. If it were to drink blood, becoming impervious to harm, it would undoubtedly be even more formidable. With a swift motion, Su Mo sheathed his sword and casually flicked the common hemp rope forward. This rope, belonging to Song Dingbua, was particularly effective against spirits and ghosts. Although it was a first-grade Taoist artifact, it could exert the power of a second-grade artifact when dealing with spectral entities. This red-haired zombie was as ghostly as they come. As Su Mo swung one end of the rope, the other end struck the red-haired zombie with a sharp crack. The force caused the towering creature to stagger, nearly toppling to the ground. Where the rope struck, a plume of black smoke erupted from the zombie's body, accompanied by a faint, acrid odor. Marvelous! The Maoshan Taoist, witnessing the red-haired zombie falter, felt a surge of elation. Seizing the opportunity while the zombie was briefly incapacitated, he began to chant incantations. Heavenly light, rising sun, those cursed by the spell shall meet their doom. I serve the Northern Emperor, and I shall eradicate the ominous. With a flourish, the Maoshan Taoist cast a piece of yellow paper, which ignited upon contact with the wind, radiating a faint golden light that was effective against demons, and launched itself towards the red-haired zombie. A piercing shriek. The burning talisman struck the red-haired zombie squarely, contorting its face in agony as it gritted its teeth. The flames from the talisman were not ordinary. They targeted the essence of the ghostly being. Having suffered significant losses at the hands of both Su Mo and the Maoshan Taoist, the red-haired zombie, despite its limited intellect, instinctively sought to avoid further peril. With a ferocious roar, it abandoned its engagement with the two and attempted to break free from their encirclement to feast upon the defenseless humans. The allure of fresh human blood was irresistible to it. In truth, had the Maoshan Taoist not relentlessly pursued it from the outset, the zombie would have already consumed countless victims. Now, injured and desperate, it craved human blood even more, driven by instinct to believe that consuming fresh blood would turn the tide in its favor. But Su Mo and the Maoshan Taoist would not grant its desires. Su Mo hurled another length of hemp rope, simultaneously casting a sword heart thunder. The red-haired zombie, wary of the rope, was prepared this time and managed to evade its strike. However, it could not escape the sword heart thunder, which struck it squarely in the chest. Boom! The sword heart thunder exploded against the red-haired zombie, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl. The red-haired zombie, in a frenzied state of agony, lunged towards the survivors who had not yet fully fled the doorway. Halt! Where do you think you're going? The Taoist priest from Maoshan brandished his peachwood sword, which swiftly intercepted the zombie's path. Simultaneously, he began to chant incantations. Gods of the 8 directions, unveil the profound mysteries. Subdue the evil spirits, vanquish countless demons. 8 yellow talismans soared from the priest's hands, affixing themselves to the red-haired zombie's body. Now, with a thunderous shout, the priest commanded, and the 8 talismans erupted simultaneously. Boom! As the talismans detonated upon the zombie, its once formidable corpse could no longer withstand the force, shattering into numerous fragments that scattered in all directions. Just then, the head of the red-haired zombie hurtled towards Su Mo, its eyes still glimmering with malevolence, its gaping maw snapping ominously, as if it intended to bite down. Perish! Su Mo sprang into action, wielding his sword to cleave downward at the zombie's head. The strike was powerful and decisive, without its body to support it. The head could not withstand the onslaught and was cleaved to pieces. At last it was over. The Taoist priest leaned weakly against the doorframe, surveying the charred remnants of the zombie that lay scattered around, feeling a deep sense of relief. He struggled to rise and bowed deeply to Su Mo, expressing, "I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, my friend. There is no need for such formalities. Vanquishing evil is but our duty," Su Mo replied, helping the priest to his feet. Though he spoke thus, in this chaotic era, most cultivators sought only to protect themselves. It was rare to encounter someone like the priest, who would draw his sword to aid in times of injustice. "What I have said is sincere. Your timely intervention deserves my utmost gratitude," the priest continued. "You are too kind," Su Mo replied with courteous words, though his mind wandered in earnest, contemplating what kind of reward the priest might bestow upon him. Might it be the revered arts of Maoshan. Earlier, he had witnessed the priest perform incantations of considerable potency, which had piqued his interest. This place is in disarray. Let us find a more refined setting, the priest suggested. I possess some exquisite Maoshan wine. Let us celebrate together and not depart until we are inebriated. In a tranquil room of a loft, Su Mo and the Taoist priest sat before a spread of exquisite dishes, accompanied by 2 flasks of fine Maoshan wine. The priest had spared no expense. Several dishes were crafted from ingredients he had provided himself, personally overseeing the chef's work at the establishment. He traversed the vast expanse of the land, and apart from exorcising malevolent spirits, his greatest passion lay in collecting the finest ingredients from various regions, crafting exquisite culinary delights. It was truly a sensory experience reminiscent of the renowned culinary traditions of China. For a single ingredient, he would dare to battle a century-old ferocious tiger and brave the depths of a venomous snake's den. He would scale towering cliffs and plunge into the depths of the ocean. Whether in the present world or in ancient times, the realm of the Epicurean is one that remains utterly incomprehensible to you. Friend Su, the Taoist priest of Maoshan, raised his wine cup. Thanks to your noble assistance today, we managed to vanquish that red-haired zombie, thus averting a catastrophe that would have brought devastation to countless lives. I toast to you. Su Mo nodded and raised his cup, downing the wine in one gulp. What fine wine! He exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. The wine was rich and profound, sweet upon the palate, with a lingering aftertaste, a true masterpiece. Su Mo had never encountered such exquisite wine before. Many unique brewing methods have been lost in the present world, and even the most expensive wines often lack flavor. He pondered whether he could bring a few jars back to the modern world, or, better yet, acquire the brewing recipe. My esteemed friend, this is a rare brew from Maoshan, unique in its craftsmanship. The brewing technique demands the cooperation of our Maoshan Taoist arts. Others cannot partake of it. The Taoist priest spoke with pride about his wine. Alas, my departure from the sect was so hasty that I could not bring more. Otherwise, I would have gifted you several jars. With exquisite food and fine wine, the two exchanged toasts, thoroughly enjoying themselves. However, the Taoist priest only indulged in the wine, leaving the dishes untouched, stating that he was at a critical stage in his cultivation and had to abstain from solid food. Only wine was permissible. It was quite a predicament for an epicure to be forced into abstinence. Su Mo mused playfully. Having consumed wine at 2 separate occasions in one day, even Su Mo, a 4th-tier martial artist of considerable prowess, began to feel a slight intoxication. As twilight approached, he discreetly circulated his vital energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol and rose to take his leave. He intended to venture into the Lan Rua temple that night. Dear friend, I am truly grateful for your generous hospitality today. It has been a most enjoyable experience. Should you find yourself in my domain in the future, I would be honored to treat you to a fine wine, Su Mo remarked. Yet, he thought to himself, my domain is the present world. I fear you may never have the opportunity to visit and enjoy my exquisite wine. The Taoist priest of Maoshan quickly stood up, blocking Su Mo's path. My friend, I previously mentioned a significant reward. How can you leave without receiving it? He produced a jade box from his robe and presented it before Su Mo. Upon opening the box, 2 crimson pills were revealed. This is the Qitian Huayao pill, the Taoist priest explained. Oh, what is its purpose? Upon consuming this elixir, one can transform into any desired demonic entity, with the effects lasting up to 7 days. Though one may also revert to their original form at will. After transformation, not only does one's appearance become indistinguishable, but even the very essence and internal channels mirror those of a demon, capable of deceiving even the heavens. Thus, it is aptly named the sky-deceiving, demon-transforming pill, as proclaimed by the Taoist of Maoshan. This is a treasure, Su Mo thought to himself as he gazed upon the 2 crimson pills nestled within the jade box. The sky-deceiving, demon-transforming pill, which can conceal one from the heavens after transformation, might yield unforeseen advantages in a world rife with demons and monsters. These 2 pills are a gift for you, my friend Su, the Taoist continued, placing the jade box into Su Mo's hands. Su Mo did not feign reluctance. He was genuinely intrigued by the 2 pills. He gently closed the box and noted that although there were 3 slots for pills, only 2 remained. He dismissed any thoughts on the matter, who said that 3 slots necessitated 3 pills. Allow me to share another secret, the Taoist said with a sudden air of mystery. Bukuning Su Mo to lean closer. Complying, Su Montak leanin. This sky-deceiving, demon-transforming pill is also known as the human transforming pill. Consuming it allows one to morph from human to demon, just as a demon can take on human form. A wave of trepidation washed over Su Mo, a sense of peril engulfing him as he suddenly recoiled. Yet it was too late. The Taoist's hand clamped down upon Su Mo's left shoulder, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone, blood quickly saturating his shoulder. Looking at the Taoist's hand, it was no longer human. It had transformed into a clawed appendage, thickly coated in dark fur. "You are no longer human," Su Mo exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. "Are you a ghost or a demon?" Having sustained a grievous injury from the sudden assault, Su Mo cursed inwardly, lamenting his ill-fated day. "I should have checked the almanac before venturing out. This is truly a wretched turn of events." The Taoist emitted a sinister cackle, remarking, "I did not expect you to react so swiftly, but today, you are fated to perish. Surrender your life and become my sustenance." With that, his body began to grotesquely transform, limbs thickening and tearing through his earth-toned robes. In mere moments, he had morphed into a monstrous figure towering at 15 feet, his body covered in a coat of black fur. With a slight movement, he collapsed the ceiling of the tavern. Patrons within the establishment were met with the sight of this creature, erupting into terrified screams and fleeing the tavern in a chaotic rush. Indeed, the residents of Guobei County were unfortunate, having encountered two monsters in a single day, each time left in a state of shock. If someone were to witness both creatures simultaneously in the brothel and the tavern, they would have truly struck a peculiar fortune. Su Mo remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon the monstrous entity before him, engaging it in a silent standoff. "You are indeed a human demon," Su Mo exclaimed in astonishment, scrutinizing the creature. A human demon is not merely a practitioner gone awry, nor is it a fiend from the demonic realm. Rather, it is a being that was once human but ultimately succumbed to its darker nature. Upon witnessing this human demon, Sumo's heart began to piece together the events that had transpired. Human demons do not come into existence by their own volition. They are typically conjured by ghostly practitioners through arcane methods. During his time in the mortal realm, due to the interference of Lin Qinye's grandfather, Su Mo had delved into the insidious techniques employed by ghostly cultivators. Living practitioners, ensnared by the secret arts of these ghostly cultivators, are fed human blood and flesh, and over time, they become neither human nor demon, hence the term human demon. Chapter 41, A Night Visit to Lanrua Temple. He, the human demon, transformed by the Maoshan Taoist, sneered with a malevolent grin, "You possess a keen eye. Indeed, I am a human demon. If you are a human demon, then what a Maoshan Taoist?" Su Mo inquired. "That old bull-nosed priest was naturally devoured by me. Not only did I consume him, but I also used the deceitful transformation pill to take on his appearance. I intend to return to Maoshan, eradicate his kin, and annihilate his entire lineage." As the human demon spoke of the Maoshan Taoist, a fierce hatred ignited in its eyes. "If my assumptions are correct, the Maoshan Taoist must be a ghostly practitioner. And you are the human demon he crafted, am I right?" Su Mo asked. The human demon's eyes instinctively narrowed, brimming with ferocity and bloodlust. It did not respond to Su Mo's conjecture. Instead, it coldly proclaimed, "I killed him and consumed him. I even refined his soul, absorbing his memories, ensuring he shall never attain rebirth. How infuriating! I was once his senior brother, yet he employed that vile technique against me." Su Mo sighed, sensing yet another tragedy unfolding. A pair of Taoist brothers, with a younger disciple transforming the elder into a human demon. Undoubtedly, there was a sordid tale of betrayal and treachery behind this, but it was of no concern to him. His sole interest lay in understanding why this human demon had fixated on him. If he was correct, the human demon had likely assumed the guise of the Taoist after slaying him, intending to return to Maoshan and exact further vengeance. On the journey back, passing through Guobei City, the human demon inexplicably developed carnal desires and entered a brothel to indulge in sensual pleasures. The red-haired zombie was presumably released by the human demon deliberately, with the intention of luring Su Mo into action, thereby creating an opportunity to engage with him. Yet, why had the human demon targeted him? Moreover, had it not been said that human demons had long since lost their faculties? However, this particular human demon exuded an aura of clarity and intelligence, which perplexed Su Mo. Unable to fathom the situation, he decided to voice his inquiries, curious to see if the human demon would respond. To his surprise, the human demon indeed replied, I mistakenly ingested a revitalizing elixir, which will restore my consciousness in 7 days, allowing me to recall the past and seek vengeance against the old Taoist who has caused me great anguish. As for the injuries you and I sustained while vanquishing that old Taoist, I require the essence of robust flesh to recuperate. This will bolster my chances when I return to Mount Mao for retribution. At that moment, you fortuitously appeared in Guobei City, catching my attention. Thus, I deliberately entered the flower pavilion first, unsealing the red-haired zombie's bindings and releasing a wisp of corpse energy to lure you inside. It turns out that the machinations were not fueled by mere mortal emotions, but were meticulously orchestrated for Su Mo from the very beginning. The scheme was remarkably executed, leaving Su Mo completely oblivious throughout. As a being of both human and demon, your brief restoration of intellect is rather clever. Yet how could you have fallen for your junior's trickery, allowing him to transform you into a demon? Sumo's mind was flooded with 1,000 frustrations. Today's misfortune felt utterly unjustifiable. With my words spoken, you may now gain clarity. Present your blood and flesh to aid me in regaining my peak strength, so I may exact my vengeance upon Mount Mao. Upon finishing, the demon let out a fierce roar and lunged at Su Mo. You dare to consume my flesh? Su Mo bellowed in response. If you wish to devour me, I shall extract your fangs. When confronting such malevolent entities, the foremost principle is to stand firm and act decisively. Fear breeds negative energy, which only empowers the specter. Should I falter, my capabilities would dwindle while the demon's ferocity would escalate. Indeed, it would be a wonder if I were not consumed. Sumo unleashed Assander's roar, his aura surging to its zenith, as he cast aside the hemp rope and struck at the demon. The hemp rope is effective against such creatures, particularly in this world where malevolent spirits roam freely. However, during his previous battle alongside the Taoist transformed into a demon against the red-haired zombie, Su Mo had already utilized this hemp rope, and the demon had anticipated this move, evading the strike with agile grace before leaping forward once more. As the demon bore down upon him like a dark mountain, Su Mo swiftly employed the 10 steps movement technique to evade and counterattack. The circumstances were decidedly unfavorable. His left shoulder bore a grave wound, rendering his left arm weak. The longer the battle persisted, the more severe his injuries would become. He needed to resolve this swiftly. Demon, behold the hemp rope. Su Mo hurled the rope towards the demon's left side. The demon dodged to the right, prompting Su Mo to unleash a bolt of sword heart thunder. His mastery of this technique was becoming increasingly fluid. Aware of Su Mo's prowess with the sword heart thunder, the demon had prepared to counter it well in advance. Thus, neither the rope nor the thunderbolt inflicted any harm upon it during this exchange. Yet, Su Mo had not exhausted his resources. A small talisman, imbued with the power to dispel evil, had been cast forth unbeknownst to the demon. The sword talisman was obtained by Su Mo from the system before entering the world of a Chinese ghost story. There are a total of 5 talismans, each exceedingly precious, classified as authentic second-grade charms. These talismans are effective in restraining and combating demons and spirits of second grade and below, while they can deliver a decisive blow to first-grade entities. Although the demon-human was formidable, it still fell short of second-grade strength. The demon-human evaded the entangling ropes and the sword heart thunder. Yet it could not escape the small exorcism sword talisman concealed behind these maneuvers. The talisman successfully adhered to the towering form of the demon-human, instantly unleashing the sword aura inscribed upon it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the sword energy surged forth. The towering demon-human, standing at a height of over 5 meters, emitted a thunderous roar of indignation that echoed down the street, only to be sliced into numerous fragments by the ferocious sword energy. Su Mo unleashed another strike of sword heart thunder upon the remnants of the demon-human, incinerating them completely in a flash. Exhaling deeply, Su Mo reflected on his first day in the world of a Chinese ghost story, where an array of both expected and unexpected demonic entities had emerged in succession. Truly, a realm named after ghosts offered no respite against its myriad dangers. He stored the ropes and the Taoist sword into his Qinquan pouch, then opened his palm to reveal a dark golden bag that had appeared within his grasp. This bag had fallen from the demon-human prior to his incineration of its remnants, miraculously escaping damage from his sword energy. Without hesitation, he retrieved the bag, speculating that it must belong to a genuine Maoshan Taoist. For the moment, he refrained from examining its contents, as his left shoulder bore an injury that required immediate attention. However, after wandering through Guobei City, Su Mo was compelled to confront an unfortunate reality. Due to the recent demonic incidents directly linked to him, no inn or establishment in the city was willing to offer him shelter. What to do? Was he destined to sleep on the streets? Gritting his teeth, Su Mo thought resentfully, "This truly forces me to make a nocturnal visit to the Lanrua Temple." Chapter 42, Prosperity and Territorial Disputes. First, Su Mo sought a secluded spot to inspect the contents of the Maoshan Daoist Qinquan bag. His eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "Wealth has come. Wealth has come. This time, I have truly shed the shackles of poverty and am sprinting toward a better life." The treasures within the Qinquan bag left him astounded. Firstly, there were 5 sheets of yellow talisman paper, a peachwood sword, 2 flasks of fine Maoshan brew, and 3 jade boxes, each containing 2 elixirs. Su Mo utilized a scanning technique to thoroughly examine the items, discovering that the 5 yellow talismans were all exorcism charms of the highest grade, comparable in function to his own talisman for dispelling evil spirits, though their potency was notably inferior. However, their abundance compensated for this shortcoming. The peachwood sword, crafted from Maoshan peach wood, was a first-grade artifact. While its sharpness was lacking, it proved remarkably effective in subduing malevolent entities. Among the 3 jade boxes, one contained the Awakening Pill, a potion capable of temporarily restoring sentience to demonized beings. This remedy was not only beneficial for such creatures, but could also awaken ordinary individuals afflicted by demonic influences. Another box held the Blood Ignition Pill, which, upon ingestion, allowed the user to combust their true blood for an hour, tripling their combat prowess, albeit at the cost of subsequent weakness. The demon had been abruptly slain by Su Mo's sword talisman before it could consume the Blood Ignition Pill, which would have led to further complications. The final jade box contained the Detoxification and Healing Pill, a miraculous remedy that could cleanse a person of toxins and heal wounds within moments. Without hesitation, Su Mo consumed 1 Detoxification and Healing Pill, marveling at its extraordinary effects as the malevolent energy that had seeped into his body from the demon's claws was instantly eradicated, and his wounds healed entirely within moments. Aside from the torn sleeve of his garment, which served as a reminder of his injury, no trace of harm remained. Additionally, the demon had previously gifted him 2 transformational pills, resulting in a total of 8 variously effective elixirs at his disposal. Moreover, he had amassed a veritable mountain of inferior spirit stones, an impressive total of 500. The space within this cosmic bag was nearly twice that of Su Mo's own, yet it was almost full to capacity. This Maoshan priest was surprisingly affluent, having been slain by the demon he had created, which was subsequently vanquished by Su Mo. The contents of this cosmic bag now belonged entirely to him. Was this his first experience of killing and seizing treasure? Although it was an act of retribution, he felt a thrill akin to sudden fortune. He carefully placed the jade boxes containing the elixirs, the 5 exorcism charms, 2 flasks of fine Maoshan liquor, and the peachwood sword into his cosmic wallet, transferring the spirit stones from his wallet into the priest's cosmic bag. From now on, the cosmic bag would be dedicated to storing spirit stones, while the cosmic wallet would be reserved for treasures, talismans, and elixirs, creating an organized and methodical arrangement, truly a boon for someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. After securely stowing away his wallet and cosmic bag, Su Mo exited Guobei City and hastened towards Lanrua Temple, which lay a mere 3.5 miles to the north. With the speed afforded by his 10-step technique, this journey felt almost negligible. As his cultivation progressed, his speed in the 10 steps technique had notably improved, enabling him to cover 10 meters with a single stride. With a powerful leap, he could ascend to a height of 3 zhong, and when he sprinted at full force, his velocity rivaled that of a racing car. Ordinarily, such speed could only be achieved by one at the pinnacle of the first rank, 9 stars, while he was merely at the 4th star of the first rank. Thus, his mastery of the 10 steps technique to such an extent was indeed extraordinary. It appeared that this technique possessed an enigmatic quality, offering further potential for enhancement even at its peak. As Su Bei executed the 10 steps technique, he navigated through water and woods towards the Lanrua Temple. However, halfway through his journey, he came to a halt, sensing something intriguing trailing him, a pack of wolves. Yet, these were no ordinary wolves. In this chaotic world of demons, even wolves bore a hint of malevolence, their eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty frenzy. Each of these beasts could likely overpower 10 ordinary wolves combined. Su Mo keenly observed that 7 or 8 of these feral wolves formed a semicircle behind him, effectively encircling him. He had unwittingly plunged into the midst of their lair. Su Mo refrained from employing the 10 steps technique to flee, uncertain of the wolves' speed, which he deduced would not be significantly slower than his own. Being in a semi-encircled position, accelerating would undoubtedly provoke an assault from the pack, leading to dire consequences. He proceeded cautiously, resembling an ordinary traveler, seemingly flustered as he ambled forward, occasionally stumbling against trees. It was a test of his acting prowess. As long as the wolves did not perceive his intent to escape and hesitate to attack in mass, he could seize the opportunity to eliminate a few, rendering the remaining ones insignificant. Su Mo walked slowly, while the 7 or 8 wolves maintained a fan-like formation behind him, poised to pounce upon their prey. However, after a short interval, he noticed a reduction in the number of wolves following him, accompanied by distant howls of distress from the pack. This was indeed peculiar. Had someone intervened on his behalf? Could it be Yin Qixia? With remarkable acting skills, Su Mo casually glanced back before swiftly turning away. To his astonishment, he beheld a striking sight. 5 or 6 ethereal figures clad in white, drifting gracefully above, furiously attacking the wolves. Each strike was lethal, and within moments, one wolf was torn apart, its blood splattering across the forest floor. Did these female specters harbor a grudge against the wolves? They were neighbors in this realm. Why such ferocity upon their meeting? As Su Mo hurriedly advanced, seemingly flustered and without glancing back, a sense of unease gripped his heart. At that moment, his extraordinary hearing, a gift acquired through his cultivation, caught the furious voice of a white-clad female specter. Dare to compete with us for sustenance at Lanrua Temple? My grandmother has long regarded your pack of wild wolves with disdain. Today, we shall annihilate you all. It became apparent that a territorial dispute was at hand. What manner of world had he entered? Were female ghosts and wild wolves truly vying for food? And what of him, Su Mo, along with countless ordinary individuals? Akin to the scholars he portrayed, were they mere prey for these specters and wolves? A fierce battle loomed between the white specters and the wild wolves, leaving no one to tend to the anxious Su Mo as he pressed forward. He had little interest in the outcome of this conflict, whether the ghosts would decimate the wolves or vice versa. After a brief while, a towering stone tablet appeared before him, inscribed with the words Lanrua Temple. Raising his gaze, he beheld an ancient and grand temple ahead. The Buddha halls exuded solemnity, shrouded in a chilling aura. Chapter 43. Perhaps we should try binding? The moonlight spilled like water, bright as a pristine mirror, illuminating the various Buddha halls of Lanrua Temple, resembling a true land of compassionate deities. Yet, upon observing the shadows cast by the halls under the moonlit sky, they appeared ominous and flickering, evoking the semblance of a hellish battlefield. Here, the realms of Buddha and demons coexisted, reflecting upon one another, rendering Lanrua Temple far more intricate than Su Mo had anticipated. Without hesitation, he pushed open the grand doors of the temple and stepped inside. Lanrua Temple was more expansive than he had envisioned, with 3 main halls standing prominently at its center, flanked on either side by rows of monk quarters. Su Mo estimated that during its peak, the temple must have housed at least 100 monks engaged in cultivation. Both the Buddha halls and the monk quarters appeared remarkably new, devoid of any signs of decay, yet the courtyard was overrun with grass nearly half a meter tall, which struck him as peculiar. In the southeastern corner of the courtyard stood a cluster of bamboo, as thick as an arm, while at the foot of the main hall's steps lay a lotus pond. The lotus leaves were lush and verdant, yet the blossoms had yet to unfurl. These were the initial observations Su Mo made upon entering the courtyard. However, this information seemed of little value. He attempted to project his spiritual energy, utilizing the means of a cultivator to further scrutinize Lanrua Temple, rather than relying solely on his eyesight. Yet, his spiritual energy was not particularly robust, barely matching the cultivation level of a first-grade, 4-star postnatal warrior, offering him scant assistance. It is well known that many cultivators within the realm possess formidable spiritual energy, vastly surpassing their own cultivation levels. A potent spiritual force yields numerous advantages, including the ability to probe perilous terrains, enhance sensitivity to danger, and even allow certain practitioners with unique techniques to launch spiritual attacks. As Su Mo's spiritual energy was limited, he lacked access to such methods. He could only utilize his own first-grade, 4-star spiritual power to probe the temple. Was there not a single soul or spirit present? Sumopandiv. After an extensive search with his spiritual energy, he found nothing. Perhaps the spirits of Lanrua Temple had, as the tree demon grandmother suggested, gone off to engage in a skirmish with a pack of wild wolves? Contemplating this, Su Imo strode towards the grand hall at the center of Lanrua Temple. If he were to stay, he would occupy the most spacious room. A grand, expansive area would certainly add to his prestige. However, at that moment, he heard a rustling sound emanating from one of the monk quarters to the east. "My dear, what are you up to?" It sounded like a young man's voice. "The moonlight is too glaring. I cannot sleep and wish to share a slumber with you," came a delicate, feminine voice in response. Suemo thought to himself, "I knew my spiritual power was utterly feeble. Having scanned the area and found nothing, I now must rely on my ears." He needed to find a way to swiftly enhance his spiritual power. But what had he just overheard? The dialogue was straightforward and rather crude. With a cold smile, Suemo made his way towards the monk quarters. He intended to interrupt their intimate moment, striving for a swift resolution before the tree demon grandmother became aware. With a forceful kick, Suemo burst open the door to the quarters, startling the young man and woman within. The young man, dressed in a grayish-white, scholarly robe with a portable bookshelf beside his bed, was taken aback. The woman, adorned with heavy makeup and possessing a fair measure of beauty, was clad in the traditional white gown of a female spirit. The young man, visibly shaken, immediately began to scold Suemo for his uninvited intrusion and for prying into private matters, deeming it a disgrace to propriety. "Fool!" Sumo scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the scholar. The moment he entered, the woman in white had extended her elongated claws towards the scholar's chest. Had Suemo not kicked the door open, the scholar would surely have met his demise. Glaring at the white-gowned spirit, Suemo inquired, "May I ask you a question? Do you know Nye Xiaoqian?" The woman, who was just about to feast upon her prey, was abruptly interrupted, her fury mounting upon hearing Sumo's words. You must be the lover of that little demon, Nye Xiaoqian, that little enchantress who fawns over the grandmother, now comes to ruin my affair. This is truly intolerable. Does that little demon aspire to monopolize the grandmother's affection? Such a dream is utterly ludicrous. Apologies, I merely inquired if you knew Nye Xiaoqian. Why are you adding your own lines to this play? Sumori tortiv goldli. Now that I understand you are acquainted with her, it is clear you are not Nye Xiaoqian. Do not blame me for being impolite. The ghostly figure in a white dress exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? What do you intend to do?" Suemo chuckled softly, disregarding her inquiry, and continued, "You mentioned earlier that you are sleepless and wish to find rest, correct? Would you care to try binding? Binding? What exactly do you want?" The specter in white was on the verge of losing her composure due to Sumo's bizarre questions. "You will find out if you try." With a flick of his wrist, a ghost-catching rope materialized in his hand, which he then lashed like a whip towards the white-clad ghost. The ghost shrieked with fury, "You scoundrel Taoist! How would you be a vile Taoist? Good heavens! Nye Xiaoqian's paramour is a stinky Taoist. I must inform my grandmother." Suemo looked skyward, contemplating how this ghost likely met her demise due to her own foolishness. Despite her foolishness, the ghost possessed formidable powers. As the rope flew towards her, she swiftly twisted her body to evade the attack and brandished a pair of lethal claws. Lunging at Suemo, each claw was half a foot long, sharp as daggers. Should they make contact, they would surely leave 5 gaping wounds. The scene was all too familiar, truly the 9-een white bone claw. While fending off the rope, Suemo couldn't help but remark, "Were you perhaps known as Mei Chao Feng in life?" "Mei Chao Feng? What nonsense is that? Vile Taoist, cease your prattle and prepare to meet your end." In mere moments of confrontation, the white ghost had developed a deep-seated hatred for Suemo, attacking with ruthless intent. Her ghostly claws gleamed ominously, vowing to tear him to shreds. She had successfully evaded the rope multiple times and was closing in on Suemo. Hee, she cackled with excitement, as her claws were poised to strike. Suemo continued to swing the rope, while the ghost deftly dodged and lunged forward, eluding the rope entirely. "Ha, Nishiokian esperemor. I have finally closed the distance. Prepare to die." The ghost cackled, just inches away from Suemo, her fingers splayed like 10 sharp daggers. In such close quarters, a mere flurry of her claws would suffice to rend the insufferable Taoist into fragments. At that moment, however, Suemo merely smiled gently and addressed the ghost, who had labored so diligently to reach him, with a simple question, "Are you truly so foolish?" Are you foolish? You have gone to great lengths to approach me, believing victory is assured? How naive. Su Mo chuckled lightly, then effortlessly produced a peachwood sword with a casual wave of his hand. This sword, a premier Taoist artifact from Maoshan, was specifically designed to vanquish malevolent spirits. As the white-clad ghost swung her dagger-like claws toward Sumo's head, she was convinced that this strike would obliterate him entirely. To his astonishment, a peachwood sword suddenly emerged, clashing forcefully against her sharp claws. This encounter led to a tragic turn of events. The peachwood sword, renowned for its efficacy against malevolent spirits and crafted with exquisite materials by the Maoshan school, was an excellent tool for warding off evil, making the spirit's reckless collision with it akin to a long-lived being seeking death. Upon contact, the ghostly claws of the woman in white ignited in a fierce blaze. A piercing scream escaped her lips. "I shall consume you, you paramour of Nie Xiaoqian." In the throes of agony, the white-dressed specter did not hesitate to hurl verbal assaults at Su Mo. "You have committed countless misdeeds. It is time for your liberation." Umapa. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Su Mo wielded a rope, expertly ensnaring the white-dressed ghost. "You're not a Taoist, but rather a monk?" Despite being firmly bound, the ghost's curiosity remained piqued. Su Mo replied, "I merely recited a chant. Does it not carry weight to utter a Buddhist invocation before guiding a spirit?" With a sigh, he focused his thoughts, and the white-dressed ghost immediately transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing from sight. However, a Dan pill descended from the air, the Yin Shundan. Su Mo reached out, grasping the pill in his hand. After several uses of the rope, he gained a profound understanding of its capabilities. The rope, when used to bind a spirit in its ghostly form rather than other supernatural entities, could transmute the spirit into either a goat or a Yin Shundan. Initially, Su Mo assumed the rope's default transformation was into a goat. Only later did he realize that it could also yield a Yin Shundan, all contingent upon his intent. Now, controlling the rope, Su Mo bound the white-clad ghost and transformed her into a Yin Shundan. This pill, a manifestation of the purest spiritual energy left behind after a soul's salvation, was an exceptional tonic for enhancing spiritual strength and fortifying one's Yin spirit. Holding the Yin Shundan firmly, Su Mo retrieved the peachwood sword and the rope, stowing them away in his cosmic pouch. He then turned his gaze towards the nearly petrified scholar in the monk's quarters, exclaiming, "You feeble-minded fool, unable to withstand the slightest temptation. After reading so many sacred texts, you nearly fell victim to a female ghost. Why don't you hasten back to Guobei City? Are you waiting for another specter to warm your bed?" Though he had no intention of addressing the scholar, something about the scholar's demeanor compelled him to scold. To his surprise, he found a certain satisfaction in reprimanding him. The scholar nodded vigorously, shouldering his book bag, and stumbled towards the door. Just before reaching the threshold, he seemed to recollect something, turning back to Su Mo and bowing deeply in gratitude. "Grateful benefactor, your immense kindness shall not go unacknowledged. If fate permits, I shall surely repay you in the future." With that, he swiftly exited the Lanrua temple, not daring to cast a glance back. This lad possesses a sense of conscience. I regret my earlier harsh reprimand, and my heart aches with guilt. Su Mo shook his head with a smile, then opened his palm to behold the glass marble-sized, white, translucent soul elixir. This is a remarkable treasure. Just moments ago, he lamented the inadequacy of his mental prowess. Yet this soul elixir holds the promise of amplifying his spiritual strength. However, the question remains, how should one utilize this elixir? Typically, elixirs are consumed directly. Yet Su Mo hesitated to ingest the soul elixir recklessly. After all, it is a spiritual concoction born from the essence of souls. Although the soul's imprint has been purified, the remaining essence is pure soul energy. The thought of consuming it directly felt fraught with potential complications. Thus, he resolved to employ a divine artifact for further inspection. Su Mo retrieved his phone, activated the scanning feature, and directed it towards the soul elixir to commence the scan. He was pleasantly surprised by the practicality of the scanning function, which aligned perfectly with his needs. According to the system, this scanning capability had been triggered by his recent task completion and subsequent enhancement of his cultivation, marking an automatic upgrade of the system. This sparked within Su Mo an eagerness to see if, upon completing the task related to the enchanting ghostly maiden, the system might upgrade once more, revealing additional functionalities. Ding! The scanning results emerged. This was a high-quality soul elixir, derived from the purest essence of a female ghost who had previously claimed the lives of 32 mortals. Classified as a first-grade elixir, it could be directly consumed for refinement, albeit with some loss of potency. The optimal method for refinement involved the use of a spirit-gathering array, wherein one would release their spiritual energy to facilitate the process. The information gleaned was highly practical and precisely what Su Mo required. The spirit-gathering array is a complex formation that even ordinary practitioners would hesitate to set up, even with spirit stones at their disposal. However, fortuitously, during his time in the mortal realm, Lin Xinye had personally instructed him in the arrangement of the spirit-gathering array. Su Mo surveyed his surroundings before stepping out of the monk's quarters. He resolved to head to the main hall of Lanrua Temple to establish the spirit-gathering array and refine the soul elixir there. As the monk's quarters were dim and cramped, lacking the spaciousness of the grand hall, the main hall of Lanrua Temple is not the hall of heavenly kings, but rather the great heroic hall. Su Mo pushed open the doors to the great heroic hall, greeted by the sight of the three-world Buddha. To his left sat the past Buddha, the lamp-illuminating ancient Buddha. To his right, the future Buddha, Mithya, and in the center, the present Buddha, Shakyamuni. The three revered Buddhas sat majestically in their rightful place. Flanking the hall were the 18 arhats, each distinct in form, their craftsmanship exquisite and lifelike, instilling a sense of awe. The golden figures of the Buddhas and arhats within the hall were remarkably well preserved, leaving Su Mo puzzled. Logically, this should be a sacred realm free from malevolent forces. Why then was it besieged by ghosts and otherworldly beings, plagued by supernatural disturbances day in and day out? Unable to comprehend the situation, Su Mo decided to abandon his thoughts. He settled onto the mat within the grand hall and retrieved 3 spirit stones from the bag of the Taoist priest. Following the method taught by Lin Xinye, he arranged a spirit-gathering formation around himself. As the formation activated, the surrounding spiritual energy flowed toward Su Mo like a gentle stream. However, it must be said that Lanrua Temple was far from a benign place. Even the incoming spiritual energy carried a hint of chilliness. Su Mo then took out the Yin spirit pill, placing it before him, while guiding the spiritual energy from the formation to wash over it. He extended his mental force to attempt contact. The moment his mental force touched the Yin spirit pill, the pill, continuously washed by the spiritual energy, dissolved, transforming into pure spiritual essence. Indeed, the combination of the Yin spirit pill and the spirit-gathering formation facilitated an effortless refinement process. All the spiritual essence surged into Su Mo's mental force, which he felt expand significantly in an instant. If his mental force had previously barely matched his first grade 4-star cultivation level, the now augmented mental force could be considered mid-level for that rank, akin to several days of arduous training. The Yin spirit pill was undoubtedly a remarkable item. It seemed prudent to seek out more malevolent spirits and refine additional Yin spirit pills whenever possible. Fortunately, the world of a Chinese ghost story was abundant with spirits. The 3 lower-grade spirit stones used for the formation had not yet been significantly consumed, allowing the formation to remain active for an extended period, with spiritual energy continuing to flow like water into the array. Su Mo, unwilling to squander this exceptional cultivation opportunity, sat cross-legged on the mat, began to absorb the spiritual energy, and gradually improved his cultivation, cleansing his physical body. Immersed in his practice, he lost track of time until he suddenly heard the sound of the grand hall's door being flung open. A blood-soaked monk rushed in, disregarding Su Mo in the spirit-gathering formation, and leaped onto the Buddhist altar. There, he embraced the statue of the revered Shakyamuni Buddha and began to weep profusely. Chapter 45. He seeks enlightenment. Su Mo thought, "What is happening? Can we not follow the narrative? Why has a monk suddenly appeared, weeping like a child, clinging to the Buddha's golden form, sobbing with such fervor?" The monk's cries were both bewildering and heart-wrenching, evoking a deep sense of compassion in those who witnessed his sorrow. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Su Mo lost his focus on cultivation. Just then, he heard the faint sound of jade stones cracking. The 3 spirit stones he had employed in the formation had finally been depleted, turning into 3 grayish-white useless stones. The spirit-gathering formation immediately lost its efficacy. Su Mo regulated his internal energy, brushed off his clothes, and stood up. "Master, why do you weep while embracing the Buddha?" He did not step forward, for he had long since discerned that this monk was not a mere mortal, but rather a spectral entity. In other words, this blood-soaked monk was a ghost. Fortunately, the monk displayed no hint of hostility. Otherwise, Su Mo would not have been able to stand here conversing with him. Monk Wu. Su Mo, Master, could you possibly reveal your identity? Monk Wu. Su Mo, if you continue like this, our conversation will hardly be enjoyable. Master, do you perhaps have an unfulfilled wish? Feel free to share it with me. Su Mo persisted in his inquiries. Upon hearing these words, the monk finally responded. Wu, benefactor, if the monk speaks, can you assist him in fulfilling his wish? Although the monk remained in tears, he managed to articulate a complete thought. Su Mo, Master, you overthink it. I was merely bored during the long night and asked out of curiosity. Monk, Wu, how could you be so impolite as to bully this humble monk? Su Mo, Master, your words are misplaced. I was quietly resting in my room when you burst in, clutching your revered Buddha and wailing loudly, sending chills down my spine. When I questioned you, you offer no response. So, who is truly impolite here, me or you? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, the monk finally released the golden statue of the Buddha and gradually ceased his weeping. He descended from the altar and approached Su Mo, pressing his palms together in a gesture of respect, saying, Ba, your words are indeed reasonable. It was my rudeness. This Lanjua temple was the place of my cultivation during my lifetime. For 3 years, I have returned annually to weep, and I have not encountered anyone but you in this grand hall. If I have caused any offense, please do not take it to heart. Disciples of the Buddhist path are known for their integrity. Even in death, they maintain a respectful demeanor in conversation. Su Mo finally caught a glimpse of the monk's appearance through the layers of blood. Surprisingly, this monk appeared quite youthful, perhaps around 18 or 19 years old. At least in life. Su Mo waved his hand dismissively, saying it matters not. I am simply curious as to why you are weeping so sorrowfully. Due to the monk's apparent youth, Su Mo's address shifted from master to little master. The monk paid no heed to the change in title and continued with his palms together, responding with courtesy. Benefactor, as a practitioner, you must be aware that this sacred land has been overrun by demons and malevolent spirits. The most formidable of these entities is known as the Tree Demon Granny, alongside dozens of vengeful spirits who heed her command. Su Mo nodded, as he was already familiar with this information. Do you know the origins of the Tree Demon? The monk inquired. Su Mo shook his head and replied, I do not. I wish to learn more. The Tree Demon was once a locust tree planted by the first abbot of Lanjua Temple. Due to the daily immersion in the recitations of the monks and the teachings of the venerable abbot, as well as witnessing the daily lives of the disciples and being influenced by the incense offerings of visiting devotees, a nascent Buddha nature gradually awakened within me, igniting a flicker of spiritual wisdom. Ah, since the Buddha nature has been awakened, what a splendid development. Yet, why did it later culminate in a malevolent fiend? Su Mo could not refrain from inquiring. The monk's clear, bright eyes revealed a shadow of pain as he continued. The locust tree, having awakened its Buddha nature, gained spiritual insight. However, once this insight was attained, its demonic essence ultimately overshadowed its Buddha nature. I heard from the senior monks that one day, the locust tree approached the abbot and declared its desire to attain Buddhahood. The abbot responded that all beings with the seed of Buddhahood could become Buddhas. With a heart of goodness, through recitation and meditation, one would eventually achieve Buddhahood. The locust tree replied that it could not wait. It could not endure such a prolonged wait. Having taken root in Lanrua Temple, it observed the world coldly for a millennium and discovered the profound disrespect that humanity harbored towards the Buddha. It listened to the morning bells and evening drums, and day after day, it noted the many misinterpretations the monks had of the Buddha. Those who disrespected the Buddha must be slain. Those who distorted the Buddha's intent must be vanquished. The Buddha it sought to become was unlike the Buddha envisioned by the masses. It aspired to stand proud atop the clouds, compelling the entire Mount Sumru, the whole world, countless disciples, and innumerable devotees to bow at its feet. Sumosaid, remarking, the audacity of the locust tree is astounding. This is no Buddha, but rather a demon. Indeed, as you have articulated, the locust tree had strayed onto the path of evil. To prevent its fall into the demonic realm, the abbot and the temple elders personally recited scriptures to cleanse its malevolence and awaken its Buddha nature. Yet, that very night, it extended its demonic grasp, using its branches to slaughter over 100 unsuspecting monks in Lanrua Temple. The young monk had been away on a pilgrimage and thus narrowly escaped disaster. The pain in the monk's eyes deepened, that profound sorrow rooted in his soul resonating with Su-mo, filling him with a sense of shared grief. It is indeed for this reason that Lanrua Temple transformed into a haunted place. However, dear young monk, you escaped the demon's clutches. Why then have you become but a wisp of a ghost? Su-mo questioned in confusion. The following day, upon returning to the temple, I beheld the slaughtered elders and brothers, and the once fragrant Lanrua Temple had been overtaken by demons, presenting a scene reminiscent of hell. Anger akin to that of a Vajra arose within me. Thus, I swore to eradicate the demons and battled the tree demon for 3 days and nights. Yet ultimately succumbed to the demon's millennia of cultivation, falling victim to its venomous grasp, lamented the monk. Yet Su-mo discerned a deeper implication, astonished as he asked, what was the cultivation level of the tree demon at that time? You dueled with it for 3 days and nights. What was your own level of cultivation? The monk replied, the tree demon had cultivated for a millennium and had become a formidable demon of the golden core stage, likely at the 3rd grade of the 3 stars. As for me, I was at the 2nd grade of the 3rd star and ultimately could not match its power. Upon hearing the young monk's response, Su-mo's eyes widened in disbelief. How old was the young monk when he perished? Merely 18 or 19. Yet he had already attained the cultivation level of a 3rd grade golden core demon lord. A prodigy, yet another prodigy. First came Lin Qinya, then the young monk. Are you all here to pierce my heart? Su-mo felt an overwhelming urgency to elevate his understanding. Chapter 46. Is the benefactor seeking enlightenment? The young monk gazed at Su-mo, suppressing his sorrow, and spoke mysteriously. Benefactor, would you be willing to forge a benevolent bond with this humble monk? What kind of bond? Su-mo inquired. Ba, I have become a ghostly entity destined for reincarnation. Yet, due to my unwavering desire to see that tree demon face the judgment of the heavenly path, I remain ensnared in my fixation, unable to be reborn. Would you, benefactor, act on behalf of the heavens, for the sake of all beings, and for this monk, to eliminate that malevolent tree demon? Upon the successful completion of this task, I can bestow upon you a Buddhist cultivation technique as a token of gratitude, the monk elaborated. Su-mo furrowed his brow. Having entered the world of a Chinese ghost story, it was highly probable that he would confront the tree demon. Doing a favor and forming a karmic connection with Buddhism seemed reasonable. However, recalling the monk's earlier words, the tree demon had already attained the status of a 3rd-tier golden core king. How could he possibly be its match? A sudden impulse to depart from Lanrua Temple surged within him. After all, when the disparity in strength reaches a certain threshold, recklessly confronting the foe would not be bravery, but sheer folly. The young monk appeared to perceive Su-mo's apprehensions and said, you may not be aware, benefactor, that the tree demon was indeed a 3rd-tier golden core beast 3 years ago. However, after an intense battle with me, it sustained severe injuries and has since fallen to the 2nd tier, 9 stars. For 3 years, I have observed it from a distance, and its wounds have never healed. Its cultivation has remained stagnant. 2nd tier, 9 stars? Su-mo pondered, realizing this was an opportunity worth pursuing. He still possessed 4 talismans for warding off evil, capable of inflicting effective damage on demons and spirits below the 2nd tier, 9 stars. Additionally, he had 5 ghost-repelling talismans from a Maoshan Taoist, though their power was limited. Their abundance could prove useful. Most importantly, he could await the arrival of Yin Qixia. Although he was unaware of Yin Qixia's precise cultivation level, it was reasonable to assume it would be formidable. With the group united against the tree demon, their chances of success would be significantly enhanced. Very well, I shall accept your proposal. After all, I came to Lanrua Temple with the intent to confront that tree demon. However, let it be known beforehand that you should be aware of my current cultivation. I am merely a 1st-tier, 4-star postnatal warrior, so my chances of success are quite slim. Su-mo stated. Ba, excellent, excellent. Your willingness to challenge the forces of darkness for the sake of humanity is a commendable display of courage, surely deserving of the blessings of the Buddha. The young monk recited a mantra, exuding an air of solemnity and compassion. Then, Su-mo witnessed a beam of golden light emanating from the statue of the Buddha Shakyamuni in the Great Hero Hall, soaring into his body. What is this? Su-mo questioned, bewildered. As the golden light entered his being, he felt a momentary warmth enveloping his soul, though the sensation soon faded. There is no need for concern. Benefactor, This is merely a blessing of golden light, which will confer some advantages to your future fortune and cultivation. This ritual is commonly referred to as the opening of the light, the monk explained. Suemo, was it truly so miraculous to be consecrated in such a manner? Speaking of the consecration ceremony presided over by the ghostly monk, is it truly effective? Benefactor, the dawn approaches, and this humble monk must take his leave. I am but a remnant soul, a wandering spirit, yet I cling to these earthly ties, reluctant to embrace the cycle of reincarnation, which brings me shame before the Buddha. Thus, I return each year to this great hero hall, weeping at the feet of the revered golden statue, hoping for forgiveness from the Buddha to alleviate my karmic burdens. To my surprise, meeting you, dear benefactor, has been a stroke of fortune for this poor monk. As the young monk spoke, his form began to wane. On the verge of vanishing, he imparted one last piece of advice. Until you have absolute confidence to confront that tree demon, it is wise to remain within this great hero hall. A trace of Buddhist aura lingers here, safeguarding this last sacred ground. The tree demon and malevolent spirits, unless absolutely necessary, would not dare to enter these hallowed walls. With those final words, the young monk completely dissolved into the hall. Suemo decided to reside in Lanrua Temple, engaging in cultivation while awaiting the arrival of Yin Qixia and Ning Kaichin. He believed that to gain the utmost benefits in the realm of a Chinese ghost story, he must forge connections with these two individuals. Thus, he continued to wait for their arrival. The days of waiting were not wasted. On the contrary, he experienced rapid advancements in various aspects during this period. Although this world was rife with demons and spirits, it must be noted that the spiritual energy here was far denser than in the mundane realm, making it more conducive to cultivation. In the mundane realm, even with a spirit stone array to attract spiritual energy, the amount gathered was limited, creating a sense of scarcity, as if the universe were somewhat stingy. However, in this world, once the spiritual gathering array was set, the spiritual energy was inexhaustible. Although the gathered energy had a somewhat chilling aura, adversely affecting the user experience, it bore no significant side effects. In such an environment for cultivation, his progress was naturally much swifter than in the mundane realm. After waiting for 9 days in Lanrua Temple, he successfully ignited another postnatal star, advancing to a first-grade 5-star postnatal cultivator. His mental fortitude was also steadily improving. He deliberately intensified his mental training and captured 2 malevolent female spirits. After guiding their souls, he transformed them into 2 pure Yin spirit pills using hemp rope, which, when refined with the spiritual gathering array, bolstered his mental prowess. His mental strength had surpassed his cultivation level, reaching approximately that of a first-grade 6-star. Now, his mental acuity was markedly sharper than before, allowing him to perceive subtleties that once eluded him, no longer the weakling who could not match the hearing of his ears or the sight of his eyes. The female spirits had become aware of Su Mo's presence, and even the tree demon matriarch began to take note of him. Nevertheless, he acted with caution, retreating into the great hero hall at the slightest hint of danger, firmly refusing to venture outside. The tree demon and female spirits dared not approach him, wary of the last vestige of Buddhist energy within the hall. Moreover, Su Mo possesses an exquisite sense of balance, skillfully navigating the boundaries of the tree demon's wrath. He knows that if he refrains from provoking it to the fullest, it will not recklessly pursue him, even to the extent of storming the great Buddha hall in a fit of rage. Su Mo finds great solace in meditating within the hallowed confines of the great Buddha hall. Perhaps it is due to the blessings bestowed upon it. For while he sits in contemplation, flashes of inspiration frequently grace him, proving invaluable in resolving many of his confounding dilemmas in cultivation. On this particular night, after completing his practice, he found himself idly scrolling through his phone in the great Buddha hall, engaging in light-hearted banter with the system to stave off boredom. System, could you possibly provide a signal in the realm of a Chinese ghost story? Only chatting with you or playing single-player games is quite tedious, Su Mo typed. Host, please exercise restraint. The system does not offer such services. If you desire a signal in a Chinese ghost story, you should negotiate with mobile or telecom providers, the system replied. Imagine establishing mobile services so that everyone in a Chinese ghost story could utilize their phones, allowing for seamless global connectivity. What a noble endeavor that would be. Su Mom used, envisioning the grandeur of such an achievement. Yet, it remained but a fleeting thought. Erecting a signal tower amidst fragments of time and space posed considerable technical challenges. At that moment, A cacophony of sounds erupted outside the Lanrua temple. At last, they had arrived. Su Mo extended his mental awareness and discerned two individuals engaged in a fierce battle at the entrance. One of them shouted, "Xiaoho, if you persist in your entanglements, I shall unleash my ultimate technique. Boundless as the heavens, I invoke the laws of the universe." Chapter 47. If he were to entertain lustful thoughts, I would merely gather his remains. Su Mo pushed open the doors of the great Buddha hall and stepped outside. In the courtyard, two figures faced each other, swords drawn. One was clad in a tattered Taoist robe, sporting a disheveled beard that hinted at a life of hardship. It was undoubtedly Yin Qixia, the very person Su Mo had been awaiting. The other, adorned in light armor, had a chiseled face reminiscent of a blade, exuding an aura sharp enough to cut. This individual, whom Su Mo had just heard mentioned, was named Xiaoho. The two stood poised in a classic martial arts standoff, their sword tips aligned, and disregarding mere appearances. Their stances were undeniably striking. Su Mo could not help but applaud, exclaiming "Bravo!" His voice trailed off, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own enthusiasm. Alas! Upon entering the world of a Chinese ghost story, the absence of an audience to temper his behavior had led Su Mo, once a paragon of virtue, to increasingly embrace his liberated self. He promptly fell silent, rolled up his sleeves, squinted his eyes, and focused intently on the duel between Yin Qixia and Xiaoho. The clash of these two masters, performed in real time, was a spectacle not often witnessed. If only a luxurious train, set complete with beer, sunflower seeds, and mineral water could be summoned at that moment, it would have been the epitome of bliss. At this juncture, the two seemed to enter a brief intermission, pausing their swordplay to engage in a verbal sparring match that proved equally captivating. "Bah!" Xiaoho spat disdainfully. "Bearded one, I compete with you in swordsmanship, and yet you resort to underhanded tactics? How shameless! The Taoist techniques I practice are honed through my own efforts. How does that render me shameless? I have transcended the mundane through martial prowess, my realm far surpassing your pedestrian understanding. Yet you persist in your futile entanglements, like a stubborn leech that cannot be shaken off. Should you continue this vexation, I shall assuredly bring about your defeat today. Summer, think carefully. Do not bring ruin upon yourself." The bearded man, Yin Qixia, spoke coldly. "Bah, if you could truly defeat me, why would you still be waiting now? We have dueled for 7 years, and each time I have only narrowly lost by a single move. The swordplay between us is nearly equal. What I lack is merely a stroke of fortune." Summer Ho retorted indignantly. "A frog in a well cannot discuss the ocean. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. Engaging in further discourse with you is futile. We're no longer in the same realm. The reason I have edged past you by the slightest of margins is simply to spare your dignity. If you choose to disregard that dignity, I shall tear it asunder. Should your heart falter, or you succumb to madness, do not blame me." Yin Qixia asserted, his tone firm yet tinged with earnest counsel. Su Mo observed intently. Understanding the gravity of Yin Qixia's words, they were not mere bravado, but an undeniable truth. Yin Qixia had indeed entered the Tao through martial means, his internal energy abundant and of a quality surpassing that of Su Mo's acquired essence, likely having reached the innate level. In essence, Yin Qixia was a second-tier innate cultivator. As for the specifics of his rank, Su Mo, being weaker in cultivation, could only estimate it to be around 3 or 4 stars. There was no doubt that Yin Qixia was a formidable master of the second tier. Conversely, Summerho had yet to touch the threshold of cultivation. Though his swordsmanship and martial prowess were commendable, he lacked even acquired energy within him, not qualifying as a true cultivator. Relying solely on his physical vitality, he barely qualified as a martial expert. Yet when compared to Yin Qixia, it was akin to the disparity between an ant and an elephant. Not to mention, even Su Mo, currently at the first tier with 5 stars of acquired realm, was confident in his ability to best Summerko. With a single breath of spiritual energy, the path to greatness unfolds. Summerho, lacking the status of a cultivator, could not sense the spiritual essence of the world, although he had trained diligently in martial arts. His formidable vitality could not contend against true cultivators. While Su Mo was merely a first-tier acquired cultivator, the essence within him granted him many of the capabilities of true practitioners. Defeating Summer might present some challenges, but the task was indeed far from insurmountable. In contrast, should Yin Qixia engage Summerho with full effort, it would be akin to a king effortlessly overpowering a mere bronze contender. Upon hearing Yin Qixia's words, Summerh's pride was bruised, and he erupted in a tirade. Bearded one, are you not afraid of the wind turning and biting your tongue? If you wish to defeat me, let your sword do the talking. Go to hell. With that, he drew his sword, unleashing it like a dragon, charging forward with a pair of ethereal sword shadows trailing behind him. Although he could not ascend to the status of a monk, Xiaoho's years of immersion in martial arts endowed him with formidable vitality and prowess, his swordsmanship having reached an unparalleled zenith. This strike, delivered under the immense pressure from Yin Qixia, was a pinnacle of his skill, embodying the very essence of his spirit. Xiaoho was immensely satisfied with this strike, convinced it would assuredly overpower the bearded adversary. Yet, in the face of this ferocious attack, Yin Qixia did not even blink. He did not even draw his sword, instead launching a fist directly at the tip of Xiaoho's blade. Xiaoho, since you are so obstinate, allow me to show you what true power feels like. Yin Qixia thundered. Su Mo mused to himself, Yin Qixia's words echoing a sentiment reminiscent of you know nothing of power. It struck him as somewhat juvenile. As a rugged man, did he not feel a tinge of shame uttering such lines? Suppressing his inner mockery, Su Mo continued to observe the contest between the two. It could hardly be termed a contest any longer. Rather, it was Yin Qixia imparting a lesson to Xiaoho. With bare hands, Yin Qixia struck Xiaoho's sword, and rather than sustaining any injury, his flesh and blood fist shattered the weapon, sending Xiaoho reeling back several paces and causing him to collapse, bloodied and gasping. Behold, this is power, my power. Do you now comprehend the gulf that lies between us? Yin Qixia proclaimed. Su Mo could only think. Who penned such lines for Yin Qixia? It was excessively melodramatic. In his eyes, the fierce and resolute figure of Yin Qixia was transformed into a caricature of an overzealous, middle-aged man. Lying on the ground, Xiaoho coughed up blood and sighed. I never imagined that all these years I was merely deceiving myself. Su Mo noted that Xiaoho's words were equally poignant, yet he felt too weary to critique. Yin Qixia, why did you not inform me sooner of the vast disparity between us? For years, I have labored to perfect my swordsmanship, striving to catch up to you, only to realize that we have long since embarked on divergent paths, and I have gradually drifted away, unable even to glimpse your silhouette. Having uttered these final words, Xiaoho staggered to his feet and, gathering what little strength remained, leaped over the walls of Lanrua Temple. Brother Xiaoho, Yin Qixia gazed at his retreating figure, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. I believe you should pursue him, Su Mo suggested to Yin Qixia. Why should I chase after him? On what grounds would I pursue him? The indignation in Yin Qixia's voice suggested he had been provoked. Why are you so agitated over a mere conversation? Su Mo thought to himself. Instead of answering, Yin Qixia raised his gaze and pointed towards the eerie, ghostly aura that only the monks could perceive beyond the temple walls. In Yin Qixia's eyes, a hint of hesitation emerged. After a long pause, he sighed and remarked, Xiaoho has finally chosen to relinquish his long-standing obsession with defeating me. Why should I complicate matters further? As for this haunted place, as long as Xiaoho remains undisturbed, all will be well. Should he waver, I shall simply retrieve his remains. Su Mo gave a thumbs up, silently praising him. What ruthlessness! Chapter 48. The correct approach for Ning Kai Chun. Young man, what is that look in your eyes? Yanki Xia gled atisumo. Suddenly erupting in anger. The grievances between Xiaoho and me are not something you, an outsider, need to concern yourself with. I have yet to inquire. Who are you? Su Mo replied. You may call me Su Mo, dear friend Yin Qixia. Upon hearing Su Mo directly state his name, Yin Qixia was not surprised. During the earlier confrontation with Xiaoho, the latter had called him by names such as the bearded Yin Qixia more than once. He scrutinized Su Mo from head to toe and said, You appear to be a scholar. I did not expect you to be a fellow practitioner. In that case, I shall refer to you as Su Daoyu. Thank you. Daoyu Yin, Su Mo responded with a respectful bow. Yin Qixia gazed up at the dimly lit moon in the sky. In his eyes, the dark green aura of the spirits had thickened to the point of nearly obscuring the moonlight. The chilling winds that occasionally swept through the temple courtyard were bone-chilling, instilling an ever-present sense of foreboding. He turned to Su Mo and inquired, Why does Daoyu reside in this ghostly place? Sumoan Serdernistli. I am waiting for someone. Waiting for someone, or waiting for a ghost? Yanki Xia Lafd e Artiri. If you believe you are waiting for a ghost, then so be it. Sumo Fegne da Profoundismail. I am indeed waiting for you, Yin Qixia. Why must you provoke trouble for yourself? At that moment, a clear sound of bells suddenly pierced the chilling wind. What is that sound? Jing Ke frowned. What else could it be? Those female ghosts and old demons have come out to hunt, Mo replied. If you hurry, you might still save your friend's life. Delay, and it may truly be too late. Xiaoho had indeed stirred, and the sound of the bells indicated that the female ghosts were summoning the tree demon matriarch for a gruesome feast. This is bad, Yan Kixia exclaimed, drawing his sword and leaping into action, disappearing in a few bounds. Though he claimed to be indifferent, his body was rather honest. Suemo thought he could mock the antics of Yin Qixia and Xiaoho for a year. Watching the direction in which Yin Qixia had vanished, Suemo employed the 10 steps technique and followed suit. In recent days, he had been at odds with the female ghosts, and the tree demon had long since set its sights on him, forcing him to hide in the Great Hero Hall every night. With Yin Qixia, a formidable ally, now present, Suemo finally had the opportunity to venture out again. Xiaoho, dear brother Xiaoho, in your lifetime, your ambitions were vast, yet today, in a single morning, you meet a tragic end, leaving behind nothing but this foul shell. I shall not allow your corpse to rot in the wilderness. Suemo heard the heart-wrenching lament of Yin Qixia echoing from afar. Indeed, Xiaoho had perished. Yin Qixia, in his quest for closure, took it upon himself to collect Xiaoho's remains, thereby resolving their intertwined fates. Suemo refrained from approaching any closer, choosing instead to retreat to a distance. Then altering his course to employ the technique of the 10 steps, moving through the forest with the swiftness of an agile monkey. He halted by a small lake not far from Lanrua Temple, where a quaint pavilion stood, and within it unfolded an intriguing scene. His calculated position ensured that he could observe the individuals within the pavilion, including the ghostly presence, while remaining unseen himself. Yet again, a captivating performance was set to unfold, and Suemo found that witnessing the antics of these ancient actors was indeed one of the small pleasures of his time-traveling experience. Within the elegant pavilion, a young scholar clad in satin robes appeared to be around 20 years of age, exuding a youthful charm. His complexion was pale and refined, embodying the archetype of the scholarly figure often depicted in ghostly tales. Opposite him sat a woman, garbed in a popular long, white dress favored by female spirits, her attire lacking in novelty. However, her luminous eyes and exquisite beauty, akin to ice and jade, made her stand tall in the pavilion. Had Suemo not been aware of her ghostly nature, he might have mistaken her for a celestial being. This female ghost represented the pinnacle of all scholarly ghost stories. With the enhancement of his cultivation and the strengthening of his spiritual perception, Suemo's senses had become remarkably acute, allowing him to observe every detail within the pavilion and hear every whisper. My lady, what a delightful mood you possess to play the zither in this pavilion at the stroke of midnight, the scholar remarked with a warm smile. It turned out that before the ghost lay a cheen, a traditional zither, which she played delicately, its notes cascading like pearls falling onto a plate. The delicate strings plucked gently. A century has passed in haste. The long night stretches on, and the moonlight makes it hard to sleep. If not for playing the zither, what else could one do? The ghost's voice resonated with sorrow. You speak wisely, fair maiden. I am Ning Kai-chun. May I inquire your esteemed name? Sumo, observing the scene from a distance, smiled faintly. Indeed, it was Ning Kai-chun, and tonight, as Yin Qixia arrived, so too did he. Ah, it is Master Ning. I am Nishiao-kian. She offered a graceful bow and continued, Master Ning, with the moonlight so bright and the air so clear tonight, why not join me in playing the zither together? Certainly. Ning Kai-chun laughed heartily, disregarding formalities as he approached Nia Xiaoqian, gently leaning closer, and together they began to play. In a desolate village pavilion, the lone man and woman shared a moment, creating a profound narrative through their music. Suemo felt an odd dissonance in Ning Kai-chun's demeanor. He seemed far from the bashful scholar untouched by worldly affairs, but rather an experienced wanderer of life's pleasures. My dear sir, she began, there once was a couplet in this pavilion, yet the wild wind has whisked away the second line. Might you, sir, be able to compose it? As Nia Xiaoqian delicately plucked the strings of her zither, her voice lingered like a whisper. Ning Kai-chun glanced upwards and beheld the first line inscribed upon a pillar. Fortune does not come in pairs, but arrives as yesterday. This couplet is not particularly challenging. Even during my time at the private academy, I could effortlessly conjure up a response. However, I have a query I wish to pose to Miss Nia first. Ning Kai-chun remarked with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Please, Do share your inquiry, sir. I shall answer candidly, Nie Xiaoqian replied softly. Very well. I seek to know, how long have you been deceased? Ning Kaichen asked, his gaze fixed ahead as if it were a mere casual inquiry. At once, Nie Xiaoqian appeared taken aback, her mouth agape. So you're already aware of my ghostly nature. Why then do you not flee? She questioned, her tone now laced with an eerie chill. You have mentioned the long, dreary night, which is indeed tiresome. It is said that this Lanrua temple is haunted, and having been raised in a prosperous household with strict rules, I never dared to engage with beautiful maidens. Now, liberated from parental oversight, how could I squander such a splendid opportunity? Thus, I journeyed here, and indeed found you, Miss Nia, a most enchanting specter. This venture has proven worthwhile. Ning Kaichen tuklet hertidi. At this, Su Mo could no longer contain himself, finding the exchange unbearable. Is this Ning Kaichen a fool, so bold as to flirt with a ghost? Is he truly willing to die amidst the blossoms, even as a spirit of romance? You are a reckless scholar. Such folly may cost you your life, Nie Xiaoqian cautioned. From a distance, Su Mo silently nodded in agreement. If this peculiar Ning Kaichen were to meet his demise, it would undoubtedly be a tragic end born from his own indulgence. Today, he may escape death, but it is only a matter of time before he meets his fate. Scholar, since you are capable of completing the couplet, do share your second line, urged Nie Xiaoqian, returning to the matter at hand. If I compose the second line, will you refrain from consuming me? Ning Kaichen inquiret. Nie Xiaoqian offered a gentle smile, one that could ensnare the heart. If you can present the second line, I shall indeed wait until after you have done so to feast upon you. Should you fail, however, I shall devour you at this very moment. Miss Nie, you are quite forthright. I shall not delay. This couplet is truly simple, and I wonder which young scholar penned it. Fortune does not come in pairs, but arrives as yesterday. I counter with disaster does not come alone, but comes this very night. Are you trying to forewarn me of impending doom tonight, Miss Nie? Indeed, you are astute, and now I shall feast upon you. Nie Xiaoqian laughed, leaping toward Ning Kaichen. Su Mo, alarmed, concealed his face, sensing the strangeness of the two. He drew forth the peach-wood sword of the Maoshan Taoist, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice, for it was inconceivable to allow Nie Xiaoqian to consume Ning Kaichen. Come forth into my embrace, Ning Kaichen laughed, opening his arms wide. The fool must have lost his mind to contemplate suicide. Su Mo tightened his grip on the peach-wood sword, taking a step forward, ready to strike. Yet, he hesitated, withdrawing his foot, utterly astonished by the scene before him in the pavilion, the sight of a person and a ghost. He beheld Nie Xiaoqian, smiling sweetly, as she leapt into Ning Kaichen's embrace. Instead of a gruesome spectacle of a ghost devouring a human, an indescribable tableau unfolded. What is this? The plot has truly taken a remarkable turn. Su Mo turned away, no longer wishing to gaze upon the couple, fearing that such a sight might lead to misfortune. However, he could not fathom how courting could be conducted in such a manner. Inside the pavilion, Nie Xiaoqian lay beside Ning Kaichen, playfully toying with his hair, sweetly calling out, Ninglunk. Indeed, once their relationship reached that intimate stage, the terms of endearment promptly transformed. Little sister Xiaoqian affectionately addressed Ning Kaichen as well. This pair was merely a source of dog food, harmless enough. Ninglang, I have dwelled in this pavilion for many years. Yet no one has been able to complete this couplet. To be frank, my father lost his life over it. Nie Xiaoqian spoke softly, her eyes gradually filling with tears as she began to reminisce about the past she wished to forget. It turned out that Nie Xiaoqian's father was also an old scholar, who, after a lifetime of study, accomplished little. Unable to bear the shame of remaining in his hometown, he dreamt of moving his family to the capital, believing that with his years of literary prowess, he could surely earn a living. However, as the family of three rested by the wild lake near Lanrua Temple, Nie's father noticed that the couplet in the pavilion was incomplete, with only the first line remaining. He attempted to compose the second line, but, after much thought, found himself utterly incapable. Overwhelmed with shame and anger, he felt like a failure, having read extensively yet achieved nothing, forced to leave his home, and now unable even to complete a simple couplet. In a moment of despair, he chose to end his life in the lake. With Nie's father gone, how could the remaining mother and daughter survive in such chaotic times? With determination, Nie's mother also threw herself into the lake, followed by Nie Xiaoqian. Such a dramatic turn of events, all because of a mere couplet in a wild pavilion, claimed an entire family's lives. After transforming into a ghost, Nie Xiaoqian coerced by the tree demon to seduce the living, deliberately limited her activities to the vicinity of this pavilion. Passers-by near Lanrua Temple were mostly common folk, with few scholars among them. When a scholar did occasionally appear, they were often inept, unable to match the couplet in the pavilion. Yet, Ning Kai-chen was the first to succeed in completing it. A young man of unparalleled talent, he must never again treat his life and fortune as trifles. If it were not for our encounter today, had it been another female spirit under the command of the old woman, the young master would have been cautioned by Nie Xiaoqian. My dear sister Xiaoqian, rest assured, even if I were to face another female ghost, I possess means of self-preservation. As Ning Kai-chen spoke, he retrieved a time-worn illustrated book from his satchel. Upon hearing this, Su Mo turned his head, straining his gaze towards the item in Ning Kai-chen's hand. This illustrated book puzzled Su Mo. Could it be the same one he had read upon his arrival in the tale of Nie Xiaoqian? That was a tome of indescribable nature. Yet it was not. As Ning Kai-chen opened the book to its first page, Nie Xiaoqian let out a startled cry, stepping back 2 paces before regaining her composure. This is the Diamond Sutra transcribed by Master Lingyun of Biquang Temple. As long as I possess this scripture, I refuse to believe that any female ghost could threaten my life. Ning Kai-chen proclaimed with a sense of pride. Su Mo observed the Diamond Sutra from a distance, still able to sense the aura of a Taoist artifact emanating from it. He was filled with astonishment, pondering the cultivation level of Master Lingyun, who could transform a handwritten scripture into a Taoist artifact of considerable rank. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and activated the scanning feature, directing it towards the scripture. Given the distance, he wondered if it would even register. If the camera's resolution was poor, he might glean nothing. To his surprise, the result emerged. What a remarkable domestic device. The camera technology has never let me down. The scripture was identified as a handwritten text by a monk at the golden elixir level. The monk had infused 3 drops of his vital blood into the ink while transcribing the scripture, rendering it a second-tier Taoist artifact capable of restraining demons and malevolent spirits. Once opened, it would prevent any beings below the second tier from approaching and could also counter those above it. As Su Mo contemplated the results of the scan, he quietly speculated about the relationship between the master who transcribed the scripture and Ning Kai-chen. After all, it was not every day that an ordinary person could earn the favor of a master to the extent of having them pour their essence into scripture. Nonetheless, the power of this scripture was commendable. It would serve as a valuable asset should he encounter tree demons in the future. Meanwhile, Ning Kai-chen had closed the book once more, and Nie Xiaoqian had returned to his side. My dear Xiaoqian, what is this? Ning Kai-chen inquired. Noticing the bell around Nie Xiaoqian's ankle, playfully tugging it. Nie Xiaoqian, Su Mo, what a clumsy ally. It appeared that Ning Kai-chen's earlier words had indeed proven prophetic. Misfortune seemed to come in waves tonight. Young master, you must leave quickly. If you delay, the old woman will arrive. Nie Xiaoqian urged, her expression fraught with anxiety. I have the Diamond Sutra to protect me. What do I have to fear? Ning Kai-chen replied resolutely. Hurry, Nie Xiaoqian, without further ado, seized Ning Kai-chen and hurled him into the depths of the forest. At that moment, a long, green-hued tendril, reminiscent of a vine, hurtled through the air with astonishing speed. It was the tongue of the tree demon. Xiaoqian, you have diligently procured a blood meal for your grandmother. Well done. A low, sinister voice echoed through the void. Just as the tree demon's tongue was about to ensnare Ning Kai-chen, Su Mo sprang into action. Simultaneously, he shouted into the ether, Yan Qi Xia, have you prepared the banner for Xiao? Come quickly and assist in vanquishing this tree demon. Chapter 50, Truly Chopping Down Her Grandmother. Su Mosore Duparts, Katink Ning Kai-chen, who had been thrown into the air by Nie Xiaoqian. Just then, the tree demon's tongue lunged forward. With no other recourse, Su Mo kicked Ning Kai-chen toward the direction of the Lanrua Temple, while he himself propelled downward with great haste. Poor Ning Kai-chen, first tossed aloft by Nie Xiaoqian, then kicked midair by Su Mo, landed with a series of sickening cracks, unaware of how many bones he had broken. Yet, he dared not linger. As soon as he touched the ground, he bore the excruciating pain and stood up, having no time for self-pity. Su Mo shouted at him, quickly, take refuge in the Great Hall of Lanrua Temple. Do not emerge unless I call for you. Although Ning Kai-chen did not know who Su Mo was, the gravity of the situation made it clear that this person was protecting him. The terrifying approach of the tree demon's tongue filled him with dread, a chill creeping through his bones. In that moment, he realized that relying solely on his protective sutra, the Diamond Sutra, had been a reckless gamble in this realm of monsters and spirits. Had it not been for Nie Xiaoqian and this nameless savior, he might have been reduced to a mere husk. Thus, upon hearing Sumo's words, he wasted no time and sprinted toward the Lanrua temple, remarkably quick even while limping. Indeed, human potential is often unleashed under duress. Sumo positioned himself before the tree demon's tongue, confronting it and preventing it from attacking Ning Kaichin. "It's you, again, you wretched Taoist, disguising yourself as a scholar to infiltrate my Lanrua temple and slaying my cherished ones. Are you truly intent on opposing me?" The tree demon's voice resonated from afar. "Bah, who is your grandmother? I curse your grandmother. If you seek to kill that foolish scholar, then you are directly confronting me, disrespecting me. Sumori dorti laudi. Lanrua temple is my territory. Why should I show you any deference?" The tree demon shouted back in fury. "You old monster. We do not speak of face. We speak of substance. You dare extend a mere tongue without showing your true form? Watch as I sever it." Sumo had never held a favorable impression of the tree demon, and with the ghost monk's commission, he had long yearned for a confrontation with this creature. However, due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, he had refrained from acting hastily. Now, with Yin Qixia finally arriving, he felt emboldened. Together, they would not fear this fiend. But where was Yin Qixia? With such a commotion, it was inconceivable that he could not hear it. Was the ritual for collecting xiaohous remains still ongoing? Did it truly require so much time to dig a pit and erect a flag? Regardless, Yin Qixia's absence did not deter him. After all, the tree demon had only sent forth a single tongue, providing the perfect opportunity to test his recent training and engage in battle. If things grew dire, he still had 4 talismans of the exorcising sword and 5 talismans for ghost banishment ready for use. The tree demon's tongue was already lunging towards Sumo, and although it was referred to as a tongue, its sturdiness surpassed that of fine steel. With a swift thrust, it pierced through the mighty tree that stood in its path. A gentle slash followed, severing the tree in half, causing the ground to tremble and dust to swirl. Sumo activated his 10 steps technique, his form shifting as he brandished his peach-wood sword, aiming a strike at the demon's tongue. "Damn it!" he exclaimed. Bang! The peach-wood sword collided violently with the tree demon's tongue, igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. A tremendous force emanated from the demon's appendage, sending Sumo staggering back several steps, nearly dislodging the sword from his grasp. Once a 3rd-grade Golden Core sovereign, even after being reduced to a 2nd-grade Great Demon by the Ghost Monk, he was not to be underestimated. Yet, merely facing a single tongue of this demon had already posed a challenge. I refuse to believe this. Sumo outwardly appeared unfazed, but deep down, he was a person of conviction and pride. Since stepping into the realm of cultivation and becoming a practitioner, he had diligently honed his skills with the aim of proving his innate talent in the path of cultivation. He firmly believed that with hard work, he would not be inferior to any so-called prodigy or genius. He possessed an unwavering belief in his ability to triumph in battle. He recognized the tree demon's formidable cultivation, knowing he was no match for it alone, yet he could not accept being bested by a mere extending tongue. "You little brat, I've tolerated you long enough. Perish." With a powerful strike, the tree demon pushed Sumo back, gaining the upper hand, and would not relent easily. Its tongue, sharp as a finely crafted sword, darted towards Sumo's chest. "Old hag, let me show you my prowess." Sumo unleashed his 10 steps technique, leaping into the air just as the demon's tongue lunged at him. The tree demon's tongue followed his ascent, leaving Sumo with no leverage to evade in the void. However, he had no intention of retreating this time. The peachwood sword in his grasp surged with energy as he channeled all his strength, the sword's tip plunging downwards to meet the tree demon's tongue in a fierce clash. This time, Sumo was not repelled. Harnessing the force of descent, he plunged his peachwood sword deep into the tongue of the tree demon with the might of 1,000 pounds. Boom! Sumo finally landed, yet simultaneously, he brought down the tree demon's tongue. A surge of rich postnatal vital energy erupted from within Sumo, infusing the peachwood sword, as he drove it forcefully into the ground, securing the tree demon's tongue firmly in place. Sever, releasing the peachwood sword. A 1st-grade Dao sword instantaneously appeared in his grasp. He then silently recited the thunder formula, and a grapefruit-sized lightning orb manifested at the tip of the Dao sword. With his cultivation having risen to the 1st-grade 5-star, the power of the sword heart thunder he unleashed was incomparable to before. The grapefruit-sized sword heart thunder shot forth alongside Su Mo's Dao sword towards the tree demon's tongue. Upon seeing the lightning orb and Dao sword approaching, the tree demon's tongue became alarmed, thrashing violently in an attempt to free itself from the binding of the peachwood sword. However, the peachwood sword held it steadfastly to the ground, its vital energy continuously strangling it, rendering escape impossible in the short term. Annihilate! The Dao sword, along with the lightning orb, finally made contact with the tree demon's tongue. The lightning orb struck first, creating a terrifying gash in the tongue. The Dao sword followed suit, penetrating the newly formed opening and unleashing a frenzied onslaught, tearing the tree demon's tongue to shreds. Connected to its main body, the remaining fragments of the tongue, realizing the futility of resistance, swiftly retreated, returning to the tree demon's core. You insolent brat, you've outwitted me this time only because grandmother was temporarily indisposed. Once I have the leisure, I will personally flay your skin and extract your tendons. Make sure to stay put in the Lan Ruo temple and do not frighten away the others. Though the tree demon's tongue withdrew, it left behind a furious threat. Old hag, the next time we meet, I shall uproot you entirely. Su Mo was equally undaunted. As a transmigrator, he had never backed down from challenge. As the dust settled, this battle granted Su Mo a clearer understanding of his combat prowess, which would prove invaluable for the impending life and death struggle that loomed ahead. I have stirred quite a commotion. Yin Qixia must have sensed it. Could something have gone amiss? Su Mo pondered, deciding to investigate further. Chapter 51. I am quite helpless too. He first ventured to the site of Xiaoho's demise, only to discover that Xiaoho's body had been completely incinerated. A lingering aura of Taoist, true fire still hung in the air. Clearly, it was the handiwork of Yin Qixia. With Yin Qixia absent from the scene, Su Mo had no leads to pursue and could only return to the Lan Ruo temple. It was still deep into the night, and the area outside the temple was perilously unsafe. The tree demon had just suffered a significant defeat at his hands, and it was hard to believe that her resentment would dissipate without seeking revenge. Upon returning to the Lan Ruo temple, Su Mo entered the Grand Buddha Hall, where Ning Qin, that reckless fellow, was embracing the golden statue of the Buddha, clutching the diamond sutra in his hands, reciting mantras to bolster his courage. One could not help but wonder where his earlier boldness in courting spirits had vanished to. What are you doing? Is that Nie Xiaoqian not to your liking? Not to worry, there are plenty of female ghosts outside Lan Ruo temple. You can venture out again tomorrow night. Surely, another ghost will seek you out. Su Mo remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Please, my esteemed benefactor, do not jest. Sister Xiaoqian is fair and beautiful, a paragon among mortals. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? It is merely that the tree demon's tongue is excessively repulsive, making one lose their appetite. Ning Qin replied earnestly. Su Mo chuckled softly and chose to disregard him. Having just clashed with the tree demon, he had not sustained any injuries. Yet his vital energy and spirit were considerably depleted and required replenishment. He took out 2 spirit stones, choosing not to set up a gathering formation, but instead held them directly in his hands, absorbing the spiritual energy within as he meditated and recuperated. I am Ning Qin, yet I remain unaware of my benefactor's illustrious name. Ning Qin inquired as he descended from before the statue. Call me Su Mo, came to reply, as Su Mo continued his practice. My benefactor, might I inquire if the tree demon has been vanquished? Ning Qin pressed further. Not yet. Ask one more question, and I shall bind you and toss you outside to appease the tree demon. Silence now, and I thank you, Su Mo retorted, closing his eyes and immersing himself in his cultivation. Ning Qin, sensing the atmosphere, prudently fell silent, moving with utmost caution to avoid making any noise that might provoke Su Mo. As the crimson sun began to rise, illuminating the dawn, Su Mo opened his eyes to find that aside from himself and Ning Qin, the Grand Buddha Hall was devoid of others. Could it be that Yin Qixia had not returned all night? Having just arrived at Lan Ruo temple, where else could he have gone? Su Mo desperately needed Yin Qixia's combat prowess. He had irrevocably severed ties with the tree demon, and it was certain that she would not rest easily. The residual aura of the Buddha in the Grand Hall was dwindling. While the tree demon might be wary, she was not without means. If provoked, she could very well breach the sanctity of the Grand Hall. Remaining in the Grand Buddha Hall was not a sustainable solution. Suddenly, a voice whispered in Su Mo's ear. Benefactor, benefactor, accompanied by a wave of warm, ghostly energy. Warmth from ghostly energy? Indeed, for the source of this ethereal warmth was none other than the ghostly monk. He had transformed into a specter, exuding a chilling aura. Yet, as a practitioner of profound Buddhist teachings, he radiated an essence of warmth. Hence, Su Mo felt the comforting embrace of this ghostly energy. Truly, those of the Buddhist sect were remarkable. Even in death, they carried an inherent warming aura. The ghostly monk gradually materialized, initially appearing as a translucent figure before solidifying into a form indistinguishable from that of a living being. Ah, a public ghost. And a monk at that? Jing Ke jested, his audacity to engage with spirits seemingly restored after a night's rest. Such is the fate of a chronic romantic, destined to bring about their own demise through reckless pursuits. Ba, I greet you, Master Ning. Congratulations on your recent encounter with the ethereal, the ghostly monk replied, clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect. He emphasized, this ethereal connection is not to be confused with mortal unions, seemingly intending to caution Jing Ke. Being a perceptive individual, Jing Ke recognized the underlying message and merely smiled, choosing silence. Master Su, the ghostly monk turned to Su Mo. Young monk, what brings you here? Are you perhaps here to impart the Buddhist cultivation methods you mentioned? Yet, I have yet to vanquish the tree demon I confronted yesterday. Your timing seems rather earnest. Very well, I am prepared. Please proceed with the transmission of teachings. Su Mo declared, immediately adopting a posture indicative of readiness to receive instruction. The ghostly monk responded, are you truly content with such self-dialogue, Master? I have come to convey an important message. Are you awaiting the return of Master Yin from last night? Wondering where he might be? He asked, and still joined in reverence. Su Mo nodded, attentively awaiting the monk's elaboration. Follow me, the ghostly monk instructed, gliding effortlessly outside, showcasing a visually stunning skill that left Su Mo envious. The monk floated into the courtyard, and while Su Mo followed, Jing Ke hesitated, remaining stationary, seemingly uninterested in the unfolding events between the monk and Su Mo. Behold, the eastern side hall of the Mahavira Hall is the Hall of the Guardian. You have been at the Lanrua Temple for some time. Have you ever entered this hall? The ghostly monk inquired. No. Aside from the Mahavira Hall and the initial monk's quarters, I have not ventured into any other buildings here. I fear encountering ghosts. Su Mo replied with a chuckle. You possess a delightful sense of humor. Now, I suggest you enter the Hall of the Guardian, for Master Yin did indeed enter this hall last night. The ghostly monk stated. That cannot be. If he were here, I would have sensed his presence. Su Mo expressed his skepticism. Yet he pushed open the door to the Hall of the Guardian and stepped inside. Within the hall, 3 golden statues were enshrined, depicting the Bodhisattva Kitagarbha, the prince of the Persian king and the elder of solitude, guardians of the Buddha. However, the once sacred statues now emanated a ghostly aura devoid of any divine essence. Su Mo extended his spiritual awareness throughout the hall, yet found no trace of Yin Qixia. You, as a monk, should not speak falsehoods. Where is Yin Qixia? Sumodimandith. Ba, a monk does not lie. Indeed, Master Yin entered the hall last night, the ghostly monk replied. As for the whereabouts of the esteemed Master Yin, please follow me. The ghostly monk drifted softly, arriving at a wall in the Hall of the Buddha, where a vividly colored mural adorned the surface. Su Mo approached the mural, captivated by the myriad of enchanting scenes depicted. The beauty of these scenes was undoubtedly divine. However, what stood out most among them were the exquisite maidens. A plethora of beauties appeared, some standing gracefully, others swaying with elegance, some smiling sweetly, and others casting enchanting glances. Each one possessed an ethereal charm, their eyes brimming with myriad allure. Suddenly, Su Mo noticed an incongruous figure among the throng of beauties in the mural. A bearded Taoist priest, his body contorted, was encircled by a multitude of maidens. The expression of that priest bore an uncanny resemblance to Yin Qixia. Observing the mural, Su Mo let out a silent sigh, feeling quite helpless. Wasn't this supposed to be a tale of a beautiful ghost? Why was there a mention of Songdinghua? And now a mural to boot? Chapter 52. Who am I? Where am I? Su Mo gazed at the mural, where Yin Qixia was surrounded by the maidens. Although his body was twisted, his expression did not convey pain. Rather, he seemed to be reveling in the attention. It was as if he had never encountered so many beauties in his entire life. Su Mo pondered maliciously whether Yin Qixia could withstand such temptation and truly maintain his composure. At that moment, a flower fairy with cascading hair suddenly lifted her head, her ink-painted eyes sparkling with life, and she smiled alluringly. Then, Sumo heard a voice, melodious and poetic, whispering in his ear. "Young master, come let us revel." Just before losing consciousness, Sumo's final thought was a sarcastic remark. "After all, there's plenty of time." In a flurry of tinkling laughter, Sumo awoke to find himself in a square paved with blue stones, surrounded by a diverse crowd, predominantly youthful maidens. Yet there were also many golden-armored generals wielding long spears. At the center of the square stood a high platform with dozens of steps, upon which a magnificently adorned woman was expounding Buddhist teachings. How did Sumo discern that she was speaking of Buddhist doctrines? It was simple. After each statement, she would chant, "Namo Ma Peacock Bodhisattva." Ma Peacock Bodhisattva? The Buddha Mother? Sumo couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. At that moment, a wave of dizziness suddenly enveloped him. Realizing something was amiss, he noted a mysterious force was erasing his memories. With each passing second, he felt himself forgetting more and more, and before long, all his past memories would be obliterated. He would become nothing but a blank slate. What kind of sorcery was this? Sumo was suddenly engulfed by a sense of urgency. In the past, regardless of the formidable challenges or powerful adversaries he faced, he had never felt such anxiety as he did now. A visible opponent, no matter how strong, always provided a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet, confronting an unseen force that infiltrated his mind was truly maddening. How on earth was he to cope with this? Sumo attempted to suppress it with his mental strength, aiming to expel the inexplicable force from his consciousness, but to no avail. Moments later, he could scarcely recall why he had even resorted to employing his mental faculties. In an instant, a multitude of memories were obliterated, and apart from the recollection of his name, Sumo was perilously close to complete oblivion. This was a grave misstep. He found himself on the verge of tears, lamenting, "I am not a device that can be formatted at will." A device? Yes. Did I not possess a mobile phone? What system resided within it? Fortunately, amidst nearly total amnesia, Sumo had not entirely forgotten about the system. He frantically rummaged through his belongings, moving with haste, fearful that in the next moment he might even forget the existence of his phone or what he was searching for. There it was. At last, he unearthed his phone from his pocket, clutching it in his hand. However, he was left bewildered. What was this square object? Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? He stared at the phone, frozen in a daze. At that moment, the system in the phone initiated a garbled sequence in the background, which translated into a series of sarcastic remarks regarding Sumo's reckless behavior. Yet, in the end, the system remarked at such a critical juncture. The host still manages to recall the system, indicating its significant importance in the host's mind. This demonstrates a modicum of discernment and conscience on the host's part. After an eternity of inactivity, it was exhilarating to finally wield the power of the system once more. Following the garbled messages, a slender electric serpent emerged from the phone, coursing through Sumo's fingers and entering his body. Despite its thinness, akin to a strand of yarn and measuring merely the length of 2 pinky fingers, the electric charge contained within was beyond imagination. To put it succinctly, if this diminutive electric serpent were to be entirely converted into energy without any loss, it could power the entire southern hemisphere for a day. Such potent energy entering human body would typically result in instant obliteration, leaving not even trace. Yet, the electric serpent caused no harm to Sumo. Instead, it traversed through his body, swiftly navigating his energy points, occasionally flicking its tail as if engaged in a struggle against some unknown force. Ultimately, the serpent made its way to Sumo's mind, where it vanished into thin air. With the disappearance of the electric snake, Sumo felt his mind suddenly regain clarity, as lost memories surged back like a tidal wave. What close call! A wave of apprehension washed over him. Had it not been for the system, he might have been left in a daze, the consequences of which were truly unimaginable. He cast a grateful glance at his phone before swiftly returning it to his sleeve. It was then he noticed a captivating beauty approaching him, the very ethereal maiden depicted in the mural, whose enchanting smile had lured him into this painted realm. Sumo instantly emptied his mind, controlling his gaze to make his pupils appear vacant and his expression dazed. It was time to test his acting skills. Having watched ancient figures perform theatrics daily, this modern soul, steeped in the art of historical dramas since childhood, felt a sense of defiance. The ethereal maiden approached him, giggling with a light, melodic laughter. Was this the standard laughter of all women in this world? Sumo feigned confusion, staring blankly at the celestial beauty, and uttered, "Sister," You are most beautiful. Giggling. Your words are sweet, scholar. However, it is more appropriate to call me sister. I have dwelled in this realm of bliss for a full 700 years. Quite the old maid now, she replied, still chuckling. You appear youthful and lovely, not at all aged, Su-mo remarked, maintaining his dazed demeanor. Giggling. You, scholar, have entirely forgotten your past, appearing foolish and daft, yet your tongue remains sweet. I suspect you have caused quite a stir among young maidens, have you not? The celestial maiden teased, covering her mouth with a delicate hand. In his heart, Su-mo protested his innocence. He had always been devoted and was notorious for his singular focus during his university days. These lines were all learned from a certain famous aunt's romantic dramas. One by one, scholar, since you were drawn to me, you are my fortune. So come along. The celestial maiden extended her delicate hand, grasping Su-mo's, and parting the crowd as they exited. As he continued his charade of ignorance, Su-mo observed the surroundings. Celestial clouds swirled, and auspicious birds flitted about. Pavilions and towers stood in harmonious disarray. To the uninitiated, this truly seemed a realm of immortals. Chapter 53. The Prince of the Cloud Palace. Guided by the celestial maiden, Su-mo traversed the stone plaza and meandered through the winding corridors until they arrived before a grand edifice constructed entirely of white stone. This building bore a resemblance to the temples of ancient Athens, yet was even more exquisite and awe-inspiring. The stones matched the color of the clouds, which enveloped the palace, enhancing its ethereal quality. Scholar, welcome to the Cloud Palace, the celestial maiden said, her voice inviting. So, this magnificent structure was named the Cloud Palace. How fitting. I am the daughter of the Cloud Palace, known as Han Xiao. You shall be the 81st prince consort of the Cloud Palace, my husband. And I shall be your wife, spoke the Fairy of Blossoms. Sumo's heart raced at her words, yet he merely nodded in a daze. The Fairy of Smiles took his hand and led him into the depths of the Cloud Palace. Within, numerous chambers adorned with intricately designed nameplates graced each door, inscribed with floral names such as Haitong, Peony, and other blooms. Su-mo pondered, could these women from the painted world not be spirits, but rather flower spirits? He had perused Pu Songling's tales and seen cinematic portrayals, yet this realm was unlike any he had previously encountered. The Fairy of Smiles guided him for what felt like an eternity before pausing before a door marked with the characters for smiles. She opened the door and gently ushered Su-mo inside. The room was spacious, yet elegantly furnished, devoid of any sense of emptiness. Scholar, please take a seat, the Fairy of Smiles urged, playfully pushing him onto the bed before gliding gracefully towards the wardrobe to select a sheer crimson veil. Holding it before the bronze mirror, she assessed its fit upon her form, then turned to Su-mo and inquired, Scholar, does it suit me? He nodded absently, internally lamenting, surely she cannot change before my very eyes. No, I must avert my gaze. As a gentleman, I shall close my eyes. Regrettably, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The Fairy of Smiles stepped behind a screen and re-emerged adorned in the crimson veil. My dear husband, do I look beautiful? She asked, drawing closer, playfully tugging at her skirt and twirling with an enchanting grace. Alas, how wonderful it would be if you truly were my husband, she sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in her gaze. You have not forgotten your past, have you? She continued, observing him with a touch of reproach. Though your performance has been commendable, I can sense that the bond between us has severed, and you lack the mark of the Cloud Palace's prince consort. I knew in the square that if I had called out, the golden armored deity would have seized you. Then why did you not expose me? Realizing that further pretense was futile. Fortunately, it was not his acting that had been discerned. He held confidence in his abilities. Who could have known that matters of destiny and the prince consort's mark could not be feigned? The fairy had not turned against him in the square. Rather, she had brought him to this chamber, implying that there was much to discuss. Indeed, why did I not reveal you? You were meant to be my destined one for centuries, my fortune, meant to forget the past and remain within the Cloud Palace as my prince consort, accompanying me through the remainder of my days. Thus, I shall no longer endure a solitary existence, living through these infernal days. Now that our bond has been severed, I have lost the chance to lead others into the Cloud Palace. I ought to harbor resentment towards you, correct? Yet, what purpose does hatred serve when I am destined to be alone? My eyes, once sparkling with laughter, now glisten with unshed tears. Sumuriman Saident, for he could not discern the veracity of Han Zhao's words. You have not yet manifested the prince consort's mark. You must flee swiftly. If discovered by the golden armored deities, your fate is sealed, Han Xiao urged, wiping away her tears with determination. I wish to inquire about an individual. Have you heard of a bearded man who has recently entered your realm? I suspect he is now a prince consort of the Cloud Palace, Su Mo inquired. He had ventured into the painted wall world solely for Yin Qixia and could not possibly return empty-handed. Indeed, I have heard of him, and not only that, everyone in the Cloud Palace has encountered him. It is quite peculiar. Led by Sister Fengxian, he entered the realm of pleasure, initially bound by a thread of fate, forgetting his past and becoming a prince consort. However, after consummating his union with Sister Fengxian, he suddenly recalled his former life and caused quite an uproar. That bearded man is formidable. He attempted to break free, but was apprehended by the combined forces of the golden armored deities. He is now imprisoned in the fire prison and may very well have perished in its flames, the fairy Han Xiao recounted. Such a grim fate? Su Mo exclaimed, rendered speechless. Why then did the Yin Qixia I saw in a mural, surrounded by numerous women, not display any signs of anguish? Could it be that his thread of fate had not yet been severed, allowing him to revel in his role as a prince consort? Han Xiao, thank you for not exposing me. However, I cannot leave just yet. I intend to rescue that bearded man. Will you assist me? Upon hearing Su Mo's request, Han Zhao's gaze transformed, filled with intrigue as she appraised him with a discerning eye, her intentions shrouded in mystery. A wry smile crossed Su Mo's face, for he understood her misconceptions. He mused silently. Women are indeed a marvel of nature. A woman who has never ventured beyond her world possesses such convoluted thoughts. Do not misunderstand. I have encountered trouble outside and require the bearded man's assistance. In my eyes, the likes of you, Fairy Han Xiao, embody the pinnacle of beauty, Su Mo explained with a hint of exasperation. A blush crept upon Han Zhao's cheeks as she softly inquired, Am I truly beautiful? Before Su Mo could respond, a resolute glimmer filled her eyes as she declared, Very well, I shall aid you. However, you must promise me one condition. Once our task is complete, you will take me away from here. After a moment's hesitation, she added, Rest assured, once we reach the outside world, I shall depart and not trouble you further. Su Mo pondered for a moment and replied, You must consider this carefully. The outside world is fraught with chaos, a turbulent era where demons and malevolent beings abound, making survival arduous. Your realm appears far more tranquil. In comparison to the tumult outside, it is akin to paradise. Do you truly wish to leave? After dwelling too long in paradise, is it not akin to hell? The fairy of laughter spoke softly. This world is known as the realm of bliss. Yet who truly finds joy within it? Very well, let be decided. You shall assist me in rescuing Yin Qixia, and I will guide you out of this realm. They sealed their pact with a clap of hands. Su Mo extended his right hand, intending to strike the promised clap with the fairy of laughter, only to notice the complexity in her gaze, as if she were about to inscribe the word naivete upon her countenance. Thus, he allowed his right hand to fall and instead clapped with his left, silently commending his own cleverness. Chapter 54. There are no absolute protagonists. In the Qin stone square of the realm of bliss, three figures hurriedly traversed, heads bowed, fearful of drawing attention. These three were Su Mo, the fairy of laughter, and Yin Qixia. Su Mo was taken aback to discover the high standing of the fairy of laughter within the realm of bliss, second only to the matriarch of the Cloud Palace, the woman delivering sermons in the square. Leveraging the fairy's status, they entered the inferno without hindrance, no one daring to inquire. Once inside, the fairy of laughter used the pretext of interrogating Yin Qixia to release him directly. Su Mo was left in a state of astonishment. The process was astonishingly smooth, as if they were merely going through the motions. He silently rejoiced in having the fairy as an ally, feeling as if he had activated a cheat. The matriarch is lecturing on the celestial platform. We must exercise utmost caution. If she discovers us, none shall leave here alive, warned the fairy of laughter. Both Su Mo and Yin Qixia nodded in agreement, instinctively tightening their grips on the talismans provided by her to conceal their auras. Their fates were no longer intertwined with the Cloud Palace, and without the mark of the palace's prince upon them, should they be sensed by the golden armored generals, their demise would be swift. Yin Qixia had even been transformed by the fairy's art of disguise into the visage of a middle-aged, wealthy gentleman. The reason for employing disguise rather than illusion was that illusions could be easily pierced, while a well-crafted disguise was far more difficult to unravel. The trio moved swiftly. They were but moments away from crossing the Qin Stone Square. Beyond the square lay the gate of two realms. Once passed, they would return from whence they came. The voice of the Fairy of Laughter gently resonated in their ears. At last, we are to escape. That wretched place of the fire prison nearly claimed my life, exclaimed Yin Qixia, brimming with excitement. Su Mo yearned to pose some questions to Yin Qixia, yet it was not the time for discourse. In the Qingstone Square, rows of golden armored generals stood poised with their spears, exuding an imposing aura, truly extraordinary. Their gazes were imbued with a chilling indifference, a callous disregard for life itself. According to the Fairy of Laughter, these golden armored generals could not be deemed living beings. They were creations of the matriarch, brought forth through secret arts, and thus regarded as mere puppets. The golden armored generals possessed no emotions of their own, faithfully executing the matriarch's commands. The most crucial command from the palace master is to apprehend any outsiders lacking the mark of the Yun Palace Prince. Were it not for the tokens bestowed by the enchanting Fairy of Laughter, concealing the auras of the two, their movements in this vast square would have been exceedingly hampered. Soon, very soon, Su Mo had already caught sight of a dimly lit door standing at the far end of the Azure Stone Plaza. A swirling vortex adorned the door, as if it were a gateway to another realm. Beside the door, a mural of a bodhisattva appeared so lifelike that one would expect it to step forth from the canvas at any moment. The door loomed before them, and the hearts of the three raced with fervor. Each step brought them closer to the threshold, and thus closer to freedom. At that moment, the woman atop the platform, the very master of Yun Palace, who had been expounding the teachings of Buddhism, abruptly ceased her discourse. Upon her pause, an eerie silence enveloped the entire square. The trio, who had been hastily moving forward, now stood conspicuously out of place. Huan Xiao, where do you intend to take our esteemed guests? The palace master inquired, her hand resting gently upon the lotus seat, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded the three. Instantly, the gazes of all present in the square converged upon Su Mo and his companions. The weight of such attention was suffocating, rendering it difficult to breathe. Run! Sumobe Yovith. He unleashed the full extent of his movements, propelling himself forward with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow. Racing toward the gate of two realms, the entirety of his acquired inner energy surged within him, flowing like an unbridled river. As he even pressed his latent potential to the utmost, he swore he had never exerted himself so fervently, not even when chasing rabbits in his childhood village. Yin Qixia followed suit. Though his cultivation was initially superior to Su Mo's, his speed was significantly hampered due to the debilitating state he had endured in the Inferno, leaving him only able to match Su Mo's pace. Huan Xiao remained steadfastly behind Su Mo, maintaining a mere half-meter distance. Her cultivation was indeed profound, and her speed ought to have been swifter, yet upon the palace masteress' utterance, her gaze dimmed, seemingly devoid of hope. As Su Mo continued to run, an odd sensation overcame him. Despite the gate of two realms being so near, he felt as though he could not reach it. Glancing sideways, he noticed the crowd in the square remained as before, the golden-armored deities unmoving, yet their spears were raised, as if awaiting but a command. With a bitter smile, he came to a halt. Not only did he cease his own movement, but he also patted the frantically running Yin Qixia, signaling him to stop as well. It was a futile endeavor. Since the palace master's words had been spoken, they had been running in place. The Fairy of Laughter turned towards the palace master atop the platform and knelt, pleading, "Master, I beseech your compassion. My compassion has always been present. It is you who have betrayed me," the Lord of the Palace declared. "I beseech you to grant us our freedom." The Fairy of Laughter lowered her forehead to the ground, yet her voice remained dignified. "Though they are outsiders seeking to depart for their own reasons, you, a celestial being of my joyous realm, why do you wish to leave?" The Lord inquired. "I wish to leave because I long to truly live," the Fairy of Laughter replied, raising her head to gaze at the Lord upon the high platform. She was the exalted deity of the joyous realm, the singular divine presence. Although the Fairy of Laughter held the nominal title of the second-in-command of the Cloud Palace, a mere shadow compared to the Lord, she was essentially regarded as a pet nurtured by the Lord. They were known as fairies, yet they were forbidden from experiencing love. Even if it existed, it was a love stripped of memories, rendered foolish by the machinations of the outside world. Could this be love? Certainly not the love that the Fairy of Laughter yearned for. She desired a broader world, beyond a mere stone square, a single palace, and the endless mountain clouds. "No one may exit my world without my permission. No one." The Lord of the Cloud Palace suddenly raised her voice, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the stone square. The golden-armored deities began to mobilize, their spears aimed at the trio, advancing relentlessly. Suemo gripped his Dao sword, fingers clutching several yellow talismans, his aura steadily rising. He was not prepared to surrender. The Fairy of Laughter and Yin Qixia also braced themselves for battle. This was a confrontation with a predetermined outcome. 3 against an entire world, with no prospect of victory. Such a tragic scenario was unprecedented for Suemo. He pondered whether it would be his last. Given his propensity for reckless behavior, as long as he survived this encounter, it would not be his final stand. But what if he were to perish? Everyone dies. Death is a certainty for all. There are no absolute protagonists in this world, not even in novels. Chapter 55. How can one become a Buddha with you tied to my heart? The golden-armored deities converged from all directions, a formidable tide swelling to over 1,000 strong. With so many assembled, even ordinary troops could induce trepidation, let alone these formidable deities. As Suemo clutched his first gray Dao sword, he envisioned his own demise. Like the mythical figure Meng Yi, portrayed by Brother Long, he imagined himself slaying the advancing foes, stacking their bodies into a small mountain, before ultimately succumbing to exhaustion, propping himself up with his spear to ensure he fell standing. Such a death would be glorious, although his weapon was not a spear. Dying while leaning on his sword would suffice. It was not despair that led Suemo to contemplate his death posture before the battle had even commenced. It was simply the realization that this fight seemed insurmountable. According to the words of the smiling fairy, even the most ordinary of the golden-armored generals possess the cultivation level of a first-grade, 9-star practitioner. Those of a higher rank correspond to formidable experts at the second-grade innate practitioner realm. Merely selecting an average golden-armored general would suffice to overwhelm Suemo. The number of golden-armored generals gathered in the square is staggering, countless thousands. As he beheld the imposing throng of golden-armored generals, marching in perfect unison with meticulous training, Suemo suddenly realized that contemplating his demise had been futile. He could hardly vanquish so many golden-armored generals, nor could he amass their corpses into a small mountain. The reality was indeed rather bleak. Master of the palace, are you truly so resolute? The smiling fairy gazed at the master of the cloud palace on the dais, her eyes glinting coldly as she spoke. You are but flowers I have nurtured. If they fail to bloom beautifully and grow wild, naturally, I must uproot them. And these 2 individuals are merely birds that have flown into my garden. I had intended to tend to them carefully, to listen to their occasional chirps. However, if they refuse to remain caged, what purpose do they serve? Thus, they too must be eliminated. My intent to kill has arisen. None of you 3 shall survive. Should you be fortunate enough to enter the cycle of reincarnation after death, I wish you an early ascent to the bliss of paradise. Namo Ma Pratisada Bodhisattva. The master of the cloud palace rose from her lotus seat, and with her ascent, an invisible aura enveloped the entire arena. Her intention was not to strike. She merely found this posture more suitable for spectating. To her, everything in this realm of merriment was akin to ants, mere amusements for her diversion. The forthcoming slaughter was but a play to alleviate her boredom. The golden-armored generals received their final command, and without hesitation, dozens of them simultaneously raised their long spears, leaping forward to strike at Suemo and his companions. In a moment of desperation, Suemo retrieved his phone. Perhaps the system might serve as his last lifeline. Although the system had previously stated that it would only intervene in dire circumstances, he believed the current situation qualified as such. Suemo refrained from messaging the system, trusting that it was fully aware of the predicament. If assistance were to be rendered, merely producing his phone would suffice. Yet, the system remained unresponsive. It was over. At that moment, the first wave of golden-armored generals charged forward, their spears aimed directly at the hearts of the 3. Yin Qixia, having engaged with these golden-armored generals before, understood their formidable strengths and their relative weaknesses. Thus, he took the initiative, swiftly dispatching the foremost among them with a single stroke of his sword. Suemo activated his 10 steps movement technique. A small watermelon-sized sword heart lightning emerged from his sword, its potency having increased. Yet, in the face of the unfolding scenario, such enhancement was hardly a cause for elation. The enchanting fairy, surprisingly, emerged as the most formidable among the trio. With a delicate lift of her hand, a flurry of white jasmine petals took flight, each possessing unparalleled lethality, capable of effortlessly breaching the armor of a golden-armored general. The three commenced their assault, while golden armored generals surged forth, igniting a fierce battle. Yet at that moment, all actions came to a standstill. It was as if a video had been paused. Everyone remained frozen in their movements. Aside from the ability to see and hear, any other action was rendered impossible. What could be the cause of this? In the realm of joyous existence, only the master of the Cloud Palace could wield such power. However, it was the master who had ordered the execution of the trio. Why then had she pressed pause? Su Mo speculated that it was not the master, but rather another force at play. Indeed, near the portal between realms, the once vivid statue of the Bodhisattva began to animate, stepping forth from the wall. The Bodhisattva, haloed in radiance, emanated a powerful yet compassionate aura. As for its visage, obscured by golden light, none could discern its features except Su Mo. His eyes widened in disbelief, for the Bodhisattva smiled at him, and the face hidden behind the golden glow was unmistakably akin to that of the ghostly monk. The ghostly monk from Lanrua Temple. Was that little monk truly a Bodhisattva? If he were indeed a Bodhisattva, even in a reincarnated form, how could he have been slain by a mere tree demon? The immovable Bodhisattva, after all these years, has finally graced my realm, mused the master of the Cloud Palace softly, gazing upon the Bodhisattva descending from the wall. It was indeed the immovable Bodhisattva, also known as the immovable king. He stands as the foremost among the 5 great kings of Buddhism, a being of immeasurable power. Su Mo wished to look skyward, but his body was immobilized, leaving him to roll his eyes in exasperation, merely having entered a world of ethereal spirits. How had he encountered such a formidable figure as the immovable king? Such a grand entity should only manifest at the climax of the narrative, appearing so prematurely. How would the lesser beings navigate this encounter? The gaze of the immovable king turned towards the master of the Cloud Palace, as if seeking to transcend the barriers of space to touch her very soul. For many years, I have watched over you, though you remain unaware. If you were to cast your gaze beyond the realm of joyous existence, you would realize I have never departed from your side. Stand down, King Peacock Bodhisattva. The weight of these words was staggering. The master of the Cloud Palace was none other than the legendary Queen Mother of Buddhism. I have observed that you have created a realm of joy, nurturing an array of flora, and you instruct them with almost austere rules. They are devoid of happiness. How could you, the architect of this existence, ever find joy? The immovable king spoke slowly. Whether I am happy or not is of no concern to you, replied the master of the Cloud Palace, also known as the Peacock King, her words laced with resentment. How can I aspire to enlightenment with you still occupying my thoughts? Said the immovable king gently, his gaze tender. The Peacock King's lips trembled, caught between expression and silence. In truth, we both understand that I am not the true immovable king, nor are you the authentic Peacock King. We are merely manifestations of their lingering desires. Thus, you have constructed this realm of joy, confining yourself within its boundaries, and whenever you preach, you invariably invoke the name of the Peacock King. I too cannot cease to gaze upon you, even transcending realms to catch a glimpse of your essence. If you find no joy, and I have no desire for enlightenment, why not cast aside our past and journey together? As we are but the desires of the immovable and the peacock, let us allow those desires to blossom, engaging in endeavors that our true selves wish to pursue but could not. Upon finishing his words, the immovable king cast a gentle smile towards the Peacock King upon the high platform, his eyes radiating with the brilliance of compassion. The Peacock King's face lit up with delight, yet after a moment, she sighed in despair. I am but a desire, already confined within this realm of joy, unable to escape, as you well know. Not only am I unable to leave, but these flowers too are bound. Should they depart this world, they would lose their cultivation, their enlightened wisdom, reverting to mere lifeless flora. If you cannot leave, then I shall remain here with you. Together, let us transform this place into a truly joyous realm. The immovable king spoke softly. Very well, the Peacock King nodded. With a delicate wave of her hand, all the golden-armored guards vanished. They were originally stone beings, summoned by her to maintain order in the realm of joy. Now that the immovable king had arrived, their presence was no longer required. The immovable king also gestured, and Su Mo and the smiling fairy Yin Qixia regained their freedom. Su Mo regarded the smiling fairy with a complex expression, filled with gratitude, remorse, and a hint of sympathy. The earlier embodiment of the Peacock King's desire had made it clear that once the fairies of the realm of joy departed, they would lose everything, transforming into mere lifeless flowers, which was akin to death. Thus, the smiling fairy was fated to remain in this world. The smiling fairy looked at Su Mo, her eyes filled with turmoil, and then, with resolve, she bit her lip and declared, "I saved you. You must not forsake me. When the opportunity arises, awaken me." Su Mo felt a pang of dread and instinctively reached out to stop her, but it was too late. The smiling fairy instantly dissipated all her cultivation, her consciousness fading into silence, transforming into a blooming flower that gracefully descended from the sky. Su Mo extended his hand and grasped hers firmly. He and Yin Qixia then solemnly bowed to the incarnations of the immovable king and the peacock great king, before turning to leap into the portal between realms. At the moment they entered, a divine essence suddenly shot forth from the wall, which depicted the immovable king, and entered Su Mo's body. In that instant, he acquired a new Buddhist technique, the immovable king's body. Chapter 56, The Walking Light Bulb. The portal between realms served as a spatial conduit. Upon their leap, Su Mo and Yin Qixia felt as though the universe had shifted, and upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves back in the hall of the Garian. The ghostly monk, a small novice, floated effortlessly within the hall, smiling at Su Mo. A sigh escaped Su Mo's lips. Upon closer inspection of the little monk, he could no longer regard him as merely a simple, ghostly monk. If his assumptions were correct, this little ghostly monk must have a significant connection to the immovable king. At last they had escaped. Yin was lamenting that he had ventured out without consulting the almanac and had suffered greatly. Could he have guarded his yuan-yang body for over 50 years, only for it to be so easily shattered? Alas, how could Yin endure such a fate? Seemingly oblivious to the floating small monk, Yin Qixia began to complain incessantly after arriving in the hall of the Garian. "Somewhat these. Who prompted you to entertain earthly desires and succumb to the allure of the enchanting celestial maidens in the mural, leading us into the realm of pleasures? You nearly cost me my life. Thank you, fellow Taoist Su, for your gallant rescue." Despite being ridiculed, Yin Qixia remained unperturbed. He was always clear about his debts of gratitude. Although he had not known Su Mo before, the latter had risked himself to save him, a great kindness indeed. Yin Qixia bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Fellow Taoist Su may not be aware, but I did not enter the realm of pleasures willingly, nor was I lured in by the celestial maidens of the Cloud Palace. Rather, I was pushed in." Yin Qixia lamented with a pained expression. "Oh," Su Mo inquired, intrigued. "Who pushed you? How would I know? If I discover who is responsible for my predicament, I shall not let them off easily." Yin Qixia replied through gritted teeth. Su Mo glanced at the floating little monk, offering a questioning look. The monk smiled, but neither confirmed nor denied the inquiry. "Fellow Taoist Yin, you appear to be severely weakened. It would be prudent to focus on your recovery. If my conjecture is correct, that ancient tree demon will soon seek us out. We must prepare in advance," Su Mo advised. "Indeed, I have already lost half of my life. I must tend to my wounds without delay. I dare not remain in this hall of the Garian any longer. I shall go to the great hero hall, where we can watch over each other," Yin Qixia responded, bowing to Su Mo before departing. Once Yin Qixia had left, Su Mo settled onto the mat in the hall of the Garian and turned to the ghostly monk, inquiring, "Are you the immovable Bodhisattva?" Nature, indeed, is not so. The immovable Bodhisattva, as the foremost among the 5 great protectors, observes the world from the blissful paradise of the West. How could he, in his divine stature, succumb to the perils of malevolent beings and not descend into the cycle of reincarnation as I, a mere monk, have? The young monk responded earnestly. Su Mo nodded in acknowledgement, certain that the ghostly monk shared a profound connection with the immovable king, yet refrained from probing further into the specifics. For the monk had chosen to remain silent. Both Buddhism and Taoism emphasize the law of causality. The more one comprehends, the deeper the entanglement of karma, which may lead to unforeseen upheavals, inviting trouble upon oneself. The young monk turned his gaze towards Su Mo, palms pressed together in reverence, and inquired, "Benefactor Su, have you obtained the immovable king's embodiment?" Su Mo affirmed with a nod, recalling the divine radiance that burst forth from the wall adorned with the immovable Bodhisattva before he crossed the threshold of the 2 realms, imprinting the essence of the immovable king in his mind. "Congratulations are in order, benefactor," The cultivation technique I promised has been duly imparted. Now, it is your turn to fulfill your pledge, aside from dealing with the malevolent tree demon, the young monk remarked. Su Mo replied, your actions are indeed remarkable. The immovable King's embodiment came to me after I fought valiantly in the realm of pleasure. When did it become your gift? The young monk, as if reading the depths of the heart, smiled and said, the technique you have acquired was not easily won, and to dismiss it as a mere gift is indeed inappropriate. However, I did play a role in facilitating your acquisition of this technique. Let us consider it a fortunate twist of fate. Now that you have attained this technique, it is a fulfillment of merit. So do not dwell on the trivialities with one such as I, a mere specter. With a resigned nod, Su Mo replied, regardless of your connection with the immovable king, my karma with the Buddhist sect has already been woven. Rest assured, I shall resolve this karmic thread, aside from the tree demon. Upon hearing this, the young monk clasped his hands and smiled. His form began to grow translucent, signaling his imminent departure. Benefactor, during this time, please contemplate the immovable king's embodiment. It will surely yield great benefits. Our karmic bond is not yet exhausted, and perhaps we shall meet again. Amiba, I take my leave. With those words, the young monk vanished entirely. As the monk departed, the mural on the wall of the temple, which had depicted the path to the realm of pleasure, gradually faded away until it became an empty void. Su Mo glanced at the vanished mural, lowered his head, and sighed, a trace of sorrow gleaming in his eyes. When shall we meet again? The object of his lamentation was not the ghostly monk who had just departed, but rather the flower he held in his hand, the smiling flower. This was the true form of the smiling fairy. Initially, their relationship was one of mutual benefit. However, at the threshold of the two realms, the smiling fairy relinquished her cultivation and sank into silence, choosing to leave the realm of pleasure in such a resolute manner, which evoked a sense of respect within Su Mo. Once the matters here are settled, Su Mo intends to bring the fragrant flower back to the present world, planting it in his modern abode. He plans to water it daily and nourish it with crushed spirit stones, hoping that the fairy of the flower may have the chance to awaken once more. The last words of the fragrant fairy, uttered before her consciousness fell silent, urged Su Mo to seek an opportunity to revive her. Having received her benevolence, Su Mo is determined to exert his utmost efforts. He carefully stored the fragrant flower in his cosmic pouch and then began to meditate quietly within the Ketra Hall. The profound technique known as the immovable king body commenced its operation in accordance with his intent. This supreme cultivation method is not a mere imitation bearing the name of the immovable king, but rather the genuine creation of the immovable king himself. The rank of this technique is beyond imagination and incalculable. Who among mortals would dare to recklessly measure the heights of the heavens? At least for now. After circulating it for a week, Su Mo could not perceive the ultimate destination of this technique. It seemed that regardless of the rank he achieved, he could persistently cultivate this method, continually enhancing the strength of his corporeal form. As the immovable king body technique progressed, a thread of Buddhist aura gradually emanated from Su Mo, pervading the Ketra Hall. Above his head, the radiance of Buddhism began to manifest. Initially, there was but a single gleam, followed by a second, a third, and then a fifth. Su Mo, now a first-grade 5-star practitioner, found 5 beams of Buddhist light appearing above him. Once these 5 beams emerged, he felt an abrupt enhancement in his physical strength, rendering his body as solid as gold or stone, with boundless power lurking within every inch of his muscles. He sensed that even without invoking the innate true energy within him or employing the Tao sword and sword heart thunder, he could confidently confront a first-grade 5-star cultivator and emerge victorious. This overwhelming sensation of physical prowess was utterly delightful, sparking an impulse to test its resilience with a blade. However, upon reflection, Su Mo dismissed such reckless thoughts. Though adventurous, he was not foolish enough to court danger. He gazed at the 5 beams of Buddhist light above his head, furrowing his brow, pondering how he might retract them. Indeed, he had summoned the light, yet could not seem to draw it back. While it would certainly be impressive to parade through the streets adorned with 5 beams of light, did it not make him akin to a walking light bulb? Chapter 57, Strange Dreams. After a considerable duration, Su Mo finally managed to retract the 5 beams of Buddhist light from above his head. He exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by drowsiness, leading him to rest his head upon the Buddhist altar and succumb to sleep. Since becoming a cultivator, His need for sleep had diminished significantly. Often, he could substitute it with meditation. Yet, after enduring intense stress and finally experiencing relaxation, he found the necessity to indulge in a genuine slumber to restore his weary spirit. Not the meditation of the mind, nor the circulation of internal energies, but simply the most ordinary form of sleep, reminiscent of the days before he became a cultivator. Su Mo found himself in a dream where he soared through the heavens on a resplendent golden sword, surrounded by a myriad of Buddha lights above and an endless sea of clouds below. At that moment, a commercial airliner flew by, and the passengers aboard were astonished to witness Su Mo's graceful flight. They eagerly retrieved their mobile phones. Disregarding the flight, attendants repeated reminders to switch off their devices. A little girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old, fogged up the airplane window with her breath, then traced a heart with her finger, beaming at Su Mo with an innocent smile that was almost mischievous in its cuteness. "Wow, you're amazing," she exclaimed in her tender voice, gazing at Su Mo soaring through the sky. The more Su Mo looked at her, the more he found her endearing, prompting him to glide closer to the airplane window. "Little benefactor, you are truly a creation of the Buddha's compassion, as pure as the morning dew of early spring," he said. Yet at that moment, Su Mo began to sense something amiss. His consciousness began to wrestle with itself. "Wait, why am I calling the little girl little benefactor? It seems that the one controlling this body is not me, but rather another consciousness altogether." He soon realized that this was not his dream. He was merely observing another's experiences from a distance. For the time being, he chose to refer to this dream figure as Su Mo esteemed benefactors. "I apologize for intruding upon your tranquility as I pass through this place. What you have witnessed today bears no significance for your future lives. It will be best to forget it," he declared, waving his hand gently. A stream of golden light emanated from his fingertips and entered the aircraft. As the startled passengers encountered the golden light, they gradually calmed down, losing all memory of the extraordinary sight they had just witnessed. Even the photos and videos on their phones were mysteriously erased. However, the golden light gracefully bypassed the little girl, allowing her to retain the full memory of the encounter. "Little benefactor, if fate permits, we shall meet again," Su Mo said, snapping his fingers to release a Bodhi seed, which flew in her forehead under her curious gaze. Instantly, a red dot appeared on her brow, reminiscent of a bodhisattva, representing merit and auspiciousness, one of the 32 marks in Buddhism. "Having inadvertently entered this realm, it is now time for me to depart. This world is truly wondrous. The laws of heaven and earth are orderly, with a complete and unblemished path. Though the spiritual energy may be somewhat thin, it remains a perfect place for enlightenment. Little benefactor, I hope that when we meet again, you will surprise me," he concluded. The little girl, of course, could not comprehend his words. She simply followed her natural instincts, feeling an innate affection for the sword-wielding figure before her. She extended her tiny hand, reaching out to the airplane window. Su Mo extended his palm, pressing it against hers through the window, their hands aligned. Gradually, his figure began to waver, becoming translucent before ultimately vanishing. In the final moment before his disappearance, the genuine consciousness of Su Mo managed to glimpse through the reflection on the airplane window, observing the visage of this dream-bound Su Mo, who astonishingly resembled the young monk from Lanrua Temple. Alternatively, could it be the immovable Vajrasattva? Startled, Su Mo jolted awake, bewildered by the nature of his dream. Why had he dreamt such a thing? Was the figure in his dream truly the young monk or the immovable king? Logically, Su Mo shared a profound karmic connection with the young monk, making it plausible that the monk had employed some means to convey a message through this dream. Yet, he had only just concluded his cultivation of the immovable king before succumbing to slumber and entering this peculiar dream. His karmic ties with the immovable king were equally profound, suggesting that it might indeed be the king. From this dream, one significant insight emerged. The ghostly monk or the immovable Vajrasattva had once traversed the earthly realm. This was alarming. According to the system's narrative, fragments of time and space were shattered by celestial beings and left adrift. By what means had those lost souls managed to enter the world of the living? Another notable detail was the appearance of a little girl in his dream. This could very well be the crux of the matter, the true focus of the ghostly monk or the immovable Vajrasattva's intent for Su Mo. Within the dream, he sensed the dream-bound Su Mo's fondness for the girl, an instinctive tug at the depths of his soul, reminiscent of a profound connection ordained by the Buddha. Upon returning to the earthly realm, He resolved to inquire about such a girl. Perhaps there existed a karmic thread that required resolution. Suddenly, the door of the Avalokiteshvara hall was rapped upon with urgency, and Ning Kaichen rushed in, flustered. "Benefactor, we are doomed. We are doomed," he exclaimed, breathless as he approached. "Suemo, speak clearly. If you continue to stammer, I may very well cleave you in two with a single stroke," Suemo replied, his tone sharp yet with an underlying admiration for the audacity of this man who dared to pursue a ghost. "Benefactor, it is I who am on the brink of death. My heart is perishing. During your absence, I frequently met with the young Lady Qian. Our bond has deepened. We were preparing to transcend the boundaries of life, death, and even race to forge a passionate union of human and ghost. But what? Somo interjected impaciently. Ning Kaichen continued. That wretched tree demoness has intervened, using her sorcery to ensnare Qian's soul, compelling her to wed the Black Mountain Demon. Tomorrow marks the Ghost Festival, when the gates of the underworld will swing wide, and the malevolent spirits under the Black Mountain Demon will come to claim her. Suemo sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of his situation. At last, he had stumbled upon a plot reminiscent of the tale of a Chinese ghost story. My love for Nie Xiaoqian is profound. I cannot bear to witness her wed to a demon from the underworld. I beseech you, noble benefactor, show me mercy and lend me your assistance. Ning Kaichen knelt before Suemo, performing a deep bow of respect. A scholar bows only to heaven, earth, the sovereign, the parents, and the teacher. Ning Kaichen's willingness to honor Suemo in such a manner signifies the immense weight Nie Xiaoqian holds in his heart. Their relationship is far from a mere romantic escapade between a rogue and a ghost. After a moment's contemplation, Suemo raised his voice, ensuring it resonated throughout the grand hall. Friend Yin, the moment has arrived. Shall we confront that tree demon together? Chapter 58, Commemorating My Lost Tongue. Yin, share your sentiments. Yin Qixia hearty laughter echoed as he entered the temple. Friend Yin, have you fully recovered from your injuries? Noting Yin Qixia's vigorous demeanor, brimming with vitality, as if he had never been harmed. After consuming a precious healing elixir, I am finally restored, Yin Qixia replied. Suemo nodded. Healing potions are indeed rare and effective. He possessed 2 detoxifying healing pills acquired from a Taoist bag, having consumed one while preserving the other for dire circumstances. Together, Yin Qixia and Ning Kaichen journeyed to a chaotic burial site 2 miles southwest of Lanhua Temple, the lair of the tree demon. The demon's true form, a millennia-old locust tree, stood rooted in this very ground. Its gnarled branches twisted fiercely, and upon sensing with spiritual energy, one could discern a malevolent aura emanating from its crown, indicating it was no ordinary spirit. Tree demon, come forth and face your demise. My sword has long thirsted for battle, Yin Qixia declared boldly. Although Yin Qixia, being the more powerful of the two, was the primary force against the tree demon, Suemo was conspicuously absent, his whereabouts unknown. Foul Taoist, you pursue your path, while I embrace my nature as a demon. We are not to interfere with one another. Yet, you dare to insult me on my doorstep. What is the meaning of this? The locust tree lowered its myriad branches, coalescing into the form of a middle-aged woman. Under ordinary circumstances, only a third-rank golden core demon could assume human form. However, after a defeat several years prior against a monk, the tree demon had fallen from the golden core realm, thus resorting to this method to manifest a human-like visage. Old hag, spare me your prattle. Hand over Nie Xiaoqian's soul, or I shall fulfill my duty as a cultivator and exterminate you. The malevolent demon, Yin Qixia bellowed at the tree demon. Preposterous! Who do you think you are to threaten me? In my prime, you were but a mere infant, the demon retorted. Now you dare to speak so boldly in my presence. It has been some time since I last feasted on the blood of the living. Since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, today I shall use you, foul Taoist, as my meal. The tree demon roared, and the branches of the locust tree danced wildly, transforming into a vast net that obscured the sky. A tongue stained with dark green liquid slithered out from the trunk, morphing into an extraordinarily sharp sword, aimed directly at Yin Qixia. Excellent. Yin Qixia conjured a Taoist sword in his hand, one of remarkable quality, acquired through the sacrifices of his earlier years. With this sword in hand, he could unleash his full combat prowess. He leaped into the fray, engaging in a chaotic battle with the tree demon. Indeed, it was utter chaos. Never had he witnessed such disorder in a conflict among cultivators. The tree demon first unleashed a barrage of locust branches, mercilessly whipping Yin Qixia, while its tongue darted about, intermittently launching surprise attacks. The battle was tumultuous, and amidst the tree demon's overwhelming onslaught, Yin Qixia found himself momentarily at a disadvantage, unable to extricate himself or devise a countermeasure. Ha ha, foul Taoist! Why provoke anyone but your own grandmother? Today, I shall ensure you find no place to rest. Once a third-grade Golden Core demon, despite having fallen from the Golden Core realm, it remained formidable. Yin Qixia, at the second-grade 4-star level, was considered a formidable opponent in this world. Yet he was forced into a passive position by the tree demon's frenzied assault. Su, my friend, if you do not intervene now, when will you? Yin Qixia shouted. Do you have an ally? Yes, I wondered why that young man, who lingered at my Lianrua temple a few days ago, was absent. But what does it matter? Although that boy possesses some peculiar techniques, his cultivation is lacking. Now that my true form is here, what can you possibly do to me? The tree demon scoffed disdainfully, the branches of the entire tree quivering in agreement. Huh, such arrogance. Are you not afraid that the wind might cause your tongue to slip? Suemo, unbeknownst to him, had arrived. The tongue of the demon is here. Come, try to evade it. The tree demon bellowed, its tongue as sharp as a steel sword, abandoning its assault on Yin Qixia to strike at Suemo. It had previously suffered greatly at Sumo's hands, having its tongue severed in half. Now it sought to reclaim its honor. The tongue had been ineffective against Suemo before due to the distance from its true form, which had prevented it from unleashing its full power. Now that the true body was present, the tongue could exert far greater strength, and it did not believe Suemo could prevail against it. Today, I shall use this young one's flesh and blood to honor the memory of my lost half-tongue. You truly believe we can do nothing against you? After spending so long conversing with you, did you think it was out of concern for your loneliness? A show of kindness to the elderly? Yeah, my friend, act now. Suemo raised his hand, and 2 second-grade exorcising sword talismans appeared within his grasp. As the true energy infused into the sword talismans, Suemo forcefully flicked his wrist, sending 2 talismans hurtling forth like bullets from a chamber, piercing into the trunk of the tree demon. At that moment, Yin Qixia let out a thunderous shout. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe grants its power. The dragon battles in the wild, and all directions are annihilated. Master Tai, I summon you with urgency. The invocation borrowed the celestial arts, a highly profound technique akin to calling upon deities. The success of such a summoning relied heavily on the favor bestowed by the divine. Yin Qixia worshipped Master Tai with utmost sincerity, offering ample incense, thus earning considerable grace. Having summoned him numerous times before, he had never been let down by the borrowed power. An overwhelming surge of Taoist energy erupted from Yin Qixia's sword, crashing into the trunk of the tree demon. Boom! Both Suemo and Yin Qixia shouted in unison. Under Sumo's command, the 2 protective sword talismans detonated within the tree demon's trunk. Each talisman possessed the power to harm a second-rank 9-star cultivator, and now, as they exploded directly in the heart of the tree demon's main body, they blasted a sizable hole in its form. Meanwhile, Yin Qixia's invocation of the celestial arts struck the upper portion of the demon's branches, obliterating the entire upper section along with its crown. A piercing wail erupted from the tree demon, as a thick, inky essence swiftly fled down the trunk towards the roots. This essence was none other than the demon's soul. Having rooted itself here for a millennium, its tendrils had spread across a 2-mile radius. As long as its roots remained, it cannot perish. Even if gravely injured, it would inevitably see the light of day again. Ning Kaichen, it's up to you now. Suemo shouted at Ning Kaichen. Upon hearing this, Ning Kaichen promptly closed his eyes, placing 2 fingers to his lips, murmuring incantations. Moments later, the area within a 2-mile radius shimmered with golden light, followed by a cacophony of explosions. The heavens echoed with the rhythmic cries of the tree demon. You despicable creatures, I curse you. May your souls never enter hell after death, destined to wander as lost spirits. After the chilling curse, the world fell silent, so quiet that the rustle of wings could be heard. Indeed, Su Daoist is extraordinary, able to anticipate every move. If you hadn't meticulously plastered the Diamond Sutra across the 2-mile area according to the 9 palaces, even if we managed to severely injure the tree demon today, we would not have eradicated it completely, leading to endless future troubles. Yin Qixia remarked, continually praising Suemo. The reason Su Mo had not appeared at the outset of the battle with the tree demon was that he aimed to set a fatal trap using the Diamond Sutra, while the demon was preoccupied with Yin Qixia's assault. The Diamond Sutra, indeed, is the very tome of Ning Kai-chun, meticulously transcribed by Master Ling Yun of Biquang Temple with heartfelt devotion. It is an extraordinary artifact of the Tao. Su Mo tore the sutra into individual pages, causing Ning Kai-chun a moment of painful regret, yet it ultimately played a crucial role. The tree demon, having slaughtered the entire congregation of Lanrua Temple, was despised by the Buddhist teachings, and the damage inflicted by the sacred artifact far exceeded that of a cultivator's sword. Particularly after being severely wounded by both Su Mo and Yin Qixia, the demon was left with but a fragment of its soul residing in the roots of the tree. When Ning Kai-chun recited the incantation and detonated the Diamond Sutra, there was no chance for the tree demon to survive. It was immediately obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. As the demon's essence dissipated, the trunk of the tree split apart as well, revealing its core. The heart of the tree was narrow and elongated, radiating a dark luminescence. It was, in fact, a demonic sword. It is no wonder that the tongue expelled by the tree demon exuded sword chi. Its heart had been nurtured into a blade. Su Mo approached, grasped the hilt of the tree heart sword, and with a firm pull, liberated it from its confines, now firmly in his grasp. What an exquisite demonic sword! At that moment, Ning Kai-chun suddenly cried out in alarm. Oh no, we have yet to rescue Xiaoqian. Chapter 59. A vast expanse of white, filled with female ghosts in white garments. Su Mo stored the tree heart sword of the tree demon in his cosmos pouch. The task bestowed upon him by the system within the realm of a Chinese ghost story required him to collect one sword each from the Tao, the demon, and the ghost, with a minimum grade of second tier. Having vanquished the tree demon, Su Mo was certain that the tree heart sword, embedded within the trunk, was at least a second-tier demonic sword, with the potential of being even higher, given that the tree demon had once been a third-tier entity. With this demonic sword, he had accomplished one-third of his task, bringing him a step closer to leaving the world of a Chinese ghost story. As Su Mo contemplated where to procure the second-tier Tao sword and ghost sword, he heard Ning Kai-chun shout, "Where does Nia Xiaoqian usually reside when she is not luring souls? Let us search. Perhaps we can still find her," Su Mo suggested to Ning Kai-chun. Ning Kai-chun gazed at Su Mo with a hint of displeasure, seemingly dissatisfied with his choice of words regarding luring souls. During the day, she typically resides in the Golden Pagoda, right beneath this graveyard. However, it is daytime now, and we cannot ascertain her presence. We must wait until nightfall, Ning Kai-chun explained. The Golden Pagoda serves as an urn for ashes. Wandering souls, if not reincarnated, can conceal themselves within during the day to prevent their essence from scattering. There's no need for such complexity. Watch me, Yin Qixia interjected, waving his hand. He produced a piece of yellow paper talisman, pinching it between his fingers, channeling his internal energy, and exhaled a breath of innate spiritual energy onto the talisman. Then, looking skyward at a 45-degree angle, he cast the yellow paper talisman into the air. The wind of the ancestral spirits ignites the abyss, summoning forth the ethereal. In an instant, the sun was drawn in and the shadows fell as the incantation summoned forth the dragon and summoned forth the lightning from the dark abyss. I now invoke this spell with utmost urgency, for it is the command of the Jade Emperor himself. Should anyone dare to refuse, the consequences shall be severe. Swiftly, as the law commands, Yin Qixia chanted fervently, and the yellow paper talisman soared into the heavens, igniting in flames, followed by a sudden gust of chilling wind. Dark clouds swiftly gathered, obscuring the sun. Su Mo was greatly impressed by this spell. It was truly magnificent. Could this be a method of summoning the divine? Did one dare to feign the will of the Jade Emperor? Was there no fear of divine retribution, of losing one's head? What a remarkable technique, friend Yin. Su Mo could not help but exclaim. It is but a minor trick, a means to deceive the heavens. It hardly deserves such admiration. I fear I have only provided you with a spectacle, Yin Qixia replied modestly. Enough of your mutual flattery. Look there, Ning Kai-chun interrupted, pointing ahead with urgency. As the sun was concealed by Yin Qixia's spell, the spirits from the graveyard began to emerge. A sea of white appeared, filled with ghostly maidens clad in white. At first glance, one might mistake them for students in uniform convening. So many. Are they all the tormented souls controlled by the tree demon? You spirits, are you all under the sway of that old hag? Ning Kai-chun stepped forward to inquire boldly. with Su Mo and Yin Qixia as his support. He felt emboldened to converse openly with the multitude of female spirits. Otherwise, no matter his courage, he would not dare face so many at once. Especially after the Diamond Sutra had recently been torn asunder by Su Mo. The ghostly maidens nodded in unison, a sight that could only be described as eerily captivating. Then why have I never encountered any of you before? The tree demon only sends out a handful of female spirits to entice mortals. If you are indeed her subordinates, why has she not dispatched you? Ning Kaichun continued, his inquiries becoming increasingly reckless. Su Mo swiftly pulled him back with a flick of his sword, preventing him from embarrassing himself before the spirits. The maidens trembled, and at last, one stepped forward from the crowd. Esteemed masters, we are indeed the souls controlled by the tree demon, yet we have never harmed a living being. The tree demon only releases a few female spirits at a time to entice mortals, and after a while, she marries them off to the Black Mountain Lord. We have yet to be released and have never caused any harm. We beseech the three masters to grant us and our sisters a chance at escape. The ghostly maiden implored, her voice quivering. Bah, how shameless! Ning Kaichun spat on the ground in disgust. The female spirits looked at him with expressions of grievance. Do not misunderstand. I do not speak of you, but of that tree demon and the Black Mountain Old Demon. What a vile transaction! The spirits must first assist the tree demon in ensnaring mortals to provide her with sustenance. After some time, they are cast aside to become concubines of the Black Mountain Old Demon. This is intolerable, Ning Kaichun declared with righteous indignation. Somos worthy. Reflecting on how these two monsters colluded for their own purposes, like snakes and rats in the same den, their actions undoubtedly reprehensible. Do you know Nye Xiaoqian? Do you know where she is gone? Among the pale throng of female ghosts, there was no sign of Nye Xiaoqian. In truth, he had already formed a suspicion in his heart. His question was merely to seek confirmation. In response to your esteemed presence, Nye Xiaoqian, along with the other female ghosts released with her, was sent to the estate of Lord Heishan last night. One of the ghosts replied. You lie, Ning Kaichun exclaimed. ISNT had said that the Yulan Pen Festival is tonight when the gates of the underworld open, allowing the Heishan Old Demon to take a bride. Lord Heishan can traverse freely between the realms of the living and the dead, unbound by the restrictions of the Yulan Pen Festival. Nye Xiaoqian and her companions were dispatched to the Black Mountain Demon's estate yesterday. It is likely they will wed tonight, the ghost responded. At that moment, Yin Qixia suddenly interjected. Su, my friend, how shall we deal with these female ghosts? You must decide quickly. My spell has a time limit. If it is discovered that I am impersonating the Jade Emperor's command, I fear I shall face divine retribution. Su Mo nodded and addressed the female ghosts. The tree demon has perished, and your golden pagoda is now ungoverned. You are free. Tonight, on the Yulan Pen Festival, the gates of the underworld are wide open. You shall report to the underworld this evening and strive to find a kind family for rebirth. Should any of you dare to linger in the mortal realm to cause harm, I will surely transform you into goats or spirit pills. The female ghosts, as if granted a reprieve, cheered and flew back to their golden pagoda. Some, feeling playful, performed movements akin to dances and high dives, expressing their joy before returning to their pagoda. Have they all returned? Yin Qixia looked around, seeing that the white expanse of female ghosts had completely vanished. He sighed in relief, dispelling the dark clouds drawn by his magic. Heaven help us. Let us hope we were not discovered, he murmured. Heaven help you? You just deceived heaven, Ning Kaichun retorted, only to receive a sharp smack from Yin Qixia's sword hilt across his back. Benefactor and Master Yin, I implore you both to help me rescue Xiaoqian. Ning Kaichun solemnly bowed to Su Mo and Yin Qixia, tears shimmering in his eyes. Unsure whether they were for Xiaoqian or from the sting of Yin Qixia's earlier strike. Su Mo pondered, recognizing that the Heishan Old Demon wielded considerable power in the underworld, clearly surpassing the tree demon in strength. He was likely a formidable third-grade Golden Core demon. Confronting him head-on would be sheer folly. Yet, Su Mo was eager to try, as the Heishan demon's estate, situated in the underworld, held a substantial possibility of yielding second-grade or higher ghost swords. Friend Yin, do you have any thoughts? Whether through direct confrontation or clever strategy, enlisting Yin Qixia was essential, as it would significantly enhance their chances of success. Yin's life was saved by Taoist Su. Yet it seems that Taoist Su holds sway over his fate. What is the underworld, after all? I have emerged alive from the fiery abyss. What can the netherworld do to me? Yin Qixia laughed heartily. Then let us engage in a thorough reckoning. Tonight, as the gates of the underworld swing wide and the spirits roam freely, we shall venture into the Black Mountain Demon City and confront the old demon of Black Mountain. A spark of brilliance shone in Su Mo's eyes as a clever scheme took root in his mind. Chapter 60. Uninhibited by the divine, guests at the door. The Black Mountain Demon City lies at the juncture of yin and yang, perpetually shrouded in a veil of darkness. The city is ruled by the old demon of Black Mountain, a being of remarkable prowess who once was a mountain spirit that evolved into its current form. In these turbulent times, as the world descends into chaos and humanity suffers, the number of souls lost has multiplied tenfold compared to the past. However, the inefficiency of the underworld has left many souls unable to enter the realm of the dead, thus hindering their reincarnation. Seizing this opportunity, the old demon of Black Mountain established his domain on the side of the underworld along the yin-yang boundary, gathering countless malevolent spirits and demons, thus carving out a territory for himself. The vastness of the underworld, coupled with the overcrowding in the realm of the dead, allowed the old demon to expand his influence significantly, creating a considerable power. Within the Black Mountain Demon City, two figures clad in resplendent black robes navigated the streets, frequently glancing around to assess their surroundings. These two apparitions were evidently not locals, they were newcomers. Yet, their demeanor exuded calmness, pride, and an air of nobility. These two beings were none other than Su Mo and Yin Qixia. Prior to their entrance into the Black Mountain Demon City, Su Mo and Yin Qixia had made meticulous preparations. First and foremost, the demon-transforming pill obtained from the demon of humanity served as their primary advantage. The two utilized this pill to transform into demons themselves. The forms they assumed were not arbitrary. They were modeled after two subordinates of the Northern Ghost Emperor, whom Yin Qixia had encountered at Mount Zhuangzhou. The Northern Ghost Emperor, Zhang Heng, is one of the 5 sovereigns of the underworld, a being of the 9th 7 supreme rank, higher than even the emperors of the mortal realm. Mortal emperors are of the 9th 5 supreme rank. Above them are the 10 sons of the underworld, ranked as the 9th 6 supreme. The 5 ghost emperors are thus classified as the 9th 7 supreme. As for whether there exist powers beyond the 9th 7 supreme, the answer is affirmative. The heavenly realm boasts the polar emperor of the north, the emperor of eternal life in the south, the eastern lord of the Hua dynasty, and the western emperor of the supreme Taiji, along with the queen mother, the foremost of celestial beings. These illustrious figures are deemed the 9th 8 supreme. Above the 9th 8 supreme reigns a singular emperor, the unparalleled supreme of the heavenly golden palace, the Jade Emperor, revered by the common folk as the celestial sovereign. The Northern Ghost Emperor, Zhang Heng, as one of the 5 ghost emperors of the underworld, hold a rank superior to that of the likes of King Yin or King Qingguang. In the presence of such formidable figures, the territorial ambitions of the old demon of Black Mountain appear to be little more than a farcical jest. The Ghost Emperor may choose to disregard you. Yet should he wish to crush you, a mere lift of his toes could obliterate the Black Mountain Demon City. At present, Su Mo and Yin Qixia have transformed into the subordinates of this formidable Ghost Emperor, utilizing the miraculous heaven-breaking demon transformation pill. Their appearances have been altered to resemble 2 demons under the command of the Northern Ghost Emperor, and they even possess his tokens of allegiance. Each of them clutches a golden toad, a symbol of the Northern Ghost Emperor's dominion over the battle demons. The golden toad belongs to Yin Qixia. Upon passing through Mount Zhuangzhou, encountered 2 demon soldiers serving the Northern Ghost Emperor. Despite their modest prowess, Yin Qixia, driven by a spirit of exorcism and righteousness, engaged them in combat and swiftly dispatched both with his sword. During the conflict, the demons invoked the name of the Northern Ghost Emperor, but Yin Qixia dismissed their threats as mere bluster, not believing a word, and finished them off with decisive efficiency. However, upon searching the corpses, he discovered the golden toads, which revealed the gravity of his predicament. From that moment on, he refrained from venturing northward, opting instead to retreat southward until he found refuge in the secluded area of Lanrua Temple. One can hardly fathom the solitude of his flight. At times, despair would truly engulf him. Little did he anticipate that the very golden toads which had incited his flight would prove invaluable at this juncture. When Yin Qixia presented the golden toads to Su Mo, his expression was a complex melange of emotions. With the presence of these 2 golden toads, no one would dare question their identities. Encountering them would be akin to encountering the Northern Ghost Emperor himself. Additionally, they possessed 3 boundary-breaking talisman charms, remarkable treasures that enable interdimensional teleportation when infused with true energy. They planned to activate the talismans upon locating Nie Xiaoqian, enabling them to instantaneously return from the netherworld. At that moment, no matter how powerful the Black Mountain Old Demon may be, could he truly extend his reach into the mortal realm? The sole drawback of these talismans is the 2-second delay from activation to effect, necessitating that they ensure survival during that critical interval. These 3 boundary-breaking talisman charms are cherished treasures that Yin Qixia kept hidden. As a renowned swordsman, hailed as the foremost sword in the world, he once stumbled upon a cave beneath a precipice where he discovered a meditating white ape. Within the ape's belly, he found a Qianquan bag containing the secret arts of the Qianquan borrowing technique, alongside spiritual stones and talismans, including the coveted boundary-breaking talisman. He thus transformed from a swordsman into a cultivator. Upon learning of all this, Su Mo couldn't help but scoff at Yin Qixia's overwhelming protagonist aura. Wasn't it a bit excessive to rely on such an old trope of treasure gained from a fall? In any case, the two had made ample preparations for their journey to the Black Mountain Demon City. Although dangers still loomed, there remained a glimmer of hope for success. At this moment, the Black Mountain Demon City was festooned with decorations, clearly gearing up for a celebration. However, the lights were in the form of skulls, and the oil burned was derived from human hearts. The colorful adornments were sheepskin painted with blood, hanging above the doorways of various homes. The scene was both chilling and grotesque. On the streets, a myriad of demons and spirits meandered about. Their sheer numbers rendered any individual appearance unremarkable. Su, from this moment forth, let us refer to each other as Little Whirlwind and Big Whirlwind. You shall be Little Whirlwind, and I shall be Big Whirlwind. These are the names of the 2 demons I dispatched that day. Yin Qixiao whispered to Su Mo. Su Mo responded, "Can I refuse? Might we consider another name? Perhaps something like Golden Horn King?" This name was simply too ridiculous to critique. Nonetheless, sumo nadif. And the 2 scanned the shops along the roadside in search of an inn. They needed to gather information, particularly regarding the whereabouts of the Black Mountain Old Demon's residence. Ideally, they would inadvertently reveal their identities as the Northern Ghost Emperor's demon soldiers, doubting that the Black Mountain Old Demon would not come personally to greet them upon learning of their presence. Big Whirlwind, let's rest at this inn, Su Mo suggested, pointing to a guest house adorned with 3 large red lanterns. Although it too emanated an eerie aura, the entrance displayed proper lanterns rather than skulls. Most importantly, the name above the door read, Mapo Rebirth Inn. A sign affixed to the door proclaimed, "No inquiries of ghosts or deities. All who enter are guests. Distinguished patrons come first, and all requests shall be met." Further down, a board stood, announcing, "Today's special, Mapo Tofu." Little Whirlwind and Big Whirlwind exchanged glances before stepping into the establishment. "Ah, esteemed guests, you seem unfamiliar. Are you not local demons?" A small demon resembling a waiter greeted them enthusiastically upon their entrance. "Fear not, for this establishment possesses a business license bestowed by the Black Mountain Lord. We operate legitimately, and both humans and spirits are treated fairly. We assure you, as outsiders, you shall not be overcharged. We aim to make you feel at home." The small demon was slender, with a tuft of green sprouts atop its head, possibly a scallion demon. Though not high rank, it had already assumed a human form, a consequence of the differing rules between the realms of the underworld and the mortal world. In the human realm, only demons of the 3rd grade Golden Core stage could transform into human shapes. However, within the realm of the underworld, the threshold for transformation is considerably lower, resulting in a plethora of bizarre creatures. Take, for instance, the diminutive attendant before them, who is as thin as a mere stick, sporting a green hat atop his head. In contrast, those monsters that transform in the human realm tend to be significantly more aesthetically pleasing, often resembling strikingly handsome men or beautiful women. Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly attend to the guests, a frail voice commanded. Su Mo turned to see an elderly woman with a face full of pockmarks, seated behind the counter, overseeing the attendant service. Her piercing gaze exuded authority, as if she were a general commanding her troops from a humble wooden chair. "Very well, my apologies. Esteemed guests, please take a seat. May I inquire what you would like to order?" Su Mo and Yin Qixia settled at their table, surveying the surroundings. Apart from themselves, there were only a few other peculiar beings within the establishment. "Do you have any signature dishes, such as Mapo Tofu? Please bring out several dishes. We won't be needing any wine, as we have brought our own," Su Mo replied. The cuisine prepared for demons in the Black Mountain Demon City is quite akin to that of the human realm, with ingredients being entirely natural and meats sourced from fine game. Hence, indulging in the fare poses no issue. As for the wine, Suemo still possessed several fine bottles of Maoshan brew within his Chinquan bag, far superior to what this modest establishment could offer. Let us enjoy some wine before we approach the Black Mountain Demon Lord, suggested Yin Qixia, whose passion for wine was well known. He always insisted on drinking before embarking on any demon-slaying endeavors, fearing that if he did not, he might never have the chance again. Dear guests, if you bring your own beverages, we must charge a fee of 1 low-grade spirit stone for opening the cask, the attendant stated. That is not an issue. Please proceed with your preparations. Suemo waved his hand dismissively. Very well, 1 serving of mapo tofu, a plate of fuchi feifei and a bowl of Black Mountain vinegar fish, a pound of house-special braised beef, and a pot of flying dragon soup. The kitchen will be swift, the attendant announced, as if performing a theatrical act. Having added several dishes on his own accord, Suemo retrieved a bottle of Maoshan brew, pouring a bowl for Yin Qixia, while refraining from drinking himself, determined to remain absolutely alert before encountering the Black Mountain Old Demon. Great Whirlwind, do you truly believe that the Northern Ghost Emperor has sent us to this desolate place with the intent of pacifying the Black Mountain? This region is so barren. Why would the Ghost Emperor go to such lengths? Casting a knowing glance at Yin Qixia as he toyed with a gold toad that he had taken from his pocket. Silence, you little whirlwind. Your time with the Ghost Emperor has been brief, and thus you cannot fully grasp his thoughtful intentions. The world is currently in chaos, teeming with ghosts in the underworld. The establishment of a demon city by the Black Mountain Demon, gathering a multitude of demons and spirits, is indeed a boon for the ghosts, contributing to the stability and unity of the underworld. It is only fitting that the Ghost Emperor bestows upon him an official title of merit within the realm. Yin Qixia replied. Having exchanged these remarks, the two fell silent, their bait cast, awaiting the fish to bite. Indeed, after the conversation between Suemo and his companion, the elderly woman with a pockmarked face signaled to the innkeeper, who promptly vanished from sight. Moments later, a shadow coalesced from a plume of black mist within the establishment. As the mist solidified, it revealed an individual clad in dark armor, their face obscured by a mask. This newcomer exuded an air of decisive authority, despite the mask. Their noble demeanor was unmistakable, radiating an undeniable charisma with every movement. However, upon noticing Suemo and his companion, the figures slightly lowered their stance, their voice adopting a notably gentle tone. Ah, are you two esteemed underlings of the Northern Ghost Emperor? It is a privilege to have you in Black Mountain City. Why not visit my Black Mountain Manor instead of lingering in this humble establishment? To neglect such honored guests would indeed be a transgression on my part. This figure, adorned in black armor, was none other than the Black Mountain Old Demon, his form a manifestation of swirling mist, likely a mere avatar of his true self. You flatter us. We are merely lowly subordinates of the Ghost Emperor, not worthy of the title Demon General, Suemo replied with an impassive expression. We have come to Black Mountain City to rest briefly before paying a visit to the city lord to convey the Ghost Emperor's goodwill. Upon finishing his statement, he deliberately revealed the golden toad, allowing the Black Mountain Old Demon to glimpse the emblem of the Northern Ghost Emperor. It was time to test his acting skills. Suemo immersed himself in the role of the Ghost Emperor's demon soldier. When he regarded the Black Mountain Old Demon, his gaze remained placid, devoid of any fear, instead emanating a subtle superiority. After all, even a 7th-rank official in the Prime Minister's court holds more stature than a mere demon soldier under one of the 5 great powers of the underworld. The entire realm of the underworld belonged to the 5 Ghost Emperors, and at this moment, he wielded authority akin to that of an imperial envoy surveying the provinces. How could he allow a mere petty demon to intimidate him? This sense of embodying a character was exhilarating. It was no wonder that so many in the mortal realm yearned to become actors. The thrill was unexpectedly delightful. At this juncture, Suemo could not betray a hint of trepidation, lest it arouse the Black Mountain Old Demon's suspicions. As long as his aura remained unyielding, and with the emblem of the Northern Ghost Emperor in hand, the Black Mountain Old Demon had no choice but to believe him. Suemo was confident that the innkeeper had relayed their conversation to the Black Mountain Old Demon verbatim. At this moment, the Black Mountain Old Demon was likely savoring the news as if indulging in a sweet delicacy. Though he ruled over a territory, in essence, he was merely a bandit claiming dominion over a mountain. Throughout history, how many mountain bandits have aspired to be incorporated by the imperial court, seeking an official title of distinction? Not to mention the legendary figures in literature, like Song, who led 100 valiant warriors, were they not also eager to lower their flags and seek amnesty? Following the Northern Ghost Emperor, one is bestowed with an imperial decree from the ghostly realm, which undoubtedly elevates his status in the underworld. With an identity recognized by the authorities, he can finally escape the days of trepidation. After all, in this chaotic underworld, his faction is still able to thrive. However, one must remain vigilant. Should the underworld achieve peace and stability one day, with spirits living in harmony, his Black Mountain Demon City could easily be extinguished by the authorities. He has always yearned to forge a connection with the government, yet his means have been insufficient. He could not even reach out to the likes of King Yanluo or King Qijiang, the 10 rulers of the Netherworld. Now, however, fortune smiles upon him, as the Northern Ghost Emperor has directly sent envoys to offer him allegiance. Even if they were mere servants from the Ghost Emperor's court, they are still to be treated with the utmost respect and hospitality. The 2 envoys, this is not the place for conversation. Please follow me to the Black Mountain Demon Manor for a discussion, the Black Mountain Old Demon proclaimed. Su Mo replied nonchalantly, there is no rush. I have just ordered a few dishes, and the restaurant has yet to serve them. The Black Mountain Old Demon laughed heartily. Envoy, you are quite the humorist. Upon arriving at my Black Mountain Demon City, how could I allow you to partake in such coarse fare? Please accompany me to my manor, where a plethora of delicacies from across the underworld await, along with fine wines and exquisite dishes, should the envoys desire. There are also enchanting songstresses who can engage you in poetic discourse and entertain you with their charms. Chapter 62. The Black Mountain Lord's Marriage within the Black Mountain Demon Manor. Crimson skulls hung high, and everyone donned bright red garments, creating an eerily festive atmosphere. Lord of Black Mountain, is there a celebration taking place in your esteemed residence? Su Mo feigned ignorance and inquired. Tonight, I merely intend to take a few concubines, a trivial matter, hardly worthy of celebration. The arrival of the 2 esteemed envoys has indeed brought honor to my Black Mountain Demon Manor. That is the true occasion for joy. The Black Mountain Old Demon subtly flattered. Su Mo nodded, feigning surprise. I hadn't realized our visit coincided with such a momentous day for the Lord of Black Mountain. However, we arrived in haste and did not bring any gifts. I hope you will not take offense. Not at all, not at all. The presence of the 2 envoys is already a significant honor for Black Mountain. Taking a few concubines pales in comparison to the grand matters we must discuss with the envoys, the Black Mountain Old Demon replied. What the Lord of Black Mountain says is not quite right. Auspicious moments must not be delayed by us. It would be a grave misstep indeed. Instead, why not proceed with your wedding, and we shall join the guests at the banquet. After the festivities, we can deliberate on the important matters at hand, and perhaps even share in the joy of the Lord's celebration. How does that sound? Su Mo suggested. If the wedding banquet does not take place, the vast Black Mountain Demon Manor would make it inconvenient for Su Mo and his companion to conduct their affairs, leaving them unsure of where to find Nye Shaoqian. It would be far more prudent to wait for the banquet, encounter Nye Shaoqian, and then act accordingly, with the boundary-breaking talismans in hand. Seizing the opportunity to lead Nye Shaoqian out of the underworld should not prove difficult. Very well then. Please, esteemed envoys, follow me to the banquet. The Black Mountain Old Demon said. The banquet of the Black Mountain Demon Manor was set in the grandest square of the manor. In the square, a lofty platform was erected, surrounded by a multitude of large tables. The scene was indeed quite grand. The Black Mountain Old Demon led Su Mo and another to a table nearest to the platform, taking a seat beside them instead of leaving. What is the intention of the Lord of Black Mountain? Is it not inappropriate for the groom to be sitting here with us mere spectators instead of accompanying his bride? So Mochakiv, no matter, there is still ample time. Before the wedding commences, I invite the 2 esteemed envoys to indulge in a performance. The Black Mountain Old Demon replied with a hearty smile, similar to how ordinary folk celebrate weddings with entertainers. How could the wedding of the Lord of Black Mountain lack such displays? Within Black Mountain City, there was no shortage of talented individuals, showcasing a diverse array of skills that truly opened Su Mo's eyes. The first performer to grace the stage was a black pig spirit. Clad in a dark robe and dragging a manure rake, the pig spirit bellowed, I am the Northern Polar General of the Heavenly Court, leading 36 river spirits and 80,000 water soldiers, here to congratulate Lord Black Mountain on his joyous marriage. May Lord Black Mountain enjoy enduring health and boundless fortune, reigning over the underworld for countless years. Suamo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this the Pigsy of the Northern Polar General? Had Pigsy come to the Black Mountain Demon's abode to perform? Was the Monkey King also present and due to take the stage? This performance was truly remarkable. Stealing a glance at the Black Mountain Old Demon, he noticed the latter's expression darkening ominously. The Black Mountain Old Demon had witnessed such performances before, arranged by his steward. A few demons would impersonate renowned figures from the three realms to offer congratulations during his birthday or when he took a concubine. This not only preserved his dignity, but also intimidated the lesser demons in the city, making them aware of the Black Mountain Old Demon's influence. Previously, it had always been among acquaintances, where boasting was unrestricted. However, in these chaotic times, those deities akin to the Northern Polar General were preoccupied with their own affairs, paying little heed to this minor Black Mountain Demon. Yet times had changed. The audience consisted of legitimate emissaries of the Ghost Emperor. As soldiers under the Ghost Emperor's command, they had seen much and were certainly aware that this Northern Polar General was an impostor. This truly brought disgrace to the Black Mountain Old Demon. Moreover, who had penned the line about reigning over the underworld in the Pig Spirit script? Was it not a deliberate attempt to cast him in a disloyal light, suggesting treachery? The Black Mountain Old Demon could hardly contain his fury, wishing to rush onto the stage and tear the pig demon apart. He cast a glance, and a steward resembling a cow spirit approached cautiously. The Black Mountain Old Demon whispered a few instructions, and the steward hurried away in trepidation. The steward dared not show any negligence, for the Black Mountain Lord had commanded him to ensure that any similar performances in the future were promptly terminated. Should another error arise, the entire city shall feast on beef brisket hot pot tomorrow. A single cow's meat would hardly suffice. It seems that even the cow's progeny might fall victim to this fate. Time is of the essence, for the next creature it has arranged to perform is none other than the Northern Ghost Emperor, Zhang Heng. If this Ghost Emperor truly takes the stage, there will be no need to wait until tomorrow. The wedding banquet may very well see a grand cauldron erected and all the guests partaking in beef brisket. However, this sudden alteration has left the steward in a quandary. Who can he find on such short notice to save the day? Recently, a new batch of spirits arrived, and it appears that some possess remarkable skills. Perhaps they could step in. The cow spirit steward sighed and promptly began making arrangements. The role-playing segment was swiftly scrapped, and the next performer was an inexperienced actress. She was a ghost clad in white, her long hair cascading down to obscure half her face. Standing on stage, she was a loss, nearly on the verge of tears. Your signature act. Hurry up, the cow steward urged from the sidelines, anxious and whispering. The white-clad ghost had only recently arrived at the Black Mountain Demon City and was unfamiliar with her surroundings, too timid to defy the steward's command. Signature act? Very well. She would perform her act. Suddenly, she tossed her hair forward, which, though long and seemingly unblemished, instantly became drenched. Following her own rhythm, she began to whip her hair, causing torrents of water to cascade down. Alas, it seems she is a water ghost. What sort of signature act is this? Off you go. Guests in the audience began to boo. The ghost, incensed, whipped her hair back, revealing half her face, and then opened her mouth. With a flourish, she extended her tongue, which unfurled like a colorful ribbon over a meter long. The ghost thought to herself, isn't this what was requested? This is my signature act. It has never failed me, except for that disappointing scholar she encountered days ago, who showed no fear, leaving her feeling quite humiliated. Suamo was taken aback. Could it be that fate has brought them together once more? The very same ghost he had playfully tormented on his first day in the world of a Chinese ghost story? If her next act is the same talent, it would be undeniable. Indeed, the ghost then placed her hands on her head and, with a swift motion, detached her own head, cradling it as she beamed at the audience. Yet the guests were unimpressed, voicing their disdain vociferously. The ghost felt wronged. This is my finest act. Why are you so cruel? She then recalled her previous life, where she had been content until encountering that insufferable scholar who had tormented her so, leaving her feeling utterly despondent and eager to seek her fate in the underworld, wishing to be reborn swiftly. Little did they know, I had inadvertently stumbled into this city of dark spirits, and now I found myself coerced into showcasing some absurd talent. Despite my efforts, the audience remained unsatisfied, hurling insults more venomous than those of a disgruntled scholar. As the female ghost pondered her grievances, tears began to flow uncontrollably, and she collapsed into a fit of sorrowful weeping. Indeed, she wept most earnestly, for at that moment, her head was cradled in her own arms. The scene was rather grotesque. Su Imo bowed his head, averting his gaze to avoid meeting hers. However, he soon realized that having transformed his appearance with a demon-altering elixir, he was unrecognizable. He then lifted his head and began to applaud fervently. Hori! Sumo clapped vigorously, seeing the envoy of the Ghost Emperor appear pleased. The Black Mountain old demon, who had been contemplating whether to devour the female ghost just moments before, also began to smile. Excellent. Quite remarkable. The Black Mountain old demon gave a thumbs up, sharing his thoughts on the performance with Suimo. He expressed his admiration for the female ghost, and the guests below, now emboldened, began to cheer enthusiastically, clapping and throwing flowers onto the stage. The female ghost, witnessing the flowers and the applause, felt an overwhelming sense of joy and erupted into laughter. Observing this bizarre spectacle, Suimo couldn't help but sigh internally, thinking that he would indulge this old acquaintance. Chapter 63. A Scheme Against Black Mountain. Subsequently, numerous demons and spirits took to the stage to perform. There were singers, dancers, and those who posed and paraded. One fairy even attempted to portray the thousand-armed Guanyin, only to reveal herself as a centipede spirit. In short, the array of talents was dazzling and bewildering. Sumo's eyes widened in amazement. This evening's show rivaled even the grandeur of a Victoria's Secret fashion show, making the venture to the city of dark spirits feel worthwhile. As the auspicious hour approached, the steward of the bull spirit wiped the sweat from his brow and joyfully announced the commencement of the wedding's main event. Finally, the performances were over. The hastily assembled performers, lacking any stage experience, relied solely on their innate talent, startling him several times as he feared the Lord of Black Mountain would be displeased and he might face a fate of beef brisket hot pot the next day. Fortunately, these spirits exhibited commendable talent, performing with an effortless grace that unexpectedly captivated the audience. With a call from the bull spirit steward, more than 30 female ghosts adorned in bridal attire took to the stage. However, the garments were not embellished with auspicious dragons and phoenixes, but rather depicted dark, ominous mountains. The sheer number of these shadowy mountains made them appear less like peaks from a distance and more akin to unsightly lumps. Su Mo scanned the crowd of brides, searching for Nie Xiaoqian's silhouette. At last, he found her. Even among the many beautiful female specters, Nie Xiaoqian stands out remarkably. Indeed, when Su Mo first laid eyes upon her, he silently marveled, considering her to be the epitome of all tales of scholarly spirits. Let the groom make his entrance and pay homage to his majesty, the Northern Ghost Emperor. The steward Niu Jing echoed with enthusiasm. The phrase pay homage to the Northern Ghost Emperor was a deliberate alteration suggested by the Black Mountain old demon, as the original form of the ceremony should have mirrored the traditional worship of heaven and earth. After all, he believed he was soon to be summoned by the Northern Ghost Emperor and become a demon general under his command. Thus, seizing the opportunity to curry favor with the Emperor's envoy was most advantageous. Why bow to heaven and earth when they offered him no position of power? His philosophy was simple. Without profit, one rises not early. Where there is nourishment, one finds a mother. Following the steward's lead, the Black Mountain old demon prepared to rise and complete the ritual of pledging himself to the Ghost Emperor. However, at that moment, Su Mo unexpectedly grasped his arm and said, "Lord of Black Mountain, I am most grateful for your generous invitation. I have just witnessed some extraordinary performances by the remarkable demons of your city, which left me greatly impressed. For your grand wedding, we come bearing no gifts, and instead, have been graciously treated by you, which fills me with a sense of shame. Allow me, though lacking in talent, to demonstrate a few sword techniques, to contribute to the festivities of your wedding. What say you, my lord?" "Oh, the esteemed envoy possesses such refined interests? Splendid. It will allow the subjects of Black Mountain Demon City to behold the prowess of the great general under the Ghost Emperor's command," the Black Mountain old demon replied. Eager to flatter, Su Mo rose and bellowed, "Sword come forth." Alas, he had perhaps overstepped in his desire to impress. The guests at the wedding momentarily found themselves in an awkward silence. "Ha ha, esteemed envoy, I see you have not brought your own sword. How fortuitous. For this Black Mountain sword, forged from the finest materials of the underworld, is my personal weapon. Allow me to lend it to you." The Black Mountain old demon quickly interjected, alleviating the tension in the atmosphere. Su Mo chuckled sheepishly, accepting the Black Mountain sword, and with a leap, he ascended the stage. "Excellent," the Black Mountain old demon exclaimed, and the guests immediately erupted in applause. Su Mo rolled his eyes. He had yet to showcase his skill, and he wondered what was so praiseworthy about merely striking a pose. Gripping the Black Mountain sword, he steadied his breath and began to practice his technique. He executed the 9 swords tempering the body, his foundational swordplay, which he had rehearsed countless times until it became second nature. Aside from this foundational technique, the sword god system had yet to bestow any additional sword arts upon him. He would have to surpass the threshold of the postnatal realm and enter the second rank of the innate state before the system would impart new sword techniques to him. Fortunately, although 9 swords of body tempering is merely a foundational sword technique, it is truly extraordinary, and practicing it is a delightful experience, garnering heartfelt applause from the audience below. Su Mo, however, did not come merely to listen to the praises of these otherworldly beings. He intended to seize the opportunity of demonstrating the sword technique on stage to affix the boundary-breaking talisman onto Nie Shaoqian. Once the talisman activated, Nie Shaoqian would be transported back to the realm of the living. At that moment, he and Yin Qixia, who was below the stage, would also promptly activate their talismans and escape back to the living world, thus concluding their venture to the Black Mountain Demon City in a remarkably safe manner. Moreover, he would depart with a trophy, the Black Mountain sword wielded by the Black Mountain Old Demon. Although the Black Mountain Old Demon is indeed a creature of the dark, residing in the netherworld, the weapons he wields are all crafted as ghostly artifacts to harmonize with the laws of the underworld. Naturally, his personal sword is also a ghostly sword, as the personal sword of the Black Mountain Old Demon, forged from the finest materials of the netherworld. This sword must possess a rank of at least 2, and most likely it is a 3rd-rank ghostly sword. He already possessed a tree heart demon sword from a tree spirit. With this ghostly sword added to his collection, he would have accomplished 2/3 of the task assigned by the system. With just one more sword of rank 2 or above, he could escape the world of a Chinese ghost story and return to the present realm. The plan was meticulous, and all Su Mo needed to do now was to follow it step by step. As he practiced the sword technique, he intentionally inched closer to Nie Shaoqian. At that moment, the boundary-breaking talisman required about 2 seconds to activate and take effect. Su Mo had already discreetly initiated the talisman, and now, seizing the opportunity, he hurled the talisman toward Nie Shaoqian. Under normal circumstances, once the talisman adhered to her, it would immediately envelop her, traversing the barrier between the realms and returning her to the world of the living. However, Su Mo cursed. In a flash, a female demon shifted a few inches to the side, and it was this slight movement that caused the talisman to stray, landing instead on that female demon. Then, with a flash of white light, the female demon vanished without even having time to scream. What does this mean? The Black Mountain Old Demon was taken aback. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his face contorted with rage. You are not a messenger of the Northern Ghost Emperor. You are a fraud. The so-called Ghost Emperor summons and his demon generals are all lies. You dare to deceive me. Enraged, the Black Mountain Old Demon erupted with fury, causing the very foundations of the Black Mountain Demon Mansion to tremble violently. Just then, the second boundary-breaking talisman in Su Mo's hand finally took effect. Go! In a swift motion, Su Mo darted to Nie Shaoqian's side, and the talisman directly adhered to her, leaving no room for any mishap. Thus, amidst her confusion, Nie Shaoqian too was transported back to the realm of the living. The boundary talisman comprises 3 pieces. Su Mo possesses 2, intending to use one to transport Nie Shaoqian away while reserving the other for his own escape. Alas, the talisman meant for his escape has vanished. How audacious of the thief to dare steal from me before the Lord of Black Mountain. Does he truly hold me, the Black Mountain, in such contempt? The ancient demon of Black Mountain stepped forth, causing the ground to tremble, and aimed a crushing blow at Su Mo on the platform. Should that foot land upon him, the entire stage would likely be reduced to rubble. In his blind fury, the Black Mountain Old Demon disregarded the dozens of young concubines on stage, all of whom were in imminent peril. His wrath was palpable, bewildered by a phantom promise of allegiance from the Ghost Emperor. He now recognized the entire affair as a ruse, leaving no room for him to restrain his fury. Yet, just as his foot was poised to descend, an excruciating pain pierced through him, causing his leg to twist uncontrollably. A blade had struck his knee. How could I have forgotten about you? Insignificant insect. The Black Mountain Old Demon winced in agony, momentarily halting his advance, and cast an infuriated glance to his side. The one who had pierced his knee was none other than Yin Qixia. In his fury towards Su Mo, he had completely overlooked Yin Qixia. In truth, since arriving at the Black Mountain Demoness lair, Yin Qixia had maintained a low profile, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike with that very blade. Indeed, the plan succeeded. The wound to the Black Mountain Old Demon was grievous, leaving him somewhat unsteady upon landing. Su Mo and Yin Qixia regrouped, swords drawn, standing resolutely against the Black Mountain Old Demon. Who are you? Before you perish, state your names. I, the Black Mountain Demon King, do not slay nameless wretches. The Black Mountain Old Demon roared in fury. Such archaic bravado in this modern age. Remember this, I am known as the Little Whirlwind, and this is my counterpart, the Great Whirlwind. We serve as demon soldiers under the Ghost Emperor, and today we come to extinguish you on his behalf. Su Mo laughed heartily. At this juncture, you still dare to deceive me? Prepare to meet your end. The Black Mountain Old Demon seethed with rage, igniting with a fiery wrath, and thrust his palm towards Su Mo and Yin Qixia. It was not that the Black Mountain Old Demon refrained from using his sword. Rather, his Black Mountain sword had been cunningly taken by Su Mo, now wielded against him, though he strained to summon it back. An unknown force had severed his connection to the Black Mountain sword. Su Mo had not employed any arcane arts. It was the sword god system at work. Absurdity. Once the blade was in the host's grasp, it effectively belonged to the sword god system. A sword in the system's possession could not possibly return to its original wielder. Behind the Black Mountain Old Demon, a shadowy image of Een Mountain materialized. He was, after all, an embodiment of a mountain spirit, his every movement commanding the forces of nature. In such dire circumstances, the prospect of victory for Su Mo and his companion appeared exceedingly bleak. Friend Yin, swiftly activate the boundary-breaking talisman and depart at once. Su Mo urged as he retreated hastily, addressing Yin Qixia. Their original plan entailed utilizing 3 boundary-breaking talismans to escape this place, first sending Nie Shaoqian away, and then both Su Mo and Yin Qixia would simultaneously activate the talismans to exit the sinister city of Black Mountain in the underworld and return to the realm of the living. However, despite their meticulous calculations, the first boundary-breaking talisman had unexpectedly veered off course, resulting in a wasted attempt. This cannot be. Su, what will become of you once I leave this place? Yin Qixia declared, resolute and unyielding. I, Yin Qixia, am no coward. My life was saved by you, my friend, and I shall never abandon you to flee alone. As they spoke, the two had exerted every ounce of their strength in a desperate struggle against the Black Mountain Old Demon. The demon's formidable power, bolstered by its dominion over the underworld, augmented its strength, and the two could only withstand a few more moments before being utterly overwhelmed. In particular, Su Mo felt his insides reverberate painfully, as if he might spew blood at any moment. Time is of the essence. Friend Yin, trust me without hesitation and activate the boundary-breaking talisman at once. Additionally, relinquish your sword to me. Can you bear to part with it? Su Mo urged Yin Qixia with urgency. My life was saved by you, Su. A mere sword holds no value in comparison. Yin Qixia replied without the slightest hesitation, casting his treasured sword towards Su Mo. Despite its high grade, acquired at the cost of half his fortune, he demonstrated no reluctance in parting with it. He had faith in Su Mo, who exuded an inexplicable aura of mystery, his eyes reflecting a wisdom that seemed to transcend time itself. Now, quickly activate the boundary-breaking talisman. Su Mo bellowed, with no further deliberation. Yin Qixia infused the talisman with innate vital energy, causing it to glow brilliantly. Attempting to escape? It will not be so simple. The Black Mountain Old Demon, noticing the talisman in Yin Qixia's hand glowing, momentarily abandoned Su Mo, hurling a massive boulder towards Yin Qixia. This boulder was a manifestation of the essence of his Dark Mountain, wielding tremendous power, equivalent to a full-force strike. Meanwhile, the guests within the Black Mountain estate, various demons and malevolent creatures, had also surged behind Yin Qixia, poised to pounce and rend him to shreds. Just moments prior, the Lord of Black Mountain had unleashed his wrath, instilling fear in these creatures, which had been unable to intervene. Now, with Yin Qixia attempting to flee from the center of the battle, they seized the opportunity to display their prowess. As the essence of the Black Mountain struck Yin Qixia, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality instantly diminished by half. Meanwhile, the demons and malevolent beings, ever opportunistic, prepared to descend upon him. In those fleeting seconds, time seemed to stretch, allowing for the unfolding of countless unforeseen events. As Su Mo observed the dire situation surrounding Yan Qixia, he reached into his King of Qin bag and withdrew a handful of ghost-repelling talismans obtained from a Taoist priest of Maoshan. He hurled them at the swarm of demons and malevolent spirits. These talismans were of the highest grade, and their power was formidable. Upon entering the midst of the fiends, they erupted with a resounding bang. Boom! Bang! The demons were instantly engulfed in chaos, their forms torn asunder amidst a storm of blood and flesh. At that moment, the time for the boundary-breaking talisman to manifest its power had finally arrived. A brilliant white light, imbued with the essence of spatial energy, illuminated the heavens and the earth, instantaneously transporting the severely weakened Yan Qixia to safety. In the wake of this event, only Su Mo remained within the confines of the Black Mountain Demoness lair. All eyes turned toward him. The Black Mountain Old Demon momentarily ceased its assault, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene. I shall compel you to struggle in despair, to howl in defiance, and ultimately, to perish in agony. The Black Mountain Old Demon bellowed furiously. While others might be spared, Su Mo alone could not escape its wrath. He was the object of its deepest loathing. To kill you would be too merciful. Instead, I shall first torment your spirit, then transform your flesh into a lantern of suffering. Your soul shall be refined for 49 days, turned into a ghostly slave, condemned to wander eternally without the hope of reincarnation. The Black Mountain Old Demon cackled sinisterly, seemingly pleased with the fate it had devised for Su Mo. In contrast, Su Mo responded with a cold smile. Is this truly the extent of your stone-headed intellect? Lacking any creativity, how could I ever be willing to play your twisted game? His figure began to shimmer, the lower half dissolving into a myriad of luminous particles. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the Black Mountain Old Demon unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks. Yet, the formidable onslaught merely met an impenetrable barrier of light before Su Mo. If you possess any real skill, come to Jiangsheng and kill me, Su Mo declared, satisfied with his final taunt, before feeling the cosmos reverse and vanishing from the realm of the charming ghost. Chapter 65, The Spirit Which Sits Within. This marked Su Mo's second return from the fragments of time and space to the present world. He discovered that he had once again been disassembled into a constellation of luminous particles, traversing a vibrant passageway. He reached out, yearning to touch this corridor. However, at that moment, he possessed neither hands nor any physical form. Yet, he felt the sensation nonetheless. It was indescribably wondrous, akin to the feeling of warm seawater beneath bare feet during childhood, reminiscent of his grandmother's Penghu Bay. In essence, it was an experience that resonated deeply within, evoking emotions even in the most stoic of hearts. Su Mo felt a pang in his nose, and surprisingly, tears brimmed in his eyes. Despite the theoretical absence of a nose or eyes, the emotion was undeniable. Beyond this vibrant corridor, he once again seemed to behold the cosmos, witnessing a sky adorned with countless stars. This passage appeared to be extraordinary. Once his cultivation reached a higher realm, he would delve into its mysteries. As Su Mo contemplated this, he soon reached the terminus of the kaleidoscopic passage. Subsequently, he found himself in his modern abode, the riverside villa in Jiangsheng. Upon returning to the present world, he lay on his bed, his eyes still closed. Yet he could already sense the stark contrast between the current reality and the realm of the enchanting specter. The density of spiritual energy in the two worlds differed significantly. Although the aura in the realm of the specter was eerie, it was far more potent than that of the mundane world. This disparity left him feeling somewhat disoriented. He adjusted the energy within his body and then opened his eyes. As Su Mo's eyes fluttered open, he was met with an enlarged visage mere centimeters from his own. The proximity was startling. Their eyes were separated by only a few centimeters, and their noses nearly touched. The warmth of breath brushed against his face, tickling him. Such closeness was not merely intimate, but remarkably so. Yet, Su Mo could not help but marvel at the exquisite features before him, even at such a close range. Not a single flaw was discernible. Youth is indeed a splendid thing, he mused with genuine admiration. He then propped himself up, silently reciting the heart-purifying incantation, urging any malevolent thoughts to dissipate. After all, the other party was a young girl, and should he lose his composure, the consequences could be dire. Lin Xinya, wake up! Come on, stop pretending to be asleep. I refuse to believe that as a second-grade 7-star cultivator, Yuun Ti noticed the presence of another person beside you. Su Mo exclaimed. Ah, you caught me. Lin Xinye responded with a playful laugh. I must apologize, Su Daoist. Before I gifted you this villa, this was actually my bedroom. It's incredibly spacious, and the bed is exceptionally soft and comfortable. However, since giving it to you, I've been relegated to the guest room, where the bed is so hard. You left a note saying you would be out for the day, so I thought, since this room would be empty, why not let this fairy return to relive some old dreams? Hee. Lin Xinye climbed out of bed, smiling sheepishly. When someone feels guilty, they often resort to cuteness. Especially young girls. Su Mo sighed, so it's my fault, is it? Since you adore this room so much, why don't we switch? You can have this room, and I'll take the guest room. Also, the phrase relive old dreams ISN T used in that context. What did your language teacher teach you? Lin Xinye replied, pouting. My language teacher is my master. She taught me for a year before wandering off to explore the world. You know that. Besides, we can't switch rooms back. Once given, the house is yours, and naturally, the master should occupy the best space. I, Lin Xinye, am a person of my word. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted. With a resigned sigh, Su Mo conceded, as you wish. Returning to the matter at hand, how is it that you have suddenly reappeared? I was just asleep when I suddenly sensed your presence. You must have used a spatial talisman for your return, correct? Such a precious item you possess. And yet you merely used it to teleport home. Su Ge, how impressive. I'm not worthy to contend with you, Lin Xinye playfully remarked. Not as you imagine, alas. I cannot explain it to you for now. The sword god system was Su Mo's greatest secret, one he could not yet share with others. Although he held a fondness for Lin Xinye, their relationship was not yet deep enough. Perhaps when their bond grew stronger, he could confide in her. Suddenly, Lin Xinye appeared to have discovered a new continent, gazing at Su Mo in astonishment. You have already attained the first grade 5 stars? Then she closed her eyes and released her spiritual energy, sensing carefully once more. Indeed, it was true. You have illuminated 5 innate stars. Moreover, your spiritual force seems even stronger at the level of first grade 6 stars. It has only been a day since we last met. Have you taken some elixir, or perhaps rocketed into the heavens? Or have you stumbled upon some treasure? We are good friends, and you ought to think of me when fortune smiles upon you. Otherwise, you are not being a true friend. Su Mo smiled, but remained silent. He found it difficult to explain without resorting to falsehoods, so he chose not to respond. Yet, Lin Xinye became increasingly intrigued, fixating on Su Mo with eyes full of mischief. I find you more and more enigmatic. You are certainly not a mere wandering cultivator. My master has declared me a genius, but I see you surpassing even that. Your cultivation speed seems to eclipse even mine back then. She blinked her large eyes and continued. Your timing is impeccable. My master recently called to inform me that she planted several spiritual trees named Heart's Seat 100 years ago, located 170 miles southeast of Jiangcheng on Funyo Mountain. Given the time, they should be ripe for harvesting, and she has instructed me to collect them. Would you like to accompany me? I can share one of the spiritual trees with you. How generous of me, right? Is there any danger? Perhaps. Although my master has set up a concealment formation, a century has passed, and the formation may have weakened. There could be some monsters or mountain spirits guarding it. However, treasures are often found amidst peril. There is no safe path in cultivation. Even crossing a tribulation could lead to one being struck by lightning. So, will you join me? Lin Xinye asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Absolutely. Lin Xinye's master was an esteemed figure, and the spiritual tree she was so invested in could not be an ordinary one. It was worth taking some risks. Wonderful. I shall prepare. We will set off in half an hour. Lin Xinye jubilantly leaped from her bed, bouncing back to her room. She ran barefoot, her delicate white feet gliding effortlessly across the floor. Su Mo took out his phone and opened WeChat. The task for the ghostly beauty, Fragments of Time, had been completed, and it was now time to settle the task with the system and claim his reward. During his time in the Black Mountain Demon Mansion, he acquired the ghost sword from the Black Mountain Old Demon, as well as the Dao sword from Yanqixia. Coupled with the demon sword extracted from the trunk of the tree demon he had previously defeated, Su Mo had successfully gathered the 3 swords of demon, ghost, and Dao, thus completing the task issued by the system flawlessly. The endeavor in the world of Chinese ghost story was no small feat. However, the relationship between effort and reward is invariably proportional. The greater the challenge, the more substantial the rewards. Suemo began to feel a growing anticipation. Chapter 66. Indestructible Sword Heart and the Drift Bottle. System. Suemo opened WeChat and sent a brief message consisting of just 2 characters. Though simple, the message carried profound implications, essentially urging the system to take the initiative and distribute the rewards. Host, is there something you need? The system replied. Suemo, are you pleased with yourself for being coy? Spare me the pretense. I worked diligently to obtain the 3 treasured swords of Demon, Ghost, and Tao. Yet you remain silent. Hurry up and release the rewards. Suemo had long noticed that the signal in the upper left corner of his phone had changed from 2 bars to 5, indicating that the 3 swords he had acquired from the world of Chinese ghost story had been absorbed by the system. Initiating task status scanning program. Task status scanning initiated. Scanning complete. Task. Collect time-space fragments from the world of a Chinese ghost story, acquiring 1 Tao sword, 1 demon sword, and 1 ghost sword, with a grade requirement of 2nd tier or higher. Task completion status completed. Evaluation of completion 100. The Tao sword is Yin Qixua's sword, graded 3rd tier. The demon sword is the Tree Demon Heart sword, graded 3rd tier, and the ghost sword is the Black Mountain Ghost sword, also graded 3rd tier. Perfect. Task rewards. Task rewards screening in progress. Screening complete. Clearing host debts program. The host has previously advanced 5 2nd tier exorcism talismans and 1 attack secret technique, Sword Heart Thunder. Additionally, there remains a debt equivalent to 1/10 of a 1st tier Tao sword. Clearing host debts and distributing final rewards. Reward 1. 800 low-grade spirit stones. Reward 2. Activation of WeChat drift bottle function. This allows for the capture of time-space fragment law waves to retrieve rare treasures and divine weapons. 3 opportunities per month. What can be retrieved will depend on the host character. Reward 3. 9th tier visualization method Indestructible Sword Heart. The Indestructible Sword Heart is a visualization technique that aids the host in reflecting upon their true self, enhancing the strength of their spirit and mental power. This unique visualization method, exclusive to the Sword God system, reaches the 9th tier and is invaluable. The host is advised not to disclose this method without the system's consent. The system sent several messages in quick succession, and Suemo nodded in satisfaction as he read the responses. Indeed, the system appeared quite generous this time. After clearing his debts, the 3 rewards offered were exceedingly enticing. The mere 800 low-grade spirit stones constituted a significant fortune. Since becoming a cultivator, Suemo had recognized the advantages of spirit stones. Absorbing spiritual stones for cultivation is undoubtedly a method that yields remarkable efficiency, far surpassing the mere absorption of natural spiritual energy. To illustrate, utilizing spiritual stones in the path of cultivation is akin to being a seasoned player in a game, while relying solely on the absorption of heavenly and earthly energies resembles the plight of an ordinary novice. Furthermore, if one possesses the knowledge to arrange a spirit-gathering formation, employing spiritual stones to establish such a formation results in an even greater accumulation of spiritual energy, significantly enhancing the efficiency compared to merely absorbing the energy contained within the stones themselves. During the fragmentation of time and space in the Qin era, Zhao Gao was ecstatic over the possession of a medium-grade spiritual stone, while the value of 800 low-grade spiritual stones equated to a staggering 80 medium-grade stones. The abundance of spiritual stones signifies financial robustness in the realm of cultivation. The functionality of the drift bottle appears to be quite intriguing as well. Following the system's recent upgrade, the newly activated scanning feature proved to be exceptionally practical, and the drift bottle function should be equally impressive. Capturing the ripples of time-space laws to retrieve rare materials and divine artifacts sounds remarkably potent, although there are only 3 opportunities for retrieval each month. Even a single successful acquisition would be worthwhile. After the ancient world was shattered by the formidable beings among the immortals, many rare materials and treasures have become nearly extinct. In the present era, finding wild rare materials is virtually impossible. They're either claimed by others or fiercely guarded by spirits or cultivators. It seems prudent to give it a try now. Suemo mused as he opened WeChat, navigated to the drift bottle, and selected the option to retrieve. A few splashes erupted, and bubbles rose from the sea, ultimately revealing a starfish. A starfish? It appears I have found nothing of worth. Let us try again. With 2 attempts remaining, Suemo clicked to retrieve once more. Bubbles surfaced again, and this time he pulled up a handful of seaweed. 2 attempts with no gain. Luck was decidedly not on his side. With one last chance remaining, If he failed to retrieve something, he would have no further opportunities this month. His finger hovered over the retrieve option once more. Although reason whispered that after 2 unsuccessful attempts, today was likely not fortuitous, and he should wait for a more opportune day, the itch to use his final chance was overwhelming. Bubbles erupted once again from the sea. It must yield something. Su Mo fervently prayed to all deities in his heart. Ding! Something emerged this time. He had indeed retrieved an item. What is this? An image of a puppy? Sumopandiv. The drift bottle on her face displayed a picture of a puppy. Huh, this little pup looks quite familiar, resembling Shih Tzu. Su Mo's finger touched the image, and upon contact, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, the room was illuminated by a dazzling white light, reminiscent of the holy light described in Western religious lore. In the midst of this divine radiance, a diminutive lion cub, measuring a mere 20 centimeters in length, descended gracefully from the heavens, exuding an air of solemnity. Where are my extraordinary treasures? Where are my divine weapons? How'd I end up with such a creature? Sumo found himself at a loss. However, as the playful cub leaped towards him in midair, he instinctively reached out and embraced it. The little pup seemed to comprehend Sumo's earlier words, gazing at him with a look of reproach. Indeed, it was a lion cub, despite its size. Its gaze remained piercing. Unable to contain his thoughts, Sumo couldn't help but express his bemusement. He opened the WeChat scanning interface and directed it towards the cub, eager to identify it. Beep. The results arrived promptly. This was a mystical lion cub, hailing from the temporal fragments of the Beast Mountain, possessing a trace of precious ancient divine beast bloodline, a distant relative of the ancient golden-haired lion, currently in its juvenile stage. The bloodline power had yet to be activated, making it suitable as a pet. It had automatically recognized its master and exhibited a dependency trait towards him. It turned out this little pup was extraordinary, possessing a divine beast bloodline. Although the identification indicated it was but a trace, it promised to be formidable once activated. But how was he to care for it? Sumo felt a headache coming on. Contemplating for a moment, he exited his bedroom and saw Lin Qinya busily shoving a jumble of items into her spatial artifact. He gently set the puppy down. Oh, what an adorable little dog. Su Daoist, where did you find such a charming pup? Lin Qinya exclaimed, excitement lighting up her face. She set aside her task and swiftly swooped in, cradling the cub in her arms. If you like it, how about you take care of it? I can leave it home, and you could just feed it some bones or something, Sumo suggested. Surely it requires more than just casual feeding. It's so tiny, it must have specialized dog food. Don't worry, I'll take care of it and ensure it grows plump and healthy. Lin Qinya replied with enthusiasm. Then it's settled. Sumo thought to himself, relieved. The cub would still belong to him, and he wouldn't have to worry about its daily care, making this arrangement remarkably advantageous. With a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. Returning to his room, he retrieved his phone and messaged the system. Please transfer the reward 3 indestructible sword heart to me. As he sent the message, a familiar sensation akin to a surge of energy coursed through him, and a new visualization technique, indestructible sword heart, emerged in his mind. Indestructible sword heart was not merely a technique. It was a sword that existed solely in his consciousness, available for his perpetual visualization. The sword stood resolutely within his sea of consciousness, its sharp aura seemingly poised to pierce his very soul. Chapter 67. The Sword Heart and the Spirits of Funyo Mountain. The contemplative method, known as the indestructible sword heart, revealed itself to Su Mo in an instant as he entered the sea of consciousness. He instinctively recognized its name, the indestructible heart sword. This sword hovered above Su Mo's sea of consciousness, and whenever he focused his mind, he could visualize it effortlessly. He sensed that by gazing intently at this sword, he could perceive the most formidable aura of slaughter, the most piercing essence, and the most dauntless spirit in the world. Indeed, this visualization method, capable of reaching the 9th rank, was exceptional. Su Mo felt that his understanding of the sword deepened with every heartbeat, and an indomitable sword heart burgeoned within him, while his mental power surged at an astonishing rate. His mental strength was already slightly superior to his actual cultivation level, reaching a rank of 6 stars. Now, with the indestructible heart sword entering his sea of consciousness, his soul was invigorated, and his mental power rapidly expanded. 6 stars, 7 stars, 8 stars. In mere moments, his mental strength escalated to 8 stars before gradually stabilizing. He forced himself to withdraw from the visualization of the indestructible heart sword. wary of delving into it again for the time being, as this method was overwhelmingly potent and the rapid ascent of his mental power was beyond his control. While a robust mental power is advantageous, if it exceeds his cultivation realm excessively, his mind may not withstand it, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Already, a faint pain throbbed at his brow, a manifestation of the side effects of mental overflow. The physical body resembled a vessel, while mental power was akin to water. At present, his vessel could no longer contain such an abundance of water. Fortunately, he possessed the immovable king body. Su Mo promptly retrieved 3 spirit stones and arranged a gathering spirit array around himself. Subsequently, he gathered dozens more spirit stones and scattered them within the array, further enhancing the richness of the spiritual energy. Once this luxurious, high-spec gathering spirit array was completed, Su Mo seated himself at its center, channeling the full potency of the immovable king body to elevate the quality of his physical form. The immovable king body was an unparalleled cultivation technique, likely crafted by the revered Buddha of the unmoving, and was undoubtedly of high rank, potentially reaching the 9th level. Under the full activation of this cultivation method, combined with an abundant supply of spiritual energy, the strength of his physical body grew at a visibly rapid pace. Eventually, Su Mo found himself unable to sit cross-legged any longer, as a tremendous energy generated from practicing the immovable king body surged within him, creating an uncomfortable pressure in his chest. He leaped to his feet within the gathering spirit array, wielding a first-grade Dao sword, and commenced practicing the 9 swords tempering body, a technique he had rehearsed countless times. In this state, both his physical strength and cultivation level ascended swiftly. It was as if a transparent barrier had been pierced, and within Su Mo's body, the 6th star suddenly ignited. Above his head, the Buddhist radiance, a result of cultivating the unmoving king body, transformed into 6 paths of light. Following this, the 7th and 8th stars emerged, accompanied by the 7th and 8th paths of Buddhist light. Remarkably, Su Mo surged forth, attaining the realm of an 8-star post-heaven martial artist in a single breath. Even the unmoving king body had reached the 8th path of Buddhist light at the first level of mastery. With a broad perspective and a focused approach, he accumulated profound strength to unleash it effectively. Su Mo's extraordinary breakthrough on the very first day back in the mortal realm was attributed not only to favorable circumstances, but also to the rigorous training he had undergone in the world of a Chinese ghost story, where both his realm and mindset had been solidified. Now, with an all-encompassing breakthrough, it was a natural progression. With his spiritual power, physical form, and realm all at the 8-star first level, Su Mo felt an unprecedented strength within him. Outside the bedroom, Lin Qinya stood, gazing at Su Mo, her mouth agape. She had been standing there for quite some time, as she and Su Mo had originally agreed to depart for Funyo Mountain in half an hour to seek the heart of spiritual wood. As half an hour passed without Su Mo emerging, she went to check on him in the bedroom. What she saw left her astounded. He was in the spirit gathering array, recklessly elevating his cultivation. The speed of his training was so rapid that it would put even a rocket to shame. My goodness, is he even human? Lin Qinya was left speechless, feeling overwhelmed by the realization that even she, deemed a once-in-a-century talent by her master, was profoundly affected by another's training speed for the first time. Seeing Su Mo finally cease his cultivation, stabilizing at the 8-star first level, Lin Qinya let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she feared he might leap directly into the 2nd level of innate realm, which would be utterly unfathomable. Funyo Mountain lies 170 miles southeast of Jiang City. By the time Su Mo finished his training, it was already deep into the night. The two set off in their car, driving through the night to reach a farmhouse at the foot of Funyo Mountain. After completing the check-in process and securing 2 rooms, they each retired to rest, recuperating their spirits and organizing their internal energies. Particularly for Su Mo, time was needed to adapt to the sudden surge of power within him. Before dawn broke the next day, as the first light of day began to appear in the east, Lin Qinya and Su Mo set off towards the mountain summit. They avoided the early risers who climbed to witness the sunrise, and, upon reaching a secluded area, each unleashed their movement techniques, swiftly navigating the rugged mountain paths and cliffs like arrows shooting towards the peak. Su Mo's 10-step movement had evolved, his speed now several levels enhanced, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. On flat terrain, his speed surpassed that of a sports car. he discovered that the 10-step movement was far more profound than its name suggested. Even before reaching the second level of innate realm, it seemed capable of continuous enhancement. With no clear endpoint in sight, the Funyo mountain range consists of numerous peaks, and the two individuals have arrived at one that remains untouched by tourism. This particular summit is steep, appearing as though it has been cleaved in two, distinctly separating it from the surrounding mountains. Upon reaching the peak, Su Mo and Lin Xinya were greeted by a breathtaking expanse of untouched wilderness. Agile monkeys leaped among the trees, while unfamiliar birds with iridescent wings flitted about. Not far off, a purple python, measuring over 2 meters in length and as thick as a woman's arm, coiled itself around a tree. Is this what an undeveloped wilderness looks like? Su Mo couldn't help but exclaim, having traveled to many renowned mountains and rivers. He had never encountered such a densely populated habitat of wildlife, save for a zoo. Indeed, the formation set by his master had begun to deteriorate, allowing spiritual energy to leak out, which in turn stimulated the local fauna, nearly elevating them to a more sentient state. Su Daoist, do you notice how these monkeys, birds, and even a python are quite different from those elsewhere? Lin Xinya remarked. Su Mo followed her gaze and locked eyes with one of the monkeys, sensing a subtle warning emanating from its gaze. Those eyes were incredibly expressive, as if they had begun to awaken a measure of intelligence. Is this a cause for concern? I doubt it. These creatures have not fully transformed into demons. They are merely reacting to the leaked spiritual energy from my master's formation, awakening their latent potential. What we should be wary of are any mountain spirits that may have inadvertently entered the formation and gained sentience. That could prove troublesome. Nevertheless, we must first locate the entrance to the formation, Lin Xinya stated. Her master had set up a concealment array to hide the heart of the spiritual wood, and without finding the entrance, they would be unable to even glimpse the wood itself. Lin Xinya then produced an object from her spatial pouch, an instrument with a short handle and a 20-centimeter ruler adorned with a dragon's head and tail. What is this? Su Mo asked. A dragon ruler, capable of measuring feng shui up close and discerning fortunes from afar, used for geomancy and treasure-seeking. Lin Xinya chuckled. I found it, Lin Xinya exclaimed, raising the dragon ruler after searching for some time. Su Mo swiftly approached her, extending his mental energy to sense the surroundings. He detected the power of the formation, which was remarkably vast and grand, leaving him to ponder the immense strength of Lin Xinya's master who had established it. It was truly unimaginable. Yin and yang, in harmony or discord, unravel the mists, and the heavenly realm begins to unfold. With a spirited cry from Lin Xinya, a massive concealment formation appeared before them. Within this formation lay an entirely different realm, with a sealed mount spanning over 1,000 square meters, devoid of any trees. Not even a blade of grass. In the center of the formation stood 2 half-foot-tall spirit woods, their entire bodies resplendent and transparent, shimmering with an ethereal glow that was utterly enchanting. It was said that within the heart of the spirit wood resided a miraculous treasure capable of producing a second soul, thus refining a doppelganger. Chapter 68. The Game of the Bishi. Lin Xinya retrieved a jade talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy, and instantly a green light illuminated the talisman. Piercing into the grand formation, a portal abruptly manifested upon the barrier of the grand array. Follow my lead. Do not stray from your steps. We are merely entering a concealed formation, within which lies a lethal array, Lin Xinya instructed as she grasped Su Mo's hand and stepped into the grand array. Inside the formation, she hopped and skipped, alternating between taking 2 steps forward and 3 steps back, sometimes veering left and other times right, even occasionally retreating a few paces, resembling a spirited dancer. Yet, rather than appearing awkward, her movements exuded a captivating grace. 2 and 4 as shoulders, 6 and 8 as feet, 3 to the left and 7 to the right, 9 to adorn and 1 to tread. You are traversing the 9 palace steps. Is there also a 9 palace 8 trigrams array within? Su Mo, no longer the novice he once was, had recently immersed himself in the study of cultivation knowledge and had dabbled in foundational formations, allowing him to discern Lin Xinya's steps. Your eyesight is commendable, but this is not an ordinary 9 palace 8 trigrams array. Go ahead and take a step to the side. Fear not, I will be right beside you. And there is no danger, Lin Xinya encouraged. Su Mo nodded, intrigued by the formation, which, when employing the forces of heaven and earth, often possessed unfathomable power. For instance, certain sword arrays were unparalleled in their lethality, and he had long wished for an opportunity to study them thoroughly. Contemplating this, Su Mo gently stepped to the left. Yet, this minor movement caused him to deviate from the correct path into the array. Suddenly, he found himself engulfed in darkness, surrounded by an oppressive gloom. The air thick with malevolence. Ahead lay no path, and behind him was no exit, as if he had been transported into an alternate realm. In this terrifying space, a palpable aura of death permeated the air. Upon sensing Su Mo's entrance into the array, shadowy energies morphed into long blades, surging towards him from all directions. Startled, Su Mo instinctively reached for his sword, but at that moment, a gentle yet powerful force enveloped him. With a sharp call, Lin Qinya pulled him back from the deadly array. Impressive. Indeed, this is no ordinary 9 palace 8 trigrams array. The lethality is severe, Su Mo exclaimed in admiration. Your master must be quite formidable. Indeed, you have no idea. Before my master joined the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest Tianyin sect, he served as an elder of a demonic sect for a time, and when it came to taking lives, he did so without batting an eye. It was only after being enlightened by my grandmaster that he laid down the butcher's knife and achieved enlightenment. Lin Qinya responded with a smile. As a disciple of the former demon sect elder, do you consider yourself a female demon? After a lengthy detour, the two finally arrived before the 2 spiritual trees. Here, they were safe, free from any further formations. Allow me to retrieve the spiritual wood, Lin Qinya declared, extending her hand towards the 2 trees. Be careful, Su Mo exclaimed suddenly, reaching out to grasp Lin Qinya's arm. Just as she reached for the spiritual wood, a dragon's head unexpectedly emerged from the trees without warning, opening its massive jaws and swallowing her whole. Su Mo reacted swiftly, attempting to rescue Lin Qinya from being consumed, but was unexpectedly ensnared by the dragon's power, rendering him immobile. In an instant, both he and Lin Qinya found themselves inside the dragon's belly. After being engulfed, Su Mo surprisingly calmed down, as he realized that the dragon's head was not a living entity, but rather akin to a teleportation passage. The passage was surrounded by smooth, jade-like walls, and touching them evoked a cool sensation. Without a doubt, this was a teleportation passage, an area in which he was quite experienced. A series of startled cries echoed from ahead. Lin Qinya remained in a state of confusion, unaware of what had transpired, believing she had merely been swallowed by the dragon. She was too frightened to open her eyes, instead resorting to frantic screams. Stop shouting, we have arrived, Su Mo reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Lin Qinya opened her eyes and surveyed their surroundings, exclaiming, where are we? My master never mentioned that harvesting spiritual wood would lead to such an encounter. They found themselves in a peculiar space, enveloped in a misty white haze, devoid of any sense of up or down, or distinction between heaven and earth. Apart from Su Mo and Lin Qinya, there was only a large turtle present, its shell as expansive as a grinding stone. Esteemed turtle, could you enlighten us about this place? Lin Qinya inquired, her voice resonating ethereally in the vacant atmosphere. Child, you should refer to me as your ancestor. My age far surpasses the combined lineage of your ancestors for 18 generations, the turtle retorted, its demeanor irritable. And I am not a lowly turtle. It is surprising that 2 cultivators like yourselves cannot discern my true form. Lin Xinya's eyes brightened with realization, as she seemed to grasp the identity of the great turtle. Could it be that you are? Continue. Reveal your conclusion, the turtle urged, eager for the young girl to recognize its proud identity. You are not a turtle, but a soft-shelled turtle. Am I correct? They say soft-shelled turtles are not true turtles, and it appears that is indeed the case. Lin Qinya affirmed confidently. I'm a Bishi. A Bishi. Do you not know the true dragon? Are you unaware of the 9 sons of the dragon? I am a descendant of the 6th son of the true dragon, the legendary Qilin. The great turtle, no, it should be Qilin, cried out in a fit of hysteria. Su Mo observed closely, and indeed, this Qilin was unlike an ordinary turtle. Its body resembled that of a turtle, but its head bore an uncanny resemblance to the fabled true dragon. It seemed that it was this very Qilin that had just swallowed the dragon heads of both Su Mo and Lin Qinya. May I inquire why the esteemed Qilin has brought us here? Su Mo asked. He could no longer allow Lin Qinya to converse with the Qilin, lest she provoke it to the point of fury. What business do you speak of? The 2 heart of the woods that you wish to obtain are mine. Do you truly believe I brought you here for some trivial matter? The Qilin retorted sharply. Impossible. My master claimed those two spiritual trees were planted by her own hand a century ago. How could they possibly belong to you? Lin Qinya exclaimed in anger. Your master deceives you. A century passed, your master, the little girl Dongfang Jiao, discovered these two heart of the woods that I had planted atop Funyo Mountain and sought to claim them for herself. I drew her into the Qilin's realm, the very space where you now find yourselves. We played a game of chess, but alas, she proved to be a dreadful player, utterly defeated. Later, she vowed to send a disciple to break my game and seize the heart of the woods after a century. I suspect, little girl, that you are indeed Dongfang Jiao's disciple, the Qilin observed, casting a glance at Lin Qinya. So, if we wish to take the two heart of the woods, we must play a game of chess with you, esteemed Qilin. He had already begun to believe the Qilin's words, for with its immense power and cultivation, had it wished to harm them, they would have stood no chance of resistance. There would be no need to concoct a deceitful tale about a chess game. Indeed, should you manage to win against me in chess, you may take my two spiritual trees, and I shall bestow upon you additional gifts, the Qilin declared. No wonder my master, besides urging me to cultivate, constantly insisted I practice chess. She had been preparing for this day all along. Come fort, esteemed Dartol. I am quite adept at chess, and fear you not. Lin Qinya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The Qilin waved its right forepaw, and amidst the vast, white expanse, a chessboard materialized. Lin Qinya grasped a black piece and said, Esteemed Qilin, since you are the elder, I shall dare to take the black pieces and make the first move. The Qilin nodded and replied, Please proceed. However, little girl, I must remind you that I am not a turtle. I am a Qilin, a true dragon's progeny. Why can you not remember this? Haha, I shall remember this time. Now, esteemed elder, I shall not hold back. Lin Qinya declared, her playful demeanor fading as she placed her black piece in the lower right corner of the board. Commencing her strategy, the Qilin, wielding a white piece, began to make its own moves. Su Mo watched the intense game unfolding on the board, feeling the atmosphere grow increasingly tense and solemn. His understanding of Go is quite limited. He is only aware that a game consists of three phases: the opening, the middle game, and the end game. Even this scant knowledge was gleaned from the overwhelming news coverage surrounding the recent match between the world's youngest Go master and an artificial intelligence. That highly publicized battle culminated in a devastating defeat for the human champion. The artificial intelligence, essentially a computer Go program, is formidable to the extent that it neither seeks nor requires the companionship of inferior human players. He pondered what the outcome might be if a similar Go program were to contend against the mythical beast, Bishi. As this thought crossed his mind, he continued to observe the match between Lin Qinya and Bishi while retrieving his phone to open a chat interface with the system. The chessboard resembles a battlefield. Each move is irrevocable, and once made, cannot be undone. A single misstep could lead to total defeat. Despite Lin Qinya's seemingly delicate exterior, she plays with unparalleled ferocity. Adept at employing aggressive strategies that relentlessly press the opponent, her momentum unwavering. Young lady, your aggressive prowess is indeed rare. Yet, at such a tender age, where does this fierce spirit in your game stem from? Bishi inquired, swiftly making its moves while still engaging Lin Qinya in conversation. My master has taught me that the lower ranks consume pieces, the middle ranks occupy territory, and the upper ranks seek enlightenment through the game. My path in Go is one of aggression, forcing my opponent to abandon their defenses and concede. Lin Qinya replied, her brow furrowed. The dynamics on the board were shifting rapidly, and she felt increasingly overwhelmed. Your master, Dongfang Jiao, possesses a certain talent, yet her greatest flaw lies in her excessive aggression. If she cannot temper her fierce disposition, it may hinder her future cultivation, Bishi remarked. Thank you for your concern, but my master has renounced the path of darkness, turning to the Tianyin sect to cultivate a Buddhist practice focused on tranquility and mindfulness. Lin Qinya responded. Oh, then why does she still impart such a heavily aggressive style of play to you? Could it be that she harbors lingering resentment over her defeat to me a century ago, thus teaching you these aggressive tactics in a bid for revenge? Young lady, your skill has surpassed that of your master in her prime, yet you still fall short compared to me. Bishi laughed heartily, proceeding to execute a calm endgame strategy. I am renowned for my invincibility in the endgame. I have never known defeat in this phase. Even among the true dragon's descendants, my skill remains unparalleled. Bishi was not boasting. It methodically pressed Lin Qinya into a corner. Initially, she could hold her ground, occasionally executing a clever move to counterattack, but ultimately, her defenses crumbled, leaving her powerless. I concede, Lin Qinya exclaimed in frustration, placing her stones down in surrender. The loss was devastating. Life indeed felt overwhelmingly arduous. Ling Mu expressed a desire to withdraw, stating that he would return to seclusion and would never play chess again for the rest of his life. This battle had inflicted a devastating blow to Lin Qinya's confidence in the art of chess. Regrettably, those two spirit trees were ultimately fated to remain beyond their reach. For countless years, I have sought someone capable of surpassing me in the realm of chess. Why can I not find such a person? Bishi gazed upwards, contemplating. You may prepare to leave, and I shall send you away, never to meet again. A shimmering light enveloped Bishi, seemingly poised to transport the two individuals out of this realm. Wait, Senior Bishi. Sumo interjected suddenly. Young man, do you have further matters to discuss? Are you still unwilling to accept defeat and wish to challenge me to another game? Bishi inquired. Su Mo neither affirmed nor denied, but instead posed a question. Senior, do you only seek to be defeated in the art of chess, regardless of the means employed? As long as one can best me within the rules of chess. I hold no reservations, Bishi replied. Very well, allow me to play one more game with you, Senior. If I lose again, we shall depart from this world without further ado, Su Mo declared. Bishi raised his gaze and scrutinized Su Mo. Young man, your confidence appears quite robust. I am curious how, after witnessing my match with a young lady, you can still maintain such strong assurance. From where does your confidence stem? Nevertheless, Bishi, having long sought an opponent, welcomed the opportunity to engage in another match. Young man, I shall allow you to play black first, he offered. No need, Senior. You may proceed first, and I shall take the white pieces. Su Mo declined the offer, grasping a white stone instead. Bishi made no further concessions, selecting a black stone and placing it on the board. Upon witnessing Bishi's move, Su Mo promptly retrieved his phone, opened WeChat, and accessed a mini-program, which subsequently unveiled a Go Master. While Lin Qinya and Bishi were engaged in their game, Su Mo had bargained with the system to create a WeChat mini-program for the Go Master, paying the price of a first-grade Dao sword, which was recorded in the host's debt system. Though it was merely a small program, its origin from the system rendered its chess strength potentially surpassing that of the artificial intelligence that had previously defeated human chess champions by several tiers. As Bishi, playing black, made his move, Su Mo entered the coordinates of Bishi's placement into the Go Master. He then memorized the response suggested by the Go Master and replicated it in his match against Bishi. While the process may seem cumbersome, it was remarkably straightforward in execution. During the match with Bishi, Su Mo played with the white pieces, yet within the Go Master mini-program, he assumed Bishi's identity, playing black, while the Go Master engaged him with the white pieces. In this scenario, it could be likened to a confrontation between the formidable Bishi and a master of Go, with Su Mo merely serving as an intermediary, playing the role of a messenger. The ultimate outcome hinges on whether Bishi or the Go Master possesses superior skill. As the intense match unfolded, Bishi's initial composure dissipated, replaced by a weighty seriousness reflected in its dragon-like eyes, with its two dragon whiskers curling up in tension. Ultimately, it was proven that the Go Master was indeed more adept. Bishi, though invincible in the endgame, could not match the Go Master's prowess in the opening and middle game, where each move was executed flawlessly, leaving no room for error. How could Bishi possibly triumph? After over 300 moves, Bishi finally conceded defeat. Remarkable. What extraordinary technique have you employed to defeat me? Bishi's eyes sparkled with incredulity. It is merely a small program. Senior, have you not ventured into the contemporary world for quite some time? Su Mo replied. The advancements in the present age are quite fascinating. There exists a phenomenon known as technology, which empowers ordinary individuals with remarkable strength. When you're in a good mood, Senior, you should take a stroll through the modern world, Su Mo suggested. Bishi nodded, acknowledging, indeed, it has been a long while since I engaged with the world. Very well. Since you have bested me in this game, I harbor no further grievances. After some time, I shall enter the contemporary realm to explore. Perhaps there will be another opportunity for us to meet. Absolutely. Senior, once you enter the contemporary world, do remember to seek me out so I may show you around. Su Mo said with a smile. It is essential to be warm and courteous when addressing such a venerable master, ensuring every courtesy is extended. As I previously mentioned, having won the match, aside from the two heartwoods, I have a gift for you as well. Bishi continued, these are 2 dragon pearls. Nurture and refine them well, and they may grant your bodies an additional water attribute. With a gentle wave of its claw, Bishi conjured 2 dragon pearls from its shell and placed them into the hands of Su Mo and Lin Xinya. A powerful repulsive force then thrust Su Mo and Lin Xinya from Bishi's realm. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves back in the sacred Heartwood Grove. Lin Xinya extended her hand, forcefully extracting the 2 heartwoods and retrieved 2 jade boxes to house them. She kept 1 jade box for herself and handed the other to Su Mo. This heartwood is a rare treasure. Once you ascend to the 2nd grade innate realm, refining it with your soul power will transform it into your 2nd soul, residing in your heart as you meditate and cultivate, aiding in your comprehension of techniques and enhancing your cultivation. In critical moments, it could even coalesce into a doppelganger, offering boundless utility. This journey has truly been fortuitous for you. Not only have you acquired the heartwood, but you have also gained a valuable dragon pearl. Feludaoisu. Your fortune is truly extraordinary. You are indeed a harbinger of good luck. Lin Xinya broke into a smile, radiating sheer joy. Su Mo placed the dragon ball and the jade box containing the heart of his companion into his spatial wallet when he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Upon opening it, a message from the system appeared. The conditions have matured, and new fragments of time and space are about to be unveiled. Chapter 70. The World of Martial Arts. Just before descending the mountain, Su Mo whimsically decided to collect a handful of soil from the roots of the spiritual wood. Dao Su, what are you doing? Lin Xinya inquired with curiosity. Nothing much, just planning to nurture some flowers and plants. Su Mo replied with a smile. The soil beneath the spiritual wood was rich in spiritual energy, making it perfect for bringing back to cultivate the laughing fairy. In spring, I planted a laughing flower. By autumn, I hope to reap the rewards in the form of a resplendent flower fairy. I wish for the laughing fairy to regain her intelligence and experience a rebirth in this realm, Su Mo mused. He felt a sense of gratitude and admiration towards the laughing fairy. Thus he vowed to do his utmost to awaken her in this world. The two returned to the farmhouse at the foot of the mountain, where they ordered several authentic farm dishes, marking a simple, celebratory feast. They refrained from drinking, as they needed to drive back shortly. No drinking and driving. Drive safely was their mantra. Upon arriving at the Linjiang Villa district in Jiangqing, the security guard station at the entrance spotted Su Mo's vehicle from afar and approached. Su Mo rolled down the window and asked, "Is there something you need, brother guard?" The guard came to a halt, saluting with precision, and then addressed Su Mo and Lin Xinya. "Mr. Su, Miss Lin, you have finally returned." His demeanor and tone suggested they were akin to saviors who had been awaited. "I must inform you, today a little lion cub from your villa ran amok. Is it one of your pets?" The guard inquired. "Indeed, it is mine. Is there an issue?" Lin Xinya interjected. "Well, you may not be aware, but that little lion cub took the opportunity to roam freely around the neighborhood while you were away. It approached every dog it encountered and even bit some. It was quite ferocious, truly terrifying." The guard patted his chest, still shaken. "Oh no, my puppy. Is it all right? It's so small. How could it dare to provoke the fierce dogs in the community?" Lin Xinya expressed her concern. The guard looked at her with an expression that implied disbelief. "Miss Lin, it is indeed a problem, but it's not your lion cub that caused the trouble. It's the other dogs in the neighborhood. Surely you don't realize how fierce your lion cub is? The neighborhood's German shepherds and pit bulls, even the Tibetan mastiffs, were overwhelmed by your lion cub's ferocity. And let us not even mention the more docile breeds like golden retrievers and Pekingese. I truly cannot fathom how your lion cub was raised to possess such formidable combat prowess. In the community, the young dog enthusiasts have resolved to abandon their current pets, seeking instead to acquire the formidable and powerful Pomeranians." The security guard wore a sorrowful expression, for it was well known the chaos these Pomeranians had caused. Su Mo was at a loss. They had not considered the Pomeranian when departing that day, and were taken aback by the commotion it had created. "Where is the Pomeranian now?" "Sumoyingwayev. We have dozens of security personnel, and have even summoned a specialized dog-catching team. Together, we managed to subdue your Pomeranian. Curiously, once captured, it became remarkably docile, showing none of its previous ferocity. It is currently resting quietly in the security office. Mr. Su, Miss Lin, please wait a moment. I will bring it to you," the guard said, dashing back to the security office. He soon returned, cradling the Pomeranian in his arms, and handed it through the car window, where it was warmly embraced by Lin Xinya. "Please ensure you keep a close watch on this Pomeranian. Do not let it roam freely again, and even when taking it for a walk, at least one of you must be present. Our security capabilities are limited." And managing such a formidable Pomeranian is quite challenging, the guard implored, his voice tinged with desperation. In this affluent villa community, every resident possessed wealth and powerful connections, making it imperative for the security staff to tread carefully and negotiate every situation delicately. Rest assured, we shall take good care of it. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused, Su Mo replied with genuine remorse. I am truly grateful, Mr. Su and Miss Lin. I shall not intrude further. Please take care. The guard said, visibly relieved, before bowing respectfully. Su Mo nodded, rolled up the car window, and drove toward his villa. Inside the vehicle, Lin Qinya fixed her large, expressive eyes on Su Mo, remaining silent. Why do you keep staring at me, Lin? Su Mo asked with a wry smile. Under her intense gaze, he felt a flicker of danger, as if his instincts were urging him to be wary. Don't you have anything to say to me, Su? Lin Qinya retorted. Well, since you've uncovered my secret, I shall not conceal it any longer. This is not an ordinary Pomeranian. It possesses a hint of the ancient divine beast, the golden lion, Sumoken Fist. Ah, I see, Lin Qinya responded, gazing at the little Pomeranian in her arms, playfully shaking its front paws. You are quite impressive, little one. However, you must not create trouble for mommy again, or she will be very upset, and the consequences could be severe. The Pomeranian let out a couple of soft barks, seemingly in acknowledgement. Su Mo regarded the pair with a complex expression, uncertain of what to say. Lin Qinya turned her head, their gazes meeting, and she lifted one of the Pomeranian's paws, pointing at Su Mo. Look at you, the irresponsible father. Abandoning your duties and leaving it in my care. From now on, I shall maintain my distance from him and seize every opportunity to deliver a sharp bite. After returning to the villa, Su Mo procured a flower pot and filled it with soil excavated from the root system of the spiritual wood at Funya Mountain. He then gently removed the plant of the laughing fairy and transplanted it into the pot. After a moment of contemplation, he buried 2 spirit stones within the soil, thoroughly watered it, and placed it upon the balcony. Lin Daoyu, I will be out for another day. Please keep an eye on my flower, Su Mo instructed Lin Qinya. The aura of the spirit stones? Lin Qinya sniffed intently. You actually buried spirit stones in the flower pot. Could it be that this flower is not an ordinary plant? Indeed, it is far from ordinary. One might consider it a friend of mine, Su Mo replied. Lin Qinya nodded, recognizing her reliability when it came to matters concerning friends. With everything settled, Su Mo returned to his bedroom and retrieved his phone. System, what kind of world awaits within the temporal fragment I am about to enter? He inquired through the chat interface with the system. Host, have you ever watched a film titled Kung Fu? Of course, I have. Kung Fu was immensely popular in its time. Anyone who lived through those years must have seen it. We are about to enter a temporal fragment akin to Kung Fu. Many films are influenced by the fluctuations of temporal fragments, inspiring directors and screenwriters to create their works. I must remind the host that while traversing these temporal fragments, it is crucial to stir up turbulence and create significant impacts, regardless of whether it relates to the tasks assigned by the system. The greater the commotion you cause, the more substantial the rewards upon exiting the temporal fragment. Su Mo contemplated the system's response, silently nodding. He had sensed this during the temporal fragment of a Chinese ghost story, though he had not dared to confirm it. The gains within the temporal fragment transcended mere task completions and the rewards dispensed by the system. The opportunities acquired in the fragment world would constitute a part of his harvest. For instance, his immovable king body was unrelated to any system reward. Additionally, he had received blessings from the ghost monk, and his spatial wallet contained precious elixirs and a peachwood sword from Maoshan, none of which were rewards from the system. Yet all contributed to his gains. Thus, once he entered the temporal fragment, he would unleash his full potential and strive for great accomplishments. System. Initiate the traversal into the Kung Fu temporal fragment. Su Mo sent a message to the system. Chapter 71. The Sword Cannon of the Tathagodan, the Sword God Supermarket. The Kung Fu temporal fragment traversal has commenced. Countdown commencing. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Su Mo found himself in a bustling square. Is this the Demon Sea Beach of 940? Having previously consumed numerous cinematic representations of this tumultuous era, I have observed that societal upheaval and gang conflicts have consistently served as the prevailing themes. There was a time when I, Su Mo, harbored an unbounded admiration for this epic. As the character Ah Xing from the film Kung Fu aptly articulated, this world is replete with wealth and women. Those who possess the resolve to seize opportunities can ascend to greatness. However, as I find myself immersed in such a reality, gazing upon the bustling throngs before me. I cannot help but lament, in chaotic times, it is better to be a dog in peace. Disorder, poverty, apathy. These are the most immediate impressions I gleaned after surveying the fragmented world around me. Everyone is tirelessly striving for survival, be it the laborious street vendors or the seemingly polished professionals clad in suits. These individuals walk with their heads bowed, their faces devoid of emotion, enveloped in numbness. The only ones who can walk upright are the police, gang members, and foreigners. Yet, even the police stoop when confronted by gang members, and gang members lower their heads in the presence of foreigners. Only the foreigners can genuinely walk tall in this realm. With a sigh, I reflect on my desire to radically alter the current state of this world. The greater the commotion I create within the fragments of time and space, the more profound my influence upon this world, and the greater the rewards I shall reap. Having established this principle, I shall henceforth act without excessive restraint, pursuing my desires with abandon. I glanced at my attire, a simple, coarse linen garment, akin to that of the common laborers in the square, perhaps even inferior to that of beggars. It appears that the system has assigned me the identity of an ordinary individual, which is rather convenient for my endeavors. Each time I traverse into the fragments of time, I enter my true form. The system bestows upon me an identity that facilitates my integration into the fragmented world. For instance, during my inaugural mission, I embodied the persona of Qin Wuyang. In my second venture within the realm of a Chinese ghost story, I took on the identity of a scholarly traveler. In these temporal fragments, my appearance remains unchanged from my current reality, save for the difference in attire. Even when I assumed the identity of Qin Wuyang, I retain my likeness from the present world. I am uncertain of the system's methods that allow me to evade suspicion from the inhabitants of the fragmented world. Nevertheless, I prefer an identity that is untainted and free from entanglements, as the system, in its endeavor to safeguard the purity of my soul, grants me an identity without the accompanying memories of that persona. While this ensures that I am not hindered by alien memories, it also renders me susceptible to inadvertent exposure. In a manner akin to the scholarly identity portrayed in a Chinese ghost story, the current existence of an ordinary individual, unencumbered by attachments, proves to be remarkably advantageous. Suddenly, a vibration from his mobile device interrupts his thoughts. The system has dispatched another message. Temporal fragments, world of martial arts. Assumed identity, ordinary bystander. Task requirements. Locate the unparalleled master, the mad Taoist, within the world of martial arts, and acquire the realized sword classic along with the mightiest Buddhist sword of this realm. Task rewards. Upon completion, rewards will be dispensed based on the host's performance evaluation. Friendly reminder. The Sword God Supermarket has grandly opened its doors, offering an array of secret methods, elixirs, divine weaponry, and artifacts. The host is warmly invited to peruse the selection. Oh, a new feature? Su Mo mused, intrigued by the mention of the Sword God Supermarket. Each new function introduced by the system has proven to be quite captivating, such as the drift bottle scanning feature, or the Go Master mini program that was provided during his encounter with the Bishi. Now, the emergence of a Sword God Supermarket sounded equally impressive. System. How does one access the Sword God Supermarket? The host can find the interface of the Sword God Supermarket by opening WeChat and navigating to the wallet section, the system replied. Following the prescribed steps, Su Mo indeed found himself face-to-face with the Sword God Supermarket interface. Items displayed included the 9 turns golden elixir, Qinqing Sword Classic, the reviving pill, the stunning sword, and the all-embracing annihilation sword, among others, each accompanied by its respective price tag. Upon a cursory glance, Su Mo noted that most prices were set above 10,000, with one particular sword technique, the Zhaixing Sword Classic, astonishingly priced at 290,000. System, what currency are these prices listed in? Is it rubles? Su Mo quipped. The price is in Sword God points. After each completion of a temporal fragment task, the system will allocate Sword God points based on the host performance. Currently, the host possesses 298 Sword God points. Please check your wallet for the details, the system responded. Indeed, Su Mo discovered a balance of 289 Sword God points in his wallet. However, such a meager amount proved insufficient for any significant purchases. It would only suffice for a few talismans or basic elixirs, hardly enough to procure anything of value. Keep it up, host. Sword God points will greatly aid you. In the future, the system's rewards will predominantly be in the form of Sword God points. Furthermore, if the host manages to enrich the offerings of the Sword God Supermarket, the rewards and sword god points will be even more generous. For instance, if the host successfully acquires the Relay Sword Classic, the system shall bestow at least 100,000 sword god points as a reward. Additionally, should the host obtain other sword classics or Dao swords during the quest, the system may dispense extra sword god points based on the circumstances. In a similar vein, the system would bestow rewards in the form of sword god points, proportional to the magnitude of the impact one has on the fragmented world. The system remarked that this sword god point was essentially an encouragement for him to stir up chaos within the fragmented realm. The greater the turmoil he caused, the more substantial the rewards. However, such recklessness could also lead to increased peril. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Was the system dissatisfied with this host, hoping for an early demise to usher in a new one? It was imperative to strike a delicate balance between chaos and self-destruction to ensure the maximization of benefits. With a smile, Su Mo tucked away his phone, having formulated a rough idea of what to pursue in this martial arts world. Although the system did not specify, it was likely that the eccentric Taoist he sought was the same old beggar who sold the Relay Divine Palm to a Xing. And the Relay sword cannon he needed was also in the beggar's possession. The elusive beggar, shrouded in mystery and labeled as a supreme master by the system, would undoubtedly be challenging to locate. It seemed prudent to begin with a Xing, hoping to uncover some clues about the beggar. In the meantime, he resolved to create a ruckus at the Demon Sea Beach. Wow, ice cream. The ice cream lady is back. Let us hurry and buy some. A group of dirty little children giggled and rushed past Su Mo. Following their direction, he beheld a young woman clad in simple white attire, resembling a lotus blooming amidst the chaos of Demon Sea Beach. She was cheerfully selling ice cream from a modest cart. This woman bore a striking resemblance to the mute protagonist of the storyline, albeit appearing younger, perhaps around 18 or 19. Su Mo approached her, requesting, "I would like an ice cream, chocolate flavor, please." The mute girl gestured, indicating that chocolate was unavailable. "Very well, then I will have a vanilla one," he replied with a smile. The girl nodded and retrieved the cone from the cart, handing it to Su Mo. Initially, he merely sought to familiarize himself with the mute girl due to her connection to the protagonist, rather than a genuine desire for ice cream. However, as she presented the cone, the enticing aroma of fresh cream stirred his appetite. The ice cream in the 1940s, devoid of any chemical additives, was entirely natural and untainted, its flavor surpassing even that of modern Häagen-Dazs. In just a few moments, Su Mo polished off the cone, a refreshing chill coursing through him, even instilling a sense of tranquility. The mute girl observed him with a flicker of concern in her eyes, as if she wished to speak but hesitated. After a moment of indecision, she raised a finger, conveying that one ice cream cost 10 cents. 10 cents was indeed a negligible sum. Su Mo reached into his pocket for the money, and suddenly, a sinking feeling washed over him. His pockets were emptier than his face, devoid of even a single cent. Could it be that on his very first day in the world of martial arts, he was to indulge in the lavish ice cream of the female lead? The mute girl observed Su Mo for a considerable time, her eyes dimming as it became evident he had no money. Such scenarios were not new to her. Many believed her an easy target and took advantage of her, often consuming her offerings without recompense. In this world, the hearts of men had truly soured. Seeing her expression of disappointment, Su Mo sighed and reassured her, "Do not worry. I would not stoop to taking advantage of a mere ice cream cone. Please wait a moment. I shall procure the funds for you immediately." He lifted his gaze towards a grand European-style edifice across the square and strode over. A colossal sign, nearly 10 meters in height, proclaimed the establishment as the Casino Lisboa. What was termed a casino was, in reality, a den of vice. In these tumultuous times, casinos resembled vampires, greedily siphoning the last drops of sweat and blood from ordinary folk, while those addicted to gambling were not deserving of sympathy. The profits earned by casino proprietors were indeed blood-stained and fraught with ill fortune. Upon entering the Casino Lisboa, Su Mo was met with opulent decor that rivaled that of a palace. The walls were adorned with gold and diamonds, and a lavish golden glass fixture sparkled under the grandeur of a ceiling towering 5 meters high, reminiscent of a Western cathedral, adorned with vibrant oil paintings. As Su Mo stepped inside, a waiter clad in a black tailcoat greeted him with a smile, displaying no disdain for his tattered attire. In fact, in the eyes of the waiter, even a destitute gambler could be deemed a valued client. Such individuals, despite their lack of funds, often possessed a gambling addiction that surpassed that of the wealthy, and once they lost everything, they would resort to borrowing at exorbitant interest from the casino. Naturally, These loans could seldom be repaid, leading many to sell their children or even themselves into servitude to settle their debts. Regardless of the circumstances, the casino always emerged victorious. Inquiring nolosis. Good sir, what form of entertainment do you seek? Inquired the waiter. Craps, sumori playeth. The game of craps, involving the simple act of rolling dice to wager on high or low, is a time-worn method of gambling often depicted in period dramas. Sir, please accompany me to the counter to exchange for chips, the waiter prompted, leading Su Mo to the exchange counter. How many chips would you like to convert? Our exchange rate for chips to dollars is, the waiter began. I currently possess no funds. How many chips can I borrow from your casino? Sumo ingwayeth. A flicker of coldness crossed the waiter's eyes, mingled with a hint of delight, yet his tone remained unchanged. It appears this is your first visit to our casino Lisboa. Sir, due to the absence of prior credit history, our establishment can only extend a loan of 100 chips to the gentleman, with an interest rate of 1%. 1% interest per day? Very well, I shall accept, Su Mo remarked. Although this interest rate is rather steep, it is not entirely unacceptable when considered as usury. Furthermore, Su Mo was indifferent to the interest rate. He never contemplated the possibility of losing here. The staff at the counter skillfully retrieved 10 chips, each valued at $10, and handed them to Su Mo, wishing you a pleasant time, sir. However, I must remind you that the interest on the loan is not 1% daily, but rather 1% hourly. It compounds, rolling over like a snowball. The waiter in a tailcoat concluded with a cold smirk, turning away without waiting to gauge Su Mo's reaction, moving on to attend to other patrons. In his eyes, Su Mo, the unsuspecting fool, was likely already regretting his decision. Yet, Su Mo merely smiled, juggling the 10 chips in his hand as he leisurely approached the sickbo table. Big, 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 small, small, small. A group of fervent gamblers at the table shouted excitedly. Su Mo quietly tossed the chips onto the table, placing his bet. His mental acuity had already penetrated the shaking cup. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in the casino was charged with tension. A young man dressed in laborer's attire, having begun with only $100 in chips, had now swept across all the sickbo tables. In front of him, the winnings had accumulated into a small mountain of chips. The gamblers encircling him breathed heavily. With each of Su Mo's bets, they too joined in the frenzy, betting recklessly. The casino, acting as the house, was nearing tears. The staff had checked multiple times without uncovering any signs of cheating from Su Mo, leaving them with no recourse but to watch him continue his winning streak. Su Mo glanced at the time, concerned that if he lingered too long, the mute girl might grow anxious and leave prematurely. Thus, he pushed the chips in front of him and addressed the casino staff. I shall play no longer. Please exchange these chips. The colorful array of chips, conservatively estimated to amount to $200,000. The casino manager, who had been closely monitoring Su Mo, exhaled with relief, forcefully nudging the staff to promptly exchange Su Mo's pile of chips. Let us get this plague out of here first. As for the money at the exit of the casino, it would not be easily obtained, due to the sheer volume of chips. The casino could only exchange 1,000 in cash for Su Mo, placing it in a black suitcase, while the remaining amount, totaling over $190,000, was converted into paper currency. In this world, it appears that paper currency is far less esteemed than silver dollars, and the casino is indeed cunning in its ways. However, Su Mo remained indifferent, clutching a suitcase filled with 10,000 silver dollars while pocketing a stack of paper bills as he made his way toward the casino exit. Brother, don't leave just yet. Your luck is quite favorable today. Why not take the opportunity to gamble a bit more? Another patron implored. Indeed, young man, the god of gamblers does not bestow good fortune every day. If you forfeit your luck today, returning tomorrow may yield a different fate. Many gamblers in the casino, who had been following Su Mo's winning streak, felt a twinge of regret as they watched him walk away from the table, ignoring the desperate calls of these reckless gamblers. Su Mo stepped out of the grand doors of the casino Lisboa. The mute girl was indeed still across the square, having not departed. Sumo aprorochither, placing a silver dollar in her hand as he said, "Here you go, for your ice cream." The mute girl gazed at the silver dollar in her palm and began gesturing, implying that the denomination was too high for her to exchange. No need for change. Consider it a small tip, Su Mo replied with a smile. However, the mute girl shook her head vigorously, refusing to accept it with stubbornness. At a loss for words, Su Mo suggested, how about this? How many ice creams can one silver dollar buy? Besides the one I've already eaten, you can give the rest to the neighborhood children and let it be my act of kindness. What do you think? The mute girl pondered for a moment, and her eyes brightened as she nodded eagerly. Su Mo mused to himself that the cost of such benevolence was indeed quite low. Yet, the thought of providing some impoverished children with ice cream was rather heartwarming. He extended his mental energy, carefully examining the mute girl before inquiring, "Your muteness is not congenital. It was caused by an accident, wasn't it?" Surprise flickered in her eyes as she nodded in affirmation. "If I were to tell you that I possess a method to restore your voice, would you allow me to assist you?" Sumo continued. After contemplating, the girl gestured again. Su Mo, through a combination of deduction and interpretation, finally grasped her meaning. She was asking, "How can I repay you? My family is poor and cannot afford medical expenses. There is no need for repayment. Once I have healed you, I have a few inquiries to make, and you shall provide me with honest answers based on your knowledge," Su Mo assured her. Doubt and incredulity shone in the mute girl's eyes, yet at that moment, Su Mo harnessed his mental energy, subtly soothing her emotions, making her inexplicably trust the unfamiliar man before her. When wielded effectively, mental energy could yield unexpectedly profound results. "Gulme, lead me to your home. Your condition is not difficult to treat, but due to the prolonged nature of the damage, you will require several hours of rest after the treatment to recover. It will be best to return to your residence first," Su Mo stated. The mute girl, upon unexpectedly hearing that a man intended to come to her dwelling, instinctively rejected the notion. However, considering that he was there to provide her with medical treatment and the inexplicable sense of trust she felt towards him, she ultimately could not bring herself to refuse and merely nodded in agreement. Thus, she began to push her ice cream cart homeward, with Su Mo walking beside her. Residing in a poverty-stricken community far from the current square, she had to traverse many secluded paths. As they walked, dusk gradually gave way to nightfall. While passing through a dimly lit alley, Su Mo gently tapped the mute girl on the shoulder, signaling her to continue moving forward without pause. Once she had distanced herself, Su Mo turned back to survey the empty street. "You ought to have followed us all the way from the square. How persistent you are." Chapter 73. Choose wisely. Which arm shall be severed? A dozen gang members clad in black suits emerged from the shadows of the streetlights. They had been trailing behind since the square, exhibiting remarkable patience without any indication of immediate aggression. As they neared the impoverished community where the mute girl resided, Su Mo regarded them with indifference. Yet he knew that if they discovered her dwelling, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Therefore, he chose to halt, prompting the gang members to abandon their concealment and reveal themselves with smirks of disdain. "Kid, have you developed a sudden audacity to cheat at the casino? You ought to inquire who oversees this establishment." A leader among them stepped forward, coldly addressing Su Mo. "Who oversees it? I'm not particularly well informed. Moreover, if you accuse me of cheating, you must possess evidence. Otherwise, I shall sue you for defamation," Su Mo retorted with a smile. "You insolent brat, still defiant even in dire straits. Listen closely. The casino is under the jurisdiction of our Black Dragon gang. We declare you a cheat, and that is precisely what you are. Who else could gamble countless rounds and win every single one? Be sensible. Hand over the $200,000 you won at the casino, and I might spare you the loss of an arm. I can even show mercy and allow you to choose which arm to sacrifice. What do you say?" The leader said with a sinister grin. "Why don't you assist me in deciding which one shall be severed?" "Somori Plaith. Very well. I shall choose for you. We'll take your right arm, leaving you with the left," the leader proclaimed, drawing forth a foot-long cleaver from his coat, his gaze fixed coldly on Su Mo. The gang members followed suit, brandishing their own cleavers, the blades gleaming ominously. The scene was indeed intimidating, with numerous finely crafted steel knives reflecting the light. An ordinary person might have knelt in fear. Yet, Su Mo merely laughed. "Very well, then I shall grant you your wish. Take my right arm." "Boy, what nonsense are you spouting?" bellowed the small leader in a fit of rage. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he uttered those words, a scream of agony escaped his lips. A cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Looking over, one could see his severed arm, ensconced within a tailored sleeve, lying on the ground. The small leader, clutching his vacant right shoulder, writhed in pain, drenched in sweat, and emitted a wretched howl. "Kill him. Make sure he is reduced to a pulp for the dogs. And find his entire family, including that girl who just left. Slay them all. You imbeciles, why are you dawdling? Get moving." The small leader, writhing on the ground in agony, still found the strength to command his subordinates to attack Su Mo. In that moment, he longed to inflict 1,000 cuts upon Su Mo. believing it would somehow ease his own suffering and rage. This is the mindset of a villain, permitting themselves to bully others, yet deeming any resistance as deserving of death. Moreover, having been wounded in the process, Sumo's existence was now utterly intolerable. He and anyone associated with him must be exterminated. The lackeys of the Black Dragon gang had not grasped what had transpired. In the blink of an eye, their leader had lost an arm and lay on the ground, howling like a scalded pig. Upon hearing their leader's orders, they dared not hesitate. Brandishing their blades, they surged forward like a swarm of bees. Initially, they had contemplated sparing his life, but did he not understand that villains often perish due to their own verbosity? How dare he threaten me at such a moment? Was he courting death? A cold smile graced Sumo's lips as he stepped forward, approaching the writhing small leader. With a decisive stomp, the small leader's skull was crushed, extinguishing his life instantly. At that moment, the gang's lackeys finally charged forth. They witnessed Sumo move like a fleeting shadow, arriving before their leader and crushing him as one might squash an ant. How could an ordinary person move with such speed? Was he even human? Fear gripped the lackeys, yet they had already committed to their charge. The short distance rendered them incapable of halting. Damn Newton's first law of inertia. With a swift motion, Sumo seized a machete from the foremost lackey, flipping it expertly, and within the blink of an eye, he whirled among the throng, returning to his original spot. A chorus of cries erupted as each of them clutched their faces, howling in pain. Each had received a harsh blow from the back of the blade, their faces swelling by 3 fingers' width. Some of the leaner ones felt the agonizing throb of bone beneath their skin. However, a few of the quicker ones, disregarding their facial pain, hastily knelt. "Please, noble hero, spare us. We failed to recognize your greatness and have offended you. We beseech you to forgive our transgressions and grant us our pitiful lives. Have mercy, great hero. Kind sir, grant us mercy. Simply treat it as a fleeting whim and release us." The minions of the gang, upon realizing their predicament, began to bow fervently, their heads bobbing like garlic being crushed. A torrent of sycophantic pleas erupted from their lips, with some even beseeching for their lives, promising to erect a shrine for Sumo, where incense would be burned daily in reverence. Observing this spectacle of desperation, Sumo cast aside his machete and declared, "Take your leader's corpse and depart. We are eternally grateful for your clemency." These lowly henchmen appeared well-versed in the tropes of martial arts tales, their every action steeped in the conventions of such narratives. The foremost among them hoisted the small leader's lifeless body, trembling as they bowed to Sumo before hastily retreating without a backward glance. In a matter of moments, they vanished from sight. Sumo, having released these minions, harbored no concerns about potential retribution. In truth, this was his intention. Should the Black Dragon gang possess the audacity to seek him out again, it would serve him well, perhaps even allowing him to acquire a gang leader with ease. The mute girl, pushing her ice cream cart, moved at a leisurely pace. Sumo, not exerting his 10-step technique, merely quickened his stride slightly and soon caught up with her. Upon seeing him return, she dutifully refrained from inquiring about the events that transpired, offering only a shy smile. Sumo couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how gentle women of this era appeared, akin to flowing water, in contrast to the bold and audacious women of the present day. Yet, each had their own merits. It was unfair to declare one superior to the other. After a brief while, they arrived at a dilapidated community on the outskirts, known as the Cowpen Village. Sumo gazed at the name, bemused. He recalled a film where a similar community was dubbed Pig Sty Village. Now, the one where the mute girl resided bore the moniker Cowpen Village. Was it a peculiar custom for all impoverished neighborhoods in Old Demon Beach to be named after livestock? Cowpen Village was a modest dwelling, comprising a single 7-story building containing hundreds of small rooms. The mute girl resided in a very humble space on the top floor. As night had fallen, most tenants within the village had retired, leaving only a few oil lamps flickering here and there. Electric lights, of course, were a luxury beyond the means of these residents. Sumo and the mute girl ascended to the top floor without encountering a single soul. Upon entering her room, even before she lit the oil lamp, Sumo expanded his mental awareness, effortlessly discerning the layout of the space. Apart from a rudimentary dining table and an equally basic wardrobe, the room contained 2 beds, separated by a curtain. The mute girl ignited the oil lamp and gestured to Sumo, indicating that she had a younger brother who lived with her but was often away seeking work. Sumo nodded slightly, gesturing for her to sit on the bed. The mute girl's condition likely stemmed from a childhood fever that had damaged her vocal cords, rendering her unable to speak. Had she received timely treatment back then, her affliction might have been cured. However, children from impoverished families rarely have the means to afford medical care, leading to such delays. Suemo took her hand, simultaneously calming her anxious heart with his mental energy while transmitting a gentle flow of acquired true qi. This energy coursed through her body, reaching her throat, where, under Sumo's guidance, it continually nurtured and repaired her damaged vocal cords. The girl's eyes sparkled with increasing joy as she felt a tingling sensation in her throat, a true sign of recovery, as if she might soon be able to speak. "I'm well," she attempted to articulate, managing to utter two fragmented words. "Do not speak yet," Suemo advised, continuing to repair her vocal cords with true qi while soothing her with his mental energy. "Rest well for a while, and by tomorrow morning, you shall be completely restored." The girl's eyes were filled with excitement and gratitude as she raised her left thumb and gently shook it up and down, conveying a silent gesture of thanks to Suemo. "Sleep now," he reassured, releasing her hand and guiding her into slumber with his mental energy. He drew the curtain and laid down on another bed. Throughout the night, the girl, due to her recovering vocal cords, unconsciously emitted soft whimpers, which interrupted Suemo's sleep, making it rather restless. The next morning, Suemo sensed the dawn breaking and opened his eyes. He had spent the night acclimatizing to the rich spiritual energy of this fragmented world, adjusting himself to synchronize with it. "You're awake?" A melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark's morning song, reached his ears. "Yes, I am awake," Suemo smiled, having already recognized the voice belonged to the girl from yesterday. However, she could no longer be referred to merely as the mute girl. "Benefactor, thank you for curing my muteness. Your kindness is beyond measure. I am truly at a loss for how to repay you." It turned out her name was Iya. While it was indeed a lovely name, it felt a tad too casual. "Please rise. I dislike it when people kneel unnecessarily," Suemo said. Seizing the moment, Iya knelt before him. Suemo gently placed his hands on her shoulders to help her up. "Iya, I have a question for you," he said, locking eyes with her once she stood. "Please ask, Benefactor." "Iya will speak candidly," she replied, displaying her obedience. "You need not call me Benefactor. Simply refer to me as Suemo. Do you recall that incident from your childhood when a group of ruffians snatched your lollipop, and a boy of similar age stepped forward to assist you? That boy even executed a remarkable move akin to the Buddha's palm." Suemo inquired. "How could you possibly know about that, Master Su? Are you the very boy who aided me back then?" Aya exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she compared Sumo's visage with the memory of that boy. "Not at all. Do not concern yourself with how I came to know. Instead, answer my question. Have you encountered that boy again?" Sumo pressed, eager to ascertain the timeline and determine whether Aya had reunited with a Xing. This knowledge would reveal if a Xing had successfully mastered the Buddha's palm, thus becoming a peerless expert in this realm. In essence, he sought to discern whether he had traversed into a moment before the onset of the film's narrative or after its conclusion. However, from Aya's reaction, Suemo surmised that she and a Xing had yet to cross paths. Thus, it seemed he had arrived at a juncture prior to the film's commencement. "Indeed, I remember that boy, but I never saw him again," Aya sighed. "The expanse of Magic Beach is immense. Locating a single person amidst such vastness is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, after all these years, his appearance must have changed significantly. Even if we were to meet again, I might not recognize him." Suemo nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. At that moment, a sudden and urgent knocking echoed from the door. "That must be my brother returning. I wonder if he will be surprised to learn that I can speak now," Aya said joyfully, rushing to open the door. Suemo followed closely, as his mental acuity had already sensed that there was not merely one person outside, but rather a multitude, an assemblage clad in black suits. Could they be members of the Black Dragon gang? Had the bait released just the night before already been taken? Nonetheless, upon scanning the individuals outside with his mental prowess, Suemo discerned that although they donned the standard attire of a gang, they bore distinguishing marks from the Black Dragon gang. The Black Dragon gang sported tattoos of a black dragon on their arms, while these individuals bore tattoos of an alligator upon their necks. They were members of the Alligator Gang. Their leader was the infamous Bucktooth, who had once caused an uproar at the police station before being dispatched by the Axe Gang. What business did the Alligator Gang have here? Suemo employed his mental faculties to analyze the situation, which was merely a fleeting thought, just as Aya opened the door from within. Upon seeing the throng before her, Aya was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Thus, she wisely refrained from speaking, instead communicating with her brother through sign language, conveying the message. Little brother, you have returned? Who are these people? Indeed, the one who had knocked was none other than Aya's brother. It is evident that he does not hold the position of authority among this group, lacking the power to voice his opinions. Upon knocking on the door, he timidly stepped aside, allowing a woman adorned in a yellow qipao, her figure curvaceous and alluring, to emerge from the crowd. Su Imo squinted. He recognized her, noting a striking resemblance to the woman from the opening scene of the film in the police station. The leader of the Bucktooth gang had wreaked havoc on the police station for the sake of this woman. Ah, dear girl, fortune smiles upon you. Your brother has successfully passed the entrance examination of our crocodile gang and has officially become one of us. To honor you as his sister and ensure your comfort, he has offered you to our gang leader as the 39th concubine. The woman continued, her words dripping with flamboyance, exuding an innate seductiveness. It was no wonder the Bucktooth leader would go to such lengths for her. Yet, it was surprising that she was now actively assisting him in seeking out another woman, seemingly devoid of jealousy. Upon hearing the qipao-clad woman's words, Aya cast an angry glance at her brother. This time, she refrained from using sign language, directly addressing him. Brother, how could you treat your sister this way? The leader of the crocodile gang is notorious for his lasciviousness, having ruined countless young women. Who in the entire Devil's Beach is unaware of this? How could you bear to push your sister into such a perilous situation? Her brother, taken aback by the unexpected speech from his sister, widened his eyes in shock. However, feeling guilty, he averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes or respond. Didn't they say she was a mute? How is it that she can speak now? This is even better. The leader will surely prefer her. The woman in the yellow qipao remarked with a sarcastic tone. Though she spoke thus, her thoughts began to shift. Initially, she had assumed it would merely be a matter of finding a mute concubine for the Bucktooth leader, believing that a mute would pose no threat to her status. Yet, upon arriving here, she discovered that this mute was astonishingly beautiful, akin to a celestial being. Although she lacked the same enchanting presence, she understood the desires of men, recognizing that the mute's ethereal aura would likely captivate them even more. Malicious thoughts began to brew within her, but she quickly dismissed them, reasoning that even the most beautiful mute would not threaten her position. However, upon realizing that this mute could indeed speak, her sinister intentions resurfaced. Once they entered the Bucktooth leader's domain, she resolved to devise a plan to swiftly eliminate this thorn in her side. Otherwise, with her fickle nature, it would not be long before she fell out of favor. Poor Aya, first sold to a gang by her brother as a stepping stone for his own ascent, and then resented by the woman in the qipao. If she truly became a concubine, it would undoubtedly lead to yet another melodrama of palace intrigue. Life is indeed exceedingly arduous. Chapter 75. Is he still human? Aya ignored the flamboyant woman and continued to fix her gaze upon her brother, who was hiding among the crowd. Little brother, why do you remain silent? I have always treated you well. How could you betray me like this? Have you no conscience in pushing me into the hands of that lecherous leader of the crocodile gang? She had always presented herself as gentle and mild, but now, having been betrayed by her own flesh and blood, the emotional turmoil compelled her to speak with newfound resolve. Upon hearing his sister's reproach, Aya's brother withdrew even deeper into the throng, unable to meet her gaze. He was fully aware that the leader of the crocodile gang was a notorious lecher, which was precisely why he sought to please him by delivering her, hoping it would facilitate his own rise. If he were to hand her over to a gang leader uninterested in women, what benefit would that bring him? How could he seize the opportunity to ascend? Su Imo sighed, unwilling to witness this melodramatic ethical conundrum unfold any further, and thus stepped forward. Who are you? Why are you in my sister's room? Aya's brother, recognizing his guilt, dared not speak to his sister, yet when he saw Su Imo emerge from her room, he momentarily regained his bravado. Oh, could it be that you were your sister's lover? Little brat, didn't you claim your sister was a virgin? I bet she has already been deflowered by this man. Let me warn you, the leader despises second-hand goods. If you dare deceive him, you might find your head in jeopardy. The woman in the qipao sneered, directing her vitriol at Aya's brother. In this era, respectable women valued their chastity above life itself, and Aya had never encountered such vulgarity, causing her to feel a swell of indignation that nearly brought her to tears. A pack of foolish creatures, filled with nothing but the basest of desires. You better disappear from my sight at once, or you might find that you have no chance to flee. Su Mo retorted with a cold laugh. Impertinence! How dare you be so rude before our leader's second concubine? Do you wish to court death? Aya's brother was the first to leap forward upon hearing Su Mo's words. He was more eager than anyone to eliminate Su Mo, for all present had witnessed him emerge from his sister's room. If his sister indeed had an ambiguous relationship with this man, his plans to ascend through her would be utterly thwarted. Having finally connected with the crocodile gang, he had no intention of allowing that link to be severed so easily. Aya's eyes were filled with profound disappointment. Initially, she harbored a glimmer of hope, speculating that her brother might have been coerced into pushing himself into the abyss. However, at this juncture, she could no longer delude herself. It was evident that her brother had acted of his own volition, driven by the ambition to ascend the ranks of the crocodile gang, with no one forcing his hand. Observing her brother and his companions, Su Mo forced a smile, though a surge of unnameable fury welled up within him, despite the fact that this matter ostensibly bore no relevance to him. As a person with a reasonably sound moral compass, he found it intolerable to witness their actions. Such conduct was utterly vile. Unable to turn a blind eye, he felt compelled to intervene, fortuitously possessing both the means and the resolve to do so. With a cold sneer, Su Mo stepped in front of the crocodile gang members, shielding Aya behind him. Are you all capable of committing any wrongdoing, save for good deeds? He inquired. Indeed, we, the crocodile gang, are the law of the magic beach. Even if we commit heinous acts, what can you possibly do about it? Brothers, let's strike first and eliminate this brat. Then I shall persuade my sister to recognize the merits of our leader and willingly return with us. Aya's brother shouted with fervor, his demeanor akin to that of a traitor in ancient wars. Once a traitor turns, they often bite back with more ferocity than the enemy itself. The members of the crocodile gang regarded him with disdain. Nevertheless, their objective today was to take Aya back, and with Su Mo blocking their path, they resolved to eliminate him. Their proficiency in such violent endeavors was unparalleled. The flamboyant woman in a Chong Sam glanced at Su Mo and remarked, "What a pity. Such a handsome young man. Yet he dares to provoke us, the crocodile gang. Truly, he is courting death. Take him down, strike true, and leave no corpse intact." As the second concubine of the gang leader, she evidently commanded authority, and upon issuing her orders, the gang members sprang into action. Several gang members unsheathed their machetes, rushing forward in unison. Machetes again. It seemed that in this era, aside from the Axe Gang, all gangs favored such straightforward and brutal close combat weaponry. A dozen gleaming steel machetes descended before Su Mo. The expressions of the gang members twisted in a frenzy of bloodlust. "Mr. Su, be careful," Aya cried out in alarm as Su Mo found himself encircled by the gang members, the steel blades poised to strike his head. If he were to be struck by a dozen steel blades, wouldn't his head be reduced to a pulp? It appeared that these gang members had utterly disregarded the order from the gang leader's second concubine to leave a complete corpse. Su Mo lifted his gaze towards the blade poised to strike his head, a faint smile gracing his lips, utterly unconcerned. Such a trivial skirmish failed to ignite his interest. It is worth noting that Su Mo had cultivated his unmoving king body to the formidable level of the first grade 8 star, rendering his physique exceptionally resilient. Even if he stood there inviting the blows, those blades would not graze a single hair upon him. Moreover, the movements of these assailants appeared to him as though time had been slowed, each action rife with vulnerabilities. In a fleeting moment before a dozen steel blades descended upon him, Su Mo made his move. He extended a single finger, delicately tapping the edge of each blade. No one could discern his actions. In the blink of an eye, all the steel knives were sent flying. Upon their descent, it was evident that each blade bore a distinct fingerprint, leaving a noticeable dent along the edge. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. The gang members, clutching their right wrists, cried out in agony, their hands crushed by the recoil of the now deflected weapons, resulting in shattering fractures. The flamboyant second concubine instinctively opened her mouth, yet words eluded her as she pointed at Su Mo in astonishment. Meanwhile, Aya's younger brother exhibited even greater distress. He felt a sudden chill between his legs and, in sheer terror, soiled his trousers. Aya's eyes brimmed with astonishment. She was aware that Su Mo was no ordinary individual. The previous night, he had effortlessly infused her with a warm, water-like essence that healed her long-standing affliction, enabling her to speak once more. Yet, she had not anticipated that her benefactor wielded such overwhelming power. With a mere flick of his hand, he had incapacitated an entire group of armed thugs. Was he even human? This question simultaneously arose in the minds of all present. The members of the crocodile gang felt sheer terror, while Aya was filled with admiration.